Chapter 1. Coberoni Island. In the waters of the East Sea, a merchant ship was sailing gracefully. At the bow, the captain peered through a monocular telescope, his gaze fixed on the horizon until he spotted the familiar silhouette of an island, prompting a sigh of relief to escape his lips. 6 years prior, the words uttered by the pirate king, Roger, just before his execution in Lowtown ignited a frenzy across the globe, heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. The seas became infested with pirates, as ambitious and powerful individuals flocked to the Grand Line in search of the legendary treasure known as One Piece. The less formidable pirates roamed aimlessly, engaging in plunder and pillaging merchant vessels, leaving the common folk to suffer in silence. The populace harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Roger, the notorious brigand whose demise continued to cast a shadow of suffering over the world. Shaking off his reverie, the captain turned to his crew and bellowed, "Coberoni Island is in sight. Let us exert ourselves. We shall reach our destination before lunchtime." Ho, ho, ho! The ship erupted into a cacophony of cheers, and the crew hastened to their tasks. Indeed, after a month of monotonous sailing and the constant anxiety of potential pirate encounters, the arrival at their destination was a cause for exhilaration. "Uncle Rodney, are we truly approaching Coberoni Island?" At that moment, the door to the captain's quarters swung open, and a little girl with golden short hair dashed out. She appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, her large eyes glimmering with anticipation as she gazed up at Captain Rodney. "Yes, Miss Ailey," Rodney replied, feeling a twinge of exasperation at the sight of her. Rodney had long been employed by the Shining Gold Trading Company, and Ailey was the daughter of its president. Unlike her artistic older brother, Ailey was inherently energetic and possessed an insatiable curiosity for the unknown. After numerous requests to accompany the merchant ship had been denied, she had hidden herself in a barrel the night before departure, and by the time she was discovered, the ship had already set sail. "Really? I can hardly wait to see what lies beyond Lowtown," Ailey exclaimed, leaning over the railing to gaze into the distance. "You may well be disappointed Coberoni Island is merely a remote and rural area," Rodney cautioned. Coberoni Island, situated far from the nearest town, required a half-month's journey to reach. Due to its inconvenient transportation and scarcity of resources, the island was marked by profound poverty. The inhabitants primarily survived by fishing, often spending weeks at sea, leaving only the elderly and children behind. "Hey, Samit, if you keep your nose buried in that book, you won't have any fresh fish to eat." On the shore, a group of children were busy catching fish and crabs. Having grown up by the sea, they had learned the art of fishing by observing their parents, and they often ventured out to catch fresh fish while their families were at sea, for their homes primarily relied on salted, dried fish. Samit, a 5-year-old boy with closely cropped black hair and a slender, dark figure, possessed large eyes that sparkled with an intellect beyond his years. Hearing his friends, he glanced up for a moment before resuming his reading. "Fish? It'll wait for them to come to me," he replied nonchalantly. "Ha ha ha, as if fish would come knocking at your door. Samit, have you gone daft from reading too much? Stop daydreaming." Ignoring the teasing from his peers, Samit continued to peruse his book. As his friends grew bored of his indifference, they returned to their fishing. "Look, a ship is approaching." Suddenly, an older child pointed towards the horizon. Following the direction of his friend's finger, Samit spotted a small dot on the sea, gradually drawing nearer. As he focused on the speck, his eyes transformed to a crimson hue, a torrent of information flooding his mind, causing a throbbing sensation in his head. Yet, he discerned the vessel's origin. "It's a merchant ship from the Shining Gold Trading Company. Is that so? Hurry and tell everyone. This ship must be carrying a plethora of treasures." No one questioned how Samit could see so far, as he had often displayed this ability before. With a whoop, he dashed off, leading a throng of excited children. Samit rubbed his temples, his eyes returning to their normal color. After a while, as the headache subsided, he sighed, "Phew, this ability can be quite bothersome, yet it is undeniably powerful. The sensation of omniscience is akin to that of a deity. I wonder what my other 2 abilities might be." Samit's full name was Simon Samit. In his previous life, he hailed from a place known as Earth. Due to a certain incident, An old man had transported him to the world of the pirate king, endowing him with three formidable abilities. This scenario resembled the clicked beginnings of a mediocre fanfiction from the early 2000s, causing Samit to chuckle uncontrollably. From the moment he was born, he envisioned himself battling Kaido and kicking a Kainu, amassing a legion of followers and a harem of beautiful women, living a life of freedom and leisure. However, reality proved to be far harsher than his idyllic fantasies. Firstly, of the three powerful abilities that the old man had mentioned, he had only discovered one thus far. Secondly, the living conditions were exceedingly meager, lacking not only in material wealth, but also in spiritual fulfillment. Kobaroni Island was but a small isle devoid of meat, vegetables, and fruits, situated far from the bustling centers of trade. A merchant ship from the Shining Gold Trading Company arrived only once every 2 months, bringing various resources. Consequently, Samit could indulge in fresh meat and vegetables only once every 2 months. Having grown accustomed to a pampered lifestyle in his previous life, he found it intolerable to endure such deprivation. Moreover, there were no computers, no internet, no anime or movies. The village chief's meager collection of novels consisted solely of adventure biographies, leaving Samit feeling utterly despondent. Thus, all thoughts of conquest and harem fantasies were cast aside, and he yearned only for a life filled with wine, meat, and the pleasures of novels and comics. To that end, he frequented the village chief's home, absorbing knowledge about the sea in preparation for his future voyages. You might wonder why he didn't focus on physical training to grow stronger. Wasn't the world of the Pirate King one that emphasized the survival of the fittest? To this, Samit could only mutter a curse under his breath. In many novels from his past life, protagonists began rigorous training at a young age, yet he found himself unable to reach such heights. After a few push-ups, he would be left utterly exhausted, unable to even stand. Didn't Luffy and Ace start training in the forest at a young age? Well, they were the protagonists, capable of devouring an entire pig at that age. Furthermore, they were a few years older than Samit at the moment, and considering his lack of nutrition from scarce meat, it was impossible for him to emulate their feats of strength in such a short span of time. The disparity between individuals was indeed vast. Chapter 2. Simon Samit. Samit yearned to alter his circumstances, pondering why Kobaroni Island was so impoverished. Was it due to a lack of resources? Was it the unfavorable geography? Or perhaps the inconvenient transportation? No, it was none of these. All the issues stemmed from ignorance. While the aforementioned shortcomings existed, Kobaroni Island boasted its own advantages, particularly its abundant fish resources. However, the islanders had lived there for generations, relying on fishing for sustenance, and had never contemplated venturing beyond their shores. They were oblivious to the wonders of the outside world and the true value of the fish they caught. Their daily existence revolved solely around fishing, capturing as many fish as possible, which they sold to merchants at a pittance, only to purchase other supplies at exorbitant prices from those same merchants. The islanders' worth was drained by these traders, yet they remained grateful to them. Samit, having never ventured beyond the island, was unaware of the prevailing prices elsewhere, but he recognized that with fewer than 100 households on the island, these merchants could not profit solely from selling meat, vegetables, and other goods. No matter how high the prices they charged, the merchants would eventually face bankruptcy. The manpower, resources, and time required for a single voyage were enormous. Thus, the fish in the fishermen's nets became the primary source of profit, though Samit was unsure of the extent of their earnings. He was well aware of the substantial profits made by merchants during the age of sail. Having come to this realization, Samit endeavored to persuade the villagers to collaborate in constructing a merchant ship to transport their catch for sale elsewhere. However, his ideas fell on deaf ears, primarily due to his youth, but also because of the prevailing conservative mindset. Building a seaworthy vessel capable of long voyages required substantial funds, necessitating a year of frugality for the villagers to accumulate the necessary resources. Moreover, the dangers of the sea-stormy weather and rampant pirates deterred the villagers from pursuing such endeavors. Samit's aspirations were dismissed by the islanders as fanciful dreams, mere illusions of a child. After the failure of his persuasion, Samit refrained from further attempts to convince the villagers, however. He did not relinquish his ideas, but merely altered his approach. From that day forward, he made daily visits to the village chief's home to borrow books, occasionally uttering remarkable insights. Yet, the villagers dismissed these as the fanciful musings of a child. It was not until Samit produced ice from saltpeter during the summer that the villagers' perception of him shifted. He transformed from a whimsical child into a clever one. While the islanders recognized Samit's penchant for reading and presumed that his ice-making technique was gleaned from his books, only the village chief understood that the literature Samit perused consisted merely of ordinary biographies. Thus, the method of ice production must have been his own innovation. Consequently, the village chief began to pay closer attention to Samit's words. With this newfound rapport, Samit initially intended for the chief to advocate for the villagers to construct merchant vessels for fishing expeditions. However, due to the considerable risks involved, even the chief's endorsement failed to persuade anyone to undertake such a venture. Reluctantly, Samit settled for a secondary plan, urging the villagers to build a large cold storage facility. This way, the fishermen could sell their catches without the need for drying, allowing them to fetch a higher price. He also proposed that the villagers pool their fish for collective sale, thereby preventing price undercutting among them. Regrettably, the power of negotiation lay with the merchants, and the village lacked any skilled negotiators. Thus, while the frozen fish commanded a higher price, the quantity remained limited, compounded by the necessity to purchase saltpeter for ice production. Samit's endeavors merely enriched the merchant fleet of the Shanjin Trading Company. In response, Samit persistently urged the village chief to advocate for a partnership in constructing a deep-sea fishing vessel. By venturing out together during abundant fishing seasons, they could capture a greater haul. Although the villagers harbored reservations regarding this proposal, they ultimately agreed, bolstered by the village chief's previous success in establishing the cold storage, which had indeed yielded some benefits. 2 months prior, they successfully completed a fishing vessel exceeding 40 meters in length, and during the peak fishing seasons, they would set sail together. Though termed a deep-sea voyage, it merely involved traveling 2 or 3 days away from the island, with the rich fishing resources allowing them to return every 10 to 15 days. As a result, the village's fish catch multiplied several times over. However, this did not translate into a proportional increase in the villagers' income. The merchants, witnessing the villagers' increased catch, inevitably suppressed prices to maximize their own profits, and the village lacked adept negotiators. Gazing at the merchant ship docked along the shore, Samit murmured, "Whether we can lead a better life from now on hinges on this very occasion. Grandfather Lawrence, allow me to negotiate with Lord Damlafor this time." Upon Samit's arrival, he found that village chief Lawrence had already gathered the necessary supplies for negotiation. The negotiator representing the Shanjin Trading Company was a man named Damlafor, a lean old man in his 50s, whose sharp eyes glimmered with intelligence behind his glasses. "Samit, don't cause a ruckus, we are discussing serious matters." A middle-aged man following village chief Lawrence stepped forward to obstruct Samit's path. "Dennis, let Samit through." "Ah, but chief." The chief's command rendered Dennis momentarily speechless, and seizing the opportunity, Samit dashed to the chief's side, confidently asserting, "Rest assured, Uncle Dennis, I am not here to create chaos." He then turned to face Damlafor, his eyes ablaze with determination. "Well then, Lord Damlafor, I shall handle the negotiations regarding this village's trade." "Chief, how can you allow this child to meddle?" Dennis appeared anxious, for the chief was the most learned individual in the village. Yet today he seemed to indulge in folly. "Lawrence, do you truly wish for a child to negotiate with me? I have no time to waste." Damlafor cast a skeptical glance at Samit, adjusting his glasses as a sharp gaze emanated from his eyes. The chief, observing Dennis and then Samit, turned back to Damlafor and declared, "Lord Damlafor, I entrust the negotiations entirely to Samit. His decisions represent the consensus of everyone on Coney Island." "Is that so?" Damlafor regarded Samit with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. "Then, young man, what do you intend to purchase and what will you sell?" Chapter 3. Empathy. In his previous life, Samit was neither a corporate elite nor a special forces operative. He was merely an introverted individual with a fondness for anime, films, and novels. Thus, he lacked the skills for haggling with merchants, relying solely on the ability bestowed upon him by the elderly man who had facilitated his journey to this world. Empathy. Such was the name of his ability, derived from the anime canon. It enables Samit to perceive the shapes of scents and sounds, to inhale the aroma of images, and to discern the moods of objects. Hostility manifests as blue, tranquility as brown, warmth as gold, and fear as coffee. The emotions of others are presented to him in a spectrum of colors, intertwining all of his senses. This extraordinary ability allows Samit to perceive beyond the ordinary, offering him panoramic vision, a degree of telepathy, and skills in electronic decryption, among other capabilities. Samit's confidence in negotiating with Danlifer stemmed from his unique ability to read not the thoughts, but the attitudes and states of others. While he remained uncertain about the outcome of the negotiation, he concealed his inner thoughts behind a stoic expression. What? You're charging 1,000 belly per pound for this tilapia? Why don't you just rob a bank? He exclaimed. What? Bluefin tuna at 10,000 belly per pound? Is this how you treat your benefactors? If it weren't for the Shanjin Trading Association bringing you essential goods like vegetables, meat, and medicine, do you think you could survive solely on fish? He continued. We paid a hefty sum for these. They are not charity. We owe nothing to each other. Throughout the conversation, Danlifer's reactions were exaggerated, appearing as if he were being robbed amidst Samit's outrageous pricing, prompting the onlookers, village chief Lawrence and Uncle Dennis, to feel as if they were actually being swindled, given that Samit's prices were tenfold what they had previously received. In truth, Samit was unaware of the prevailing market prices. He simply aimed to propose high figures to gauge Danlifer's reaction and thereby ascertain the appropriateness of his own pricing. Though Danlifer's facial expressions were dramatic, internally, he remained unfazed by Samit's figures. A sense of triumph surged within Samit as he noted the color on Danlifer's chest, though he maintained an impassive facade. Oh, come now, Danlifer. We are offering fresh fish preserved with ice, not that dried stuff. The price naturally reflects that difference. You have ice? Danlifer inquired, astonished. Though he had previously sourced fresh goods from the island, he had assumed that the ice preservation was merely a winter phenomenon. It now appeared that was not the case. That's a trade secret. Samit mused inwardly as he observed Danlifer's expression shift to one of intrigue. Why was he so concerned about the ice? Could it be that the technology to produce ice was lacking outside? If you can supply such fresh goods year-round, then this price is not entirely unacceptable, Danlifer said, adjusting his glasses, his eyes sparkling with newfound insight. In truth, Danlifer had never underestimated Samit based on his appearance. As a seasoned merchant traversing the seas, he had encountered countless peculiar individuals, including many who were childlike in demeanor yet formidable in strength. However, Samit's negotiation skills, though somewhat naive, revealed a profound understanding of Danlifer's inner thoughts. Connecting this insight with Samit's striking crimson gaze, Danlifer speculated, could he be a user of a devil fruit? Perhaps those ice blocks were manifestations of his abilities. Given this line of thought, Danlifer refrained from engaging in prolonged haggling. After all, if one's innermost thoughts were laid bare, what more was there to discuss? Once the price was settled, he would leave the remaining negotiations to the village chief and the townsfolk. Nonetheless, Samit felt that this negotiation had proceeded too smoothly, sensing that something was amiss. But with so little information at his disposal, he remained oblivious to the anomaly. Whatever he thought, my objectives have been achieved. He chose not to dwell on uncertainties. Gathering his notes, Samit strolled toward the sea, mindful of his anticipation for the arrival of fish. However, he had not ventured far when he was halted by a small girl, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, with golden hair and blue eyes, a quintessential example of Western features. Do you need something? Samit asked, glancing at the girl blocking his path. You're amazing. You made Grandfather Danlifer concede so easily, the little girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Oh, by the way, my name is Stuart. What's yours? Samit. Simon Samit, he replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the unexpected admiration. It was his first experience of being revered. How did you do it? I rarely see Grandfather Danlifer lose in negotiations. Even us little kids struggle to articulate our thoughts to him. Oh, it's just that I've read a bit more than usual, he modestly replied. Samit felt a slight flush on his face, fully aware of his own circumstances. To borrow a phrase from an online acquaintance of his past, One might ponder, are you truly cognizant of your own capabilities? That said, it is indeed impressive. My brother often immerses himself in books. Yet he hesitates to speak loudly in the presence of Grandpa Damlifer. I just recalled that I have yet to attend to some matters. So I must take my leave. Please, refrain from showering me with praise. If you continue, I might just wish to vanish into the ground, unable to endure any longer. Samit made his escape. Hey, wait for me. Samit, hold on. Why are you running so fast? The little girl, supporting herself against a large rock, gasped for breath, visibly irritated. Am I truly that frightening? On the other side, Samit leaned against a stone, also panting, casting a glance at the little girl, feeling a tinge of bitterness. In his previous life, he was a recluse, ill-equipped to handle such situations. Moreover, his physical condition left much to be desired. He couldn't even shake off a mere child. Chapter 4. The Great Gun Beneath the Girl's Skirt. Haha. I assure you, I am not avoiding you. I genuinely have matters to attend to. You are indeed evading me, you scoundrel. The little girl furrowed her brow, her earlier admiration evaporating as she leapt towards him with an air of aggression. Ahem. Please allow me to explain. Samit tilted his face away, evading the little girl's grasp while seizing her wrist to prevent being caught. However, the little girl unexpectedly sank her teeth into Samit's hand, provoking a cacophony of cries from him. After a spirited tussle, the two finally separated. Samit rubbed his bitten hand, casting a resentful glance at the little girl. Are you a dog, capable of such biting? The little girl furrowed her brows and tilted her head with a huff. Her proud demeanor was utterly enchanting, leaving Samit feeling as if his spirit had been rejuvenated. Darn it, who said that only twin tails can embody Tsundra charm? Short hair can be equally delightful. He couldn't shake the feeling that she was pondering something mischievous. Sensing his gaze, the little girl looked over with a puzzled expression. It was merely an illusion, undoubtedly just a trick of the mind. Sammy, feeling particularly flustered, dared not meet the gaze of the young girl. Quietly reflecting on the formidable nature of a woman's intuition, even when embodied by one so youthful. Why do you shy away from me? She inquired. It's nothing. He replied hastily. I was merely searching for a way forward. Just then, he spotted the path leading downward and hurriedly made his way towards it. The little girl curiously trailing behind. Following the narrow path to the base of a rocky cliff, Sammy quickened his pace, arriving beside a massive boulder approximately a meter tall, its lower half buried in the earth. The exposed upper portion was encircled by a thick rope, roughly the width of a thumb, which extended into the sea. Hold this for me, he instructed, passing his book to the young girl. With a look of wide-eyed curiosity, she accepted it as he grasped the rope and began to pull with all his might. After roughly 100 meters of effort, a bamboo cage emerged from the water's depths. Upon sighting the cage, Sammy intensified his efforts, and after a short while, he finally succeeded in hauling it onto the shore. This bamboo cage, about a meter in size and square in shape, featured openings the size of basketballs on each side, their edges lined with sharp bamboo stakes, leaving no gaps, all pointing inward toward the cage. What is this? The little girl asked, her face a canvas of confusion. It is a trap for catching fish, he explained. Samit, with a hint of pride, opened the cage to reveal a dozen fish of varying sizes, each weighing approximately 2 to 3 pounds. Is it truly possible to catch fish this way? Why is that? In the young girl's perception, people generally catch fish either by netting or with fishing rods. And while there are those who catch them by hand, all methods are undeniably labor-intensive and time-consuming, requiring personal involvement. It seems rather astonishing that someone like Samit could simply place a cage in the water and effortlessly catch fish. Why do these fish seem so oblivious? Waiting inside the cage to be captured? Humph. Samit smiled with a sense of pride, relishing the bewildered expression of the little girl as he explained. Fish are creatures with a mere 3 seconds of memory. Their every action is dictated by instinct. I placed bait in the cage, and any fish that comes to eat it will find itself trapped inside. But I still don't understand, the little girl said, her confusion evident. If the fish eats the bait, why doesn't it escape? He continued, the openings on all 4 sides can be easily accessed from the outside, allowing the fish to squeeze through the bamboo strips. However, attempting to exit from within leads to sharp bamboo points, causing the fish pain, which it instinctively perceives as a trap. Thus, once a fish enters, it cannot escape. Now I see, the little girl exclaimed in admiration. You truly are remarkable. Samit accepted the little girl's praise with a sense of ease, for this time he had not relied on a shared sense of deception. Although the method was inspired by a video he had watched on Bilibili, Every step had been executed by his own hands. Samit poured the fish into the pre-dug pit, then took out a piece of oil paper to line the cage before filling it with water. After ensuring that no water leaked out, he contentedly placed the fish back into the cage. However, during the process of returning the fish, Samit encountered a peculiar specimen. This fish was approximately 3 fingers wide and 1 foot long. Aside from its black eyes, its entire body was transparent, making it nearly undetectable without careful observation. Samit carefully captured the fish and observed it closely. He had never seen such a creature before. Ah, it was a rainbow fish. At that moment, a nearby young girl exclaimed, looking at Samit with inquisitive eyes, and explained, "The rainbow fish is an ornamental species, entirely transparent, and at night it emits a dazzling array of colors, truly magnificent." Samit's eyes suddenly turned a deep crimson, and he interjected, "Is it truly rare?" "Indeed, it is exceedingly rare," the young girl replied, oblivious to Samit's peculiar transformation. She continued, "The rainbow fish itself is quite scarce, lacking any fixed habits. Its presence can be found across the seas and even within the Grand Line, making it exceptionally difficult to capture. Typically, only the nobility possess a rainbow fish." As she elaborated, the young girl seemed to sense something amiss and glanced at Samit. "Why are you staring at me? Why have your eyes turned red?" "Oh, really?" Samit responded, feigning ignorance. Samit quickly interjected with a jest, noticing the little girl's inquisitive demeanor. He pondered for a moment and then declared, "Ahem. Since this fish is so precious, I shall gift it to you." "Really? You're giving it to me?" The young girl, initially intent on further questioning, found herself momentarily incredulous upon hearing Samit's words. "This is the rainbow fish. Do you comprehend its rarity? It is precisely because of its value that I have chosen to bestow it upon you. To consume such a valuable creature would weigh heavily on my conscience. You actually intend to eat the rainbow fish? You are utterly incomprehensible." The little girl seized the rainbow fish, pointing an accusatory finger at Samit, her face a mask of indignation. "Thus, I present it to you. Please find a suitable place to care for it," he urged. "Humph. I would do so without your prompting." The girl clutched the fish and dashed along the path, but after a few paces, she abruptly halted. From beneath her garments, she retrieved a pistol and tossed it towards Samit. "I cannot accept your gift without offering something in return. This is my father's prized flintlock, crafted by the Doberman Armory for His Majesty Louis XIII. With that, she paid no heed to Samit's reaction and hurried away, evidently eager to find a suitable home for the rainbow fish. Fortunately, she remained oblivious to Samit's response. Otherwise, she might have been compelled to shoot him. Samit stood there, holding the pistol in a daze, contemplating, where on earth did you conceal that weapon? He brought the firearm to his nose and inhaled deeply, a delicate fragrance reminiscent of a young girl wafting forth. He struggled to resist the urge to taste it. Stay calm. Chapter 5, Serenity in the End. Samit managed to suppress the impulse to indulge. Although he had heard tales in his past life of many reclusive men who would lick their screens in adoration of their beloved, he found such behavior somewhat unsettling and knew he could never partake in such actions. Yet, a pang of regret lingered within him. Shaking his head, he cast aside those thoughts and began to examine the pistol in his hand. The firearm was exquisitely crafted, reminiscent of the flintlock pistols used during the medieval Western era, measuring less than 2 feet in length. Its body was fashioned from solid mahogany, adorned with golden filigree, and the barrel was intricately engraved with various patterns, exuding an air of nobility. He casually fired a couple of shots toward the sea. The feel was delightful, and it was a semi-automatic weapon. Samit was filled with joy as he toyed with the gun for a moment before tucking it into his waistband. He then dragged the cage homeward. Along the way, numerous villagers spotted Samit and approached him with cheerful greetings, expressing their admiration. It was evident that they were already aware of Samit's successful sale of seafood at a premium price. After casually entertaining the villagers, Samit arrived at his doorstep. Samit's home consists of 2 quaint wooden houses, and even before entering, the enticing aroma of seafood wafts through the air. However, for Samit, who dines on seafood daily, it holds no particular allure. "Sister Lisa, I have arrived." He poured the fish into a large vat at the entrance, then pushed the door open with a casual demeanor and stepped inside. "Samit is back. Hurry and wash up. Dinner is nearly ready." Lisa, Samit's elder sister, is 17 years old. While her face is merely average, her figure is striking, particularly her ample bosom, which would evoke feelings of inadequacy in women from his past life. Yet, her hands are rough and calloused from years of labor. Perhaps due to the peculiarities of his reincarnation, Samit feels somewhat distanced from his parents in this life, compounded by the long hours spent fishing that leave little time for familial bonding. In contrast, his bond with Lisa, who has cared for him since childhood, is profoundly deep. At this moment, Lisa has already set the table with the meal she prepared and is busy serving the rice. Samit merrily dashed over, plucked a clam, and tossed it into his mouth before hastily retreating to the backyard to wash himself with a bucket of well water, just in time to avoid Lisa's impending wrath. After a refreshing rinse, he felt invigorated and eagerly donned a pair of shorts before rushing back indoors. "Sis, I just washed up. What are you doing here?" To his surprise, he found not only Lisa at the dining table, but also a golden retriever puppy, Stuart, whom he had only recently parted ways with. "Uncle Rodney and Grandpa Danleford are too busy to take care of me right now, so they entrusted me to Village Chief Lawrence for the time being. I happened to see you returning home on my way," she explained. "What? You came over just to mooch off our food? What kind of attitude is that? I, the young lady, have graciously chosen to dine at your home. It is your good fortune, so you ought to present me with a feast worthy of my presence. Please. Am I that familiar with you? How dare you speak so boldly about freeloading? All right, Samit, that's enough. Boys should always be considerate of girls," Lisa interjected with a smile. "It's just a meal. Miss Ellie, if you don't mind the food, please feel free to enjoy." "Thank you, Lisa. You are far too kind to me. Unlike that skinny monkey over there." "What did you say? Calling me a monkey, you little golden retriever. You actually called me a stinky monkey." After a lengthy exchange, the two finally settled down under Lisa's mediation. However, the little girl's irritation was still palpable as she regarded Samit with a smug expression. "Humph. I am not one to accept handouts. Look what I have." She reached beneath her skirt and produced a bottle of exquisite wine, its rarity evident even from a glance. Wine was the most beloved indulgence in this world, cherished by all, be they the affluent elite, weary laborers, or even pirates. Even the protagonists of popular manga, like the Straw Hat Crew, reveled in its allure. Unfortunately, Samit had no taste for alcohol and was entirely indifferent to the precious bottle the little girl displayed, instead choosing to munch on a crab. Noticing Samit's lack of interest, the little girl huffed and said to Lisa, "Humph, such a Philistine. Come on, Lisa. Let us drink." Lisa hesitated, initially intending to dissuade them from drinking at such a young age. However, feeling it inappropriate to impose on someone else's child, she relented with a smile. "All right, but just a little." Seeing Lisa's acquiescence, the little girl eagerly uncorked the bottle, releasing an aromatic bouquet that even caught Samit's attention, causing him to swallow hard. Stealing a glance, he felt a twinge of desire to partake, but the earlier squabble made him hesitant. The little girl, reveling in her triumph, filled her and Lisa's bowls. "Cheers, Lisa. Cheers." They both downed nearly half of their bowls in one go, their faces blooming with rosy flushes. "This wine is exquisite. It's my first time tasting something so delightful." Lisa's eyes sparkled with a dreamy glaze, clearly savoring the moment, which only heightened Samit's longing to seize the bottle and indulge. "Of course. I found this from Grandpa Danleford's collection." The little girl burped twice, then drained her bowl in one gulp, a dazed look spreading across her face. "Hee. It's so good. I want more." With that, she stood on her chair, spun around, and promptly collapsed. "Phew. I'll take her to her room to rest." Lisa lifted the little girl onto her back and headed toward the bedroom. Seizing the opportunity, Samit snatched the bottle and took a few swigs. "What is this?" The wine was rich and aromatic, infused with a sweet, fruity flavor. What on earth is happening? Samit felt somewhat perplexed. Although he abstained from alcohol, his sister and parents indulged, and the household perpetually stocked various wines. Thus, he possessed a modicum of understanding of this world. Generally speaking, the realm of alcoholic beverages could be divided into fruit-fermented wines and high-proof distilled spirits. Fruit wines were sweet and refreshing, while spirits provided warmth against the cold. Each had its merits. There were attempts to create a spirit that encapsulated the sweetness of fruit wine, but they invariably faltered. Fermentation yielded wines with modest alcohol content, while distillation evaporated the delicate fruit aromas. Thus it seemed that a spirit with the sweetness of fruit wine was a mere illusion. Contemplating this, Samit engaged in synesthesia and took another sip. A myriad of information surged into his mind. So that was it. He understood why the Shanjin Merchant Guild was indifferent to prices. Chapter 6. The passage of time. When Samit first observed the Shanjin Merchant Guild arriving on the island to procure marine products, he found it quite curious. During the age of exploration, those intrepid merchants engaged in trade of silk, tea, or silver and glass handiworks. He had never heard of anyone trading seafood. Moreover, in the world of One Piece, where 90% of the territory was covered by ocean, the land comprised only the Red Line and a few scattered islands, with nearly every city being coastal. Thus, those locales should not have been lacking in marine produce. Why, then, did the Shanjin Merchant Guild go to such lengths to acquire goods from Kebaloni Island? Initially, Samit speculated that the populous cities might suffer from supply shortages due to their large populations. However, if that were the case, they could easily procure from the neighboring island cities and need not venture so far to Kebaloni Island. Therefore, there must be something on Kebaloni Island that they coveted. For years, the Shanjin Merchant Guild had merely engaged in the trade of goods and the purchase of fish from fishermen, without undertaking any additional endeavors. Perhaps Kebaloni possessed a species of fish not found elsewhere. The actions of the Shanjin Merchant Guild raised no suspicions in Samit's mind. He could only contemplate why no other merchant vessels visited. In truth, Samit was not mistaken. The Shanjin Merchant Guild was indeed drawn to a unique species of fish found only around Kebaloni Island. When Samit deciphered the formula of that bottle of wine, he understood. The flying swallow fish, a small creature that grew to a maximum length of 2 feet, was characterized by its meager bones and abundant flesh, which even the island's inhabitants were reluctant to consume. Fortunately, this diminutive fish occupied the lower echelons of the food chain, resulting in its limited population, allowing fishermen to easily catch and sell them in bulk to the Shanjin Merchant Guild. This fish, largely overlooked by others, was regarded as a priceless treasure by the guild. The president of the Shanjin Merchant Guild had acquired an ancient recipe for a spirit, reportedly unearthed from the ruins of a culinary empire, which documented a legendary liquor preserving the essence of fruit, with the key ingredient being powdered bones of the flying swallow fish. It was precisely due to this demand for the flying swallow fish that the Shanjin Merchant Guild had ventured to this remote fishing locale, cloaking their true intentions in the guise of trading supplies and acquiring seafood from fishermen, which they regarded as inconsequential. Yet, what difference did this knowledge make? Samit hesitated, contemplating whether to confront the Shanjin Chamber of Commerce, only to sell the prized Fian fish at an exorbitant price. Such a notion was inconceivable. The Fian fish held immeasurable value to the Shanjin Chamber, while to others, it bore no worth whatsoever. As long as the Shanjin Chamber showed no interest, no one else would either. What would become of the remaining fish if they were not sold to them? Although the Fian fish was not exceedingly rare, its numbers were limited. Each month, only about 300 to 400 could be harvested, which was hardly sufficient to be distributed among all the villagers. With Dan Lifuo's astuteness, he would undoubtedly recognize these facts. Thus, he would never consider raising the price to acquire the Fian fish. Therefore, it was best to act as if nothing had been discovered. Samit sighed, feeling a sense of melancholy. He realized that he did not hold the reins of power. In truth, he had misjudged the situation. The moment he created ice cubes, he had already seized control. Indeed, this world is abundant in marine resources, and seafood is plentiful in most regions. Even in densely populated areas with high demand, it is possible to import from nearby islands. However, due to the lack of refrigeration, preserving seafood is challenging, resulting in most being salted and dried. Consequently, in the bustling cities, fresh fish and shrimp are in high demand, while only dried goods are available. Thus, the ability to produce ice for preservation has granted Kebaloni Island genuine commercial value, although Samit remained unaware of this. Time passed swiftly, and as the sun began to set, Captain Rodney of the Shining Gold Trading Company personally took the little girl away. Shortly thereafter, the merchant ship departed from the harbor, with the sun sinking below the horizon, making the vessel appear as if it were chasing the sun. On the bow, Danlifer gazed at the receding island and remarked, "This island will soon undergo a monumental transformation. It will not be long before it flourishes." "Oh, really?" Rodney replied nonchalantly, his cigar clenched between his teeth, saying nothing further. As Danlifer had predicted, Kebaloni Island soon experienced a remarkable metamorphosis. Within 2 months, the Shining Gold Trading Company dispatched 4 merchant ships to collect all the fish from the island's stock. 4 months later, in addition to the merchant ships from Shining Gold, several others from different trading companies arrived. The Shining Gold Trading Company sold vast quantities of fresh fish across various regions, raising suspicions among other trading companies. After much investigation, they finally pinpointed Kebaloni Island. These ships were merely scouts sent to gather information, but in the days that followed, an increasing number of merchant vessels flocked to Kebaloni Island. To meet the surging demand, The island's villagers constructed 5 additional fishing boats and hired numerous sailors from other regions, as the island's population was limited. Furthermore, the village undertook the reconstruction of a large harbor, a significant endeavor that attracted countless workers from afar. With the rising population came an increased demand for various amenities, particularly in a locale previously lacking in entertainment. Consequently, a multitude of shops, taverns, and even casinos gradually emerged. A year later, the new harbor was completed, welcoming an influx of merchant ships. The docks bustled with porters handling goods, and an ever-growing number of merchants arrived to purchase seafood, with traders from other maritime regions arriving as well. Kobaloni had undeniably become the sacred sanctuary for seafood supply in the East Sea. For years later, Kobaloni Island had transformed into a thriving port city, now known as Kobaloni Town. Having witnessed the town's development firsthand, Samit felt an immense sense of accomplishment, for it was he who had orchestrated this transformation. Over the years, mastering the art of ice making, Samit had reaped the greatest rewards. He earned 1/10 of the profits without lifting a finger, and he also opened 2 taverns and a casino within the town. His dream of indulging in fine wine and meat daily had come to fruition, though his aspirations of enjoying novels, comics, and films remained unattainable. In this world, literature is steeped in literary qualities. Even the most cliché details of heroes vanquishing demons are imbued with profound artistry, leaving readers in a state of rapture. As for comics, they are virtually non-existent. In the East Sea, amidst a certain maritime area, 3 twin-masted ships were anchored together. With all the crew members gathered on one deck engaged in animated discussions, the black skull flag fluttering fiercely in the wind. Chapter 7. The World of Survival of the Fittest. Oh, how I long for novels and anime. I feel like I might perish. On the rocky shore, a chubby boy lamented loudly. This portly lad was Samit, who, having acquired wealth over the years, enjoyed a life of indulgence coupled with a lack of exercise, transforming his once lean and dark physique into his current form. 10 years had passed since he arrived in this world, and in the beginning, he had fantasized about finding a secluded place to train for 2 years, then setting sail to challenge Kaido and defeat Akainu, ultimately marrying a rich and beautiful woman to reach the pinnacle of success. However, now he had lost even the desire to venture to sea. Not due to lack of talent, but simply out of sheer laziness. Samit has come to terms with his true nature, which is that of a quintessential recluse. Do you believe that a homebody would suddenly become diligent and industrious simply by changing his environment? Each time he resolves to train earnestly and become stronger, he soon finds himself overwhelmed and weary, concocting various excuses to abandon his efforts. The genuine reason that led Samit to renounce the idea of venturing out to sea lies in an experience from a year ago. During a trip to Rog Town aboard a merchant ship, he initially found solace in the picturesque horizon where the sea meets the sky. Yet, after several monotonous days of unchanging scenery, he grew weary of the view. The cramped confines of the vessel offered little in terms of activities, aside from fishing and card games. There was nothing to engage in, rendering the experience both stifling and uncomfortable. Particularly harrowing was the return journey, during which they encountered a violent storm. The ship pitched perilously, and had it not been for the extraordinary seamanship of the captain and crew, superior, in fact, to that of Earth, disaster would have surely struck. Following this harrowing experience, Samit vowed never to set sail again. Thus, matters of piracy and conquest are best left to Luffy and his crew. He would prefer to become a wealthy individual instead. Oh, the fog is rather thick today. Samit stood upon a rock, gazing out over the sea, where a thick fog enveloped the horizon, limiting visibility to a mere 20 meters or so, and the mist seemed to intensify. However, the occurrence of fog over the ocean is quite commonplace, and Samit paid it little mind. Just as he was about to turn back, he heard a sound of movement within the dense fog. What could that be? Samit, in a state of bewilderment, activated his synesthesia. His eyes transformed into a crimson hue, and the world within them took on an abstract quality. As a myriad of information flooded his mind, it was, in an instant, Samit was engulfed by terror, turning on his heels to flee towards the town. However, his rotund figure hindered his speed, causing him to stumble twice along the way. Fortunately, the island of Koroni was not expansive, and soon he found himself at the outskirts of the town. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Samit shouted loudly, "Pirates! Pirates are coming!" Upon hearing his cries, the townsfolk on the street turned their gazes towards him, witnessing his disheveled appearance, and gasped in alarm. "Pirates! Pirates are approaching from the back of the town." "What? Pirates? Run! The pirates are here!" Instantaneous chaos erupted in the town. doors and windows swiftly slammed shut, and pedestrians hurriedly packed their belongings, racing towards the harbor with their families. Do not panic. Just as the crowd was thrown into disarray, the town's loudspeaker crackled to life with a deep, resonant voice. Upon hearing it, the townspeople halted in their tracks, their attention drawn to the broadcast station. That voice? It belonged to Uncle Dennis. Samit, after a moment of contemplation, swiftly reached a resolute decision. Everyone, maintain your composure. Elderly individuals, women, and children, swiftly return home, secure your doors, and find a place to hide. Young adults, arm yourselves. Bring any weapon that can inflict harm: kitchen knives, fish spears, clubs, anything you can wield to the cliffs at the rear of the town to thwart the pirates' landing. I have already alerted the Navy. If we can hold them off for 3 hours, the patrolling naval vessels will arrive. My friends, for the sake of protecting our families, let us take up our arms. His voice resonated with calm authority, almost as if imbued with enchantment. The crowd erupted in fervor, rallying to follow Dennis's commands. Even Samit felt a surge of adrenaline, eager to join the others at the cliffs behind the town. Is this what true leadership embodies? Samit felt a twinge of envy. The mere years spent in naval service had endowed him with such remarkable abilities. Truly, the people of this world were extraordinary. However, upon glancing at his own physique, the fervor within him was swiftly extinguished, as he mused. Perhaps such endeavors are best left to adults. Having crafted yet another excuse for himself, Samit soon found himself standing outside his home. Samit has exchanged his original small cabin for a charming 2-story villa. At this moment, the front door of the villa stands firmly closed, enveloped in silence. Knock, knock, knock. Who could it be? It's me, Samit. A middle-aged woman swiftly opens the door just a crack and pulls Samit inside. Samit, what has happened to you? Are you all right? She inquires with concern, noticing his disheveled appearance as she embraces him tightly. I'm fine, mother. It's merely a few scrapes, he reassures her. Samit exerted himself to push open the door, inhaling deeply as he asked, Where are my sister and father? His mother replied, Your father has gone to the cliffs with everyone else, and your sister is in the basement. Let's head down, she said, grasping Samit's hand and leading him forward. Along the way, he caught sight of a handgun hanging on the wall and rushed over to retrieve it. It was the very same gun that the little girl had gifted him 5 years ago. Since that farewell, he had not seen her again, and a twinge of nostalgia for her presence emerged within him. Hurry up, Samit, his mother urged, noticing him dawdling with the weapon. Coming back to his senses, Samit quickly followed his mother towards the basement. Upon reaching the kitchen's back entrance, he knocked and called out, Lisa, open the door. Hearing her mother's voice, Lisa swiftly unlatched the door to welcome them inside. Samit, I'm so relieved to see you unharmed. The basement served as a storage space, cluttered with useless furniture and miscellaneous items. Once inside, their mother promptly locked the door and, along with Lisa, began barricading it with discarded furniture. After completing this task, she armed herself with a long gun she had found from an unknown source, taking position behind the door. Meanwhile, at the cliffs behind the small town, Dennis peered through a monocular towards the sea, but the thick fog only allowed him to discern 3 indistinct silhouettes. While he could not confirm whether they were pirate ships, caution was prudent. Navigating such weather and approaching the town's rear was undeniably suspicious, given that the harbor lay ahead. But can we hold our ground? He mused. Lowering the monocular, scanning the surroundings, he noted that most were armed with harpoons and clubs, while only a few wielded sailor knives and guns. These were sailors from a foreign merchant vessel unable to set sail due to the fog, thus joining the fray to help thwart the pirates. Having encountered pirates at sea, they represented a formidable fighting force. Yet, Dennis remained troubled. His time in the Navy had taught him well of the monstrous threats lurking in the ocean, and against such foes, they would stand little chance. He could only pray that the pirates arriving were not of that dreadful ilk. In the 8th chapter, the Barabara pirate crew, 3 pirate ships, sailed in parallel through the dense fog. Captain Closhy, it seems we have been spotted. A slender man clad in blue and white attire shouted from the lookout. At the ship's bow stood a corpulent man with short, thin calves, the captain of the 3 pirate vessels, Dylan Closhy. Ha ha ha. Closhy cackled, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. I have always said that relying on schemes is futile. In the end, power is what resolves matters. Is that so? I had previously inquired and found no one on that island capable of such feats. Could they be outsiders? A red-haired woman pondered, stroking her chin. Bah, who cares about that? Closhy commanded, waving his hand. Align the ships and aim the cannons at the town. On the rocky shore, Dennis anxiously observed the approaching shadows in the fog, which suddenly halted and appeared to elongate. What is that? He felt a sense of foreboding. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sounds of projectiles slicing through the air reached him, followed by dozens of cannonballs tearing through the mist, hurtling towards the shore. Take cover. Dennis barely had time to shout as the shells rained down, sending debris flying amidst the cacophony of screams. His eyes turned red with fury. Just as he prepared to rise, another volley of cannon fire erupted, crashing down around him. This was not a battle. It was a massacre. 20 minutes later, the cannon fire finally ceased, leaving the shoreline filled with groans. The silhouettes in the fog revealed themselves, countless pirates cheering as they stormed ashore, mercilessly attacking the surviving villagers. As the shore fell silent, Captain Closhy slowly descended from his ship, followed by the red-haired woman and the man in blue and white. Glancing at the corpses strewn at his feet, Closhy lit a cigar, taking a deep puff before bellowing, "Lads, rush into the town and seize every valuable item you can find. Remember, you have only 2 hours. If you're not back in time, you'll spend the rest of your lives in prison." Ha ha ha. A horde of pirates surged toward the town. The Samit household, basement. The sounds have quieted down. Is it over? Mother tightly clutches the gun in her hand, harboring a glimmer of hope. They are gone. All gone. Father, Uncle Dennis, all perished. Samit's eyes were swollen and red as he burst into tears. What? You're deceiving me, aren't you? Samit, you're lying to your mother, right? Having been together as a family for 10 years, they were well aware of Samit's capabilities, and upon hearing the dreadful news, they found it hard to believe. Deep down, they understood that there were no cannons in their small town, and the cannon fire had echoed for approximately 20 minutes. Given such a disparity in firepower, the odds of victory seemed bleak. The mother collapsed onto the floor, her gaze vacant as she stared blankly at the ceiling, while Sister Lisa huddled in a corner, weeping with her arms wrapped around her knees. Even Samit wore an expression of profound guilt. He regretted that, despite knowing the world was one where the weak were devoured by the strong, he had chosen to abandon the pursuit of strength out of fear of hardship. Had he been sufficiently powerful, none of this would have transpired. It is not to say that Samit was overly presumptuous. After all, even Luffy and Ace, at this age, could only contend with individual adults. How could an ordinary person of such mediocre potential hope to achieve anything beyond that? Although Samit's physique is akin to that of an ordinary individual, he has not forgotten the elderly man who bestowed upon him 3 extraordinary abilities, each one of tremendous power. Yet, he has only uncovered one, which manifested at birth without any effort on his part. Samit has never made a conscious effort to explore his latent powers. Had he not been so indolent, he might have already discovered his other abilities. Samit was filled with tears of remorse when he sensed intruders had entered the house. He urgently warned, "Someone is coming in." Upon hearing this, his mother, who had previously been slumped on the ground, swiftly grabbed a rifle and aimed it at the doorway. Then, a cacophony of chaos erupted outside, accompanied by the raucous voices of pirates. Suddenly, the commotion ceased, leading Lisa and her mother to believe that the pirates had stolen their valuables and departed, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Only Samit, with his handgun drawn and safety disengaged, remained steadfastly focused on the entrance. Seeing Samit's actions, Lisa and her mother were instantly gripped by terror. Just as they were about to inquire, a series of knocks echoed on the door. Lisa was startled, letting out a scream before hastily covering her mouth with her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. However, it was too late. The scream had already alerted the pirates outside. There are people inside. They must be hiding valuable possessions. Break down the door. With a series of forceful impacts, the heavy object behind the door could no longer withstand the assault and was flung aside. In the instant the door swung open, Samit and his mother pulled the triggers repeatedly, and after a few gunshots, a portly figure that had just begun to emerge was sent crashing backward. Just as Samit was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a chilling sensation surged through him, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. He shouted at his mother and Lisa, urging them to take cover. Lisa and his mother exchanged puzzled glances, about to voice their confusion, when suddenly an RPG missile, trailing a long plume of smoke, crashed through the doorway and detonated beside them. Samit felt an immense force propelling him away, and as he was hurled through the air, he instinctively cradled his head with both hands to shield himself from the shards that could inflict harm. He coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of blood, and quickly turned his gaze towards Lisa. There she was, half reclining against the wall, her body tattered and riddled with wounds. Particularly notable was a broken table leg protruding from her neck, with blood cascading freely, as if it were of no consequence. Beneath her legs lay their mother-esque body, adorned with wooden splinters. While she appeared to have no significant injuries, her head was continuously bleeding. Samit's eyes fell upon a fist-sized stone nearby, and he was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the scene. "Lisa, mother, are you both all right?" Samit struggled to crawl towards Sister Lisa, his right calf marred by a grievous injury that had stripped away flesh, exposing fragments of bone beneath. The severity of his wound had left his body in a state of paralysis. Lisa, yearning to utter something, found her mouth spilling blood instead. Her voice reduced to mere gasps. Chapter 9. Awakening of Sister Lisa. As Samit reached out to touch his sister, a gunshot rang out. Lisa's head jerked back as the bullet pierced through her forehead. The pirates! Samit roared as he turned, aiming his pistol at the shadowy figure by the doorway, and then pulled the trigger. Bang! Samit stared blankly at the gunshot wound on his chest, his eyes wide open. You lifted your head, intending to continue firing, but then bang! 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 The pirate at the door expended the last of his bullets. Samit staggered back from the impact, several bullet holes erupting on his body, blood splattering forth, before he collapsed with a thunderous crash. Damn it, just a storeroom, what a waste of time. The pirate, noticing Samit's fall, paid it no mind, casting a glance around at the surroundings, only to find a pile of refuse, before cursing loudly and departing. Am I about to die? My mind was a blank, and the sights before me grew increasingly blurred. In Samit's heart, there lay an untroubled acceptance, yet a profound sense of guilt towards his family and the small town. Since arriving in this world, Samit had harbored a somewhat self-important belief, largely influenced by the numerous tales of transmigration he had perused. He had always fancied himself the protagonist of such narratives, particularly after being bestowed with 3 miraculous advantages at the outset. Thus, he was convinced that he could navigate life with ease. This conviction was further solidified 5 years ago when he devised a method to create ice, thereby elevating the fortunes of the townsfolk, instilling in him an unwavering faith in his abilities. Despite his awareness of the harsh realities of this world, he neglected to hone his martial skills and refrained from assembling any armed forces, believing that if calamity were to strike, he would surely emerge unscathed. Upon reflection, he realized that had it not been for his invention of ice, the inhabitants of this town would have continued their simple, impoverished existence, and pirates would not have set their sights upon this place. Alas, it was his own hubris that had brought ruin upon himself and the entire town. I am indeed a great fool. Samit shed tears of guilt as his consciousness gradually faded, ultimately succumbing to silence. It was at this moment of his demise that a flame erupted around him, engulfing his body in a fierce blaze, yet curiously, his clothes and the nearby debris remained untouched by the fire. On the rocky cliffs by the sea, the pirates from the town began to return one by one. Their reluctance to search for more treasures stemmed not from a lack of desire, but rather from the overwhelming wealth present in this small town, which they could not carry all at once. The red-haired beauty gazed at the chests of treasure, her heart swelling with joy as she exclaimed, "The wealth of this town surpasses my wildest imagination. With this fortune, I can finally execute my plans." Closhi, sitting atop a chest, exhaled a smoke ring and laughed merrily. Just as the group reveled in their spoils, the sound of a communication snail pierced the air. Closhi and the red-haired beauty turned their attention to a tall, slender man clad in blue and white stripes. Pim, the navigator of the Balabala pirate crew. The voice of the communication snail emanated from him. "Pim here, is that you? You must leave quickly. The Navy is on their way." The trio exchanged glances, and Closhi took the communication snail, asking, "What is happening?" "The Navy's patrol ship shouldn't arrive for another 3 hours, especially in this thick fog. There's a monster from headquarters on that ship. Your previous actions have drawn the Navy's attention. Be cautious." After hanging up, a heavy silence enveloped them. Captain Closhi inhaled deeply, discarding his remaining cigar onto the ground, crushing it underfoot. "Damn the Navy, damn the world government," he muttered, releasing a breath of frustration. "Tell the crew to return at once. We must avoid drawing too much attention." The red-haired beauty nodded in agreement, placing her fingers to her lips and whistling loudly, a sound that resonated even beyond the island. Upon hearing her whistle, the pirates swiftly gathered their treasures and returned to their ships. Closhi, satisfied, commanded, "Set sail." The 3 pirate ships gradually vanished into the thick mist. Shortly after the Balabala pirate crew departed, a Navy warship arrived at the port. Before it had even steadied, a figure burst forth. This figure, with only the upper half visible, was holding 2 cigars in his mouth, smoke billowing continuously from his waist down. He landed firmly on the ground, surveying the devastation before him, veins bulging in frustration. Is it all over? Smoker slammed his fist into the ground, letting blood flow freely. 11 years ago, he had witnessed the execution of the pirate king Joel D. Roger in Roguetown. The man's demeanor before his execution resembled that of an emperor surveying his domain, igniting a deep yearning within Smoker. Yet, as chaos erupted in the world, countless individuals turned to piracy, bringing immense suffering. Having witnessed and endured these tragedies, Smoker's admiration for Roger morphed into hatred, vowing to capture every pirate in existence. Thus, he joined the Navy, where his age and the consumption of the smoke fruit led to significant attention on his potential. Smoker was sent to the Navy Officer Academy for further training, and upon graduation, he remained at Navy headquarters as a sergeant. However, he soon found the bureaucratic atmosphere of the headquarters stifling, particularly resenting the inept bureaucrats who held high positions. After several disputes with his superiors, he was eventually reassigned to Roguetown in the East Blue. Sergeant Smoker, you are rushing too recklessly. It is easy to fall into ambush under uncertain circumstances, a soldier aboard the ship cautioned him. A towering figure, 3 meters tall, clad in a Navy officer's uniform with a justice cloak billowing behind him, stood beside Smoker. This individual was Doroba, the commander of the Roguetown Navy base, and Smoker's direct superior. Aside from the occasional leave granted by Carp, he was the highest combat power in the East Blue. Smoker held a deep respect for Doroba and refrained from voicing any dissent. Observing the eerie stillness of the town, Doroba pondered. Although we cannot hear any signs of the enemy, it is highly likely they have set traps. Relay the order to remain vigilant and confirm the absence of enemies before searching for survivors. Additionally, have the ship's doctor prepare medical supplies and rescue tools to assist anyone in need. Understood. A messenger promptly relayed the command. Chapter 10. Rebirth. Say, if you were to enter the world of the Pirate King, what would you do? What else? Naturally, I would seek to conquer the world and establish a crystal palace. Nami and Robin would be mine. But wait, would this betray Luffy? Perhaps I should help him rescue Ace instead. Is this a dream? I find myself dreaming of the moment of my crossing. How naive I was back then. Wait, a dream? Am I still alive? Realizing something, Samit abruptly opened his eyes. Sitting upright, the chaotic basement greeted him. Lisa's lifeless body propped against the wall, her eyes wide with terror, evidently witnessing the entire ordeal of the pirates' gunfire before her demise. Unable to move as she awaited her fate. Am I the only one who survived? Samit wept inconsolably, lamenting, why me? I am the one who truly deserves this fate. The legendary Phoenix is said to be reborn from the flames, and Samit's second ability embodies this very gift. Upon his death, he would rise anew from the fire, experiencing a profound transformation. Initially, his physique was neither short nor rotund, but rather of an average build. Now, however, he had grown to approximately 1 meter and 30 centimeters. His previously soft flesh now transformed into firm muscle. Furthermore, due to the numerous cuts and wounds he sustained prior to his demise, his rebirth endowed him with a remarkable ability, a resilient body. In the original tale, one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, possessed this very power, granting her imperviousness to blades and bullets, along with formidable defensive capabilities. Though Samit was acutely aware of his physical metamorphosis, the anguish of losing his family rendered him incapable of feeling joy. Meanwhile, the Navy had entered the town, swiftly ensuring that no pirates remained before initiating rescue operations, extinguishing fires and searching for survivors amidst the chaos. In the streets, Deliba, wielding a large sword, surveyed the ruins of shattered buildings with a sigh, pondering how many lives had been spared in such devastation. Smoker followed closely behind, puffing on a cigar, his expression grave. Upon hearing Deliba's musings, he shouted, "Why didn't you let me pursue them? Based on survivor reports, those pirates couldn't have gone far. Deliba, you still fail to grasp the gravity of the situation," he retorted angrily. Deliba glanced at the furious Smoker, slowly lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and continued, "From the signs of destruction in this town, it is evident that the assailants wielded substantial firepower, including multiple hand cannons and RPGs. Moreover, the cliffs behind the town have endured prolonged bombardment. Such firepower is not typical of ordinary pirates. Even if you were to pursue them with a warship, you could easily find yourself sunk. If we refrain from action out of fear, what purpose does the Navy serve in this world?" Smoker resolutely declared, yet uncertainty lingered, as no one knew the pirates' whereabouts. Deliba shrugged his shoulders innocently, sensing Smoker's intent to argue further, and quickly interjected, "Enough. There are many injured and sick who require assistance. What will happen to them if you take the warship away? With a resigned sigh, Smoker inhaled the last of his cigar, reluctantly asking, "Does no one know who these pirates are?" The pirates emerged from the island behind us, and due to the thick fog, all who have seen their flag have perished against the cliffs, Daluba explained, pausing to take a drag from his cigarette before continuing. As for the survivors in the town, they likely hid away, evading detection. Those who have glimpsed the pirates' faces are all dead. Any who caught a fleeting sight were mere nameless minions, incapable of revealing their identities. It is evident we are dealing with ruthless individuals. Just then, a Navy soldier rushed in with news. Report. We have found a survivor who claims to know the identity of the pirates. Upon hearing this, both men were filled with hope and commanded, "Where is he? Take us to him at once." Right away, the soldier replied, leading them swiftly to Samit's home. The scene inside was chaotic, with furniture strewn haphazardly across the floor. Samit cleared a space in the center of the living room and cautiously laid the bodies of his sister Lisa and his mother there. "Sister, mother, rest in peace. I shall certainly find those pirates and ensure they join you." In his heart, Samit made a solemn vow, then turned his gaze towards the newcomer outside, his face betraying a look of astonishment. Is this Smoker? Despite the fact that the individual before him appeared significantly younger and brimming with vigor compared to the figure in the images, there remained a striking resemblance, particularly accentuated by the two cigars clenched between his lips. As the first natural type ability user to make an appearance in the original work, Samit harbored a keen interest in Smoker, whose debut had left him profoundly shaken. He pondered the existence of such an insurmountable power, questioning how one could possibly engage in combat when the opponent was untouchable. Alas, as an array of increasingly formidable individuals and abilities emerged, Smoker's presence gradually diminished. Upon encountering us, you seem rather taken aback. I can confidently assert that we are not acquainted. So might you have a connection with Smoker? Daluba turned to Smoker, his expression tinged with curiosity. "Oh, do we know each other?" Smoker replied, equally perplexed by Daluba's scrutiny, seemingly unaware of this individual. No. I do not recognize either of you. It is simply that your appearances are rather striking." Sammy waved his hands in haste, quickly denying any knowledge of how he came to know Smoker. "Is that so?" "So it is." Daluba maintained a composed expression, seemingly indifferent to the matter. While Smoker felt a touch of embarrassment, he was aware that his appearance was rather unconventional, but having encountered numerous eccentric individuals over time, he had given it little thought. Yet, reflecting on it now, he realized that his attire was indeed too conspicuous in the eyes of the common folk. "Earlier, I heard one of my subordinates mention that you had encountered that group of pirates. Who are they?" Daluba cast a serious glance at Smoker and inquired earnestly, "May I ask who you are?" Samit cast a glance at Daruba's military attire and the imposing sword planted firmly in the ground, inquiring further. "I am Colonel Daruba, the commander of the naval base in Rogtown, and this is my subordinate, Sergeant Smog." As Daruba introduced himself, he also clarified Smog's position. In response, Samit nodded and said, "I witnessed them with my own eyes. The three leading figures were Captain Dylan Closhy, Navigator Bok Pim, and a woman with deep auburn hair." Chapter 11. Clouds of suspicion indeed. That Closhy is quite a rotund individual, with notably short and slender legs, giving him an oddly disproportionate appearance. The description provided by Samit was vividly illustrated, yet the two naval officers before him remained utterly bewildered. Aside from their physique and gender, they could hardly fathom what he was portraying. "Hold on, let us conclude matters here first, and then you can accompany us to the nearby naval base, where professional detectives are available," suggested Daluba, gesturing for Samit to refrain from further elaboration. He then posed a question that had long lingered in his mind. "How did you come to know about them?" "By your own account. You should have been hiding in the basement with your family." Samit hesitated, contemplating for a moment before ultimately deciding to reveal the truth. Otherwise, he could not explain why he understood such matters with such clarity. However, he refrained from discussing the Nirvana incident, as it could still be interpreted as a manifestation of a devil fruit user's abilities. Yet, in the world of One Piece, no individual possesses dual powers, especially since the peculiar Blackbeard had yet to achieve the feat of consuming two fruits. With his mind made up, Samit pondered and organized his thoughts, stating, "My ability allows me to sense distant places. Even when my line of sight is obstructed, I can still see, and despite the vast distances, I can hear." "Is that so? Could you provide a specific demonstration?" Dilibar inquired curiously, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword while the other stroked his chin. "Certainly." Sammy nodded thoughtfully, and when he turned to look at Daluba again, his eyes had turned blood red. "A user of the devil fruit," Smoker exclaimed, astonished to encounter a devil fruit user in such a remote location. Daluba glanced back at Smoker and reproached him. You are a graduate of the Naval Headquarters Officer Academy. Is it truly so surprising to encounter a devil fruit user? No, it's just that I didn't expect to find a user in such an isolated place. Indeed. Having spent time at the Naval Headquarters, Smoker had witnessed numerous extraordinary abilities, yet how many of those individuals were significant in the grand scheme of the world? The original narrative often emphasized the rarity of devil fruits. Whenever Luffy and his companions arrived at a new destination, they would encounter several users. Conversely, many antagonists felt embarrassed to declare themselves as villains unless they possessed some form of power. Thus, while it seemed that devil fruit users were not exceedingly rare, their numbers paled in comparison to the entirety of the world as population. Summit recalled that Shinjia once remarked that the Conqueror's haki was a trait possessed by 1 in a million. Yet, the vastness of the sea is immense, and those endowed with such royal qualities are as numerous as fish crossing the river. On one occasion, one could glimpse the population of the Pirate King world and realize the rarity of those with devil fruit abilities. Furthermore, this is the East Blue, not the Grand Line, a realm where such powers are concentrated. It would be no surprise for Smoker to feel astonished. Daluba paid no mind to Smoker, turning instead to Summit, signaling him to demonstrate his abilities. However, Summit's gaze towards Daluba grew complex. Upon receiving his cue, he stated, the naval warship is anchored by the old port, with 15 soldiers and 3 cooks aboard. Summit then looked at Daluba and inquired, shall I continue with other details? Do share. Daluba replied with keen interest. For instance, Sergeant Smoker is wearing red undergarments. What? You little brat, where are your eyes wandering? Smoker glared at Summit, visibly exasperated. Sammy did not pay attention to Smoker and continued. For instance, Colonel Daruba, you possess 3 hearts within you. Hush. Daruba, what is the condition of your body? It's nothing, he replied, waving his hand to stop Smoker from further inquiries. It appears that everything you have stated is indeed true. Once the subsequent matters are arranged, please accompany us to the naval base to complete your records. Very well. Sammy nodded, indicating that there was no issue. Observing this, Daluba nodded in return and departed with Smog. Alas, matters have become complicated. Summit had just activated his shared perception, and the complex gaze he exhibited was not solely due to Daruba possessing 3 hearts, but rather the deep crimson hue representing hostility emanating from within him. He could not fathom why Daruba harbored animosity towards him, as their paths should have never crossed, and his manner of speaking and walking suggested a rather forthright character. Could it be that his public revelation of Daruba's 3 hearts had provoked such ire? No, the enmity had been apparent even before he made that statement, intensifying after he demonstrated his abilities. Glancing at the remains of his mother and sister, Samit was reminded of the helpless tears he shed in the basement upon confronting their corpses. Clenching his fists and vowing silently, I shall never again allow danger to encroach upon my life. His eyes transformed into a blood-red hue once more as he activated his shared perception. Daruba, what is truly ailing your body? Is everything all right? On the street, Smoker incessantly questioned. Annoyed by Smoker's inquiries, Daruba halted, gazing at the man who had collided with him, and retorted, are you so intrigued by the privacy of others? Instead of prying, you ought to ponder the clues surrounding the entire incident, as there is much that is amiss. I apologize, Brother Daruba, Smoker replied, feeling a wave of shame wash over him in response to Daruba's reproach. Ah, forget it. Observing Smoker's demeanor, Daruba chose not to further escalate the situation. Letting out a sigh, you should engage your mind more while working. This world is not so simplistic that brute force alone can resolve everything. Yes, I'm sorry. Smoker apologized again, reflecting that during his training at the Navy headquarters, his integrity and volatile temperament often led to conflicts with superiors, resulting in his reassignment to the East Blue Roguetown branch. However, upon arriving in the East Blue, he found a rapport with his direct superior, who not only conducted himself with efficiency, but also exhibited unwavering resolve against malevolence. The formidable strength and intellect displayed in handling various pirate cases earned Smoker's profound respect. Although they would occasionally clash over minor disagreements, Daruba would always present convincing arguments, and his attentive care towards Smoker made him feel as if he had an elder brother. Thus, when Daruba offered guidance, Smoker readily acknowledged his mistakes. As he admitted his faults, Daruba lit a cigarette and remarked, that boy is lying. Many contradictions exist within his statements. Lying? Smoker pondered, perplexed. But hasn't he already demonstrated his abilities? I never claimed his abilities were flawed, but rather that the logic in his words is inconsistent. Daruba clarified, pointing at his head. He stated that he, along with his mother and sister, concealed themselves in the basement, only to be discovered by pirates. Following a battle, his mother and sister perished, and he managed to slay the pirates to survive. What is amiss with that? Smoker queried, bewildered. There is indeed a problem. The pirate who lay at the basement door was armed with a knife yet bore only gunshot wounds, lacking any other signs of struggle. This indicates he had not the opportunity to engage in close combat before his demise, and the destruction evident in the basement suggested endured bombardment from heavy artillery, such as hand cannons or RPGs. At this point, Daruba's expression shifted to one of pronounced significance as he continued, so, how did he emerge unscathed in such a confined space while being subjected to cannon fire? And where is the pirate wielding heavy weaponry that he supposedly defeated? Perhaps the basement housed only that mother and daughter duo, and Samit is merely a fabrication of that boy's imagination. You suspect that boy is a pirate? Smoker exclaimed, astonished. Chapter 12. Zhuangzhou dreaming of butterflies. Ah, so that is the case. Having activated shared perception to eavesdrop, Samit exhaled in relief. Faced with Daruba's inexplicable hostility, he felt a sense of unease and resolved to utilize shared perception to glean information. Every individual harbors secrets they wish to keep from others, even relatives, let alone strangers they have just met. Samit was reluctant to reveal all of his secrets. During his conversation with Daruba, he concealed certain matters, fearing exposure, which only aroused further suspicion. However, Samit was unperturbed by such doubts. As a resident of this town, he had never engaged in any unlawful activities and was merely a victim of the recent events. All of this was the truth, and he had no fear of investigation. What took Samit by surprise was Smoker. In the original narrative, though Smoker exhibited a somewhat brash demeanor, he displayed maturity and composure when confronting adversaries, embodying the essence of a dependable figure. Yet now, he seemed to have retained only his impulsive traits, devoid of any semblance of his former self. Wait, something was amiss? An idea began to form in Samit's mind as he stumbled upon a shattered shard of glass. Gazing into the reflection, he could not help but smile ruefully. For he was utterly at a loss as to how to explain his drastically altered physique due to his rebirth. Never mind, he thought. He had nothing to feel guilty about, and thus, he feared no specters at his door. After much contemplation, he could not devise a satisfactory plan and resolved to let things unfold naturally. If necessary, he would simply divulge everything. From dawn until dusk, the Navy soldiers labored tirelessly, their efforts evident as they scurried back and forth with various supplies, finally completing their tasks before nightfall. At midnight, the remaining townsfolk and Navy soldiers stood at the harbor, watching as a burning fishing vessel gradually disappeared from view. This ship carried with it the collective memories and unfulfilled dreams of the departed, now destined to merge with the vast sea. In the aftermath, though the deceased had passed, want it not to dwell too sorrowfully. While I may lack the authority to utter such words, I still wish to convey that we must strive to live on, bearing the dreams of those who have left us. Beside the naval ship at the harbor, Daruba bid farewell to the elder before him. Now, the town had dwindled to fewer than 50 souls, predominantly the elderly, women, and children. Undoubtedly, life ahead would prove to be fraught with challenges. Smoker observed the grieving individuals, weighed down by their sorrow, yet he believed they would eventually emerge from their anguish, ready to greet the dawn with smiles. Samit stood quietly to the side, murmuring softly, his face devoid of any expression. Observing Samit in such a state, Smog felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. While a person's expressions may deceive, their gaze remains true. The sorrow in Samit's eyes was unmistakable. As Smog's thoughts wandered, Daruba returned to the warship, which gradually departed from the harbor. Waving at the small town, he exchanged greetings with Smog and Samit before retreating to his quarters. Watching Samit's lonely silhouette, Daruba fell into deep contemplation. He had inquired with all the survivors, yet none had ever seen this individual. So who exactly are you? There are many things in this world that can be disguised, but the human heart cannot be concealed. Naval vessels are typically quite large, and even though they are manned by numerous soldiers, Samit was still afforded a private chamber. At this moment, he lay wearily on his bed, reflecting on the events of the day. The Balabala pirate crew had launched an attack, and countless young men in the town had been engulfed by cannon fire. In the basement, he fought against the pirates who had discovered them. Experiencing murder for the first time, being killed for the first time, and witnessing the tragic demise of loved ones before his very eyes. In that moment of rebirth, he felt utterly weak and helpless, his voice hoarse from tears shed until he could weep no more. Those he had lost could never return. No matter how deeply he mourned, the past would remain unchanged. From that moment on, Samit realized that in this world, weakness is the original sin. Lacking power means everything will be taken away: family, wealth, authority. Everything is built upon strength. Thus, he resolved to become stronger than anyone else. Curled up in bed, a heavy resolve enveloping him, Samit drifted into slumber. That night, he dreamt of a shadowy cosmos, where a radiant orb appeared before him, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Unable to resist, he reached out toward the luminous sphere, which then intensified in brightness, becoming ever more resplendent. Samit shielded his eyes with his hand. As the light faded, he found himself in that familiar place. The early morning, the sea, the chirping of birds, and the tranquil, serene little town. Sammy rubbed his eyes vigorously. Yet the scene before him remained unchanged, prompting him to exclaim in astonishment, "What is happening? Am I dreaming?" He reached down and pinched his thigh forcefully, and an immediate pang of pain coursed through his neural pathways. The sensation of pain was undeniably present, and the tactile experience felt profoundly authentic. Far removed from the realm of dreams, Samit found himself utterly perplexed, ensnared in a web of confusion, when suddenly a thick fog began to descend. Fog? Samit stood in a daze, his gaze drifting toward the sea, which was swiftly shrouded by thick fog, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. Suddenly, information surged into his mind, revealing 3 sailing vessels adorned with the skull flag of the notorious Bera Bera pirate crew. At the helm of the foremost ship stood the grotesque Captain Dylan Crochet, accompanied by a striking red-haired woman, the alluring navigator Pak Pim, clad in blue and white stripes. At that moment, a white mist continuously emanated from Captain Crochet's lips, merging seamlessly with the surrounding haze, further obscuring their vision. A wielder of devil fruit abilities. Samit was taken aback, as he had not anticipated that the dense fog was not a natural phenomenon, but rather a creation of a devil fruit user's abilities. What should he do? Samit had no time to ponder whether this was a dream or reality. He was acutely aware that he must save this town. The devastation of the town and the haunting image of his loved ones perishing before his eyes were still vividly etched in his mind. Samit paced anxiously along the rocky cliff, his mind racing with thoughts. The adversary boasted formidable firepower. Closhi was a user of a devil fruit ability. And that Pim along with the red-haired woman appeared to be quite formidable as well. Engaging in direct confrontation would only lead to a repetition of the previous disaster. The only course of action was to buy time. In 2 hours, Deliba and Smoker would arrive with their warship. An idea sparked within him. With a decisive clap of his hands, Samit resolved to take action. He glanced at the pirate ship slowly approaching the island and turned back towards the small town. A singular thought occupying his mind. This time, I must save everyone. Chapter 13. Zhuangzhou Dreams of Butterflies, Part 2, as dawn broke. The small town welcomed a new day, its inhabitants stepping out with vigor, ready to embark on their daily tasks. The streets gradually filled with people, smiles illuminating their faces as they embraced the promise of the future. The entire town resonated with tranquility and vitality. Suddenly, a voice shattered this serenity. Pirates! The pirates are coming! Was that Samit? 5 years prior, Samit had conjured ice to transform the dilapidated fishing village into a thriving town, frequently performing astonishing feats that earned him remarkable esteem among the townsfolk. Thus, upon hearing his call, a palpable unease began to ripple through the community. The townspeople turned towards the source of the commotion, spotting a youth clad in trousers and a short-sleeved shirt, with tousled hair, sprinting towards them while shouting about the impending pirates. Who is this? They wondered. The voice resembled Samit's, and there was a faint likeness in their features. But this boy's height was far from the golden proportions of Samit. Despite their curiosity, the townspeople's focus shifted towards the alarming news of approaching pirates. And they rushed to inquire, where are the pirates? What is happening? As Samit observed this familiar scene, a wave of emotions washed over him. The pirates were stealthily advancing, cloaked by the thick fog that enveloped the rocky cliffs behind. Unlike before, following his rebirth, Samit's physical prowess had remarkably improved. Even at the tender age of 10, he was nearly as capable as an adult naval soldier. Having faced this ordeal once already, he felt a steely calm within. Consequently, he did not stumble and falter as he had previously. The townspeople, upon hearing Samit's warning, fell into a frenzy, just as they had before. They hurriedly gathered their belongings and fled towards the harbor, hoping to escape the town before the pirates arrived. Seeing this, Samit shook his head. Setting aside the question of whether they could escape before the pirates reached the island, how could they navigate their vessels through the dense fog? And how could they ensure they wouldn't be pursued by the pirates? The prospect of escape seemed nearly impossible. It was likely that Dennis had foreseen these very challenges, which prompted him to prevent the townspeople from fleeing, urging them to hide while he and others delayed the pirates, awaiting the Navy's arrival. Unfortunately, the pirates this time appeared to be formidable, worlds apart from the ordinary scoundrels. They boasted overwhelming firepower and a devil fruit user capable of conjuring fog. Contemplating this, Samit felt an increased weight of concern. Moments later, Dennis's voice echoed through the loudspeakers, mirroring the previous call to arms, rallying the able-bodied youth to confront the pirates while instructing the elderly and vulnerable to seek refuge. However, as Dennis led the young men towards the rocky cliffs at the rear of the town, he was halted by Samit. "Who are you? Why are you blocking our way?" Dennis queried, eyeing the familiar figure with suspicion. Though his gun pointed towards the ground, his finger hovered over the trigger, ready to act should the stranger make any sudden moves. "It's me, Uncle Dennis. It's Samit." Samit, in a state of urgency, introduced himself to Dennis, expressing his concern that he had forgotten how his appearance had altered after his rebirth, which might render him unrecognizable to others. He lamented that if he spent too much time elucidating this matter, the Barabara pirate crew would land, and in the ensuing disparity of strength, the town would inevitably face devastation once more. "No, that's not true. I am not like you," he asserted. "Quickly, tell me who you truly are. I have never encountered anyone like you in this town." Dennis aimed his gun at Samit, and those behind him likewise trained their weapons upon him. What to do? What to do? This was not how he had envisioned it. Was there any expedient way to clarify his identity? Samit felt a surge of anxiety as he suddenly recalled a memory upon meeting Dennis's gaze. "Uncle Dennis, I remember when you were caught peeking at Aunt Winnie bathing when we were children. You attempted to bribe me with toys to keep it a secret. You're fabricating stories," Dennis stammered, a hint of panic in his denial. "I'm not fabricating anything. Moreover, 5 years ago Samit revealed a series of embarrassing incidents known only to himself and Dennis, leaving Dennis momentarily stunned. Some of these matters had slipped from Dennis's memory until Samit brought them up again, instantly recalling everything. "Are you truly Samit?" Dennis queried, uncertainty lacing his tone. "Indeed, I am," Samit affirmed. "If you doubt me, I could recount more past events. Moreover, my unique sense of intuition suggests that you should be aware of this. It is a distinctive ability of mine." Samit awakened his synesthesia, and his eyes instantly transformed into a blood-red hue. "Is it truly you, Samit? How have you become this way?" Dennis finally confirmed Samit's identity. Just as he was about to speak, someone rushed from behind and excitedly embraced Samit. "Dad!" Samit was somewhat agitated, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Although his bond with his current parents was not as profound as in his previous life, a decade of shared experiences had undoubtedly fostered feelings akin to those between a beloved pet and its owner. Reflecting on the last time when his father had failed to preserve even a complete body, Samit's resolve had never felt so unwavering. "I must protect you both. Father, now is not the time for such discussions." Recalling the matter at hand, Samit pushed his father aside and turned to Dennis with a serious expression. "Uncle Dennis, are you considering leading everyone to the cliff to ambush the pirates?" "Indeed," he replied. "It offers an elevated vantage point with only a narrow path for access, making it an excellent defensive position." Dennis regarded Samit with a hint of surprise, although his own idea was not particularly brilliant. It was unexpected for someone so young, only 10 years old, to grasp it. However, recalling Samit's previous performances, he felt a sense of understanding. "We cannot go there." Samit, with an air of determination, glanced at Dennis's changing expressions before continuing. "Our adversaries are not to be underestimated. They command 3 pirate ships, each armed with 20 cannons and possessing a substantial arsenal of heavy weaponry. Most critically, their captain wields the powers of a devil fruit user, conjuring this thick fog. They can see us clearly in such conditions, and the rocky cliffs offer no concealment. If we attempt to obstruct their path, we will undoubtedly be detected, and that band of pirates will simply bombard us with their cannons, turning us into mere targets." As Samit spoke, Dennis's face shifted through a range of emotions. He managed to maintain his composure upon hearing about their firepower, yet the revelation of a devil fruit user finally struck a nerve. How could this be? This is the East Blue, the region where pirate power is at its weakest. Here, those who possess the abilities of a devil fruit cannot be mere nobodies. Could they be among those notorious pirates? Samit's words also stirred unease among others, although they were unaware of what the devil fruit entailed. The intensity of the exchange unsettled them. This discomfort intensified, particularly upon witnessing Dennis's expression. Chapter 14. Zhuangzhou's Dream of the Butterfly, Part 3. Please, allow me to speak. Sammy raised his hands to silence the crowd, observing as the frantic individuals gradually quieted and turned their gaze towards him. With a satisfied nod, he began. The enemy consists of merciless pirates, while we are merely fishermen striving to make a living at sea. Not only do we face a disparity in equipment, but our martial strength pales in comparison. However, history has shown that victory in war does not solely belong to the mightiest. We possess our own advantages, and if we adeptly harness these strengths, we can ultimately achieve triumph. Advantages? What advantages? Dennis inquired, perplexed, unable to discern any apparent benefits for their side. Geography, Sammy replied. We are all natives of this land, and we can leverage the terrain to engage in guerrilla tactics, prolonging the conflict. As long as we can hold out until the Navy arrives, we shall find salvation. Samit gazed at Dennis with a facade of confidence, though inwardly he felt uncertain. His expression was merely a pretense. Dennis sensed that Samit was somewhat strained, but chose not to confront him, as such a revelation could diminish morale. Yet, he too harbored doubts. However, Roney Island was merely a small isle, devoid of significant cover. Engaging in guerrilla warfare would rely solely on the town's structures, which could incur substantial losses. Moreover, if the pirates were to bombard the town directly, the unspoken implications were clear to all present. Samit maintained his composure, responding calmly. At this moment, preserving our lives is of utmost importance. Any other considerations are secondary. As for shelling the town, that is an impossibility. Should they proceed with such an action, the majority of the town's assets would be obliterated, yielding them little to no gain. Furthermore, they possess the overwhelming strength to confront us directly, yet they resort to such elaborate subterfuge to approach the island stealthily, indicating their fear that we might flee with our valuables. Why not simply hand over our possessions to ensure our survival? A voice from the crowd murmured an inquiry. Samit glanced at the speaker with a cold smile and said, Are you truly willing to entrust your fate to a band of pirates? These individuals possess formidable strength, yet bear no bounties from the government. What does this signify? Either they are novices embarking on their first robbery, or they have eliminated all witnesses to their misdeeds. However, the ferocious firepower of their weapons is not something mere novices could sustain. In any case, you must decide swiftly whether to join me. Time is of the essence as those pirates are poised to land. Samit, what shall we do? Dennis's expression shifted dramatically as he gritted his teeth and spoke resolutely, while the others turned their gazes towards Samit. Very well, let us form groups of 3 to 5, dispersing throughout the streets and small docks. We will engage any lone pirates we encounter and retreat upon facing groups. Our foremost priority is to safeguard our lives. If we can merely delay until the Navy arrives, we shall emerge victorious. At the coast, 3 pirate ships quietly docked, and countless pirates cautiously disembarked. Their movements swift yet soundless. Such discipline was hardly characteristic of pirates. Once all had left the vessels, Captain Clashy and the red-haired beauty, Pim, followed suit. Climbing the rocky outcrop and surveying the eerily quiet town, Clashy let out a strange laugh. Ah, it seems we have been discovered. The townsfolk wish to play hide and seek with us. But that shouldn't be the case. This town ought to lack anyone capable of spotting us. Has something unforeseen occurred? Do we need to alter our plans? The red-haired beauty furrowed her brow, a flicker of concern crossing her mind. Bah, no need for such complications, Clashy chuckled derisively. I have always asserted that schemes are of little use. In the end, it is strength that prevails. Since we have been uncovered, let us abandon pretense and swiftly deal with them, ensuring we seize the treasure before the Navy arrives. With that, Clashy bent his legs, lowered his center of gravity, and launched himself into the air, leaving 2 shattered craters on the ground. Ascending, a rapturous smile spread across his face as countless mists erupted from his pores, propelling him toward the heart of the town. The captain has already advanced. Shall we follow? Pim glanced at the red-haired beauty and waved her hand, calling out, Gather round. Everyone, search the town for treasure. The pirates raised their weapons high, roaring with excitement, and charged into the town under Pim's leadership. The red-haired beauty shook her head, sighed, and reluctantly followed. In a corridor of the town, Samit's face turned pale as he murmured, Something is amiss. Those 3 individuals were merely spectators last time. Why have they now rushed in first? Samit was unaware that the fundamental reason why Clashy and the 2 officials had merely observed the last time was due to the fact that the town's young and able-bodied men had perished under the bombardment. leaving only the elderly, the weak, and women and children who possessed no capacity for resistance. Naturally, they did not need to intervene. However, this time, owing to Samit's influence, the young men of the town were still alive, and a spirit of defiance remained. Thus, they would not passively watch from the sidelines. Samit had mistakenly believed that the opponent looked down upon the town's combat capabilities, dismissing them with contempt, much like the antagonists often portrayed in numerous novels. Unfortunately, this was reality, not fiction, and the events that unfolded shattered Samit's naive illusions, dispelling any unrealistic notions he had harbored. In the distance, Klashi descended from the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust, and laughed heartily at the silent town, proclaiming, "Balalala, are you all hiding? Allow me to draw you out." With that, Klashi opened his mouth wide, unleashing a slender water arrow that shot forth towards the wall of a building. With a resounding crash, the water arrow pierced through the wall, and with a swift flick of his head, the straight water arrow morphed into a slicing water blade, cleaving the building in two as easily as tofu, causing it to collapse. Agonized screams echoed from within. Balalalala. Gloating over the destruction he had wrought, Klashi erupted into a maniacal laughter. Furious, the residents who had taken refuge in another location, witnessing the devastation, gritted their teeth in anger and charged out, brandishing their sailors' knives. Previously intimidated by Klashi's overwhelming presence, they had opted for a strategy of delay and remained silent. However, upon witnessing such horror, they could no longer contain their outrage. They were not alone in their sentiments. Others who had been hiding also surged forth, a dozen voices rising in a battle cry as they rushed toward Klashi. "You fools, run." Samit's blood-red eyes, filled with veins, cried out loudly. Unfortunately, no one heeded his call. Chapter 15, Zhuangzhou's Dream of a Butterfly, Part 4, Die, Pirate. A dozen individuals surged toward Klashi from all directions, with those closest even leaping into the air, brandishing their weapons in a desperate assault. In response, Klashi displayed no fear, laughing arrogantly. No matter how many salted fish there are, they remain salted fish. When faced with a shark, they can only surrender. Without further ado, one shouted, "Even a salted fish must take a bite," as he lunged forward with a harpoon aimed at Klashi. However, just as the harpoon was about to pierce him, Klashi's pores erupted with countless jets of gas, sending the assailant flying, along with a circle of others, all crashing into numerous structures. In an instant, chaos ensued, with smoke rising and the air filled with the anguished groans of the wounded. "I told you, relying on numbers is futile." Klashi stood at the center, laughing maniacally, resembling a demon king. Cursed wretch. On the other side, Samit, witnessing the entire scene, felt his rage swell. After a moment's contemplation, he seized his gun and dashed outside. Soon, he arrived atop a tall building, aiming his rifle at Klashi, preparing for a sniper shot. This building was a mere 800 meters from Klashi, who remained oblivious to his presence. In the world of pirates, most formidable warriors possessed incredible physical strength. A shot that did not strike the head would not result in death, nor would it significantly impair their movements. Thus, Samit had but one chance, should he miss. Klashi could instantly appear before him. Samit felt a surge of tension, his palms slightly damp with perspiration. To be candid, possessing synesthesia allowed Samit to effortlessly aim at any target. However, marksmanship transcends mere precision in aiming. The recoil of the firearm, the prediction of the target's trajectory, these are all insights honed through relentless practice and experience. Although Samit has practiced shooting, he evidently lacks the requisite skill. Nevertheless, he has no choice but to take a gamble, as he cannot conceive of any alternative means to confront Klashi. Samit held his gun steadily, aiming intently at Klashi, awaiting the opportune moment, not daring to exhibit the slightest lapse in vigilance. At that moment, Klashi seemed to sense something amiss and began to scan his surroundings. Simultaneously, his body emitted a thick, swirling mist, swiftly enveloping the area around him. Now was the time. A cold smile played on Samit's lips as he observed Klashi, who naively believed that the mist would shield him from prying eyes, boldly climbing onto the rooftop in search of the sniper who had targeted him. A deafening crack echoed as the gun in his hand erupted with flames, sending a bullet spiraling towards Klashi. Caught completely off guard, Klashi plummeted to the ground. Yoshi. It was a success. Samit, overjoyed, clenched his fist in celebration. However, at that very moment, Klashi, teetering on the brink of collapse, expelled a torrent of gas that steadied his form. With fury, he whirled around to face Samit, his scalp marred by a gunshot wound. blood cascading down his face like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. With a chilling cry, he unleashed a jet of gas from his pores. And in the blink of an eye, he soared to confront Samit. "You wretched rat. It is you who has been sniping at me," he spat, opening his mouth wide to unleash a stream of fine water arrows. Samit had encountered this maneuver before and understood the futility of bracing against it. Thus, he rolled away to evade the water arrow. However, before he could exhale in relief at the sight of the arrow piercing through the rooftop, he witnessed Clashy whip his head, transforming the water arrow into a water blade that severed the very ground upon which Samit stood. With a sharp crack, a section of the rooftop crumbled, causing Samit to lose his balance and plummet downward. In response, Clashy unleashed another water arrow aimed directly at Samit, who, suspended in midair without any point of leverage, found himself utterly defenseless. He could only watch helplessly as the water arrow pierced through his chest. Just before losing consciousness, he beheld his own body cleaved in two by the water blade. At that moment, he felt an unexpected tranquility, devoid of any fear of death. Though a sense of regret lingered in his heart. Even if given another chance, would he truly be unable to save everyone? "I am sorry." Samit sat up from the bed, glancing at his hands and surveying his surroundings, quietly pondering, "Am I truly dreaming? Yet, this dream feels astonishingly vivid." He touched his chest, where the arrow of Clashy had pierced him. Now, the area was smooth and devoid of any trace. Samit donned his attire and emerged from the cabin, whereupon the watchful naval soldier outside cast a fleeting glance at him before returning to his duties. The sky was enveloped in a somber grayness, with a faint glimmer of light piercing the horizon, indicating that the night had indeed passed. However, despite having rested through the night, Samit felt far from rejuvenated. His body was weary, as if the events of his dreams had transpired in reality. Samit arrived at the edge of the deck, gazing as the sun gradually ascended from the horizon, lost in a reverie. The dream from the previous night left a profound impression on him. Even if time could be reversed, his capabilities would remain limited. To put it plainly, it was his own fragility that constrained him. If he possessed the strength akin to that of Whitebeard, who could possibly threaten him or his family in this world? The yearning for power within Samit grew ever more intense. However, the acquisition of strength is not something that can be rushed. This is not a realm of martial arts where one can swiftly become a master through the importation of skills from a great mentor. In the world of pirates, even the most accessible source of power, the devil fruits, requires personal development and rigorous training to unlock their true potential. Other disciplines, such as swordsmanship and physical techniques, demand countless trials and tribulations to attain mastery. At merely 10 years of age, despite having undergone a transformative rebirth that endowed him with unparalleled potential and resilience, Samit's body had yet to fully mature. Consequently, the strength gained through direct training was limited. Contemplating this, Samit could not help but let out a sigh. Alas, it seems that in the quest for vengeance, he must rely on the Navy for assistance. Samit endeavored to divert his thoughts from sorrowful matters, yet at that moment, a surge of information flooded his mind. This knowledge emanated from his very instincts, akin to the moment he first discovered the essence of shared perception. He understood its origins and applications. After his rebirth, he became aware of all aspects of his newfound abilities. Now, with the emergence of a third capability, Samit instinctively grasped its origins and methods of utilization. During the Warring States period in ancient China, a time of philosophical flourishing, the Taoists, among the myriad schools of thought, gave rise to many illustrious figures, such as Laozi and Zhuangzi. The abilities of Samit are derived from Zhuangzi, originally named Zhuangzhou, whose renowned butterfly dream has captivated the world's attention. The third ability of Samit is rooted in Zhuangzhou's philosophy of dreaming of butterflies. It possesses the power to distort reality, transforming the tangible into dreams and the dreams into reality. Samit has named this ability the art of transformation into a butterfly. Chapter 16. The power to dominate the world. Samit's abilities are a manifestation of the Taoist principle of the unity of heaven and man, as articulated by Zhuangzi. Though referred to as the art of butterfly transformation, this innate skill cannot be acquired through learning. It is an inherent gift. Possessing this unique talent, Samit can traverse freely between the realms of dreams and reality, materializing entities that do not exist. These manifestations may take the form of objects or events. Indeed, he possesses the capacity to both materialize and dematerialize, transforming tangible realities into the ephemeral realm of dreams. This bears resemblance to the Izanagi technique from Naruto, yet it diverges significantly. While a Zanaji can only alter the outcomes of events, the art of butterfly transformation allows for the complete erasure of occurrences. Not only can it nullify events that transpire, but it can also render existing physical entities, such as weapons and provisions, intangible. Nevertheless, the myriad laws governing the real world complicate Samit's ability to wield this power. Currently, manifesting a stone the size of a fist would leave him utterly fatigued. In contrast, the dream realm is devoid of such constraints, where he can exercise his abilities at will, even bringing forth the experiences he has encountered. To successfully manifest or dematerialize an object, a profound understanding of that which one wishes to bring into existence or dissolve is essential. The deeper the comprehension, the more effortlessly one can execute the transformation. For instance, recalling a vivid memory from the previous night's dream to create an entire world necessitates a profound recollection. However, human beings accumulate an overwhelming amount of memories throughout their lives, leading the brain to selectively remember and forget certain aspects. This selective memory complicates the process of manifestation, which explains why Samit has only recently awakened to this ability. He had not previously met the conditions necessary for realization. Despite these challenges, if he harnesses this power judiciously, he can achieve rapid growth and eventually develop a formidable and versatile array of offensive capabilities, with the potential to become the strongest in this world. Contemplating this prospect fills Samit with exhilaration. Just then, as he revels in his thoughts, Smoker's voice interrupts him, inquiring about his exuberance early in the morning. Samit felt a bit embarrassed. He had just been so overjoyed that he couldn't help but dance with excitement, only to be seen by Smog, who had just come out. Haha, it's nothing. By the way, what brings you up so early? Sammy, chuckling to divert attention, met Smoker's irritated gaze. I am a member of the Navy, Smoker retorted. How can I afford to indulge in sloth? The brothers on night duty are awaiting their replacements. Upon hearing this, Sammy glanced around, and, indeed, all positions had been filled. Acknowledging this, Sammy nodded and said, You all have worked hard. Keep it up. He then patted Smoker's shoulder, akin to a supervisor inspecting work and encouraging subordinates, leaving Smoker somewhat bewildered. Seizing the moment of Smoker's confusion, Sammy slipped into the mess hall. Although the naval vessel was quite large, the necessity for various weapons, crew quarters, and facilities meant that the mess hall was relatively modest, accommodating only 20 individuals at a time. As soon as Samit entered, he was captivated by Daluba. It was inevitable, for Daluba's stature was imposing, and before him lay an even larger grilled thigh of meat, which he was gnawing on. With a firm bite, he tore off a piece of meat, larger than his own face, and devoured it with great relish. Samit swallowed hard, secretly contemplating, this must be the meat of a sea king, for only such colossal creatures possess such size. Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion, recalling that in the world of One Piece, certain animals exhibit remarkable growth and extraordinary strength due to genetic mutations. If he wished to partake, he could simply retrieve it from the kitchen himself, without needing to gaze longingly at me. Unbeknownst to him, Daluba had noticed Samit's drooling, cast him a sidelong glance, uttered a comment, and then resumed his ravenous consumption. Samit swallowed hard and, with a hint of reluctance, approached the kitchen. It must be said that the Navy's provisions were truly remarkable, featuring an array of succulent animal thighs, an abundance of diverse vegetables, and various kinds of fish. The enticing aromas wafting through the air were undeniably fresh. One could surmise that the naval vessels were equipped with something akin to refrigeration to preserve such quality. I would like this, and this, he declared. Sammy selected several dishes that appeared delectable, and he took them to the side to indulge in solitude. Perhaps due to the overwhelming potential of his reborn physique, his appetite had multiplied to an astonishing extent compared to before. After indulging for quite some time, he hesitated and finally set down his bowl and chopsticks. It was hard to believe that such a petite frame could accommodate such a substantial quantity of food. Unbeknownst to him, Daluba had already finished his meal and was now standing nearby, observing Sammy with keen interest. You should eat a bit more. How else will you grow? Samit wiped his mouth casually and remarked, Is that so? Daluba cast a meaningful glance at Samit and inquired, When I departed from Kebaloni Island, I spoke with the other residents, and they all claimed never to have encountered you. Could you elucidate this matter? Samit fell silent. He had long anticipated the arrival of this moment. On the day the pirates attacked, his appearance, transformed by rebirth, seemed undeniably suspicious. Yet, how could he possibly explain this to others? Samit pondered for a long time without arriving at a conclusion. Finally, he turned his gaze to Daruba, meeting his eyes, and sincerely stated, I am unsure how to explain my appearance, yet I am Simon Summit. I possess nothing to substantiate my identity, nor do I feel the need to justify myself to you. I have neither stolen nor robbed, much less committed murder. Daruba was somewhat taken aback. He did not expect Summit to articulate such sentiments. Throughout their interactions, Summit had consistently exhibited a certain naivety, and to hear him express himself in this manner was indeed surprising. In truth, Daruba had already ascertained Summit's identity, but he was intrigued by his transformation. According to information gleaned from the island's inhabitants, Samit had once been a short, chubby boy during the pirate invasion. Yet he had emerged from that ordeal as he was now. His body, brimming with latent vitality, was unforgettable at first glance. Coupled with the glimpse of his burgeoning perceptive abilities, Daruba was reminded of someone, Charlotte Linlin. She possessed innate strength and an impervious physique. Awakening her conqueror's haki at the tender age of 5, subsequently slaughtering an entire giant village and vanquishing the hero of the giant race. A spy nun dispatched by the world government had once remarked that had she joined the Navy, she would undoubtedly rise to the rank of admiral or marshal. Unfortunately, she became a pirate and now stands as one of the 4 emperors reigning over the New World, known as Big Mom. While Summit may not have exhibited the full extent of Big Mom's formidable power from her youth, Daruba could still discern the tremendous potential within Summit, a potential destined to reach the pinnacle of greatness. Chapter 17. Rapid growth. After Summit spoke those words, Daruba ceased to press him further. As he had stated, he had committed no theft, robbery, or murder, and the Navy had no authority to intervene in his affairs. Daruba hesitated, contemplating whether to report Summit's situation to the world government. However, upon reflecting on his forthcoming endeavors, he dismissed the thought. Meanwhile, after finishing his meal, Summit returned directly to his room. Initially, he had intended to observe the Navy's training, but the awakening of his butterfly technique ignited an eagerness to test its efficacy. Although he had entered the dream world the previous night, it had been under completely unaware circumstances, unlike this time. Before long, Summit reclined on his bed, closed his eyes, and, as his consciousness sank, he found himself in the realm of dreams. It was a dark cosmos, shimmering with countless distant lights resembling stars. These were Summit's memories. Typically, individuals lacking the butterfly technique would enter a fabricated world shaped by their memories, yet with the butterfly technique, Summit could exert complete control over his experience. Summit gazed at the distant stars, extending his hand to grasp one of them, simultaneously activating his manifestation ability. The star in his hand radiated brilliance, gradually taking the shape of a handgun. However, just as the firearm was on the verge of completion, it shattered with a crisp sound, disintegrating into countless tiny fragments. Alas, it seems his memories were not profound enough to bring it into existence. Summit let out a sigh. He had never disassembled a firearm, and thus his understanding of guns was confined to their exterior, rendering him incapable of comprehending their inner workings. Summit, undeterred, continued his search among the countless stars scattered across the night sky. He discovered that the memories most vividly etched in his mind radiated with greater brilliance. Among them, the most resplendent was the memory of the Barabara pirate cruise attack, an event that stood as the sole memory he could currently manifest. After a moment of contemplation, Summit reached out towards the memory of the Barabara pirate cruise assault and began to bring it into existence. On that tranquil and serene morning, Summit once again arrived at the island of Kebaloni. Standing atop the rocky cliff, he cast a complex glance at the quaint town and murmured an apology to himself before leaping into the thick fog, vanishing from sight. Shortly thereafter, the Barabara pirate crew, cloaked by the mist, reached the shore, and countless pirates stealthily infiltrated the town. By the time the townsfolk realized the presence of the marauders, it was already too late. Amidst the chaos of slaughter, the air was filled with anguished screams, adult wails, the cries of children, and the helplessness of women echoed through the streets. This time, the townspeople were unable to even alert the Navy, and they were utterly annihilated. Subsequently, the pirates returned to their ship, laden with the plundered treasures from the town, and set sail away from the island. Summit observed silently from the sidelines, only emerging after the pirates had departed, gazing at the lifeless bodies strewn across the street in solemn silence. Ultimately, he gathered the corpses and set them ablaze. After completing this grim task, Summit began to collect provisions and firearms, subsequently embarking on a rigorous training regimen. Each morning commenced with an hour of long-distance running, followed by breakfast. Post-breakfast, he dedicated 3 hours to performing sit-ups, then enjoyed lunch before resting for 2 hours. In the afternoon, he executed 3 hours of push-ups, after which he had dinner, and rested for another 2 hours before engaging in an hour of frog jumps. Initially, Samit found the exercises taxing. However, after 2 days of perseverance, he began to feel significantly more at ease. By the 7th day, he was effortlessly completing his training regimen. His already robust muscles became even more defined, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Although he had intended to practice marksmanship, his schedule was so packed that he found no time for such endeavors. Samit paid little heed to this, for while mastering firearms could elevate one to a high skill level in the world of One Piece, raw strength and the powers of devil fruits remained the prevailing norms. Samit yearned to persist in his training, however. The arrival of foreign merchant ships compelled him to abandon such aspirations. Those individuals would undoubtedly discover the peculiarities of the island and subsequently notify the Navy, rendering Samit's desire for a tranquil continuation of his cultivation unattainable. Upon this realization, Samit exhaled a sigh of relief. Though he had endured the rigors of training through sheer willpower, the desolate environment of the island weighed heavily upon him, the absence of conversation leaving him in profound discomfort. Even in the absence of outsiders, he could not sustain his resolve. It appears that to become a formidable warrior, one requires not only an extraordinary tenacity but also a heart capable of withstanding solitude. Samit felt as though he had not endured the anguish of a shattered family. He certainly lacked the perseverance to carry on. Nevertheless, he had reached his limit. Contemplating this, Samit dispelled his manifestation, causing the world to freeze like glass before shattering into countless fragments, cascading into a dreamscape reminiscent of the cosmos. This realm of dreams was devoid of rules, and consequently, the notion of time was absent. Thus, regardless of how long he lingered in this ethereal domain, the real world merely experienced a brief slumber, its duration varying yet never exceeding a single night. In the dreamscape, nothing could influence the reality, however, with the power to transform into a butterfly. Samit found that everything he manifested within this dream world was tangible. He could sustain injuries, feel trapped, and even age within this realm. Yet, he would not perish, for this world existed solely due to Samit's abilities. Should he lose consciousness, the world would crumble, and he would plummet back into the dreamscape, a realm devoid of the constraints of time or life. In essence, no matter how long Samit spent in the replicated world, upon his return to the dreamscape, he would revert to the state he possessed when he first entered. Naturally, the strength he cultivated in the manifested world would dissipate, leaving behind only his experiences. Yet, that experience was sufficient. The arduous journey of training left a profound impression on Samit. Upon returning to the dreamscape, he immediately materialized the power he had acquired through his trials. Feeling the strength surging within his body, Samit nodded in satisfaction and then awakened. Samit sat up in bed and pushed open the door, as the sun had only just begun to rise outside. Samit clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power coursing through his body, his emotions tinged with excitement. In just a few hours, he had attained a week's worth of training, and the rate at which his strength was burgeoning within that week was nothing short of extraordinary. He sensed that even Ace, Sabo, and Luffy could not match such an accelerated growth. Surely, he would soon possess the strength necessary for vengeance. Samit gazed into the distance, his heart brimming with anticipation. Chapter 18. Untitled. Samit exhaled deeply, listening to the distant sounds of naval soldiers training, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. After a week of intense and solitary practice, he was on the verge of madness. He made his way to the deck, where Smog was leading a group of naval soldiers in simple drills to maintain their physical condition. After all, being at sea meant the potential for encounters with enemies at any moment. If the soldiers were subjected to exhaustive high-intensity training every day, they would be rendered incapable of fighting when faced with an adversary, which would be quite absurd. Samit stood to the side, observing the naval training. Although simple, the movements were remarkably coordinated, exuding an air of discipline. For instance, during the frog jumps, their rhythmic breathing accompanied each leap, effectively minimizing energy expenditure. In the distance, pairs of soldiers engaged in a duel of swordsmanship, but their strikes lacked force. Each slash and thrust encapsulated a myriad of techniques. Even Samit, an untrained outsider, could appreciate the aesthetic beauty of the power they unleashed. Samit discreetly opened his senses, secretly absorbing the techniques while grappling with his astonishment. In the original narrative, these naval soldiers were essentially cannon fodder, mere backdrops for the strong. Any named individual could effortlessly dispatch a group. However, observing the training of these soldiers revealed that they possessed a commendable level of combat skills, albeit their physical capabilities were merely average. In a world teeming with superhumans, various races were inherently superior in certain aspects, not to mention the existence of devil fruits, which rendered the fighting prowess of ordinary individuals utterly inadequate. Had I not possessed these three abilities, perhaps I too would have succumbed to such limitations. Are you particularly intrigued by this? Smoker remarked as he noticed Samit, who was quietly learning nearby. He then signaled for the soldiers to continue their training. Upon being discovered for secretly studying, Samit remained unfazed. These training methods were not profound secrets, but rather practices that any aspiring naval soldier would partake in. Consequently, Smoker would not hold it against him. I am quite intrigued. I wish to learn how one can become stronger, Samit remarked. Smog cast a glance at Samit and replied, if one desires to grow stronger, it is quite simple. One merely needs to engage in relentless battles with foes. Yet, who possesses an endless array of adversaries to continuously engage in such conflicts? What exactly are you trying to convey? Samit spoke with an impassive demeanor. I suggest you join the Navy. Smoker glanced at the indifferent Samit and continued. By enlisting in the Navy, you will receive systematic training and have the opportunity to engage in relentless battles against pirates. Through continuous honing of your skills, strength, and mindset, you will rapidly evolve. This way, not only will you gain the chance to avenge your loved ones, but you will also uphold justice, ensuring that the tragedies you have endured do not repeat themselves. Listening to Smoker's words, Samit fell silent. Truth be told, his initial plan was to join the Navy to seek their assistance in his quest for vengeance. Hence, during his first encounter with Derubas and Smoker, he revealed a sense of camaraderie, aiming to capture their attention, even when his astonishment at meeting Smoker raised Derubas' suspicions about his identity. Samit instinctively sought to dispel those doubts, engaging in light-hearted banter despite the pain of having lost his loved ones. However, the awakening of the butterfly transformation technique completely derailed Samit's plans. With this newfound ability, the conditions the Navy could offer were already within his grasp. Although no guidance could lead him down a straightforward path, he had ample time. Of course, he could train with the Navy by day and practice in the dungeon world by night. There was no inherent conflict. Yet, Samit was no machine. It was impossible for him to endure continuous training day in and day out. Essentially, Samit was a recluse, devoid of grand aspirations. Having witnessed the devastation of his family, with loved ones perishing before his eyes and even experiencing death himself, he came to a stark realization of the world's cruelty, which ignited within him a profound yearning for power. However, this desire was not for the sake of ambition. It was a means to protect himself and safeguard his friends and family, to prevent the recurrence of past tragedies. As for revenge, frankly, since the awakening of the butterfly transformation, his hatred had diminished significantly. While he still loathed the Barabara pirates, his primary wish was to save his family. With sufficient strength, he believed he could transcend the horrors of Kibaroni Island, transforming reality into a dream, thereby rewriting its tragic conclusion. Although achieving this was an arduous endeavor, requiring immense strength akin to that of Whitebeard, and potentially even sacrificing his life, possessing the surgery fruit and the ageless surgery offered a glimmer of hope for success. Beyond these considerations, joining the Navy also meant submitting to authority, devoid of freedom. Therefore, he resolutely declined. Smoker stood dumbfounded. He had assumed Samit would readily agree. After experiencing such tragedies, the glint of hatred and yearning for power had always lingered in Samit's eyes. Individuals with such a mindset, if not properly guided, could easily spiral into self-destruction, willing to attempt any means to achieve their ends. Joining the Navy seemed the most fitting path for him, offering strength, a chance for revenge, and a means to walk a righteous path. Smoker simply could not fathom why Samit would refuse. Why? What could be wrong with joining the Navy? Samit looked at the perplexed Smoker and said, "There is no reason. I merely believe that to be a soldier of the Navy is to obey orders from superiors. And that is hardly freedom. Is that all?" Smoker's eyes widened in astonishment. Somewhere in the East Sea, a pirate ship sailed through the waves, its single mast adorned with a crimson hull and a dragon-headed prow. The skull flag it bore featured 3 distinctive scars across its eyes. This was none other than the renowned ship of the red-haired pirates, the Red Force. Standing on the deck, Shanks gazed into the distance with anticipation for the future. After departing from Windmill Village, they had resolved to return to the New World, but rather than navigating through Reverse Mountain or the Calm Belt, they chose to sail in the opposite direction. According to the principle that the planet is round, as long as one maintains a steadfast course, they are bound to return to their starting point. It was this very principle that guided Shanks on their voyage, venturing along a route that had never been traversed before, filled with the allure of the unknown. Yet it is precisely the unknown that makes the adventure exciting. Shanks felt exhilarated at the prospect of the impending journey. Chapter 19. turbulence in a certain maritime region of the East Sea, a vessel bearing the skull flag of the Barabara pirates approached a larger ship. The latter did not display any pirate, navy, or national flag, yet boasted over 30 cannons along its sides. The size of the ship dwarfed that of the Barabara pirates, which usually sailed on grand two-masted vessels, making the latter appear significantly lesser in comparison. As the two ships drew near, a plank connected their sides. A striking red-haired beauty led the way, flanked by two lackeys carrying a large chest. Upon reaching the opposing deck, she was met by a group of pirates brandishing weapons in a defensive stance. The red-haired beauty scanned the area before frowning slightly and inquiring, "I have brought what you requested. Where is your leader, Click?" "How can you say such a thing, Martina? It is truly disheartening," came a voice as the crowd parted to reveal a burly man with purple hair and a crew cut, adorned with a headband, short-sleeved shirt, and shorts. His eyes gleamed with a rebellious spirit. Martina wasted no time and stated, "I have brought what you asked for. Where is what I desire?" "Is that so?" "I must first inspect the goods," Click replied with a cunning smile. Martina lowered her gaze, filled with disdain. She turned and kicked open the chest behind her, revealing a suit of golden armor equipped with various weapons, alongside disassembled formidable rifles. "The goods are right here, if you wish to inspect them." "First, let me see what I want," Martina asserted, her earlier disdain now replaced with determination. Click glanced at the contents of the chest, hesitated, and then waved his hand. Two of his lackeys promptly brought forth a large chest and placed it before Click. He opened the lid, revealing its contents to Martina, which gleamed with a dark metallic sheen. Martina nodded and stepped aside, allowing Click's men to swiftly retrieve the chest. Click crouched down to caress the golden armor, excitement evident on his face. He then commanded a nearby lackey, "Help me don this armor." "Yes, Captain Click," came the reply. Soon, Click donned the golden armor, draped in a black spiked cloak, wielding a lance over 2 meters in length, exuding an imposing presence. Martina watched as Click flaunted himself, growing impatient. "The items have been delivered. May I take my share now?" Click paused mid-pose, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes as he swung the lance toward Martina. Boom! As the lance struck, an explosion erupted, engulfing the center in smoke. "Captain!" Martina's two lackeys shouted in concern, drawing their sailor knives to charge at Click. In an instant, Click's men trained their weapons on Martina's companions, rendering them immobile. "What is the meaning of this, Click?" came a cold voice as the smoke began to dissipate, revealing Martina, who stood with her arms raised and crossed before her, blocking Click's lance with the intersection of her wrists. However, she was not unscathed. Her skin at the point of contact was torn, revealing not flesh and blood, but a composition of mechanical parts forming her steel arm. Click glanced apprehensively at Martina's metallic arm, retracting his lance with a laugh. "I merely sought to test the power of the lance. Do not take offense. Do not take offense." Seeing Click's demeanor, disdain washed over Martina's face. "So, are you satisfied with the lance's power?" You. Being looked down upon by a woman was evidently a blow to Click's pride, particularly for someone as arrogant as he. Yet, upon noticing the mechanical arm exposed through Martina's torn skin, he swallowed his ire. "Haha, of course, I am satisfied. Here is the cargo you requested. Take it with you." With that, he gestured to the chest containing the metals. Upon seeing this, Martina scoffed. "Humph, let's take our leave." Turning, she walked away, her two lackeys following suit, carrying the chest as they had arrived. As she departed, Click's eyes darted, and after a moment of hesitation, he called out, "Martina, what do you intend to do with so much forbidden metal?" Martina cast a disdainful glance over her shoulder before continuing her exit, disappearing from Click's view without uttering a word. "Damn it, women!" Click seethed, delivering a furious punch to the ship's mast, leaving behind a deep imprint. As the saying goes, 2 flowers blooming, each on its own branch. Meanwhile, aboard the Delubo warship, ever since Samit declined to join the Navy, Smoker had not sought him out. While Deluba spent his days either eating or lifting weights in the gym, hoisting a barbell inscribed with the words 2 tons to strengthen his arms, Sammy was quite pleased to find tranquility, spending his days immersed in the realm of dreams, only emerging for meals and restroom breaks. Each session in this dreamlike world lasted a week, during which he tirelessly honed his strength, although the duration of his training remained unchanged. The enhancement of his power allowed him to accomplish a greater volume of exercises within the same time frame. Eventually, when the oppressive atmosphere became unbearable, he would return to the real world to clear his mind on the deck while discreetly observing the training methods of naval soldiers. Thus, 16 days passed, and the warship arrived at the nearest naval base to Cobaloney Island, Wilga Naval Base. Wilga Naval Base is situated on Wilga Island, a smaller isle than Kobaloni, featuring merely a solitary hill devoid of indigenous inhabitants, save for the naval installation itself. Upon docking at the base's harbor, Colonel Camille, the commanding officer of Wilga Naval Base, was informed in advance and arrived to greet the crew. DeLuva took the lead, jumping off the ship to converse with Camille, while Smoker and Sammy descended the gangway at a more leisurely pace. Throughout their descent, Smoker cast peculiar glances at Sammy, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. Such scrutiny was understandable. After all, anyone would find it odd to see someone grow 3 centimeters taller in just 16 days. Yet, the most remarkable change in Sammy was not merely his height, but the aura he exuded, a presence akin to one forged through countless battles. Chapter 20. Parting for 3 days for Smoker, a mere 16 days had elapsed, but for Sammy, it felt like over half a year. During this extensive period, he maintained a rigorous training regimen, resulting in an increase in height by 2 to 3 centimeters. Nevertheless, after 3 months of relentless training, further growth and strength became elusive. He recognized that this stagnation stemmed from the limitations of his developing body due to his age. Continuing such intense training could impede his future physical development. Thus, he opted for simpler exercises to maintain his physical condition while dedicating the remainder of his time to practicing marksmanship and the swordsmanship he had secretly learned from the Navy. Blessed with the gift of synesthesia, Sammy acquired new skills with remarkable speed, particularly in marksmanship. While others relied on instinct to manage recoil, he could visually perceive the mechanics involved. Although his progress in swordsmanship was not as swift as in firearms, it was still significantly faster than that of an average individual. Within a month, he mastered various sword techniques, which were fundamentally basic skills. Armed with proficiency in 2 combat styles and bolstered by his rapidly growing power, Sammy's confidence soared. The next time he ventured into the dream world, he chose to confront the Barabara pirates. This time, Sammy positioned himself atop a rocky cliff, awaiting the arrival of the Barabara pirates. However, before they could approach, Pym dispatched him with a single bullet to the head. Upon returning to the dream space, Sammy reflected on his missteps and re-entered the world of the instance. This time, he exercised caution, ambushing the isolated pirates as the Barabara crew infiltrated the town. Utilizing his synesthetic abilities to gather intelligence, Sammy remained undetected by the pirates. Nonetheless, as their numbers dwindled due to his stealthy assaults, the remaining pirates grew increasingly vigilant, banding together in groups of 3 to avoid isolation. Faced with this new challenge, Sammy had no choice but to confront them directly. He stealthily followed one of the trio, striking with his katana from behind. With a swift motion, he decapitated his target, showcasing the terrifying strength he now possessed, utterly overwhelming the pirate minions. However, it wasn't long before Sammy faced retaliation as the remaining pirates, enraged by the loss of their comrade, charged at him with their cutlasses drawn. As 2 blades approached from different directions, panic surged within Sammy. The sword techniques he had learned did not equip him to handle such a situation. The adversaries, witnessing Sammy's flustered expression, taunted him, declaring, "A novice has come to seek his demise." Samit found himself at a loss for how to respond, so he had no choice but to roll backward to evade his opponent's assault. However, his adversary was relentless, not allowing Samit a moment to regain his footing, and continued to swing the sailor's knife at him with unyielding ferocity. Samit had no choice but to continue rolling on the ground to evade the enemy's attacks. However, this was not a sustainable strategy. The walls surrounding him posed a significant threat. If he rolled too close to the wall, he would find himself with nowhere to hide. Gritting his teeth, Samit drew his pistol mid-roll. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and the enemy fell in response. As Samit exhaled in relief, a piercing sound sliced through the air from a distance. A captivating beauty with cascading auburn waves leaped from a towering building, like a heavy object in free fall. Samit heard a resounding crash as the ground was struck, creating a pit over a meter in diameter, with countless fissures radiating outward like the roots of a mighty tree. The dust and debris rose, obscuring the scene, and before Samit could indulge his curiosity, the red-haired enchantress, Martina, burst through the haze, charging towards him. The swirling dust was swept aside by the wind, leaving her path impeccably pristine. Before Samit could react, he felt an overwhelming force surge from his chest, as if he had been struck by a vehicle, sent flying by a punch from Martina. Bang! Samit's body was hurled through a wall, landing inside a room. Cough, cough. Samit coughed up a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of his own entrails. He gazed in horror at the shattered opening as Martina's figure gradually emerged. her face devoid of any emotion. How could this be possible? Samit felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. The last time he faced Clashy, he had not felt such despair. Yet, in the presence of Martina, he found himself utterly unresponsive. However, based on the intelligence he had gathered earlier, it was clear that Martina was indeed a subordinate of Clashy. But how could a subordinate surpass a captain? Samit felt as though his intellect was insufficient. How perplexing it was. Despite having gathered intelligence in advance, he still encountered this unforeseen circumstance. Martina looked down at Samit from her elevated position, lifting her foot and pressing his head into the wall. Not dead? Martina furrowed her brow, squatting before Samit and seizing his collar to pull him out. At that moment, Samit appeared disheveled, blood trickling down from his forehead. He struggled to open his eyes to gaze at Martina, raising the gun in his hand. Bang! Martina enveloped the muzzle with her hand, causing the recently fired pistol to explode in Samit's grasp. Observing the minor wound left on his hand, Martina's expression softened. I see. You possess an innate invulnerability. Unfortunately, your life ends here. I shall not leave any potential threats behind. With that, a sharp spike extended from her fingernail. Thud! The spike pierced through his eye, and Samit lost consciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself back in the realm of dreams. Samit sat cross-legged in deep contemplation, engaging in self-reflection. Although he had acquired some fundamental swordsmanship skills, his lack of combat experience rendered him at a loss for tactics during confrontations, leaving him no better off than before he had learned. Furthermore, the Barabara pirate crew proved to be even more intricate than he had anticipated. It was perplexing that such a formidable pirate crew would emerge in the East Sea, and it was even more astonishing that Martina, a subordinate, appeared to be significantly more powerful than the captain, Cloaky. In the world of piracy, unlike the bureaucratic hierarchy where rank alone dictates command over subordinates, strength is paramount. A captain weaker than his crew risks being usurped, for piracy is a realm governed by the law of the jungle, where the strongest reign supreme. It was evident that he had much to accomplish. After a period of contemplation, Samit resolved to continue manifesting the realm of the dungeon. He entered once more to engage the Barabara pirate crew. Although he was still overwhelmed, he noted improvement compared to his previous encounters. Over the subsequent days, Samit tirelessly conjured the dungeon world, repeatedly clashing with the Barabara crew. Each battle ended in his demise, yet his combat experience surged, granting him a comprehensive understanding of the crew's capabilities. When the warship finally reached the Wilga base, Samit, at the cost of his own life, succeeded in slaying the enemy navigator, Pim. Chapter 21 Now, Samit stood at a height of 1.60 m, his physique concealed beneath his vest, boasting a chiseled 8-pack of abdominal muscles. His arms and calves were not overly thick, yet the defined muscles exuded a palpable sense of strength. Daily skirmishes within the dungeon world, characterized by a relentless cycle of killing and being killed, imbued him with an aura of indifference towards life itself. The transformation of Samit piqued the curiosity of everyone aboard the ship. After fruitless inquiries, Deluva and Smoker refrained from further disturbing him. Yet their conviction regarding Samit's identity only deepened. After all, if one could grow 2 or 3 centimeters in just 16 days, is it not conceivable that one could shed some weight and gain a few centimeters in mere hours? Perhaps. So, will you eventually grow into a towering figure like Deluva? After a prolonged silence, Smoker voiced his lingering doubt. So you've been fixated on that all along? What an odd train of thought. Please, return that mature and handsome Smoker to me. Sammy quietly scoffed inwardly, yet his face remained impassive as he remarked, how would I know? Who can predict the future? This was not an act of pretentiousness on Sammy's part. Rather, it stemmed from his prolonged experience in life and death battles, which had instilled in him a constant state of vigilance and seriousness. Over time, this demeanor became second nature. It would indeed be implausible to assert that Sammy retained his optimistic disposition after enduring such extensive combat. Typically, the optimistic tend to perish swiftly on the battlefield. Yet he was fortunate enough to be in a realm where death was not final. After numerous encounters with death, he had lost his reverence for it. Each time he perished, he found the leisure to return to the dream world, reliving memories of his past life through anime and manga. Albeit many recollections had become hazy with time, still, he was not one to be picky given the circumstances. Smog, unaware of Sammy's inner thoughts, perceived a certain coldness in him, reminiscent of the Avengers he had previously encountered. Although they had not reached such extremes yet, it was a matter of time. What the hell are you all doing? Hurry up and come over. In the distance, Deluba and Camille had been conversing for a while, and, noticing Smog and Sammy had yet to arrive, shouted a couple of commands. Upon hearing this, the two hastened their steps. "This is Sergeant Smog, and this is the witness we need to assist with the pursuit of the Barabara pirates," Daluba introduced as the two approached. Upon their arrival, he briefed Camille. Camille nodded at Smog in acknowledgement before turning his intrigued gaze towards Sammy, clearly having heard about him from Daluba. "I look forward to your guidance in the future," he said, extending his hand with a smile. "Ah, yes, of course. I appreciate your guidance," Sammy responded, reciprocating the gesture. As Camille scrutinized Sammy, the latter assessed Camille in return. How to describe him? Camille possessed an odd appearance. While many in the One Piece world exhibited peculiar traits, he was distinctly different. He was well-proportioned and handsome, yet exuded an indescribable strangeness. Standing at approximately 2 meters tall, he was slender, with long bangs framing his face, and wore rectangular glasses reminiscent of a character from a different style of animation, akin to a character in a more refined manga within the rugged aesthetics of the pirate world. This stark contrast in artistic style left Sammy astonished, to the point where he took a moment to respond to Camille's outstretched hand. Unperturbed by Sammy's reaction, Camille withdrew his hand and adjusted his glasses with 2 fingers. "You must be weary from your long journey at sea. I should have allowed you to rest before discussing other matters. However, given that it has been over half a month, I fear your memory of the Barabara pirates may have grown dim. Thus, I wish to sketch the portraits of the key members of the Barabara pirates now. None of them were overly sentimental, so this was naturally deemed unnecessary." Acknowledging this, Camille nodded and led everyone toward the base's buildings. The Wilga base was strategically established on the hillside of a small island, allowing for rapid support in the event of an attack on the port while also providing a vantage point for defense. Before long, they arrived at an office where a forensic artist awaited them. After Camille introduced everyone, they each found a seat. The artist gestured for Sammy to begin describing the characteristics of the subjects. Having spent nearly half a year engaging with the 3 members of the Barabara pirates in the dungeon world, Sammy was well acquainted with their traits. It did not take long for the artist to complete the sketches. "Here, take a look. Is there anything you wish to add?" the artist inquired, handing over the drawing board. After meticulously examining the portrait of Samit and confirming its accuracy, it was returned with the remark, "There is nothing more to add. They merely look like this. With the task accomplished, I shall now host a banquet to treat everyone. I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence." After conveying some matters to the detective, Camille clapped his hands and addressed the crowd. The audience had no objections. After 2 weeks of sailing, everyone was weary, and a well-deserved relaxation was indeed necessary. That evening, Camille laid out an extravagant feast, featuring a plethora of vegetables, fruits, meats, and beverages. Over 100 varieties adorned the long table, leaving Samit utterly astonished. Camille occupied the head of the table, followed by Daluba, with Smog and Samit next in line, while the naval soldiers filled the seats below. Raising his goblet, Camille proclaimed loudly, "To all who have traveled from afar, your efforts are appreciated. I toast to you." With that, he downed the contents of his cup in one swift motion. It is worth mentioning that this cup was a rustic wooden one typical of taverns, barely capable of holding 2 servings of wine. Observing this seemingly refined naval officer displaying such a bold demeanor stirred the spirits of those present, prompting them to lift their goblets and drink deeply in unison. Samit was no exception. Originally, Daluba intended to use the excuse of Samit's youth to offer him juice, but was promptly met with Samit's retort, "Do I look like a minor?" Alcohol is indeed a delightful indulgence, especially for those who dwell upon the vast sea. After a grueling day at sea, a sip of liquor is simply divine. Samit, who was not particularly fond of drinking, found himself captivated by the allure of alcohol after enduring intense training in the dungeon world. As the saying goes in this realm, can a man truly be considered a man if he does not partake in drink? After consuming the liquor, the revelry began in earnest. As residents of the ocean, they embraced a spirit of extravagance. Daluba, without hesitation, seized a small piglet and began to feast upon it, while Smog held a chicken leg in one hand and a goblet in the other. The others were not far behind, with some even climbing atop the dining table. In short, the merriment was abundant and hearty. As the drink flowed, they became increasingly inebriated, sprawled about in a state of bliss. Samit, feeling drowsy, leaned on the table, clutching a bottle and mumbling drunkenly. The only one maintaining composure was Camel, sitting at the head of the table. At that moment, the sound of the telephone bug interrupted the festivities. Camel sat calmly, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the others, reaching into his garment to retrieve the telephone bug. Moses, this is the Wilga Naval Base. Hello, Camel. How are things progressing? The voice on the other end was rough and brusque, causing Samit, who had been in a haze, to snap back to alertness, turning to stare at Camel in bewilderment. Chapter 22. Camel, yes. The progress is going smoothly, nearly complete. Camel adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming sharply beneath the lenses. Is that so? I shall await your good news. With that, Camel carefully placed the telephone bug back into his clothing, his gaze fixed intently on the incredulous Samit. Who, indeed, was the individual on the other end of the line? Samit's voice was somewhat somber. Although he had already surmised the outcome, he still yearned to hear a different answer. Despite their brief acquaintance, he had never imagined that this seemingly cultured yet remarkably forthright man would be entangled with pirates, especially given his close relationship with Daluba. Contemplating this, Samit cast a glance at Daluba, who lay sprawled on the ground, blissfully unaware and utterly defenseless in slumber, stirring within him a pang of compassion. What would Daluba do if he were to discover that his dearest friend and trusted colleague was a pirate? After spending so many days together, Samit had come to understand the depth of this man's loathing for pirates. Haven't you already guessed? Camille remarked nonchalantly, adjusting his glasses, a gesture he seemed to relish. You rascal. As Samit spoke, he leaped onto the dining table, launching an assault on Camille. In midair, he seized a dinner knife, twirling it in an elaborate flourish before reversing his grip and lunging toward Camille. Clang. Camille remained composed in his chair, wielding a katana that seemingly appeared from thin air, effortlessly slicing through the knife in Samit's hand. With a swift twist of his wrist, he countered with a horizontal slash aimed at Samit. Seeing this, Samit remained composed. Discarding the half of the dining knife he held, he leaned back, propelling himself with force from the ground, soaring away along the edge of the blade. However, before Samit could exhale in relief, Camille rose, aiming a swift strike at Samit. The sword's energy surged forth from the blade, pursuing Samit relentlessly. The Sami ants found themselves utterly unable to evade in the air, compelled instead to curl their bodies and cross their arms before their chests. Boom! Samit was sent flying, crashing into the wall near the gate and stirring up a cloud of dust. Utilizing the cover provided by the dust, Samit dashed through the gate. During his extensive time spent honing his skills in the realm of dungeons, he found that his greatest growth lay not in sheer strength, but in his ability to analyze situations. From the recent skirmish, Samit discerned that he was outmatched in terms of power, reflexes, and speed. Even his combat experience paled in comparison. However, he recognized that his resilient physique could withstand the opponent's attacks, and should a true confrontation arise, it would undoubtedly be Camille who would face defeat. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was the enemy's stronghold, a naval base, no less. Samit pondered whether the naval soldiers within were colluding with pirates like Camille. If that were the case, remaining there would only lead him into a trap surrounded by enemies, ultimately resulting in his capture. Although his robust body rendered him impervious to blades and bullets, he was not immune to exhaustion, and his stamina was finite. What of Daluba and Smog? Did you truly disregard their fates? Samit's escape was, in fact, an act of protection for them. Camille rendered Daluba and the others into slumber before turning against himself, evidently wishing to spare them from involvement. As for the rationale behind such actions, it may stem from the bond of friendship between the two, as he desired to shield Daluba from entanglements. Yet, it is also plausible that Samit feared Camille would be unable to contend with them, apprehensive of unforeseen complications. He contemplated awakening Daluba and the others, yet hesitated, uncertain whether Camille had tampered with their food or drink. Having endured a rebirth and possessing a resilient physique, he knew that typical sedatives would have little effect on him. Furthermore, despite the brief yet tumultuous exchange they had just experienced, there were no signs of awakening among them, suggesting a high likelihood of having been drugged. Fearing the loss of opportunity and the prospect of being ensnared, he chose to flee alone. Deep down, however, a darker thought lingered in his mind, one he was reluctant to entertain. During his flight, Samit activated his shared perception, gaining insight into the situation within the base. Indeed, numerous naval soldiers were scouring the area, evidently searching for him. Samit cursed under his breath and sought an escape route devoid of naval soldiers. However, after only a brief sprint, he was compelled to change corridors upon encountering a search party of sailors ahead. Thus, Samit continued to evade the Navy, and along the way, he discovered a decorative knife hanging on the wall. Yet, after running for a while, he halted, his gaze becoming laden with unease. Although no naval personnel had yet emerged, he was acutely aware that he was already ensnared. Although Samit had never previously visited this naval base, navigating it felt akin to traversing a map with a profound sense of direction, Given sufficient time, he could find his way out. However, the intricate terrain of the base, combined with the necessity to evade the Navy, left him with little opportunity to study the exits. He could only move toward areas devoid of personnel. Yet, it seemed as though the adversaries were acutely aware of his abilities, deliberately assigning search parties to specific locations, thus leading Samit into a preordained trap that ultimately ensnared him. As fate would have it, it wasn't long before the sound of footsteps echoed from both sides of the passageway, revealing a throng of naval soldiers who leveled their standard-issue rifles at Samit. "Lower your weapons, draw your blades," commanded a junior naval officer. In such a confined space, the risk of friendly fire was substantial. "Kill him," the naval soldiers shouted, brandishing their gleaming blades as they charged towards Samit. The reflective surfaces of the knives glinted menacingly under the harsh lights, making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. In the realm of this instance, he had encountered numerous situations where pirates had surrounded him. He understood that the average adversary could not breach his defenses, rendering their attacks inconsequential. His primary concern was to avoid being captured. Once ensnared by 5 or more assailants, extricating himself would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, he remained vigilant. In Samit's heart, a resolute strategy began to form. With his long blade angled menacingly toward the ground, he charged at the foes ahead, wielding his weapon with reckless abandon, disregarding the onslaught of enemy attacks. Each second, a foe met their demise at the edge of his blade, while he himself was mercilessly struck by countless adversaries. Yet, fortified by his indomitable spirit, Samit remained undaunted, while any enemy that fell beneath his strike was rendered powerless in battle. The sharp edge of his sword danced gracefully in his grip, casting glimmers of light amidst the shadows of conflict. As the crimson spray of blood and the anguished cries of his enemies harmonized into a mournful symphony within the confines of that narrow corridor, Samit exerted all his strength, maintaining a pace that was nearly equal to that of his pursuers, thereby avoiding encirclement. However, this relentless endeavor was exceedingly taxing, and it was not long before he found himself gasping for breath. Chapter 23. Desperation. Through a reckless approach, the naval soldiers blocking Samit's path finally succumbed to fear, hastily parting to clear a passage, unwilling to impede him further. Seizing this opportunity, Samit broke free from the encirclement. "What are you doing?" A naval officer vented his dissatisfaction. Yet as he observed Samit's retreating figure, a shiver coursed through him, prompting an expletive. "Monster." Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. With no allies ahead, he ordered, "Open fire, shoot." Bang, bang, bang. The naval soldiers unleashed a barrage, yet it seemed as though Samit remained utterly unaffected, his speed unwavering as he deftly maneuvered and vanished around a bend. The sailors exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Samit's capabilities evidently exceeded their capacity to confront him. It was not that they feared death or recoiled in the face of a formidable foe. Rather, they were reluctant to incur unnecessary losses. Even if they could inflict a wound the size of a pinprick upon the enemy, they would charge forth without hesitation. However, Samit was impervious to blades and bullets alike, leaving no mark upon him. "Send the warships in the harbor out. We must not allow the enemy to seize the vessels." Amidst the confusion, a voice rang out. The crowd turned to discern the source. "Commander Camille," they exclaimed, bowing in respect. "But what shall we do here?" one queried. Camille adjusted his glasses and replied confidently. "The matters here exceed your capabilities. Allow me to handle it." "Yes," the naval officers responded, their voices tinged with shame, clearly embarrassed by their inability to assist. Nevertheless, they did not cling to pride and hurriedly rallied the soldiers toward the harbor. Once they had departed, Camille snorted disdainfully, straightened his collar, and proceeded to pursue the direction in which Samit had fled, exhibiting an air of indifference or perhaps an overabundance of confidence. Indeed, Camille's confidence was well-founded, for before Samit lay an adversary whom he was presently ill-equipped to confront. Samit had long ceased his steps, fixated with unwavering concentration on the distant shadow. From the dimly lit corner, a colossal figure emerged. Daluba. Samit's voice trembled as the most unwelcome thought became a reality. On board the ship, he had little interaction with Daruba. Yet who could resist the charm of a person who was efficient in his tasks, generous, and imbued with a profound sense of justice? He had earned the unwavering trust of his subordinates, with Smog regarding him as both a role model and an elder brother. In the eyes of the public, he was a hero, not the legendary kind like Carp, but a hero in the eyes of the common folk. Someone willing to place himself in peril to ensure the safety of the people. Yet, this very individual was entangled with pirates. "Why, Daruba?" Samit shouted in disbelief. Daluba stood in the dimly lit corner, gripping a 2-meter-long sword, his head bowed in silence. Upon hearing Samit's inquiry, he lifted his gaze, his eyes resolute as they met Samit's. I do not wish for you to perish with malice towards this world, yet for certain reasons, I must take your life. The moment Samit beheld the determination in Daluba's eyes, he understood that this confrontation was inevitable. However, he remained perplexed as to why Daluba would enact such a fate. It is crucial to note that the Navy is exceedingly stringent in selecting its members. Generally, naval soldiers conduct thorough investigations into the identities of prospective recruits' family members. And those aspiring to become naval officers must undergo even more rigorous evaluations. Individuals devoid of a sense of justice simply cannot prevail. In numerous fanfictions from his previous life, protagonists casually join the Navy, capturing a few pirates to ascend through the ranks before ultimately betraying the organization. Such occurrences are utterly unfathomable to Samit, who lives in this world. Before Samit's arrival in this realm, only one spy, Virgo, had infiltrated the upper echelons of the Navy. And the traitors he had defected due to differing ideals of justice. Those who harbor ulterior motives from the outset cannot attain the rank of naval officer without years of cunning disguise and skillful deception. Yet, Daluba did not strike Samit as a master of subterfuge. You are a pirate, and Daluba is part of the Navy. What wrongdoing is there in the Navy capturing pirates? This was the voice of Camille, who approached leisurely, his index finger resting on his glasses. A pirate? You claim I am a pirate? Indeed. I am a remnant of the Bear pirate crew. You are nothing like Samit. The Samit of Ron Island is merely a 10-year-old chubby boy. And you bear no resemblance to him. Camille spread his arms, his eyes beneath the glasses gleaming with a sharp intensity. Furthermore, upon arriving at the banquet, you seized the opportunity, taking advantage of everyone's inebriation to launch an attack against the commanding officer of the Velga Naval Base, which happens to be me. Do not attempt to deny it. The hull was equipped with surveillance bugs, and your actions have been recorded. You vile wretch. Samit's pupils constricted, and he surged forward like a projectile. He understood that he had been ensnared. Camille sought to eliminate him without revealing his identity, thus fabricating this baseless accusation against him, a claim he found impossible to refute. The transformation he underwent after his rebirth was indeed profound. Initially, he was merely suspected, and the Navy could not truly apprehend him. Nevertheless, the charge of assaulting a high-ranking naval officer granted them the pretext to act without restraint. After all, it was he who had struck first in the hall. Had he not overheard the conversation between the two, the visual evidence would have aligned perfectly with Camille's allegations. Thus, without hesitation, Samit made his move, recognizing that his adversaries were intent on his demise. Words would be futile. He could only rely on his own strength to fight his way out. However, the formidable Dilibar loomed ahead, compelling Samit to consider breaking through Camille instead. For he was aware that one should always target the weaker opponent. Yet, while this strategy was sound in theory, the narrative did not unfold as he had envisioned. Just as he commenced his advance, Dilibar struck. With both hands gripping the hilt, Dilibar stepped forward, unleashing a horizontal slash aimed at Samit as the blade trailed behind his body. The narrow confines of the corridor allowed Dilibar's massive sword to cleave into the adjacent wall, slicing through it as effortlessly as paper, emerging from the other side. The sweeping motion of the sword generated a torrent of air, manifesting as a tremendous wave of sword energy that sliced towards Samit, threatening both walls of the corridor. The cacophony was impossible to ignore as the sword energy approached. Samit ducked to evade the lethal strike. The energy sword passed him, continuing forward, leaving Camille visibly shaken before the onslaught. Overcome by fear of being bisected, he abandoned all pretense of composure, dropping to the ground. Only after the energy had passed overhead did he scramble to his feet, his previously cultivated calm demeanor completely dissipated. In a fit of agitation, he opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by a resounding crash from behind, the sound of Dilibar's sword energy shattering the wall. He could sense the structure above him shift precariously as it was severed. Such devastation from a single strike was truly horrifying. Chapter 24. A desperate struggle. Dilibar. Do you intend to kill me as well? Camille demanded in exasperation. Dilibar retracted his attack, replying coolly, I apologize. This confined space severely restricts my capabilities. You, Camille began, pointing at Dilibar, but his attention was diverted by Samit, who, still reeling from shock, interjected, Never mind. It is imperative to eliminate this brat first. Think you can kill me? I will not submit to being slaughtered like livestock. Upon hearing Camille mention him, Samit shook off his stupor. While he was astonished by Dilibar's prowess, he understood that the realm they inhabited was rife with battles characterized by vast disparities in strength. He recognized that some outcomes remained bleak even when one fought for their life. Yet, If he did not strive for his survival, he would be left in utter darkness. Then struggle with all your might. With that, Camille withdrew, and, in the midst of his movement, drew forth his katana, aiming a slash at Samit. Samit, undaunted, raised his blade to meet Camille's challenge, and they engaged in a fierce battle within the confines of a dimly lit corridor. Both were agile combatants, their swords clashing in a dazzling display of sparks, accompanied by the resonant sounds of metal striking metal, reminiscent of a graceful and opulent performance upon the stage. Samit was completely immersed in battle. Although he was inferior to his opponent in terms of strength, speed, and skill, the disparity was not insurmountable. Coupled with the insights provided by his synesthetic abilities and the formidable defense of his resilient physique, the two combatants were, indeed, evenly matched. He had never faced such an adversary before. In the realm of dungeons, due to the overwhelming numbers of his foes, Samit had always resorted to stealthy ambushes. Either he would strike with lethal precision or be discovered, subsequently confronting enemies far more powerful than himself, leading to inevitable defeat. The exhilarating nature of this combat was intoxicating, and the thrill of exerting his full strength against another ignited a primal roar of exhilaration from Samit. Truly exhilarating. Samit shouted loudly, his entire being lunging forward, brandishing his long blade with pointed aggression towards his opponent's vital areas, utterly disregarding his own safety. Clang. Once again, he deflected the adversary's strike. But a dark expression clouded Camille's face. Despite possessing advantages in various aspects, the opponent's seemingly impervious ability compelled him to abandon all defensive measures, leaving him at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Whenever Camille attempted to exploit the enemy's vulnerabilities, such as targeting the weak points of the eyes, his efforts were thwarted by the opponent's keen awareness. This battle was undeniably frustrating. Just as Camille grappled with his discomfort, he noticed Daluba had made a move, swinging his large blade in a sweeping arc, unleashing a comprehensive cutting wave towards him. Damn, this guy can't possibly intend to take me down along with him. Cursing inwardly, Camille's hands remained swift, once again engaging in a struggle of weapons, pushing Samit away before he turned to flee. Samit realized at the moment Daluba launched his attack. However, he was helpless as he had just been pushed out by Camille. It was a time when old strength had not yet yielded to new power. Moreover, Daluba's striking range was exceedingly vast, rendering any attempt to evade futile. He could only tilt his body in a desperate effort to avoid the critical blow. Bang! Thunderous rumble. Samit was struck by a lethal blow, sending him hurtling through the air, a long gash appearing across his body, blood splattering forth. He ultimately collided with the wall, shattering bricks beneath him. With a firm tread, Camille emerged from around the corner, the katana in her hand gleaming with a sharp radiance under the light. Cough, cough. Samit leaned against the wall, expelling a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body engulfed in weakness. As he gazed at the approaching Camille, an unsettling thought crept into his mind. Is this truly the end? His three abilities had already manifested. The phenomenon of rebirth, a singular event of resurrection, had been spent. The art of transformation, though capable of distorting reality, was beyond his current strength to alter the course of events. Samit found himself at a loss, uttering a desperate curse. Just then, Camille approached, gripping the hilt of his blade, and thrust it towards Samit's eyes. As Samit closed his eyes in resignation, the voice of Smoker echoed from a distance, accompanied by a swirling cloud of smoke that transformed into a massive fist, hurtling toward Camille. Startled, Camille turned to defend himself with his knife, yet the smoke, lacking any tangible form, passed through the blade and struck Camille with tremendous force, sending him sprawling and spewing blood. "What are you doing, Smoker?" Camille shouted, lying on the ground as he looked up to see Smoker leisurely entering the corridor, two cigars clenched in his mouth. Ignoring Camille, Smoker glanced at Samit before shifting his gaze to D'Ruba. The two locked eyes in a silent exchange. After a lengthy pause, Smoker finally broke the silence. "Do you not intend to say anything, D'Ruba?" Smoker's expression remained impassive, betraying no emotion. Yet the weight of his words revealed the turmoil within him. "What is there to say? You wretch, look at the mess you've created. And you still defend that pirate." Camille interjected, his anger flaring as he attempted to lay the blame on Samit, but D'Ruba swiftly silenced him with a gesture. With a heavy sigh, D'Ruba remarked, "Smoker is an elite trained by our headquarters. Your justifications may fool the uninformed, but attempting to persuade Smoker with such nonsense is merely an insult to your own intelligence. So you mean to say that all your actions are driven by selfish motives?" Smoker retorted angrily, demanding an explanation from D'Ruba. Observing Smoker's agitation, a flicker of guilt crossed D'Ruba's face, but it quickly vanished, replaced by resolve. "I have my reasons for doing this. Yet, no matter the justification, it does not change the fact that I have violated justice. My actions have caused suffering to countless innocents, and there are many like Samit who have lost everything because of me. But I shall not cease my endeavors. Regardless of their hatred towards me, I must rescue that person. Ruba spoke with unwavering conviction, and Smoker recognized that he could not dissuade him. Calming himself, he spoke solemnly, Brother Ruba, this shall be the last time I address you in such a manner. I cannot forgive you for betraying justice. Chapter 25. Escape. Smoker's arms transformed into smoke, surging forward toward Ruba with great speed. The smoke reached Ruba in the blink of an eye. Due to the constraints of the terrain, Ruba refrained from using his sword, retracting his right hand from the hilt, his muscles taut and veins bulging. With a decisive shout, Ruba unleashed a punch that shattered the air, creating a fierce gust of wind that even Samit, lying at a distance, could feel. If Smoker failed to adapt, the advancing smoke would undoubtedly be dispersed by this blow. As anticipated, just as the smoke appeared to be blown apart, it surged forward, materializing into Smoker's upper body. With his right hand grasping his weapon, he drew it swiftly and struck Ruba's fist with a resounding clash. The collision of their fists and weapon generated a tempestuous whirlwind, debris scattering violently against the walls. Although Smoker's assault seemed formidable, Samit internally berated him for his foolishness. Did Smoker not understand the extent of Ruba's strength after years of being by his side? To engage in a contest of brute force without utilizing his natural advantages was sheer folly. Indeed, as Samit contemplated this, Smoker was sent flying like a cannonball, his body soaring through the air. As he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his lower half expelled smoke, propelling him back towards Samit in an instant. He enveloped him in an embrace before vanishing without a trace, leaving only a swirling cloud of smoke in his wake. From the outset, Smoker had no intention of confronting Ruba directly. After years of executing missions alongside him, he was acutely aware of his capabilities. Ruba's immense strength was a rarity, even among the giants. Those acquainted with Samit understand that engaging him head-on is unwise. As an elite cultivated by the Navy headquarters, he is well aware of this. His actions are merely a stratagem to seek an opportunity for escape. Having spent years alongside Ruba, he comprehends the vast disparity in their strengths. Even if he were to risk his life, victory would remain elusive, especially with the ever-watchful Camille lurking nearby. Thus, from the outset, his intent was to flee with Samit. During the confrontation with Ruba, Smoker cleverly utilized Ruba's force to retreat, simultaneously lightening his weight through elemental transformation to evade harm. However, this maneuver required precise timing. A moment's delay would mean enduring Ruba's blow, while a premature action would render him incapable of countering. Despite his meticulous planning, Smoker sustained considerable injury, yet fortunately, it did not thwart the success of their plans. Cough, cough, Camille waved away the smoke in the air, coughing disdainfully. That damn Smoker. I should have eliminated him first. I've said it before, drugs are ineffective against such monsters. Before he could finish his thought, he felt the light before him dim. Looking up, he saw Ruba, brandishing a large sword, standing directly in front of him. The backlight obscured Ruba's expression, but Camille could sense the overwhelming aura emanating from him. I warned you, Camille. You must never lay a hand on my brothers. That was merely an expression of frustration, Camille hastily clarified, genuinely apprehensive about Ruba's potential wrath. Just then, in the midst of this tense atmosphere, the telephone bug rang. This time, it was Ruba's. Moshi Moshi, this is Ruba. Ruba, the key is ready. Hurry to Zodia. I am prepared to unseal it. Bring Camille along as well. Understood. After hanging up, Ruba turned to Camille and said, You heard that, right? Prepare yourself. We are heading to Zodia. I understand, but what about Smoker and that little brat? Camille inquired, adjusting his gear. Ruba shot him a glare before turning away. Do not concern yourself. The plan has reached this stage. It matters not if the world government discovers us. Meanwhile, Smoker was helping Samit, limping as they moved. Suddenly, Samit frowned and halted. What's wrong? Smoker asked, puzzled. Wait. Samit gestured for silence, feeling the capacity of his abilities reach their zenith. After a moment, he exhaled in relief and settled into a corner. You should relax as well. Camille and Ruba have departed. Departed? Smoker's expression was one of perplexity, as if he were grappling with an enigma. Shouldn't they be in a desperate pursuit, enduring hardships to ultimately extricate themselves from the enemy's grasp? Indeed, much like the triumph of virtue over malevolence, it is inscribed in the tomes, Samit remarked. Fortunately, he remained oblivious to Smoker's inner musings, lest his worldview be profoundly shaken. Noticing Smoker's lingering confusion, he elucidated his recent perceptions. A moment prior, someone had informed him via a transponder snail that they had acquired a certain key, directing them to a place known as Zodia, and thus they had departed, taking with them the majority of the soldiers stationed at the naval base. By the way, judging by the voice, the individual on the other end of the transponder snail was likely Martina, one of the female officers of the Bear pirate crew. Is that so? Smoker exhaled again, seemingly recalling something urgent. He hastily inquired, "What of my subordinates?" "Rest assured, they are still slumbering in the hall," came the reassuring reply. Sammy waved his hand, signaling him not to worry. However, Smog, upon hearing this, immediately seized himself and strode towards the hall. "Is that so? Splendid. Let us rouse my subordinates. We must certainly thwart Daruba and his crew this time. By the way, why am I to impede Daruba and his allies? Is it not the Bear pirates who have brought ruin upon your household? I sense a lack of urgency in your demeanor towards them." "How could it be that I lack urgency? Yet, what can be achieved by being concerned? Just dealing with Daruba alone proves to be a formidable challenge. With the addition of others, are we merely heading to our demise?" Samit was indeed not particularly invested in the Bear pirates, for he had already resolved to employ the technique of transformation to alter the fate of Kebaloni Island. Thus, his current limited objective was to survive, to grow stronger, and only then to seek revenge against the Bear pirates. Should they possess sufficient strength, he would not hesitate to pursue and eliminate those scoundrels. However, the situation was quite the opposite. If they refrained from engaging him in combat, he would patiently focus on his own development. To voluntarily throw himself into danger was akin to inviting disaster, as if he were intent on aiding his adversaries in amassing their 6 divine artifacts. Chapter 26. A call for help. I am no fool. I am acutely aware of the disparity in combat capabilities between us and the enemy. I shall seek assistance from the Navy headquarters. Smoker led the way, 2 cigars in his mouth, exhaling clouds of smoke that caused Samit to cough violently. Finally, unable to contain himself, Samit exclaimed, "You chain smoker, can't you refrain from smoking just a little? There are patients here." Indeed. It seems you are injured." Smoker replied with a hint of sarcasm. Although Samit was covered in blood, aside from an initial bout of weakness, he soon appeared lively and energetic. It was uncertain whether his recovery was due to his robust constitution or if he had merely been feigning weakness to elicit sympathy. "What is that look in your eyes?" "I suffered grave injuries. I nearly perished." The injury sustained by Samit is indeed grave, although his resilient physique prevents the wounds from being too deep. The tremendous force behind Daluba's strike has wreaked havoc upon his internal organs, causing substantial damage. It is only through the technique of transformation that he has managed to recover so swiftly. However, Smog appears to be rather skeptical, dismissively replying, "Oh, indeed." Samit was not inclined to engage in a debate. His primary concern was the safety of the operation. Speaking of which, Daruba had already become the pinnacle of naval power in the East China Sea, hadn't he? Was there anyone left in the East China Sea who could rival him? Samit could not help but feel a sense of unease regarding this matter. Even if the Navy could dispatch reinforcements from the headquarters, the Grand Line was so far from the East China Sea. Would they arrive in time? Indeed, Daruba was the highest force the Navy possessed in the East China Sea, and there was no one in the entire region who could stand against him. Smoker paused, seemingly lost in thought, before continuing. "However, there is a prominent figure currently vacationing in the East China Sea. Should he take action, there is nothing in this world that could pose a challenge to him." Smoker's words were imbued with confidence and reverence, and without needing further elaboration, Samit understood whom he was referring to. At that moment, the only person who could instill such confidence in Smoker while vacationing in the East China Sea was none other than the legendary naval hero, Garp. If it were Garp, then there was nothing to worry about. Samit refrained from asking further questions and silently followed Smoker into the hall. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of disheveled naval soldiers sprawled across the floor. Smoker's expression shifted, and he declared, "White Snake." Suddenly, a dense mist enveloped Smoker, expanding outward. The fog brushed past the sleeping soldiers, carrying with it a hint of intoxication. In a short while, the mist returned to Smoker, and the soldiers lying on the ground stirred, frowning as they groggily awoke. What was happening? Observing the chaotic hall, it seemed there had been signs of a struggle. Had someone gotten into a brawl while intoxicated? Many soldiers entertained such thoughts. "All hands, assemble." Smoker bellowed from the doorway, and the previously dazed soldiers instantly snapped to attention, swiftly gathering in formation. The entire process took no more than 2 seconds. Truly, They were the elite trained personally by Smoker. Sammy admired quietly, observing Smoker issuing commands. He recounted the recent events, and disbelief was evident on the faces of the soldiers. Clearly, Daruba held immense prestige among them. Yet, none dared to question Smoker, reflecting commendable military discipline. Now, I issue the orders. Dick, you will lead a team to secure all remaining personnel at the base. Al, take a group to the port to investigate any vessels available for departure. Garrow, establish contact with the Navy headquarters. Understood. Marine Ford, the Navy headquarters, is a military stronghold with a somewhat antiquated design. At this moment, within the Supreme Authority Center of the Navy headquarters, in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, he tirelessly reviewed critical reports from around the globe. Beside him, a young aide watched Sengoku's edits intently, his eyes darting as if contemplating something. Admiral Sengoku. A sudden voice shattered the tranquility. The admiral's gaze shifted to the speaker, a vice admiral, who continued to meditate with eyes closed, while the other two admirals remained undisturbed. Snoring softly. What is it that has you in such a flurry? Sengoku reprimanded, striking the table. The sleeping Akiji stirred, his slumber disrupted, blinking in confusion. Kizaru, too, slowly opened his drooping eyelids, appearing still half asleep. The communications officer from Navy headquarters reports that Sergeant Smoker in Logtown claims Daruba is colluding with pirates and is planning something. Bang. What did you say? Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, rising in disbelief. Do you realize what you were saying? Daruba was personally dispatched by me to the East Blue. He could not possibly engage in such treachery. I find it hard to believe as well. But the report from Sergeant Smoker states just that. We were uncertain how to assess it, hence we brought the report to you. The communications officer handed the document to Sengoku, stepping aside respectfully. Smoker's report contained extensive information, surpassing what Sammy was aware of, including portraits of the key members of the Barabara pirate crew and descriptions of their crew's capabilities. It detailed how, for over 2 years, various locations in the East Blue had suffered from pirate raids, with all witnesses being silenced. Additionally, it introduced Sammy, highlighting his abilities and the sources of his intelligence regarding the Barabara pirate crew, culminating in the events that transpired at the Wilga Naval Base. Along with a request for assistance, Sengoku reviewed the document and slammed his palm on the table once more. This report had articulated the situation with great precision. The Barabara pirate crew had been plotting for over 2 years for some scheme. As he contemplated, Sengoku flipped through the portraits of the 3 main members of the Barabara pirate crew. Yet, he struggled to comprehend the nature of the Barabara pirates. Even a figure like Daruba could not be associated with such a crew. As he pondered, Akainu rose, approaching Sengoku and producing a portrait of Martina. After observing it for a moment, he spoke gravely. I know this person. Who is she? Sengoku felt an unwelcome premonition. Anyone memorable to Sakazuki was surely not an insignificant figure. However, Akainu shook his head, stating, I do not know her name, but I encountered her during a mission. I thought she had perished. I never imagined she was still alive. Chapter 27. Emergency Situation. Sengoku sighed in relief. It appeared she was merely a minor character. Yet, it must have been 4 years ago. She was secretly arrested due to the research of Dr. Vegapunk on life creation. I was leading the team at that time. That woman was either Vegapunk's assistant or bodyguard, and she was cut in half by a weasel during her resistance. Akainu's next words rekindled Sengoku's concerns. Why is Vegapunk involved in this? Sengoku stood, pacing before his desk, deep in thought. From Smoker's intelligence, the Barabara pirate crew, while formidable, was not yet a cause for alarm. His interest was piqued solely due to the defection of a naval officer. However, the matter had now entangled Vegapunk. And even if their strength was meager, they could not be underestimated. Sengoku's curiosity was particularly drawn to the mention of Zodia in the report. After a moment, he picked up the transponder snail and dialed the signal. This is Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I need to speak with Dr. Vegapunk. Please connect me. As soon as the call was connected, Sengoku eagerly spoke up, only to be met with a response that ignited his fury once more. But the doctor said he is in a crucial stage of research and should not be disturbed under any circumstances. What nonsense. This is an emergency. Get him on the line immediately. The transponder snail relayed footsteps retreating, followed by silence. Sengoku waited patiently. Moments later, a voice was heard. Hello. Sengoku, what are you doing? I had just stumbled upon a brilliant idea, and you interrupted me. Do you realize silence? Sengoku's roar cut through Vegapunk's words. Do you understand the gravity of the situation you are involved in? Huh? What do you mean? The inquiry from Vegapunk instantly quelled any intentions of rebuke. It must be noted that despite being the world's most brilliant scientist, possessing unparalleled intellect, Vegapunk had channeled all his wisdom into scientific research. When faced with the politically experienced Fleet Admiral, Sengoku, he was somewhat naive, allowing Sengoku to seize the initiative with a single question. What is the situation with your assistant? Martina? The woman with red hair for years ago, she was bisected by a weasel, yet I have received news that she is plotting something. Is there information you have withheld from us? To ensure Vegapunk recalled, Sengoku elaborated on Martina's physical characteristics. Martina. Vegapunk's tone turned nostalgic. After a pause, he continued. She was once my assistant and bodyguard, the closest thing to perfection. Perfection? Does such a person truly exist in this world? Sengoku expressed skepticism. Even Vegapunk, lauded for being 500 years ahead in technology, could not be deemed perfect. Otherwise, he would not have been secretly arrested by the world government. However, Vegapunk remained unfazed, retorting, do you believe my research on life creation was merely to create life? No, I sought to engineer the most perfect human being. Martina is a product of that research. And what abilities does she possess? Burgess was startled and quickly inquired. Vegapunk, oblivious to the change in Burgess's demeanor, began to elaborate as if introducing a product he had once developed. Martina is a human I created through life manufacturing technology. She possesses intelligence and vitality that are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Her learning speed and computational abilities surpass even mine. Furthermore, her formidable vitality allows her to acquire immense strength with merely basic training. She embodies the perfect balance of intellect and martial prowess, truly a paragon of humanity. Is that so? Yet, such a perfect being was slain by a mere weasel. Akainu scoffed, evidently unimpressed by this so-called perfect human. His sentiment resonated with the rest of those present, causing Burgess to remain silent. Vegapunk, however, paid no heed to the audience's attitude and sighed. Indeed, from a physical standpoint, she is flawless. Yet, she harbors a significant flaw. She lacks human consciousness. Since her inception, she has been devoid of purpose, dreams, or desires. Without commands, she would succumb to existential despair, leading to her own demise. Thus, she is a failure. But what is her current state? Burgess pressed, seeking clarity. Vegapunk's response, however, was destined to disappoint him. How would I know? Initially, upon her creation, she yearned for death due to her lack of self-worth. So I commanded her to be my assistant and bodyguard. She has since remained by my side, learning in hopes of protecting me. However, 4 years ago, when Sakazuki came to capture me, she was cut down by that scoundrel weasel in her attempt to safeguard me. Despite her vitality, without directives or a sense of purpose, she would inevitably choose self-destruction. Are you oblivious to the chaos you've created? Let us move on. What is Zodia? Where is it located? Although dissatisfied with Vegapunk's answer, Burgess posed another question. Zodia? Vegapunk exclaimed, visibly taken aback. How do you know of this place? You do know it then? Martina intends to go there. What exactly is it? As Burgess pressed for answers, Vegapunk fell unusually silent. Just as Burgess was about to inquire further, Vegapunk finally spoke. Zodia is a small island located to the north of East Blue, where I once established a research facility. However, it has been abandoned for years, devoid of any resources. If Martina is heading there, it must be for a specific reason. What reason? Burgess felt a foreboding sense of trouble looming. Vegapunk's words confirmed his apprehensions. Within the underground warehouse lies a colossal weapon I once researched. If fully powered, a single shot could sink an island. You fool! Why did you not inform us of such a terrifying weapon? Burgess's forehead beaded with sweat at the thought of such a device falling into malevolent hands. Well, you need not worry too much. Although it is immensely powerful, only Doroba can operate it, as it was specifically designed for him. That being said, he has abandoned its use. To prevent anyone else, particularly someone with ill intentions, from piloting this weapon, I sealed it away. Vegapunk rambled on. But Burgess barely absorbed his words, fixating instead on the fact that this weapon was tailored for Doroba alone. His veins bulged as he clenched his left hand against the table. You imbecile, this is serious. Doroba has also gone to Zodia. Quickly, tell me its precise location. Why has Doroba associated himself with pirates? After ending the call, Burgess mused to himself that the situation was dire. Should I take action? Akainu asked. Arms crossed and legs crossed casually. Burgess regarded Akainu for a moment before shaking his head. Your destructive abilities are too formidable. Kazan will handle this. Remember, do your utmost to avoid damaging that weapon. Understood. Kazan stood, shaking off his earlier lethargy as he headed out. Watching Kazan depart, Burgess contemplated for a moment and dialed another number. Hello, Sengoku here. I'm currently training my grandson. Unless it's urgent, don't bother me. Burgess's head throbbed as he redialed, this time interrupting Carp before he could speak. Carp, you fool. This is an emergency. Set aside your vacation. You are the only one who can reach there in time. Stabilize the situation before Kazan arrives. Carp pulled the phone away from his ear, unconcerned, as he picked his nose. What? Just when I finally get a break. Something like this happens. All right, I get it. He hung up, turning to his battered grandson, Luffy, who was preparing to flee. Well, a mission has come up, so I won't be able to play with you. When I return, I will train you to become an exemplary Navy soldier. I don't want to be a Navy soldier. I want to be a pirate. I'm going to be the Pirate King, Luffy shouted, eyeing Carp, ready to bolt at any moment. Yet, Carp, surprisingly calm, replied, regardless of your future aspirations, you must first take care of your health. Wait for me to return. Luffy was momentarily stunned by Carp's demeanor. Before he could react, Carp kicked him off the cliff. Grandpa, you old fool. Watching Luffy fall and become a mere speck in the distance, Carp shouted, you little rascal, you think you can become the Pirate King? I will never allow you to tread the path of a pirate. After bidding farewell to his grandson, Carp called his lieutenant. Hello. Come to Windmill Village to pick me up. I've got an urgent mission. Right away, Captain Carp. Shortly after hanging up, a naval ship appeared on the horizon. Carp's vessel adorned with a dog-head figurehead. Not bothering with the main road, Carp leaped directly into the sea. On the other side, after ending the call, Burgess exhaled in relief, acknowledging that despite Carp's generally unreliable nature, he could be counted on in serious matters. With that thought, Burgess personally contacted Smoker. That is the situation. Until Carp and Kazan arrive, do not act rashly. Simply keep track of their movements from a distance. Understood. Smoker hung up and turned to Samit. Sengoku just informed me that Admiral Kazan has been dispatched and Vice Admiral Carp is on his way. Do you think the situation is that severe? Wow, an admiral. Sengoku actually dispatched an admiral and Carp is coming too. Is it really that serious? Samit was genuinely astonished. As a supreme force of the world government, the formidable general typically remained at Navy headquarters as a deterrent, only mobilizing in response to events of significant global impact. I too was taken aback. It seems this matter is far from straightforward. This mission will hinge upon your capabilities. Currently, Smoker has secured the Wilga naval base, but all the warships have been dispatched. Although the Navy headquarters has informed those on board of the actual situation, it will take some time for them to return. In the interim, Daluba and Camille have already made their escape. Well, I understand now. Fortunately, our task is merely to shadow the enemy from a distance. Otherwise, I would have to seriously reconsider the safety of this operation. Summit clasped his fist in acknowledgement, eager to witness the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world. Several nautical miles from the Wilga naval base, the three vessels of the Bara Bara pirate crew rested quietly upon the water's surface. Suddenly, the tranquil sea began to stir, and a small submarine emerged, its hatch opening to reveal Daluba. The crew aboard the distant pirate ships quickly spotted them, shouting, "This way. The captain and the boss are waiting here. Come this way." Daluba nodded in response and spoke to Camille inside the submarine. Shortly after, the submarine docked alongside the pirate ship, and Daluba and Camille leaped aboard. Captain Closhi, Pim, and Martina had been awaiting their arrival on the deck. A table was set up, laden with an array of food and drink, and upon seeing Daluba, they hurried over to greet him. "Daluba, we've been waiting for you. Come join us for a meal," Closhi exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, Daluba remained indifferent to Closhi's warm welcome, replying coolly, "Let us get down to business. I have no desire to linger with pirates." Closhi's expression darkened, and his subordinates raised their weapons towards Daluba. Unfazed, Daluba maintained a stoic demeanor, surveying the surroundings. "Enough, Daluba. We are all gathered here for Dr. Vegapunk. There is no need for such hostility," Martina interjected, diffusing the tense atmosphere. Closhi gestured for his men to lower their weapons. With the tension eased, Martina nodded and stated, "Since everyone is here, let us set sail." Closhi agreed, turning and calling out, "Men, hoist the sails. Our destination is Zodia." In the 29th chapter, Pursuit, a naval vessel floated on the waters south of the Wilga base in East Blue, commanded by Daluba and Camille. Upon reaching this location, the two relayed secret orders to their subordinates, instructing them to remain behind while they embarked on a covert mission in a submarine. They took with them a communication snail, ensuring that the personnel aboard the ship remained unaware of Daluba's betrayal of the Navy. When Smoker arrived with his officers at the naval vessel, the soldiers who had departed from the Wilga naval base were still in disbelief. It was only after Smoker presented the arrest warrant from headquarters that they were compelled to accept the grim reality. After taking command of the ship, Smoker inquired about the whereabouts of Daluba and Camille. Regrettably, they had not communicated any useful information prior to their departure. Furrowing his brow, Smoker turned to Samit and asked, "Samit, can you sense where Daluba and the others may be?" "I will give it a try," Samit replied. Samit agreed, and then activated his shared perception, diligently extending his awareness in all directions. However, after a considerable amount of time, he discerned nothing. Shutting down the shared perception, Samit shook his head at Smoker. How infuriating. The first mission had already failed. Smoker slammed his fist against the railing, venting his frustration, before retrieving a transponder snail to report to the Navy headquarters. The call was answered by Admiral Sengoku, and the gravity of the situation was enough to warrant his personal attention. "Is that so? Losing track is of no consequence. Just proceed directly to Zodia. Their objective lies there. Exercise caution on your way, and if you spot them at sea, engage them with artillery from a distance. In any case, aim to delay them as long as possible while we await reinforcements." "Understood." Smoker hung up the phone, unable to contain his expletives. Damn it. That scoundrel Daruba is truly cunning. Their targets are in the north, yet they deliberately directed the warship southward. All units, stand by and prepare to set sail. Destination, Zodia. In the Grand Line, a naval vessel glided steadily through the waters, its deck bustling with naval officers and soldiers. In stark contrast, Admiral Akiji lounged in a deck chair, basking in the sun, soundly asleep. "Mr. Kazan, we are about to enter the doldrums. Please be advised," a naval officer reported as he approached Akiji. Akiji lazily lifted his sleep mask, shielding his eyes from the glaring sunlight, and replied, "Is that so? Notify me once we enter the doldrums." He then lowered the mask and resumed his slumber. Meanwhile, in the East Blue, aboard the dray, Foss, a lookout, cried out, "Captain, we see land ahead." Excited, Shanks dashed to the lookout tower, snatching the telescope from his subordinate to peer through, and upon spotting the island, he erupted in joyous exclamations. "Ah, an island. It truly is an island. Is it? Captain, after such a long voyage, we've finally spotted land. It seems entering the New World from the northern East Blue is indeed feasible. Is it? Let me see. Ah, let's head to the island." On the Doghead warship, Admiral Garp stood tall at the bow, arms crossed, his Justice Cape billowing in the wind, exuding a sense of safety with his imposing figure. "Admiral Garp, we have arrived at Baidi Town. Should we dock for resupply?" A commander inquired from behind Garp. Given the urgency, the ship had set sail without adequate supplies, and a lengthy route could easily lead to complications. However, Garp seemed oblivious, remaining steadfast in his position. "Admiral Garp? Admiral Garp," the officer cautiously called out, and upon receiving no response, raised his voice. Startled, Garp turned around, one hand wiping drool from his mouth. What did you say?" The naval officer's face fell. Realizing he had just heard the sound of bubbles popping, Garp had evidently been sleeping. Internally lamenting his superior's unreliable behavior, the officer maintained a composed exterior and reiterated, "We must resupply. It's crucial. You should go to the town first. I'll head over myself." "Huh?" The naval officer's face contorted in confusion. "What do you mean? You'll go alone?" Then, to his shock, he saw Garp stripping off his clothes. Surely not. The officer's mind raced with trepidation. Next, he witnessed Garp donning a pair of shorts, before plunging into the sea with a splash. "Once you're done resupplying, come back to get me." As Garp's voice faded into the distance, the naval officer finally grasped the situation, but Garp had already swum far away, his speed far surpassing that of the warship. "I implore you, could you not be so reckless? We may soon encounter combat. It would be wise to conserve your strength." On the deck, Summit reclined in a lounge chair, eyes closed in meditation, while Smoker paced restlessly before him, visibly anxious. Yet, one could not fault him. This was his first time commanding a warship solo, and with 2 vessels at that, being merely a sergeant. While several lieutenants and commanders aboard had yet to earn the privilege of independent command, he felt a mix of trepidation and pride, especially since the quarry he pursued was someone he had once idolized, filling him with a swirl of complex emotions. Smoker halted, casting a glance at Samit. "How can you remain so composed? You do realize this operation involves admirals, don't you? Aren't you the least bit unsettled?" "Unsettled?" Sammy cast a sidelong glance at him, disdainfully remarking, "Of course, there is unease. However, when the sky falls, there will be taller individuals to bear the weight." At the first sign of danger, I shall be the first to flee. After all, I am not a member of the Navy, so I need not fear military regulations. Smoker interjected. In any case, rest assured. This time, even the admirals have mobilized. We mere pawns are merely here to observe. The real matters will be resolved by those influential figures. Despite these words, a sense of uncertainty lingered within me. For I feared that a single erroneous decision could lead to the demise of the naval soldiers under my command. Smoker appeared rather pessimistic. Nonetheless, he ceased his restless pacing. Samit took another look at Smoker, pondering to himself, could it be that I have encountered a counterfeit Smoker? How can he be so devoid of confidence? It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Smoker, whether in the early or later chapters, has always exuded an air of unwavering self-assurance. Indeed, it could be said that every notable and named strong figure in One Piece possesses a certain degree of confidence. They believe in their inevitable success. Although much of this confidence may stem from naivety and arrogance due to limited experience, it is undeniable that one cannot ascend to greatness without self-belief. Chapter 30. The Advancing Navy in the Doldrums. A naval warship glided swiftly across the ocean's surface. Indeed, you read that correctly. It was gliding. Beneath the massive hull were large sleds, which, as the vessel moved, froze the water in front, creating a sliding pathway. Presently, the ship was filled with shrill, agonizing screams as Navy soldiers clung desperately to pillars and railings to avoid being thrown overboard. Observing the disarray among his subordinates, Akiji sighed. I say, there's no need to be so tense. Remain calm. Mr. Kazan, though you say that, we cannot possibly calm ourselves. As the warship made a sharp turn, reminiscent of a legendary driver navigating a treacherous U-turn, a chorus of screams erupted. Oh dear. Oh dear. Akiji lamented helplessly. In the east blue, Garp pressed on with vigor, his arm swinging in a blur, leaving a trail of afterimages. He glanced at the waterproof compass on his wrist and swam even harder, sending waves several meters high, akin to a speedboat. He aimed to finish before nightfall and return home to continue training his grandson. Meanwhile, aboard the Red Force, Shanks stood at the bow, shivering uncontrollably. Achoo. He wiped his nose and turned to Beckman, asking, have we reached the New World? Why is there a winter island here? Beckman, with a cigarette in his mouth, perused the nautical charts. Upon hearing his captain's inquiry, he calmly replied, given our current sailing time, it is impossible to have reached the New World. We are still in the East Blue, albeit in an uncharted region. Is that so? I must take a closer look. Does anyone wish to accompany me? Shanks suddenly brightened. I do. I do. Me too. Everyone expressed their eagerness, leaving Shanks with no choice but to leave two unfortunate souls to watch the ship while he took the others ashore. Not far from their location, the Barabara pirates were swiftly approaching in 3 ships. Captain Closhi and Pym were engaging in revelry with their crew, while Daluba settled in a corner. And Camille glanced around before joining him. Noticing the lack of interaction between the two factions, Martina sighed. Despite their shared objective, differing stances and beliefs made sincere cooperation impossible. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Martina was deep in thought, a series of cannon blasts echoed from the distance, sending countless projectiles whistling toward them. Where is that cannon fire coming from? Everyone sprang to their feet, scanning the horizon, yet no vessels were in sight. Suddenly, the cannon fire rang out again, with numerous shells landing around their ships, splashing water everywhere and causing the vessels to sway violently. This time, they clearly saw the source of the cannon fire. Pym quickly ascended the lookout and peered through a telescope. He spotted 2 naval warships, and on the bow of one, a youth clad in short sleeves and trousers aimed a sniper rifle in their direction. Wait a moment, sniper. Realizing something, Pym tilted his head just as a bullet grazed his scalp and lodged into the mast. He broke into a cold sweat and leapt down onto the deck. Those 2 naval warships have a highly skilled sniper. I will take care of them, Closhi announced, preparing to launch himself forward, but Daluba stepped in his way. What do you mean? Even at this moment, you still want to stir up trouble? Closhi glared at Daluba, his expression darkening. Daluba replied nonchalantly. We agreed not to engage them. TCH. What a pretender you are, Daluba. You know how many Navy civilians have perished at my hands over the past 2 years. Would we have been so successful without your and Camille's inside help? Just because you didn't pull the trigger yourself doesn't absolve you of responsibility. Closhi's words drained the color from Daluba's face. Overcoming his reservations, he stepped past Daluba to the edge of the ship, turning back to declare. We all owe a debt of gratitude to Dr. Vegapunk for bringing us together. To repay that debt, I am willing to sacrifice my life. However, I cannot stand idly by and watch my brothers perish without retaliating. As he spoke, gas surged from his pores, propelling Closhi's corpulent body into the air. Meanwhile, the cannon fodder aboard the two naval vessels continued to rain fire upon the Barabara pirates. On the bow, Samit reluctantly lowered his sniper rifle, lamenting, "Alas, I was so close to making the shot. I should have predicted more to the left. Consider yourself fortunate. If matters were so easily resolved, the headquarters would not have dispatched an admiral," Smoker remarked, clearly unconcerned about whether Samit could hit his target. His focus lay elsewhere. "Rest assured, as long as you strike according to my directions, success is assured. However, whether we hit our mark is a matter of fortune." Samit remarked, rather matter-of-factly, that in this era of artillery technology, even if one could spot a ship from afar, striking an enemy vessel was largely a matter of luck. Furthermore, even if a hit was achieved, such solid projectiles would inflict minimal damage on the ship, primarily serving as weapons against personnel. To truly sink an adversary's ship, it would require both parties to engage in close-range combat. Otherwise, it was exceedingly difficult to bring down the opponent. Often, after a naval battle lasting 4 to 5 hours, both sides would retreat, dragging their damaged vessels back to their respective harbors. Upon hearing Samit's words, Smoker chose to remain silent. After all, their mission was merely to buy time. Ideally, it would be advantageous if the enemy halted their advance to engage in a naval skirmish. "Be cautious," someone approaches. "It is Captain Clashy." Samit suddenly pointed towards the distant sky and warned. At his words, Smoker and the others turned their gazes to the indicated direction, where they spotted a dark figure in the sky, which grew larger as it drew nearer. By the time they could discern the figure's identity, Captain Clashy had already landed on the ship's bow. "What audacity! He dares to approach the enemy vessel alone," a naval officer scolded, then gestured for a squadron of sailors to form ranks, their firearms firing in unison. Such a barrage of firepower would make it difficult for an ordinary person to evade. Yet, Captain Clashy was no ordinary individual. He was a wielder of a devil-fruit ability. With a single push from his toes, he launched himself into the air, laughing heartily as he unleashed a water arrow aimed at the naval officer. The officer barely had time to react before the water arrow pierced through him, continuing its trajectory into the ship's hull. The arrow transformed into a water blade, sweeping horizontally across the deck, cleaving it in two. A torrent of seawater surged in, causing the ship to sink from the severed portion, creating whirlpools as the naval personnel aboard scrambled into the sea like dumplings. Witnessing this spectacle, Captain Clashy could not help but laugh uproariously. "They dare to pursue me with such skill. They truly do not know their fate." Chapter 31. "I have captured Captain Clashy, you scoundrel." White fist. Smoker seethed with rage, his right hand transforming into smoke as he launched a punch towards Clashy. "Oh, is this the little brat who follows Daruba? A Logia user. I see. This is my first encounter with one." Clashy taunted, undeterred by Smoker's signature move, White Fist. He inhaled deeply, and as the fist approached, he opened his mouth wide, as if gulping down an immense tide. The smoke, which had coalesced into a fist, instantly dispersed and was drawn into his mouth. Smoker's eyes widened in shock as his elemental fist reverted to a physical form, the smoke that had been inhaled transforming back into his hand. "Come down here." Smoker grasped Clashy's jaw, pulling him downward. The once lofty Clashy was abruptly yanked to the deck, stirring a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Clashy spat out a mouthful of blood, using one hand to brace himself against the deck as he struggled to extract his half-submerged body. Bang, bang, bang. Samit wielded guns in both hands, unleashing a barrage of fire in a fluid motion. Though the smoke had yet to dissipate, his heightened senses enabled him to navigate the chaos without solely relying on sight. Clashy cursed vehemently, stomping his foot as he was propelled backward, his skin's pores releasing gas that altered his flight path, allowing him to sway and evade the incoming bullets. After an extended exchange, Samit exhausted the ammunition in his firearms, prompting a sigh of relief from Clashy. Despite being but one individual, Samit exhibited the firepower of an entire squad, his marksmanship strikingly precise, each shot aimed at vital points, a stark contrast to the disarray of a mere group of shooters. This must be the sniper Pym had spoken of. He could not be allowed to continue his assault unchallenged. With that thought, Clashy opened his mouth wide, unleashing a jet of water directed at Samit. Sammy threw away his pistol, unsheathed the knife from his waist, and rolled forward to evade the water arrows while charging towards Clashy. Clashy let out a cold laugh, his gaze shifting in tandem with Sammy's movements, as the water arrow transformed into a water blade in pursuit of him. Just as the water blade was about to catch up, Sammy remained unperturbed. For Smoker was closing in. After recently rescuing Captain Clashy from the water, he did not take the opportunity to strike his fallen adversary, but instead directed his subordinates to assist the floundering naval soldiers. Upon witnessing Sammy's predicament, he rushed to provide support. At that moment, his lower body transformed into smoke, propelling him forward like a rocket booster, and in the blink of an eye, he was at Clashy's side, delivering a fierce blow with his 10 hands. Bang! Captain Clashy was sent flying, crashing against the ship's railing, causing the water blade in his mouth to dissipate. Spitting out blood, Clashy glared darkly at Smoker and Sammy, stating, "I truly underestimated you, little brat who follows Daruba." He had already been aware of Smoker's abilities, the Moku Moku no Mi, or smoke fruit. However, he dismissed the smoke's offensive potential, believing Smoker's advantages lay solely in elemental evasion of physical attacks, assuming his own powers could absorb the smoke, thereby nullifying Smoker's elemental capabilities. Previously, Clashy had held this belief, yet he had underestimated the Logia type. The Logia is not merely defined by elemental transformation and physical immunity. When a Logia user transforms, their attack and evasion paths exponentially increase. Their offensive and evasive ranges occupy three-dimensional space, enabling the execution of various unpredictable techniques with ease. Smoker's most characteristic technique involved elementalizing his fist and, as he neared his opponent, transitioning his body to match the elemental form of his fist, resulting in a movement akin to teleportation. Furthermore, he had not anticipated the presence of someone as formidable as Sammy alongside him. Without further ado, he declared, "If you dare to come alone, then do not leave." In the world of duplicity, Samit had engaged in countless battles against Captain Clashy, gaining a profound understanding of his capabilities. If Captain Clashy were to maintain his distance and unleash his water arrows and blades from the heavens, they would all be forced to kneel. Thus, Samit dared not grant him a moment's respite. Wielding his long blade, he swiftly closed the gap, preparing to deliver a fierce strike. Just as the blade was about to descend upon Captain Clashy, a powerful gust erupted from his pores, sending Samit hurtling away. In the instant that the force of Clashy's gas diminished, a dense fog enveloped both combatants, permeating through Samit and coalescing into a colossal hand that seized Captain Clashy. Captain Clashy attempted to employ the same tactic, expelling gas to disperse the fog. However, Smoker was swifter. He emerged from the immense fist, wielding his jutty, and struck Clashy squarely in the face, causing a torrent of blood to spurt forth, even knocking out a tooth. Clashy held in agony, rendered incapable of formulating any further strategies. Seizing the opportunity, Smoker unleashed a relentless barrage upon the beleaguered captain, his jutty swinging wildly, delivering blows that sent Clashy's head reeling, blood and teeth flying in every direction. After a prolonged assault, he finally ceased his onslaught. By this point, Captain Clashy's forehead was grotesquely swollen, his mouth devoid of teeth, blood streaming down his chin, and his eyes rolled back, clearly unconscious. Witnessing Clashy's dismal state, Smoker quickly leapt off him. Having previously lost a warship and many subordinates due to Clashy's actions, Smoker had been consumed by rage. It was only after delivering this severe beating that he began to regain his composure. Samit seized a pair of handcuffs made from marine stone from a naval officer, securing Captain Clashy to a pillar. After completing this task, he turned to face Smoker. Martina and the others had already departed when Clashy attempted to intercept them, leaving Smoker at a loss for what to do next. He clenched his teeth, grappling with indecision. All visible individuals at sea had been rescued, yet several remained unaccounted for. Dispatching a search party at this juncture would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time, jeopardizing the mission's success, and even if a search were conducted, it was highly likely that they would only recover a lifeless body. Caught between the mission and the potential survival of his subordinates, Smoker found himself wavering. Suddenly, he noticed that all the officers aboard the warship were gazing at him, their faces alight with hope. With a sharp crack, Smoker slapped himself across the face. Here he was, wasting precious moments when urgency was paramount. It was utterly disgraceful. "Everyone, focus on the rescue," he commanded. A surge of enthusiasm rippled through the naval officers, who hastened their efforts. Was this the right course of action? While it could indeed save some of the soldiers, it risked exacerbating the situation. Considering this was a mission involving a vice admiral, Sammy thoughtfully offered a reminder. "Of course, I am aware of that. And I have conceived a solution that accommodates both sides," Smog confidently declared. Chapter 32, Conflict. The red-haired pirates. Daruba, are you all right? Martina asked with a hint of worry as she glanced at him. Ever since Croce had shared his words, Daruba had been seated at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the sea. Although Daruba was typically reticent, there was something about his solitary figure that evoked a sense of desolation within her, as if the steadfast resolve in her heart had been shattered. "I'm fine. I want to delay the plan," Daruba replied, turning briefly to meet Martina's gaze before returning his attention to the ocean. "Are you truly all right?" Martina's concern deepened, though she refrained from voicing it. She understood that Daruba was a fiercely independent individual, and excessive words would only provoke his disdain. Yet, he was the linchpin of their strategy. Without him, their plans could not unfold. "By the way, our last encounter was in the future kingdom, in Dr. Vegapunk's laboratory, wasn't he it? You had a perpetual scowl back then, your expression unchanging, as if you regarded others as mere objects. The thought of you performing surgery on me was quite nerve-wracking." As if sensing Martina's thoughts, Daruba's voice drifted over from his perch at the bow, reminiscing about the past. "Daruba," Martina mused inwardly, recognizing that he had made a decision, leading her heart to a twinge of melancholy. "Boss, we can see Zodia." At that moment, the lookout's voice rang out from the crow's nest. Upon hearing this, Martina cast aside her worries and exclaimed, "Really? Everyone, prepare your gear, we're going ashore." "Wait, boss. There's a ship, a pirate ship. Someone has landed on the island ahead of us." The lookout's eyes widened in fear as he pointed toward Zodia. "What?" Martina's expression darkened. She sprang into action, grasping the rope mid-air, performing a turn, and leaping onto the line, racing up to the lookout tower. Seizing the spyglass from her subordinate, she peered toward Zodia. There lay a white island at the mouth of a cove where a red-painted pirate ship, adorned with a skull and crossbones bearing 3 crimson slashes over its eyes, was docked. Only 2 individuals lounged on the pirate ship, idly playing cards, while the rest had evidently disembarked onto the island. Crack! Martina's face darkened as she crushed the spyglass in her grip, her voice low and resolute. "Eliminate them. I have spent 4 years planning for this. I will not allow any unforeseen circumstances to arise." Aboard the Red Fourth, 2 of the red-haired pirates sat on the deck, bored, playing cards, with 2 bottles of liquor beside them. Gulp! One pirate took a hearty swig and sighed. "Ah, I envy Ward and the others, who get to accompany the captain on adventures to unknown lands. I wish I could go. Come now, stop complaining, GIs. When the captain returns, let him regale us with tales of this journey." Another pirate replied, his outlook markedly more optimistic. "Hey, I'm not as easily satisfied as you, Track. I want to traverse the world and explore uncharted territories. Relax. There will surely be a next time for you." Got it, got it." Their conversations revolved not around wealth or fame, but rather the thrill of adventure across distant lands, leaving Camille, who had emerged from his underwater concealment, utterly astonished. While he had heard tales of individuals who became pirates solely for the sake of adventure, all he had encountered were ruthless marauders. Hearing these pirates discuss majestic mountains and perilous trails broadened his perspective. This realization sent a shiver down Camille's spine. If these mere underlings possessed such insight, this pirate crew was undoubtedly extraordinary. For a moment, he hesitated regarding Martina's orders, but the thought of their plan rekindled his resolve. He erupted from the water, leaping into the air, his toes briefly touching the ship's hull, before propelling himself onto the deck. His movements were fluid, devoid of any hesitation. Despite his agility and silence, GIs and Track still noticed Camille's presence. "Who goes there?" The 2 grabbed their weapons, standing alert as they turned toward the source of the noise. Upon recognizing Camille's naval uniform, they exclaimed, "It's the Navy. Alert the captain." Track brandished a sailor's knife and charged toward Camille. Meanwhile, he prepared a transponder snail to inform the captain. Typically, they rarely engaged in wrongdoing, and given their formidable strength, the Navy tended to overlook them. However, the unexpected appearance of a naval officer aboard their ship raised alarms about potential attacks from the headquarters. Just as he was about to make the call, an unsettling chill coursed through him. The members of the red-haired pirates, though not as powerful as their captain and senior officers, had weathered many storms, and their experience was not to be underestimated. The moment that prickling sensation arose, he rolled behind a mast, evading danger. Bang! Just as he moved, a gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the spot where Track had stood moments before. Sweat trickled down his brow as he silently acknowledged the close call. Yet, he dared not act recklessly. He had no way of knowing whether the enemy's sniper still had him in their sights. Now was the time for patience. Revealing any weakness could lead to a swift demise. On the other side, Gi's was startled by the gunfire. Upon seeing Track unharmed, he quickly dashed toward Camille, moving faster than before. Aware of the sniper, he understood that standing alone on the open deck would make him an easy target. So he aimed to get closer to the naval officer, hoping to create a dilemma for the enemy marksman. Camille recognized Guy's intentions immediately, but paid little mind. Although Gi's and Track's earlier bravado had impressed him, their demeanor and attire belied their status as mere underlings. As a colonel responsible for a military base, Camille had confidence in his own abilities. He drew his katana, ready to confront Gi's. Clang! Their weapons clashed, sending sparks flying as they locked blades, pushing against one another. The sounds of their blades scraping echoed in the air, neither yielding an inch in their test of strength. This time, Camille was genuinely taken aback. While he was not particularly known for his brute force, he was still a colonel, yet this lowly pirate could match him in strength. Chapter 33. The landing not bad at all. For a nameless underling, you possess strength enough to contend with me, Camille said, shoving Gi's back and adjusting his glasses with a tone of arrogance. However, I shall now show no mercy. Prepare to die. In response to Camille's praise, Gi's remained stoic. Saying nothing, his focus sharpened as he prepared to face his adversary. As Camille's katana swung toward him, Gi's raised his own blade to meet it. Clang! Gi skillfully parried Camille's assault, yet this time Camille refrained from lingering, striking swiftly like a tempest from multiple angles. Faced with such relentless onslaught, Gi's appeared somewhat inadequate, his defenses faltering as he was compelled to retreat under Camille's relentless pressure. However, despite his apparent struggle, he managed to fend off Camille's strikes. After a flurry of attacks, Camille found his stamina waning. Seizing the opportunity presented by his opponent's evasive maneuvers, he leapt out of Guy's striking range. As he gasped for breath and recuperated, Camille scrutinized his adversary, noting that aside from his disheveled attire, Gi's bore no visible injuries. Moreover, Guy's steady breathing betrayed no signs of fluster, indicating that he remained composed and in control. This realization left Camille incredulous. How could he be outmatched by what seemed like a mere underling? Was it possible that Gi's, despite his unassuming appearance, held a more formidable rank, perhaps as a captain or a high-ranking officer? Yet, it seemed unreasonable for a captain to be left behind to guard the ship. Observing Camille's labored breaths, Gi's did not rush to attack. Instead, he calmly inquired, "Who are you? Though clad in naval attire, your ship is nowhere to be seen. It is illogical for the Navy to abandon their artillery advantage to engage in close combat." "Guess," Camille replied, masking his acknowledgement of Guy's strength with bravado. After a brief rest, he lunged forward, delivering a series of strikes with his sword. This time, he moderated his speed. Having previously attacked at maximum velocity only to be thwarted, he recognized that such haste would only deplete his energy more rapidly. As he attacked, Camille continued to observe Gi's. Unlike himself, who had undergone systematic swordsmanship training, Guy's techniques were merely rudimentary blocks and strikes, lacking any remarkable flair. Yet, his timing was impeccable, forcing Camille to expend considerable mental effort to defend against each blow, rendering Camille's attacks futile. This disparity stemmed from experience, an advantage that could not be compensated for by mere talent or training. "This is dire," thought Track, who was concealed behind a pillar. Despite having already informed Shanks of the situation, who assured him of reinforcements, Track felt the weight of impending doom. Hidden snipers remained undisclosed to him, and at that moment, 3 dark shapes emerged in the distance. Having spent considerable time at sea, he immediately recognized them as pirate ships, massive 2-masted vessels, larger than the Red Force, armed with formidable firepower. With overwhelming numbers, if the enemy reinforcements arrived, Track knew he and Gi's would be unable to withstand the assault. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to eliminate Camille before reinforcements could arrive, thereby reducing the enemy's combat strength. Without hesitation, he gathered his strength and propelled himself forward like a cannonball, only to be met with gunfire as a bullet struck the ground where he had just been. The snipers unleashed a barrage of bullets, but Track evaded them with practiced skill. Just as he approached Camille, intent on joining forces with Gi's to swiftly overpower their opponent, a shadow loomed before him. Looking up, Track saw a colossal figure descending from the sky. With a thunderous crash, the massive form landed before him, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Track discerned the silhouette of a giant standing over 3 meters tall. The figure moved, grasping a 2-meter-long sword with immense power, sweeping it toward Track. Before the blade reached him, the wind it generated scattered the dust, revealing Deluba's true form. Track had no time to admire the visage. As the gale rendered him breathless and immobile, he could only watch helplessly as the sword approached. With a resounding swish, the sword swept past Track's waist, its edge obliterating everything behind him. Stunned, Track looked down to see a thin line of blood emerging from his midsection, which quickly widened as his upper body slid from his lower half, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Guy's eyes widened in horror as he abandoned Camille and charged at Daluba. Emotionless, Daluba paid no heed to Guy's approach, casually pivoting to deliver a downward strike with the 2-meter sword. Guy's barely managed to raise his weapon in defense before he and his sword were cleaved in two. The residual force of Daluba's strike carved a lengthy gash in the deck, ultimately shattering the railing and plunging into the sea, creating a fleeting rift on the water's surface. With the constraints of terrain removed, Daluba's true power was laid bare. Camille swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. Daluba was never this bloodthirsty in the past. After his grim work, Daluba disregarded Camille, walking alone to the ship's bow and gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Soon, 3 ships from the Barabara pirate crew approached. Martina boarded the Red Force, surveying the chaos strewn across the deck, and quietly declared, "Let us go to the island, retrieve that formidable weapon, and rescue Dr. Vegapunk." At her words, Daluba's body stiffened momentarily before he regained his composure, silently following Martina without uttering a word. Indeed, after committing such heinous acts, they were compelled to rescue Dr. Vegapunk. This became Daluba's sole motivation to survive. Chapter 34. The strongest against the strongest. Is this your so-called perfect solution? On the open sea, aboard a small sailing ship, Samit shouted at Smoker. Smoker, feeling somewhat vexed, sat cross-legged at the bow, arms crossed, wearing a glum expression. Upon hearing Samit's words, he retorted, "Didn't you once praise my idea?" Initially, Smoker had confidently proposed a flawless plan, to have the naval soldiers rescue their comrades who had fallen overboard while he and Samit pursued the Barabara pirate crew aboard a lifeboat tethered to a warship. Samit had wholeheartedly agreed, lavishing praise upon Smoker. However, while the concept was admirable, reality proved harsh. The lifeboat, with its small sails, was too slow. Even with both of them rowing, they could not catch up to the Barabara pirate crew's larger 2-masted vessels. Before long, the Barabara pirate crew had escaped the perceptive range of Summit. This realization incensed him, as an ordinary civilian who seldom ventured into the sea. He possessed no knowledge of the nuances of maritime speed. The small vessel appeared swift to the eye, yet in reality, it was rather lackluster. It was perplexing that Smoker, a seasoned member of the Navy who traversed the oceans daily, was equally oblivious to such matters. Upon reflection, it was indeed reckless for the two of them to pursue in a diminutive boat. Consider Captain Clashy, whose formidable strength allowed him to seize the initiative and destroy a naval ship, compelling all Navy soldiers to attend to the overboard casualties, leaving them unable to retaliate. Yet, despite this advantage, he was swiftly overpowered by the combined efforts of himself and Smoker. Recalling his own experiences in the instance world, where Captain Clashy had mercilessly bested him, he recognized the significant advantage that sheer numbers could provide. Thus, we find ourselves in a precarious situation. Just as Samit was about to speak, the previously tranquil surface of the sea began to surge violently, with waves cascading over one another, causing the small boat to sway incessantly amidst the tumult. What could be the cause of this? Smog rose to his feet, his expression marked by uncertainty, for there was not a breath of wind in the air. Such formidable waves should not have arisen under these conditions. Sammy's blood-red eyes widened in an attempt to perceive something, but alas, apart from the surging waves, he could see nothing else. The waves were emanating from the direction of Zordia. Could something have happened there? Witnessing such commotion, coupled with the Navy headquarters dispatch of an admiral, dark thoughts began to cloud Sammy's mind. Smoker harbored similar thoughts, even believing that their failure to detain the Barabara pirates had allowed the enemy's scheme to succeed, resulting in this uproar. In truth, they were mistaken. This situation had no connection to them whatsoever. As time progressed, the Barabara pirates landed on the island and made their way westward. Following their departure, tranquility enveloped the area, occasionally broken by the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the air, followed by a series of figures emerging in succession. Shanks stood on the deck, surveying the scene of devastation and the dismembered bodies of 2 subordinates. His eyes were wide, tinged with blood, and a vein throbbed ominously on his forehead. The atmosphere around him felt dense, almost suffocating, as his crew wore expressions of rage. Lockie, still gnawing on a chicken leg, tossed aside his food. while Jesus Burgess clenched his fists tightly. Even the typically composed Ben Beckman appeared pallid, with the rest of the crew displaying faces twisted with fury, eager to seek vengeance upon the perpetrators. Yet, they remained silent, for they understood that their captain bore the heaviest grief and anger. Shanks, usually playful and carefree, transformed into a figure of solemnity, and his silence signaled the imminent eruption of his wrath. He approached the bodies of Trellick and Gies, piecing them together. Indifferent to the blood staining his shoes, he unsheathed the sword from his waist, positioning it beside him, then sat cross-legged on the ground, sinking the enemy's ship. Boom. As Shanks finished speaking, 3 pirate ships anchored in the distance erupted in flames, illuminating his face in stark relief. His expression was devoid of emotion, exuding a chilling calmness. Lockheed returned after receiving orders to destroy the vessels and resumed his position behind Shanks. The enemy's ships had been obliterated, and to escape this island, they must commandeer the Red Force. Now, he awaited their arrival. The wind blew silently as the red-haired pirates fell into a hushed anticipation of their adversaries. However, instead of their foes, an unexpected visitor approached. Jesus Burgess was the first to notice the commotion. He pointed toward the horizon, exclaiming, "Shanks, someone is coming." The crew turned to see a figure swimming towards them, splashing water high into the air with each stroke, moving with the speed of a shark. As they watched, the individual suddenly propelled himself out of the water, soaring towards the Red Force. "Ah, it has been so long since I stretched my limbs. How refreshing." The newcomer landed on the deck, performing calisthenics, his muscles glistening in the sunlight. Were it not for his advanced age, his physique would have elicited cheers from countless admirers. "Kapu, have you come to capture me? If not, I kindly ask you to leave. My mood is rather foul," Shanks stated with an unkind tone, his gaze fixed on the seemingly indifferent Kapu. Though he often disregarded others, today he was in no mood for games. "Oh, it's you, red-haired brat. It seems you've had your share of troubles." Kapu finally noticed Shanks, initially intending to confront him, but was drawn to the sight of the 2 corpses and the captain's hostile demeanor. Even with his lack of intellect, he could deduce the occurrence of a grave incident. "So, what precisely is your purpose here?" Shanks did not directly respond to Kapu's inquiry, maintaining his stern tone. "If you wish to fight, I am more than willing to oblige." Kapu furrowed his brow before relaxing. "You're rather brash, little one. I wonder how your strength compares to Roger's. It seems appropriate to settle the matter of you encouraging Luffy to become a pirate while we are at it. Is that so?" Shanks rose, drawing his sword and pointing it toward the ground. Though his actions were not grandiose, his mere presence emanated a formidable aura, suffocating those who observed from a distance. Chapter 35. Kapu versus Shanks. Not planning to strike first? Then allow me. Kapu cracked his knuckles and leaped into the air, his arms bending, muscles bulging, fists making ominous sounds as he clenched them. In midair, he reveled in the stretch of his body, his perfectly sculpted muscles gleaming under the sun. His fist, imbued with tremendous force, descended toward Shanks. Shanks' pupils constricted slightly as he lowered his center of gravity, preparing to strike at the moment Kapu's strength peaked. This strategy was unconventional. Typically, skilled combatants would wait for their opponents to exhaust their energy before countering. Yet Shanks chose the opposite approach, confident in his abilities. Although he had yet to ascend to the rank of one of the 4 emperors, he had reached the pinnacle of strength in his early middle age. Despite recently losing an arm, his confidence as a formidable warrior remained unshaken. With a powerful thrust, he launched himself skyward, his sword aimed directly at Kapu. As he took flight, the area where he had stood erupted in a whirl of air. Clang! Shanks' sword met Kapu's fist, producing a sound akin to steel colliding rather than piercing flesh. The immense force unleashed a shockwave, expelling all surrounding air and creating a vacuum circle with a diameter of several meters around them. Both combatants exerted their strength, distorting the space around them, akin to a stone thrown into calm water, sending ripples cascading outward. The disturbance reverberated through the sea, transforming the previously tranquil waters into tumultuous waves that surged away. Boom. "Everyone hold on tight. Be careful not to be swept away." Beckman raised his left hand to shield his eyes from the swirling debris. The clash between Shanks and Kapu unleashed a tempest, causing the wind to howl and the waves to rise. Supplies aboard the ship were tossed into the sea. After a prolonged moment, Shanks was propelled like a cannonball, crashing against a cliff on the island. The ice just above him fractured and spread rapidly, ultimately collapsing with a thunderous sound, burying Shanks beneath the rubble. "Shanks! Captain!" The crew of the red-haired pirates cried out in alarm. some drawing weapons in an attempt to confront Kapu, but were halted by Beckman. Puffing on his cigarette, Beckman remained calm and composed, stating, "This is Shank's battle. No one is to interfere. Besides, do you even know who he is? Have a little more faith in your captain." "Ah, indeed. That is Shanks, the formidable swordsman who fought to a standstill against the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, in the New World. How could he possibly falter so easily?" Their apparent panic stems not only from their own relative weakness and lack of perception, but primarily from the overwhelming reputation of Garp. Observe Jesus Burgess and the other officers. Each of them remains remarkably composed, showing no signs of concern. The reality is indeed as such, although Shanks was struck away. It was not a defeat in terms of strength, but rather a disadvantage due to the positioning Garp above and Shanks below. For warriors of their caliber, even the slightest disparity can determine the outcome of a battle. Boom. The collapsed ice was thrust aside by an immense force, and Shanks emerged like a shadow, his sword thrusting forward with renewed vigor. This time, with greater distance for acceleration, the power of his strike was even more terrifying than before, shattering the surrounding air with explosive cracks. Garp observed with a faint smile, "This reckless aggression hardly suits your character. Have you been blinded by rage? Very well. Allow me to bring you back to your senses." With that, he casually picked up a fallen cannonball and hurled it forth, propelling himself after it with great force. The cannonball whistled as it hurtled toward Shanks, whose expression turned grave as he contemplated two possible responses. The first was to cleave the cannonball in two and then confront Garp, but doing so would squander the momentum built up for his long-distance strike. Against the formidable Garp, relying on old tactics would leave him at a disadvantage. The second option was to sidestep the cannonball, allowing him to unleash the full force of his charged strike against Garp, potentially putting the unprepared Garp at a disadvantage. However, this choice carried risks. Evading would temporarily obscure Garp's position, leaving Shanks uncertain of Garp's next move. Though he pondered extensively, in reality, only a fleeting moment transpired, scarcely enough time to blink. Shanks widened his eyes as if something within him radiated an aura of unparalleled dominance, causing the cannonball charging toward him to be repelled by an invisible force. Boom. The clash of sword and fist echoed like a symphony of weapons colliding, an explosion erupting from their point of contact, sending shockwaves through the air and trembling the earth. Cracks began to spread from the epicenter of the blast, fracturing the ground at the island's edge and allowing the sea to surge through, creating tumultuous waves. Bang! Both warriors were propelled apart. As Shanks had anticipated, his long-distance acceleration granted him a slight advantage. Although both were forced back, Shanks remained steady while Garp staggered. Seizing the opportunity while Garp struggled to regain his footing, Shanks advanced. Hockey. Garp's expression grew serious. He had not anticipated that Shanks' hockey could strike from a distance, putting him on the defensive. Yet, in the face of Shanks' relentless assault, Garp remained unfazed, his fists glinting with a metallic sheen as he deflected blow after blow. Shanks unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one expertly parried by Garp. However, even the most steadfast defenses can falter amidst the tempest of Shanks' attacks. Garp finally failed to block one. That strike pierced through Garp's lower ribcage, and even infused with hockey, it failed to halt the blow, despite being stabbed. Garp did not flinch. Instead, he grasped the blade with his left hand, while his right delivered a powerful punch to Shanks' face. Puff! Shanks spat blood and was sent flying, yet he managed to retract his sword mid-flight. Instantly, blood gushed from the wound Garp had received. The two warriors had clashed to a standstill. The battlefield lay in ruins, pockmarked with craters, fissures, and sword marks scattered throughout. The sea roiled wildly, waves crashing higher and higher. In the distance, at the location of Smoker and Summit, the aftershocks of the battle could be felt. Chapter 36. Zodia. An island blanketed in white. This place is perpetually snow-covered, with frigid temperatures that render it inhospitable for human life. On the island's reverse side, beneath a steep cliff, Martina led a group of individuals to this location. She surveyed her surroundings, eventually approaching a protruding rock, brushing away the snow to reveal a circular meteorological symbol beneath. "Hand it over." A subordinate approached, carrying a small box. Martina accepted the box, opened it, and retrieved a metallic disc adorned with various buttons. Aligning the disc's base with the image on the stone, she pressed a button at its center. Instantly, a beam of red light shot from the disc, illuminating the symbol. A virtual numeric keypad then floated above the stone. Martina swiftly entered a password, causing the earth to tremble violently, and a large door in the nearby cliff face swung open. "Let us go?" After placing the disc back in the box, Martina led the way, followed closely by Daluba, Pim, and others. Just as Daluba was about to enter, the ground began to quake, and the air grew restless. What is happening? The subordinates panicked. Calm down. Daluba's voice exuded a powerful reliability, quickly silencing the chaos, though his gaze remained serious as he faced the source of the disturbance. What is going on? Martina appeared perplexed, while Pim, Camille, and the others also looked to Daluba in bewilderment. There are individuals engaged in battle. Daluba's expression darkened as he recalled the pirate ship they had seen docked along the shore and the 2 pirates aboard. Perhaps we have indeed provoked a creature of monstrous caliber, but who could be fighting them? What? This commotion is the result of a fight? Impossible, Camille exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom that a mere human could generate such noise. In his mind, Daluba was already a being beyond human limits, yet now. It seems we must acquire formidable weaponry, otherwise we may not even be able to leave this island. Upon learning that powerful beings were clashing, Martina appeared somewhat reassured, clearly recalling the pirate ship. However, Camille, Pim, and the others remained anxious, uncertain of what kind of weaponry could contend with such formidable foes. Yet, they had no choice but to act. They had harmed members of that pirate crew, and their adversaries would not let them escape unscathed. On the Zodia, aboard the Dray, Foss, the members of the red-haired pirates watched intently, their expressions grave as they observed the ongoing skirmish between the 2 combatants, while nearby crewmates brandished weapons, cheering for their captain. Jesus Burgess, sensing something, turned to the sea. There, 2 shadows emerged, and upon recognizing them as people swimming, he tugged at Beckman's sleeve, questioning, "Hey, do people nowadays prefer swimming to travel?" Beckman, turning to follow Jesus Burgess' gaze, was momentarily speechless. "Fool, those are clearly shipwrecked individuals. Hurry and save them." "Ugh, but they appear to be from the Navy. Saving lives is paramount. Forget about the rest." In the tumultuous sea, Samit clutched the limp smoker, who resembled a drowned pig, as he strained to swim toward Zodia. However, the increasingly fierce waves made his progress arduous, and the frigid waters drained his strength rapidly. Just as he was about to succumb, a small boat approached. "Hey, quickly extend your hand." A plump, greasy hand reached down from the edge of the boat, smeared with oil. Samit, overwhelmed with joy, summoned his last ounce of strength to approach and grasp that plump, greasy hand. In an instant, he felt himself soaring through the air, and upon regaining his senses, he found himself aboard the ship. Once on board, Samit felt utterly drained. Unable to sustain himself any longer, he tossed Smoker aside and collapsed beside him. He reflected on the events that had transpired. It was indeed a narrow escape. Earlier, when there was a disturbance on the surface of the sea, Smoker had intended to investigate. Initially, Samit had no desire to join him, but he could not resist Smoker's entreaties, and given that the vessel belonged to the Navy, he felt he could not oppose Smoker, so he followed along. However, the closer they drew to Zodia, the more tumultuous the waves became, and ultimately, their small boat was capsized by a massive wave. Smoker, having consumed a devil fruit, was rendered powerless in the water. Fortunately, the abilities of a devil fruit user left them weak upon falling into the sea. Otherwise, if he had struggled while Samit attempted to rescue him, the situation could have turned perilous. "Thank you, Riki. Ru, what brings you here?" After resting for a while, Samit regained some strength and wished to express his gratitude to the ship's captain. To his surprise, the one who had saved him was none other than Riki. Ru, a high-ranking officer of the red-haired pirates. With his rotund physique clad in green and white striped attire, a light green bandana adorning his head, and a piece of thigh meat in hand, he presented a striking figure. If one could mistake a person for another based on resemblance, then it was undeniable that someone who bore a similar appearance and possessed formidable strength would not be mistaken. He noted that the vessel that had come to their rescue was no larger than the one they had previously been aboard, yet it sailed steadily through the tempestuous waves, firmly anchored by Riki, Ru's weight, showing no signs of instability. It was noteworthy that Samit and his companions had capsized from a considerable distance away, where the waves had not been as ferocious, yet this small boat remained unscathed, a testament to Riki, Ru's prowess. "You know me?" Riki, Ru inquired, perplexed. "Ah. I've seen you on the bounty poster." "Is that so? It seems I am quite famous after all." Summit wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled, relieved that Riki Lu indeed had a bounty. He had never seen Riki Lu's bounty before. It was not mentioned in the original text of his previous life. He merely speculated that as a cadre of the red-haired pirate crew, it was only fitting that he had one, and he was glad to have guessed correctly. Ah, by the way, now that you know my bounty, you won't capture me, will you? Recluse pointed at Smoker, who was still lying on the ship. Seeing Smoker in his naval uniform, Recluse quickly raised his hands in surrender, saying, No, 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 I am not part of the Navy. I'm merely assisting him with a case. Is that so? That's good. On the other side of the island, Martina and the others entered a long corridor after passing through a large gate, arriving at a research facility. They navigated through a series of password-protected doors until they reached a room filled with cultivation tanks. Most of these tanks were empty, except for the one in the center, which was filled with nutrient solution and contained a young man with golden hair. As Martina and her companions entered, the boy, who had originally kept his eyes closed, opened them. His light blue eyes scanned the group with curiosity, stopping when they met Diluba, unfolding his previously curled-up form. He slowly emerged from the tank as the nutrient solution receded. Diluba, I've been waiting for you, he smiled. Wait for me? Who are you? Diluba asked, puzzled. The golden-haired boy did not answer Diluba's question. Instead, he found a white lab coat in the room and donned it. After covering himself modestly, he nodded in satisfaction, saying, My name is Adam. I am a guardian of the research facility, or rather, the guardian of the weapon hidden underground. So, you intend to prevent us from obtaining that weapon? Martina questioned, her brow furrowing and her tone turning harsh. For some reason, seeing this boy made her feel uneasy, a vague sense of repulsion brewing within her. Adam, however, seemed unfazed by Martina's demeanor, smiling gently as if he were a warm spring breeze. Generally, I do prevent others from acquiring that item, but you are different. That weapon was specifically tailored for you. No one else can wield it. Diluba's brow furrowed. He was aware that Vegapunk had crafted a weapon for him, yet he had no idea what it was. He had always preferred not to rely on high-tech weaponry. Hence, he had declined Vegapunk's invitation to experiment with the weapon. He had never anticipated that this weapon was what they were seeking. Why hadn't Martina informed him? Was there some underlying reason? Moreover, this Adam, despite his seemingly genuine smile, radiated insincerity. Could his words be trusted? In an instant, Diluba's mind raced with thoughts, and he calmly remarked, Could you speak with a bit more sincerity? Sincerity? What do you mean? Adam spread his hands, feigning ignorance. I mean, could you refrain from wearing that insincere smile while you speak? Diluba stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, Adam's expression stiffened, and he shrugged innocently. Don't people enjoy smiles? I only smile to facilitate better communication with you. Besides, my smile is no different from those that are genuine. How did you discern it? No matter how convincingly one feigns an expression, it cannot mask the heart. Falsehood is still falsehood. Is that so? It appears you are the sort who can perceive the hearts of others. You are nothing like your rugged exterior, Adam retorted, and as the conversation progressed, his tone grew increasingly cold. You scoundrel! I have been trapped in this dim place for 3 years, guarding that wretched item. How dare you speak to Lord Diluba like that? See, I told you, people enjoy smiles, even if they are fake. Adam's expression returned to calm, and he spread his hands again, looking innocent. Diluba paid no heed to Adam's demeanor, gesturing to silence the boisterous subordinate. It seems you harbor quite a grudge against me. Anyone confined to a dark research facility from birth would have grievances, wouldn't they? Born? But didn't you say you have only been guarding this place for 3 years? Pym pointed out the inconsistency in Adam's statement. Adam shot him a glance, dismissively saying, 3 years, indeed, for I have existed for only 3 years. He then turned to Martina, pausing for a moment before elaborating. You must have sensed something as well. Like you, I am a creation of Vegapunk. You are the 6th generation, while I am the 8th. There was another before me, but unfortunately, he was a failed specimen and only survived for 6 months. The group turned to Martina, who lowered her head in silence. When they looked to her, she admitted, Indeed, I am also a life created by the doctor, but according to scientific parameters, I should be considered a failure. So, your implication is that you are a success? She inquired, casting a curious glance at Adam. She harbored a question in her mind. Vegapunk had been arrested 4 years ago. Yet Adam was created 3 years prior. Did that mean the doctor continued his research after his arrest, perhaps coerced into serving the world government? No. If he were working for the world government, they would never allow Adam to remain here, nor would they tolerate the weapon hidden below. Or was it possible that the doctor had been secretly preparing to escape? Contemplating this eased her anxiety slightly. Ever since the raid on Cabaroni Island, things had gone awry. First, the long-hidden Balabala pirates were discovered, leading to an unexpected encounter with Smoker. Then they were pursued by the Navy, and Croce had not returned from his mission. Arriving at Zodia seemed to have entangled them with a powerful pirate crew. At last, she had heard some good news. What does it matter if it is true or not? Aren't you here to retrieve that item? Hurry up and take it, then I will be free. Adam neither confirmed nor denied, merely addressing their primary concern. Martina smiled gently. Indeed, if that is the case, please guide us. Are you all going? That item is hidden beneath the sea. It's quite inconvenient, Adam remarked, gesturing towards the group of subordinates indifferently. Martina hesitated, glancing at the others. Only Diluba and I will go. The rest will wait here. Will the boss be okay with that? Camille asked anxiously, worry etched on the faces of the others. Shaking her head, Martina assured them, it will be fine. Although I have never been to this research facility, I am familiar with the terrain and with Diluba here. We can handle any unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, with Diluba, we should be fine. The group felt reassured at the thought of Diluba's strength. Then let us proceed. Upon witnessing Martina and her companions reach a consensus, they boldly ventured into the darker, more profound passage. Aboard the Red Fourth, Recluse arrived with Samit and Smog, encountering those illustrious figures renowned in the original narrative. Among them was the supremely intelligent Ben Beckman, the sharpshooter Jesus Burgess, capable of striking a bug-s antenna from 800 miles away without inflicting harm, and another enigmatic man, adorned with sunglasses, golden hair, and a hat, wielding a katana. Numerous other imposing figures, though not vividly described, were present as well. This assemblage of individuals exuded an almost palpable aura, drawn together by their interest in Shank's battle, which thickened the very air around them, creating an oppressive atmosphere that weighed heavily on Samit's breath. Smog, just roused from slumber, was drenched in cold sweat, inwardly questioning the nature of these formidable beings. Chapter 38, Ceasefire Boom. Carp and Shanks collided once more, the surrounding air gradually solidifying before erupting in a deafening explosion. The immense force of their clash generated a powerful shockwave that, with unparalleled might, spread outward, carrying everything in its path for nearly 100 meters before it began to dissipate. The ground beneath them began to crack and extend outward, rumbling. Ultimately, the earth could no longer withstand the pressure of this force, fracturing and giving rise to an unfathomable abyss. In the distance, the Red Fourth was buffeted by fierce winds, causing the vessel to sway and rock incessantly. Samit clutched the railing with one hand while shielding himself from the falling debris and ice with the other. He stood in stunned silence, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground as he witnessed the fierce clash between the two combatants. Although he had previously observed the battle between Whitebeard and Admiral Akainu in anime, the experience of witnessing it firsthand was entirely different. Only those present could truly comprehend the terrifying might of these two individuals. He glanced at Smoker beside him, who was rendered speechless, his mouth agape and his eyes wide with shock. Why was Vice Admiral Garp, who was supposed to be assisting in the capture of the Barabara pirates, now engaged in combat with Shanks, the red-haired? Could it be that the Barabara pirates were somehow affiliated with Shanks' crew? Samit was aware that the four emperors of the New World commanded numerous subordinate pirate crews eager to align themselves with their formidable reputation. If the Barabara pirates indeed fell under the dominion of the red-haired pirates, it would elucidate the Navy headquarters' decision to dispatch high-ranking officers such as the admirals and Garp. However, merely sending these two might prove insufficient. Contemplating this, Samit felt a sense of impending tragedy. Is the Barabara pirates the one you mentioned? Beckman, having overheard Samit's musings, gently tapped his shoulder and gestured towards the shattered remnants of several vessels scattered across the sea. As Samit gazed in that direction, he beheld numerous shattered crates and wooden planks adrift upon the sea's surface. Entwined around a solitary pillar was a skull flag, the emblem of the Barabara pirate crew. Was that the result of Captain Carp's cannonade? Indeed, it appears that the Barabara pirate crew serves as a subordinate faction to the red-haired pirates. Samit wore a mournful expression. For his family had yet to be resurrected, and his vengeance remained unfulfilled. He was not ready to embrace death. Beckman, Jesus boo, the crowd, what nonsense are you speaking? How could we possibly have such subordinates? Trellick and GIs were slain by them. Jesus boo shouted in fury. While we pirates are prepared for the perils of the sea, those scoundrels dared to dismember my comrades. I shall never forgive them. Oh, is that so? Samit felt a touch of embarrassment as he scratched his head, noticing Samit's discomfort. Beckman, with his keen understanding, remarked, in any case, this matter does not concern you, and you will not be put in a difficult position. Not concerning? Humph. You are pirates, and I am the Navy. How could I possibly let you go? Smoker was not pleased and was about to retort fiercely. But a single piercing glance from Beckman rendered him speechless, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, leaving him unable to utter another word. Ah, haha, my apologies, my apologies. My friend here is not quite right in the head and tends to speak nonsense. Please do not take his words to heart. Sammy stood protectively in front of Smoker, repeatedly offering apologies to the crowd. Beckman cast a meaningful glance at him and slowly remarked, Kid, it's quite bold of you to speak so fiercely in our presence. However, those who adopt such bravado are typically dealt with by us. While it is the Navy's duty to capture pirates, one need not engage in combat to perceive the chasm that separates us, right? Offering oneself up for a futile demise accomplishes nothing. After finishing his words, Beckman disregarded the two and turned his attention back to the fierce clash between Shanks and Garp. With a sigh of relief, Smoker collapsed onto the ground. When Beckman had fixed him with that piercing stare, he alone felt an intangible pressure, a weight so oppressive that even the act of speaking seemed impossible. Damn it! Smoker exclaimed, striking the ground in frustration. He loathed himself, despised his own weakness, and resented being cowed by pirates. As a member of the Navy, committed to justice, he yearned not to be pitted by those he opposed. Thus, he had uttered those words. It was merely a matter of death, and he had provoked them with such thoughts in mind. Yet, when Beckman's gaze bore down upon him, the primal instinct for survival silenced him. Samit observed Smog's distress without offering solace, well aware that Smog would never succumb to despair after a singular setback. The terrain had fractured, separating Karp and Shanks. Breathing heavily, Karp remained vigilant, eyeing Shanks across the divide. Both combatants bore significant injuries. His ribs and abdomen were pierced, and a ghastly wound marred his left shoulder, extending to his chest. Throughout the battle, he had tensed his muscles to staunch the bleeding and prevent further deterioration of his wounds. Meanwhile, Shanks appeared even more disheveled. His great coat was absent, his left cheek was bruised, and blood stained his clothing. Additionally, 2 of his ribs were fractured, and his left calf had sustained damage. At that moment, he leaned on his sword, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Their strengths were comparable, yet Shanks had recently lost an arm, rendering him somewhat unaccustomed to fighting with one hand. Moreover, the brutal dismemberment of Trafalgar and Guise had ignited a raging fury within him, clouding his judgment. Thus, in their exchange, Shanks endured greater hardships. Karp chuckled, recognizing that Shanks had regained his composure. Throughout their skirmish, Shanks had transformed from a state of chaos to one of growing steadiness, which spoke volumes. To outsiders, the confrontation may have appeared senseless, but Shanks understood that Karp was facilitating an outlet for his pent-up rage. Shanks, characterized by his generosity and carefree demeanor, was usually laid back in both attire and attitude. He possessed a remarkably amiable temperament, perpetually smiling and treating his subordinates as equals, undeterred by others' rudeness. Even the loss of an arm had not diminished his spirit. However, he placed immense value on friendship and would not forgive those who harmed his companions. For him, the greatest treasure was not wealth, but the band of adventurers alongside him. The deaths of Trafalgar and Guise filled Shanks with wrath. If this fury remained unexpressed, he could scarcely predict his own actions. Karp, cognizant of this, engaged in battle with Shanks to prevent the powerful pirate from causing a major uproar over these events. Though Shanks had sacrificed his left hand to sway Luffy toward piracy, the fact that he had saved Luffy's life remained unchanged. Chapter 39. Resolution. Let us cease this for now, Shanks declared solemnly after a brief respite. To determine a victor would require several days and nights. Karp smirked. If it weren't for my current mission, I would certainly hold you accountable for enticing Luffy into piracy. Is that so? I shall be ready for you then. Upon finishing this statement, Shanks unceremoniously plopped onto the ground, appearing utterly drained. Karp, too, was in no better condition. He grimaced as he touched his wounds, exclaiming in pain. Neither cared a whit for their appearances. Seeing Shanks and Karp cease their struggle, the onlookers exhaled in relief, knowing that a decisive victory would have resulted in mutual destruction. Are you all right, Vice Admiral Karp? Smog hurried to Karp's side, noticing he was clad only in shorts, and promptly draped his own greatcoat over him. Karp's face broke into a wide grin. Ah, is that you, Smog? Where is everyone else? Due to unforeseen circumstances, only I and one assistant have arrived at Zodia. Indeed, your timing is impeccable. Karp laughed heartily, adjusting the coat around him before sneezing. Samit, arriving shortly after, observed the scene in bemusement. That coat is wet. Won't you make him colder by wrapping it around him? Samit's head hung low. A multitude of dark lines etched across his brow. If Smoker's drenching of the large cape draped over Garp was merely a gesture to uphold the Navy's image, then Garp's own choice to wear it stemmed from a fear of the cold. In the original narrative, Garp never seemed to care about his appearance. Yet, ironically, he failed to notice that the cape was wet, thus rendering him even colder. Such intellect, it seems, only manifests as normal during the heat of battle. As Samit silently critiqued this folly, the red-haired pirates gathered around Shanks, their ship's doctor having meticulously wrapped him in bandages, sparing no part of his visage. Once this was accomplished, Beckman leaned in to whisper something in Shanks' ear, prompting frequent glances in their direction. After a time, Beckman concluded his remarks and returned to his place. Whereupon Shanks nodded and approached with his cadre. He scrutinized Samit and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Beckman mentioned that you are here in pursuit of the Barabara pirates. Could you enlighten me about the nature of these individuals?" Sammy tilted his head in confusion and inquired, "Did you not eradicate them? Why then, do you still concern yourselves with this?" He recalled the numerous remnants of the Balabala pirate crew's vessels scattered across the sea. Shanks exchanged glances with his crew, offering a wry smile as he replied, "You misunderstand. By the time we arrived, only 3 empty ships of the Balabala pirate crew remained. Had we been present then, neither Track nor JIS would have perished. Is that so? I was curious about the kind of individuals capable of vanquishing both of your comrades," Karp remarked, stroking his chin. Clearly having noticed the wreckage, he initially assumed that the opposing crew had clashed with the red-haired pirates and slain 2 of their members. No wonder Shanks had been so furious earlier. It appeared that he had yet to avenge a significant grievance. Given this, why don't you elaborate? Sengoku did not clarify the matter. However, Karp, the vice admiral, was aware that they were pirates. Smoker evidently harbored distrust toward the red-haired pirates. It is of no concern. Should it be them? Indeed, while Smoker felt a sense of reluctance, he would not defy Karp, for neither his status nor his strength afforded him the authority to do so. After a moment of contemplation, Smoker remarked, "So, in essence, that group is currently on the island searching for some weaponry, correct?" He recounted his experiences, and in conjunction with the intelligence brought by Karp, the group comprehended the intentions of the Balabala pirate crew. Samit gritted his teeth, realizing that his hometown and loved ones had become mere stepping stones for others to gain power. He was determined to find them. With the red-haired pirates, Vice Admiral Karp, and the Admiral still en route, so many formidable adversaries were focused on the Barabara pirates. If they failed to annihilate them now, his chances for revenge would vanish forever. "If they are still on the island, I will find them," Samit asserted with unwavering conviction. "You?" The crowd turned their curious gazes toward Samit, wondering if he possessed some unique ability or perhaps the powers of a devil fruit user. "Indeed, my range of perception is particularly vast. While I cannot cover the entire island, I can manage to encompass 1/3 of its expanse." Zodia, a winter island, was blanketed with snow and howling winds, which hindered Samit's perception. His synesthesia was not merely mental perception. Rather, it was a conversion of his 5 senses that allowed him to attain the farthest awareness possible. Shanks was elated, seizing Samit's shoulders with enthusiasm. "Is that so? I never imagined you possessed such an impressive ability. Quickly, lead me to them, and I shall express my gratitude afterward." "Hey, that's too much," a voice interjected. "Shanks, this is our Navy's ally, and the Barabara pirates are our targets. Your behavior shows a blatant disregard for us." Samit had yet to respond when Karp stepped forward, separating the two. Shanks narrowed his eyes and said, "Karp, you must be aware that I cannot allow anyone who has harmed my comrades to live. I kindly ask you to hand them over to me this time." Karp furrowed his brow. Generally, he would grant Shanks some leeway, but this time Sengoku had instructed him to retrieve that weapon. If retrieval was impossible, it must be destroyed. If that weapon fell into Shanks' hands, it would spell disaster. However, if he refused to concede, he might have to forcibly take the brat away. Outnumbered, he knew he couldn't rely solely on himself and Smoker to stop them. His eyes darted as he turned to Samit. "Hey, although you are an ally of the Navy, we cannot compel you to make a decision. So, will you assist this group of pirates?" After uttering this, Karp mentally congratulated himself, thinking, "I am truly clever." Smoker had previously mentioned that Samit's hometown had been destroyed by the Barabara pirates merely half a month ago. Surely, he must harbor a deep hatred for pirates. Although Shanks and his crew were set to confront the Barabara pirates, they themselves were pirates. Karp had emphasized the term pirate deliberately to draw Samit's attention to this distinction, ensuring that, Under any other circumstances, Samit would choose to aid the Navy rather than the pirates. Evidently, Shanks picked up on Karp's underlying message, his brow furrowing as he glanced at Samit. If Samit truly did not wish to assist, he would not force him, yet he certainly would not give up. He would wait until Karp captured that group and then seize them from his grasp. However, Samit's response took Karp by surprise. It matters not whether they are Navy or pirates. As long as they can help me exact my revenge, I care not whom I assist. Chapter 40. Justice or Evil? Why, Samit? Did not the pirates destroy your hometown and your family? If it is revenge you seek, the Navy can assist you. Smoker exclaimed, somewhat frustrated. He had previously invited Samit to join the Navy when he had just lost everything and was utterly despondent, driven only by the hatred gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, Smoker realized that he would do anything for vengeance, even if it meant descending into hell. Smoker did not want to witness a person ruin their life due to hatred, so he invited him to join the Navy. Given Samit's displayed abilities and his own recommendation, the Navy headquarters would surely prioritize his training, guiding him toward the right ideology while channeling the flames of hatred into rapid growth. Yet, Samit had declined, which astonished him. Moreover, the once lost soul had, in just one night, seemingly been reborn, his eyes now reflecting not only hatred but also a glimmer of hope. Such an optimistic person. Smoker mused. However, seeing Samit like this eased his mind. How could someone who had endured such tragedy still smile and pursue the future possibly fall into darkness? As expected, the developments unfolded as he anticipated. With each passing day, Samit's hatred diminished. Within just 16 days, Smoker could no longer perceive the hatred in his eyes. Instead, they were replaced by a cold demeanor and a dispassionate gaze toward life, accompanied by an unshakable aura of menace. What could have transpired to effect such a transformation? Smoker could not comprehend, as they had spent those 16 days aboard the same ship. Fortunately, while his expressions and demeanor had undergone significant changes, his character remained largely intact. After merely a day at the Wilgar base, his expressions and aura returned to their former state, as if he had merely been a figment of his imagination. However, what happened next filled him with both anger and astonishment. The commander of the Wilgar Navy base, Camille, turned out to be a pirate informant. And even the revered Deluba was no exception. The most shocking revelation was Samit's displayed strength. He could ascertain that 16 days prior, Samit was an ordinary individual, but now, he could contend with Camille, a Navy officer, showcasing an invulnerable prowess that left everyone astounded. How could this fellow be either eating or sleeping aboard the warship? Does he grow stronger even in slumber? In any case, Samit was cloaked in mysteries that baffled him, yet he refrained from probing further. Everyone harbored their own secrets. And as long as Samit was not an evil person, what did it matter to him? Yet now, it matters not whether they are pirates or Navy. As long as they can help me exact my revenge, I care not whom I assist. So this is your stance? Indifferent to justice and evil. Acting solely for your own sake? Hatred for pirates? Because the Barabara pirates annihilated my hometown, must I loathe all pirates? But Camille and Deluba are part of the Navy. Should I then despise all Navy personnel? Samit tilted his head, gazing at Smoker with a look of confusion. Shanks burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ah! I never expected you to utter such words. I now regard you with newfound respect. How about joining my pirate crew?" "How can it be the same?" Smoker bellowed. "The Navy stands for justice. Even if a few scoundrels exist within, the organization as a whole, enough." Smoker. Karp placed his hand on Smoker's shoulder, interrupting his ensuing remarks. Noticing Smoker's puzzled expression, he shook his head. "Do you still not comprehend? This fellow is fundamentally no different from those pirates. He merely adheres to his own heart, satisfying his desires and pursuing freedom." "Not understand? How could that be?" The moment Samit stated he didn't care whether one was a pirate or a naval officer. He grasped it. Yet, despite their brief acquaintance, they had shared life and death experiences. He was reluctant or unwilling to see this individual take a stance opposed to his own. To label someone as a pirate is rather excessive, don't you think? Samit felt a twinge of irritation. Although he did not consider himself a virtuous individual, he believed himself to be a law-abiding citizen nonetheless. "No. I am not implying that you are a pirate, merely commenting on your character. If my words have displeased you, then by all means, strike me." Karp, who had initially spoken with a grave demeanor, soon descended into a state of childish defiance, picking at his nose while provoking with a brazen expression that clearly indicated his own annoyance at Samit's recent remarks. Samit was taken aback, and then mockingly remarked, "Is this your notion of justice?" "Indeed. One cannot merely judge by appearances. The Navy is not synonymous with justice, nor are all pirates inherently evil. No, I cannot ascertain whether the Navy embodies justice, but I can assert that all pirates are a bunch of scoundrels. Had these words been uttered by Carp or Smoker, Samit would have certainly scoffed. However, the fact that Shanks was the one to say this was indeed surprising. The so-called pirates exist solely to satisfy their own desires, living as they please, for only then can they be deemed free. Yet, such freedom encroaches upon others. If everyone were to pursue this kind of liberty, the world would inevitably descend into perpetual conflict. Pirates, their mere existence is a sin. Sammy was left speechless, at a loss for words, as Shanks' remarks shattered his preconceived notions about pirates. In his previous life, while watching anime, he had perceived that even among pirates, there existed both virtuous and nefarious characters, largely influenced by the actions of the protagonists. Characters like Luffy's crew, Jinbei, and the likes of red-haired Shanks or Whitebeard exemplified this notion. However, upon Shanks' utterance, he suddenly recognized that his beliefs were entirely subjective, influenced by the protagonist's favorable portrayal, which magnified their virtues while conveniently overlooking their flaws. Take Shanks, for instance. He remained unperturbed when a mountain bandit doused him with alcohol but unleashed his wrath upon the entire gang when Luffy, whom he held dear, was harmed, ultimately sacrificing an arm to save him. What sentiments did the onlookers harbor at that moment? Shanks is so magnanimous, open-hearted, and deeply loyal. Yet, his identity as a pirate and his actions were often disregarded. The manga described them as a crew of adventurous travelers, but with their extensive journeys. One might ponder the source of their supplies. Did they produce them themselves? Similarly, Whitebeard, in a valiant attempt to rescue his crewmate and son Ace, engaged in a fierce battle against the Navy headquarters and ultimately sacrificed his life to ensure the safe retreat of his men. Such valor, such tenderness, and such profound loyalty. Yet, it could not obscure the undeniable truth of their piracy. Marco once succinctly captured the essence of the Whitebeard pirates, stating that anyone who crossed paths with them would not live to boast about it. Even the Straw Hat pirates, who had committed no heinous acts, inadvertently brought devastation to the world, arguably more so than the red-haired pirates or the Whitebeard pirates. The crux of the matter lies in their influence from the outset. Luffy's ambition was to become the Pirate King, and in pursuit of this dream, his strength and charisma attracted a multitude of followers. Take Bartolomeo, for instance. Without Luffy, he would merely have been a petty thug, yet due to Luffy, he set sail and earned the notorious moniker of Cannibal Bartolomeo, becoming infamous in his own right. However, Luffy remains indifferent to Bartolomeo's past, prioritizing only his own feelings. Once he ascends to the throne of Pirate King, his influence will only swell, potentially inciting tremendous upheaval. Consider Roger. His mere words ushered in this tumultuous era. Regardless of his intentions, the sins he committed cannot be overlooked. Conversely, the Navy, due to the existence of the celestial dragons and the warlords of the sea, is often perceived by the masses as akin to pirates, one engaged in legal plunder, the other in illegal. Yet, despite their actions, one cannot ignore the fact that they protect civilians, even amidst the shadows and morally questionable deeds that lurk within. Thus, while the Navy may not embody true justice, pirates unequivocally represent malevolence. Chapter 41, Awakening. Samit struck his own face with fervor, leaving those nearby in a state of shock. "What are you doing?" Shanks exclaimed, grasping Samit firmly and demanding an explanation. Samit chuckled self-deprecatingly, reflecting on how many times he had been misled by the anime of his past life, yet still clung to it as a standard for evaluating this world. The character of Smoker, the existence of the Barabara pirates, and the events surrounding Daruba were either vastly different from or entirely absent in the original narrative. Had he already come to terms with the fact that this was a genuine world? The original work merely centered around the Straw Hat pirates, and as an audience member, it was inevitable to judge with subjective bias. Furthermore, although One Piece is a spirited shonen manga with a pirate protagonist, the author strives to convey positive energy, which further complicates people's understanding of this world. Yet, this is a real world, where events unfold simultaneously, whether similar or dissimilar. Beyond the protagonist's narrative, it does not revolve around those who live colorfully, for in the grand tapestry of existence, there are no main characters. Having reconciled these thoughts, Summit shook his head and remarked, "It's nothing, just clarifying a few matters." "Is that so? Then will you join us?" Though curious, Shanks refrained from pressing further. "I fear I cannot join you. While I yearn to pursue my desires freely, I do not wish to harm the innocent." "Oh, I see. Well then. Shanks expressed a hint of regret and turned to Carp, saying, "It seems you've misjudged him. This fellow, despite embodying the essence of a pirate, is bound by certain ideals." Carp scoffed. "Please, haven't you also misjudged? If not, why invite him in the first place? Now is not the time for such discussions. If we do not act swiftly, it would be unfortunate if the Barabara pirates were to discover that weapon," Smoker urged anxiously. Shanks then recalled the pressing matter at hand, smacking his forehead and exclaiming, "True, though I don't particularly care about that weapon. It would be disastrous if those ruffians found a submarine or something to escape with. Samit, hurry and look." With that, he pulled Samit towards the island. "Wait a moment, Shanks." Carp quickly positioned himself in front of him, blocking the way. Shanks frowned, his eyes glinting with intensity. "What's the matter? Samit has already agreed to assist me. Do you intend to obstruct that? This time, the Barabara pirates are yours to handle, but that weapon must be handed over to the Navy. If it falls into their hands, I cannot guarantee its integrity." Shanks refrained from making any casual assurances, knowing that promises made must be fulfilled. After hearing Shanks' words, Carp hesitated momentarily before responding. "If it's you, I can trust you. Just ensure that you do not take that item." "Understood." Shanks nodded, and then he and his companions proceeded deeper into the island. Carp, no longer obstructing them, stood atop a high point, watching as they gradually faded from view. A hand pressed against the wound on his abdomen, his face contorted in pain. "Are you all right, Vice Admiral Carp?" Smoker exclaimed, alarmed, rushing to support Carp. Carp crouched, clutching his injury, cursing Shanks for not allowing his ship's doctor to tend to him. "What shall we do now?" Smoker inquired, feeling somewhat at a loss. "Is it not obvious? We need to head to the ship for medicine and bandages," Carp retorted, rolling his eyes, and began to hobble towards the Red Force. "Hey, Vice Admiral Carp, isn't it improper to take someone else's belongings?" "What do you mean by taking someone else's belongings? Those ruffians are pirates. We are simply seizing the spoils of war." In the underground research facility, Adam guided Martina and Daruba through a labyrinth of corridors, opening door after door until they finally reached the lowest level of the laboratory. This was a research room over 200 square meters in size, with towering glass containers filled with a green, unknown liquid lining the left side. The right side was cluttered with various experimental apparatuses, and several computer monitors adorned the walls. "How nostalgic. It's been ages since I've been here," Adam remarked with a reminiscent smile as he approached the monitors, inputting a series of codes before pressing confirm. With a rumble, the room trembled slightly, and a circular panel approximately 2 meters in diameter opened to reveal a cylindrical elevator. "Let us go. The item is at the seabed. We must take the underwater elevator to reach it." Adam glanced back at them, entering the elevator first. Martina and Daruba exchanged glances, nodded, and followed suit. As the elevator doors closed, it began its descent. The transparent elevator allowed them to gaze upon the underwater scenery, where myriad marine creatures swam in schools, their vibrant colors captivating. "How is it? Isn't the underwater world stunning?" Adam grinned, enthusiastically introducing the various creatures. Daruba stared blankly outside, lost in thought, while Martina displayed evident impatience, wondering how much longer it would take to arrive at the location of the enormous weapon. "Is that so? It seems you are not fond of these creatures." "Fear not. We shall reach our destination in no more than 5 minutes," Adam continued. But upon noticing Martina's unwelcoming expression, he hastily changed his tone. Just as he began to elaborate further on the marine life, a colossal shadow obscured the light. The trio looked up to see an enormous beast, with the head of a lion, the jaws of a crocodile, the body of an ox, and the tail of a fish. This monstrous creature measured 30 meters in length, its gaping maw capable of swallowing the entire elevator whole. A sea king. Martina's complexion paled, and Daruba mirrored her expression. There was no way to confront it in this setting. Only Adam remained unfazed, cheerfully assuring them, "Do not worry. This elevator shaft is embedded with sea prism stone. Sea kings despise the magnetic field it emits and will not approach." Indeed. The Sea King merely observed the elevator from a distance before turning away and swimming off. Phew. Martina sighed in relief, realizing the ocean was truly perilous. Adam, intrigued, childishly inquired, "I read in the data that the Grand Line is home to many such sea kings, along with various bizarre climatic phenomena. Is that true?" Daruba regarded Adam with a complex look in his eyes. "Ah, the Grand Line indeed hosts many such sea kings, peculiar weather patterns, and fantastical islands. Is that so? After all this, I must visit the Grand Line to witness this extraordinary world." Chapter 42, The Enormous Weapon. Adam, somewhat exhilarated, engaged Daruba in conversation about the world outside. Meanwhile, Martina observed Daruba with a peculiar expression. This man, who had always been taciturn and reserved, was now so animated. Ding! As their lively dialogue continued, the elevator arrived at its destination. Adam gazed at the opening elevator doors, hesitating for a moment, then turned to Daruba and said, "I'm delighted. Let us travel together outside someday, if the opportunity arises." Daruba nodded, watching Adam excitedly step out, then quietly muttered to himself. If the opportunity arises. Stepping out of the elevator, they found themselves in a room constructed of tempered glass, shaped like a half-circle, resembling a bowl resting on the seabed. The room was not spacious, measuring less than 100 square meters, with a ceiling height of only 5 to 6 meters. Daruba felt a sense of confusion. Although he was unaware of the size of the weapon, he had gathered from Martina's previous remarks that it was an enormous armament. Yet this space seemed ill-suited for accommodating something of that magnitude. While Daruba pondered this, Adam approached the wall, turned to Martina, and extended his hand, requesting the key. Without hesitation, Martina opened the box in her possession and retrieved a metallic disc, handing it over to him. Adam examined the disc closely, quickly discerning its operational method. He pressed buttons on its surface with rapidity, and a beam of red light emanated from the base of the disc, projecting onto the wall before them, where a symbol inscribed with the word danger materialized. The ground began to tremble slightly, and the metallic floor in the center of the room parted, revealing a small jewelry display case. The case was constructed of metal, topped with a hardened glass cover, within which lay a shimmering orb radiating a metallic glow. "Is this truly the so-called gigantic weapon?" Daruba questioned, pointing at the orb with skepticism. Adam nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, this is the colossal armament." "Are you jesting?" Daruba replied incredulously. Martina shook her head, reclaiming the metallic disc from Adam. "He is not joking. This is indeed the gigantic weapon. You will soon understand." With that, she aligned the disc with the slot on the display case and turned it several times in succession, causing the glass cover to open. Rising to her feet, she beckoned the still-dazed Daruba, "Come and accept this weapon. It has been crafted based on your life signature, and only you possess the ability to wield it." "What must I do?" Daruba inquired, still perplexed as he approached. "Extend your hand," Martina instructed. Complying, Daruba reached out. Martina seized his hand and positioned it above the metallic sphere. Then, with a sharp metallic spike extending from her fingertip, she swiftly made a small incision on Daruba's hand. Blood dripped from the wound onto the orb, which began to tremble, transforming into a liquid that flowed into Daruba's body through the cut. "What is happening?" Daruba gasped. His expression contorted in pain as his muscles swelled, the liquid coursing beneath his skin like writhing insects. "This is the biological symbiote developed by the doctor. It is alive and is now merging with your cellular structure. Fear not, though it is a living organism, it lacks sentience. Once the cellular integration is complete, you will be able to command it at will, albeit the process may be somewhat painful." "I apologize for not having prepared any anesthetics," Martina explained, withdrawing the spike from her hand. Adam glanced at the spike in Martina's hand and reassured her, "Do not worry, this process is brief." At his words, Daruba remained silent, the agony of cellular integration twisting his visage into a mask of terror. Fortunately, the merging was indeed swift, taking less than a minute. With a sigh of relief, Daruba felt the pain dissipate as the unusual sensation subsided. The brief agony felt as though it had lasted for years. "How do you feel?" Martina inquired with concern. Daruba closed his eyes, reflecting on the changes within his body. After a moment, he opened his eyes, expressing disappointment. "I do not sense any significant alterations. Yet I can feel its presence. With a mere thought, I can command it to change my form." "Is that so?" "It seems we must conduct an experiment to ascertain its true power," Martina mused, crossing her arms and pondering. Suddenly, Adam clapped his hands, garnering their attention. "The weapon has been successfully acquired." Before he could finish his statement, the entire structure began to tremble, though it ceased shortly thereafter. "What is happening?" The three exchanged bewildered glances, unaware of the unfolding events. Martina produced a communication device to contact the personnel above. "Pim, what just occurred?" "I am uncertain. It seems someone is attacking the research facility from outside." "Understood. I will return immediately." Upon hanging up, Martina gazed at the two with an expression of concern. "It must be the pirate from earlier. Damn it, in my haste, I feared this individual was targeting the research lab and issued such orders without forethought. I did not anticipate their strength. No matter, I shall confront them. It is an opportune moment to test this weapon's capabilities," Daruba stated coolly. turning and entering the elevator without a backward glance. Martina, momentarily stunned, quickly regained her composure. Wait. We should go together. With their objective achieved, remaining here held little significance. However, the elevator had already ascended, and Daluba did not hear her call. It is fine. We have a controller here. Once the elevator reaches its destination, we can operate it to return. Adam leaned against the wall, indifferent. Is that so? Martina shot him a glance, then recalled something and asked, by the way, what were you about to say earlier? Oh no. Seemingly having forgotten, Adam suddenly remembered, rushing to grasp Martina's shoulders. We must bring Daluba back at once. He has not yet infused the life essence. Huh? What on earth is going on? Explain yourself. Noticing Adam's anxious demeanor, Martina recognized the gravity of the situation. The weapon was a biological symbiote. To operate it, it required life energy as its power source. Without infusing the life essence, it would draw energy from the user's life force, putting Daluba in mortal peril regardless of his ability to defeat the enemy. You are aware of his unique physiology, are you not? Martina's expression shifted dramatically. Why did you not say this sooner? Chapter 43, Adam's abilities. Hey, Daluba, hurry. A sudden tremor shook the research facility once more as Martina attempted to call Daluba back, but the connection was severed just as she made contact. Frantically redialing, she was met with nothing but static. Frustrated, she smashed the device against the wall, rendering it useless. Why is this happening? Martina fumed at Adam. How could I know? Perhaps the recent tremors damaged some equipment and disrupted the magnetic field. Adam shrugged innocently. You imbecile. Was this intentional? Martina glared at Adam, her anger boiling over. If not for his negligence, this situation would not have arisen. Should anything happen to Daluba, their entire plan would be jeopardized. In a fit of rage, she lunged forward, seizing Adam by the collar as if to throw him. However, the outcome was not as she anticipated. Adam firmly grasped her wrist, his previous jovial demeanor replaced by a cold intensity. Have you mistaken our relationship? I am neither your subordinate nor your ally. If not for my compatibility with Daluba, the resentment from being trapped here for 3 years would compel me to bury you. Is that so? If you believe you can do so, then try. Martina's expression turned icy as she regained her composure, exerting her strength to hurl Adam away. Humph. Adam let out a cold snort, twisting his body in midair to complete a full 360-degree rotation. With a powerful push from his legs against the wall, he accelerated towards Martina. Unfazed, Martina boldly stepped forward to meet him, each of her strides resonating with a heavy thud, reminiscent of a weighty object striking the ground. With a fierce clash, their fists collided, accompanied by the sickening sound of cracking bones. Adam was violently propelled back, his arm contorted grotesquely. It hurts so much. Is this what it feels like to be injured? Just as painful as they described in the books. Leaning against the wall, he cradled his fractured arm, tears and snot streaming down his face. Martina scoffed, her tone dripping with derision. Is this what the 8th generation of perfect humans looks like? What a joke. It seems you are merely a failed experiment. You dare underestimate me? I will ensure you experience the greatest agony this world has to offer. Though tears of pain still lingered in his eyes, Adam's resolve shone with unwavering determination. Slowly, he rose, fixing his gaze on Martina, gripping his injured arm with fierce intensity. Crack. Adam's cry grew more agonizing as he forcefully straightened his previously bent arm. He moved his arm experimentally, discovering he could perform all motions as if he were unscathed. Such rapid recovery? Martina was taken aback. As a 6th-generation being, her vitality surpassed that of ordinary humans. But she lacked such terrifying regenerative abilities. Humph, did you not expect this? The gap between us is as vast as the heavens and the earth, Adam boasted, akin to a child reveling in a prized possession. Martina regained her composure, her expression dismissive. So what if your recovery is impressive? I will make you regret having such resilience. With that, she lunged forward, delivering a punch before Adam could react, sending him crashing against the wall. Blood and internal debris erupting from his body. His chest caved in, and before he could catch his breath, Martina closed the distance, unleashing a rapid-fire barrage of punches. Her skin tore at the knees, releasing wisps of steam that further accelerated her strikes, resembling a machine gun. This was one of her signature moves, the Gatling impact. In mere seconds, she unleashed hundreds of punches, each carrying the force of a speeding vehicle. The sealed room trembled with the force of her assault. After landing dozens of blows, Martina stepped back, slightly winded, her face and body splattered with blood and flesh. In stark contrast, Adam resembled a grotesque figure, his body battered and deformed, TCH. Martina spat disdainfully, turning her back towards the elevator, which had finally arrived. She needed to reach Daluba before the battle commenced. Hey, you don't think this means you've won, do you? Adam's voice, though weak, resonated with defiance. Martina paused, her body trembling slightly as she turned to face the disfigured Adam, her eyes widening in disbelief. The eyes that had been obliterated were now regenerating, and the indentations on his body began to expand slowly, akin to a balloon inflating. In her astonishment, Adam's form completely reverted to its original state. If not for the bloodstains, no one would believe he had suffered fatal injuries. Are you immortal? Martina shouted incredulously. Not at all. I merely possess a robust vitality and recovery capacity, Adam replied casually, his gaze provocative, as if he were utterly unfazed by the earlier confrontation. Having grasped the disparity between them during their previous clash, Adam remained undeterred. The being deemed a perfect organism by Vegapunk was far more than just resilient. You truly do not learn from your mistakes. Martina's expression shifted from surprise to a dark scowl. Would it not be wiser to lie down and feign death? Why must you seek your own demise? Adam burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Seek death? Who would willingly choose that? I told you, the gap between us is as vast as the heavens and the earth. With that, he propelled himself forward, vanishing from sight. What? Martina gasped, her pupils dilating as a fist suddenly materialized in her line of vision. She quickly retreated, her right hand forming a fist, launching it forward with tremendous force, her arm releasing steam to augment its power. Bang! Their fists collided once more, a shockwave erupting from the impact, dispersing the surrounding air. Adam staggered back, but this time, his arm remained intact. Has your strength increased? Not only that, but your physical resilience has also grown. Martina was once again taken aback. Within such a short span, she had lost count of how many times she had been astonished. As Vegapunk's assistant, she had witnessed countless extraordinary phenomena, yet this was beyond anything that could capture her attention, let alone evoke surprise. However, Adam offered no reply. He shouted and charged forward once again, executing the boxing techniques he had learned from the computer files. Martina had no time to ponder. She focused her energy to counter his assault. Yet, she quickly realized that with each direct confrontation, Adam's strength surged, only ceasing to increase when it matched her own. Moreover, the rigid techniques he had initially mimicked from the files evolved into a more fluid and dynamic fighting style as his combat experience skyrocketed. This fellow had grown to match her level in such a brief period. Chapter 44. The Duel. Martina, what kind of human can be deemed perfect? Is it immense strength? Exceptional intelligence? No, while both are significant, they are not the essence. I believe a perfect human is one who can survive in any environment. Indeed, evolution is key. Martina recalled Vegapunk's words, reflecting on Adam's demonstrated abilities. This individual undoubtedly possessed the power of evolution, an astounding capacity for learning, extraordinary vitality, and the ability to adapt to environmental demands. He was truly the embodiment of Vegapunk's ideal perfect human. Bang! Once again, their fists clashed, and Martina felt as if she were competing against another version of herself. The force was precisely equal, neither more nor less. It appeared that his capabilities arose in response to external pressure, and she had but one opportunity to unleash her full strength to eliminate him. Should she fail, his power would inevitably catch up to her. With that thought, Martina's gaze sharpened. Hiss! The sound of steam jetting forth echoed as Martina's attire swelled like a balloon before bursting, releasing torrents of steam. Looking through the ragged openings, one could see her skin torn in multiple places, her metallic, mechanized body outfitted with numerous jet propulsion devices. This is my ultimate strike. If this does not vanquish you, I will be at a loss. Martina's eyes remained steady as she regarded Adam, her form enveloped in steam, her body becoming an ethereal silhouette. Is that so? Then let us see it in action. Let us compare the capabilities of your mechanized form against my perfect physique. Adam was utterly unconcerned, his expression bordering on madness. In his recent confrontation with Martina, he had completely abandoned evasion, opting instead for a direct clash, all in pursuit of evolving his body to acquire greater strength. Regrettably, as his power intensified and Martina ceased to pose any challenge, this evolution came to a halt. Come on, let me witness the full might of your strongest strike. Martina remained silent, adopting a starting position as the sound of engines resonated around her, accompanied by an increasing torrent of steam that filled the room. With a sonic boom, she vanished from sight. Before Adam could react, she reappeared before him, her fist raised high, poised to strike. a swirling vortex of steam swirling behind her. The impact was explosive. Her fist collided with Adam's face, and for a fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze, only to resume its course immediately after. Adam's body was propelled like a cannonball against the wall, causing the research facility to tremble. The shockwave and roar generated by Martina's supersonic assault followed suit, unleashing a tempest within the confined space, dispersing the steam like mist. Martina's strike, however, did not wreak extensive havoc, for they were ensconced in an underwater structure built by Vegapunk from specialized materials capable of withstanding the immense pressures found thousands of meters beneath the sea. This attests to its formidable resilience. Had they been above ground, the destruction caused by that blow would have been comparable to that of the four Emperor's red-haired Shanks. With her mechanical enhancements, Martina's body weighed a ton, and her strength was 2 tons. Thus, her punches unleashed tremendous force, weight, power, and speed combined to create a devastating impact. Breathing heavily, Martina gazed at the headless Adam, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. Executing such a strike required her body to be overloaded, and now, some of her jet mechanisms were emitting black smoke, rendering it impossible to unleash another attack in quick succession. If he survived this, then there truly was no hope left. A headless body should surely be dead. Yet uncertainty gnawed at her. She, a creation born of life engineering research, knew well the tenacity of those born from such experiments. Having once survived being bisected by a weasel, she had lived on, even managing to transform herself into a mechanical being. Thus, despite the relief in her heart, she remained vigilant, her eyes fixed intently on the headless corpse. Suddenly, the flesh at Adam's neck seemed to twitch slightly, such a subtle motion that it would have gone unnoticed had one not been attentive. Fearing she might be mistaken, Martina rubbed her eyes to sharpen her focus. Indeed, it was no illusion. The fragments of flesh on Adam's neck were quivering, albeit slowly and subtly, yet she discerned it. As time wore on, the tremors quickened, and new flesh buds began to sprout. A monster. Martina's eyes widened in horror, her shock profound. She yearned to strike Adam while he was still regaining his composure, extinguishing any flicker of hope for his revival. However, the overload from her previous blow left her immobilized and unable to act. While mechanical augmentation provided immense power, it came at a cost. Miracles were sacrificed when burdened or damaged. No matter how strong one's will, one could not compel it to move. One could only await the cooling of the mechanisms or the repair of damaged parts. Thus, Martina was left helplessly watching as Adam gradually recovered. His revival was swifter than she anticipated. Although the initial progress was slow, as the flesh buds multiplied, the pace quickened. In less than 10 minutes, he was restored to his former self, even his hair regrowing. Upon regaining consciousness, Adam wore a look of confusion. Scanning his surroundings and the motionless Martina, memories lost in the explosion of his head slowly resurfacing. A smirk crept onto his lips, revealing a sense of triumph. It seems I have one. How many times can you unleash such an attack? If you cannot maintain that level of assault, your chances are gone. Even if you possess that power, you still stand no opportunity. Adam gazed at his hands, feeling the strength coursing through him. Though it paled in comparison to Martina's recent strike, it was his own physical power, distinct from her attack, which was a culmination of various factors. Now, he was capable of delivering an even more potent blow. Martina, begrudgingly, closed her eyes. Go ahead. I am no longer able to retaliate. Yet, you two are a creation of Dr. Vegapunk, are you not? I do not seek mercy. I merely wish to plead for you to save the doctor. Save the doctor? Adam's expression turned peculiar, a hint of pity glimmering in his gaze as he regarded Martina. Chapter 45. Cognition time rewound to an hour prior, on the surface, where Shanks and Samit scoured the island for the remnants of Vegapunk's research facility. Perhaps their senses were indeed heightened. Samit quickly located the target. Atop a high slope on the southern coast, he crouched down, feeling the ground intently. After a moment, he lifted his head to Shanks, stating, "The research facility is just below us. The terrain inside is somewhat complex, and I haven't found the entrance." "That's fine. Leave the rest to me." "You all step back," Shanks confidently declared, gripping the hilt of his sword. Upon hearing this, the others retreated to a safe distance. Once they were positioned adequately, Shanks called out, "It's good to go." The group halted, nodding in acknowledgement. With that, Shanks drew his western sword and inscribed a cross in the snow. Quite satisfactory. He nodded, expressing his approval. Then, with a powerful spring of his legs, he launched himself into the air. As the wind whistled past him and the landscape shrank below, he cried out, executing a downward slash with his sword. Huh. There was no visible sword aura, or perhaps Samit simply did not see it. He merely perceived a flash of cold light, followed by a fissure ripping through the snow, accompanied by a thunderous roar as the earth trembled. The once even ground split apart, ultimately revealing a chasm 2 meters wide before it came to a halt. Gulp. Watching Shanks descend back to the ground, Samit swallowed hard. Though he had witnessed it before, the sheer power to alter terrain and impact nature left him in awe. Let us proceed. Beckman's voice roused Samit from his stupor. The members of the red-haired pirates were unfazed. They clearly understood their captain's strength, each bearing a look of pride in their eyes. Indeed. Sammy nodded and, following the crowd, approached Shanks. Can you see what lies beneath? Shanks inquired of Samit and Jesus. The two leaned over the edge of the abyss, peering into the inky darkness below, where nothing was discernible. I see nothing, Jesus muttered, shaking his head. Despite his exceptional eyesight, the obscurity rendered it futile. The group then turned their gaze towards Samit. Feeling the weight of their attention, Samit nervously swallowed and stated, "There is a metal panel extending all the way to the edge of the cliff. It must be the roof of the research facility. Is that so? Then let us take a closer look," Shanks replied nonchalantly, already preparing to leap. "Wait for me. Let me go first." Before Samit could finish his words, a brilliant flash of light pierced the sky, as if something had plummeted past him into the abyss below. As that object swept by, it unleashed a bone-chilling gust that stung his entire being. Yet, he remained oblivious to his physical sensations for a deeper, more paralyzing fear coursed through his heart, a fear so profound that merely grazing its presence could lead to utter annihilation. A thunderous clash echoed, followed by another tremor that shook the earth. In the distance, a cascade of snow descended from the mountains, surging forth like a deluge. Frowning, the red-haired figure wielded his sword, sweeping it in a graceful arc, which cleaved the ground hundreds of meters away, creating a gaping chasm into which the snow tumbled relentlessly. However, Samit remained unaware of these events. At that moment, he was on his hands and knees in the snow, gasping for breath. The terror he had just experienced, and the subsequent relief of survival felt akin to a shipwrecked soul being pulled from the depths of despair onto dry land. "Are you all right?" Beckman approached Samit, crouching beside him, and gently patted his back in an attempt to ease his breathing. "I'm fine," Samit replied. Samit waved his hand, signaling that all was well, yet the slight tremor in his voice revealed that he had not yet fully regained his composure. Beckman turned around, his expression laden with reproach as he chastised Shanks. "You are exceedingly careless." Samit nearly succumbed to your overwhelming presence. My sincerest apologies. I truly regret this. Please forgive me." Shanks circled the back of his head, his face a mask of remorse, ultimately bowing deeply before Samit, nearly touching the ground with his forehead. "This is not your fault. It is solely my weakness that is to blame." Despite the near peril he faced, how could anyone hold such a person accountable? Even if one wished to cast blame, what could be done? The apology was offered in the spirit of friendship, and to press the matter further would be to court one's own demise. Moreover, Samit possessed a commendable trait in the face of adversity. His first impulse was not to evade responsibility or accuse others, but to engage in self-reflection. From the destruction of Coerce Island to the events that ensued, he had never perceived any wrongdoing on the part of others. Did the Balabala pirates err in their annihilation of Coerce Island? Certainly not. They were pirates, engaged in the very acts of pillage and plunder. Did Camille de Luba err in betraying the Navy? Again, no. For they were compelled to do so by the debt owed to Vegapunk, leading them to forsake their internal moral compass upon hearing of his plight. This world is devoid of absolute right or wrong. It is merely a matter of differing perspectives and stances. None were in the wrong, including himself. Only the weak were at fault. Crocodile once remarked, "In this vast ocean, weakness is a sin." This resonated deeply with Samit. Thus, it is imperative to grow stronger. Not only to resurrect his family and the denizens of Coerce Island, but also to forge a life of his own choosing. Samit clenched his fist, emanating an aura of resolute determination. Shanks, taken aback by the sudden shift in Samit's demeanor, broke into a smile of appreciation. He recognized that with such unwavering conviction and his own formidable potential, this individual was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. His thoughts wandered to that young lad from East Blue's Windmill Village. The future of this world promised to be quite vibrant. With this in mind, he straightened his expression and spoke earnestly. "If there are no further issues, let us proceed." Observing Shanks' demeanor, Samit nodded, his eyes transforming into a deep crimson as he felt a surge of awakening. After a moment of confident perception, An expression of astonishment crossed Samit's face. The metal plate beneath them remained utterly unscathed, not even a mark left behind. He had just experienced the terrifying might of Shank's sword firsthand. Yet it was precisely this knowledge that rendered him astonished at the resilience of the metal plate that had withstood such a blow without a scratch. Witnessing Samit's expression, the others understood the outcome, shaking their heads in disbelief. This Vegapunk is truly remarkable. It seems we must find the entrance. Samit, can you locate the entrance to the research facility? Shanks inquired. Sammy nodded, acknowledging with no objections, but noted that it would take some time. Who will escort me to the metallic platform below? I need to expedite my inquiry through contact. Allow me. Beckman approached, wrapping his arms around Sammy's waist before leaping into the abyss. Though referred to as an abyss, it was not particularly deep, approximately 200 meters, its darkness merely an illusion cast by the backlit rock walls, obscuring visibility below. Upon reaching the metallic platform, Sammy crouched down, tapping lightly with his fingers, and closed his eyes to keenly attune himself to the dimensions of the metal surface. Methodically, he scrutinized every crevice from left to right. After several minutes, Sammy opened his eyes, his face lighting up with excitement as he exclaimed, "I've found it. Take me back up." Beckman nodded in response, stepping forward to lift Sammy once more. With a powerful thrust, he leapt high into the air. As his strength began to wane, he pushed off a protrusion on the wall, propelling himself upward again. This process repeated several times, and together they returned to the ground. As the two ascended, Shanks and the others hurried over, inquiring eagerly, "What did you find?" Sammy nodded and said, "It's right there at the base of the cliff on the southern bank. I shall lead you there." With that, the group followed Sammy to the edge of the precipice. Summit pointed below, saying, "The entrance lies just beneath us." Shanks leaned forward to peer down, observing that while the cliff was not exceptionally high, it was quite steep, with the rock face curving inward. "I will descend directly with Samit. Those capable of following me, come along. For those unable to make the descent, seek an alternative route," Shanks addressed the group, casting a glance at Samit before declaring, "Let us proceed." Indeed, Samit nodded in agreement. Shanks positioned himself on Samit's other side, grasping his left hand, and then leaped down. A few officers followed closely behind, taking the plunge as well. Samit counted the number of individuals accompanying him, and there were only 4. The first mate, Ben Beckman, the sniper, Jesus Burgess, the fighter, Lucky Roo, and an enigmatic man wielding a long sword, adorned with sunglasses and a felt hat, who appeared to be a swordsman. This individual exuded a striking charisma, reminiscent of a character from an anime who once stood alongside Shanks during the Marineford War, playing a crucial role in halting the conflict. At that time, he stood beside Shanks, subtly counterbalancing the swordsman, Shiryu of the Rain, from the Blackbeard pirates. One can only surmise that his strength is formidable. As for the other officers, Summit did not see them. Perhaps they remained in the New World or had yet to join Shanks' crew. As there are still 9 years until the events of the narrative unfold, there is ample time yet. Where could it be? Shanks surveyed the surroundings but found no sign of the so-called entrance. Sammy suddenly regained his senses and approached a rock wall, pointing to the side. "Right here. This rock is camouflaged." Step aside a bit," Shanks replied, nodding as he drew his sword. Upon seeing this, Sammy instinctively darted behind Beckman. Shanks did not exert much force this time. With a swift motion, he slashed twice, and the sword gleamed as it left 2 deep cuts in the rock. The fragments tumbled down, revealing a metallic door concealed within. Shanks furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Surely, this door could not be made of the same material as that above. Lost in thought, he unleashed 2 more sword strikes, sending cross-shaped arcs of energy flying forth. A thunderous rumble echoed through the mountain, causing the snow to cascade down. Fortunately, much of the cliff had already frozen over, otherwise, they would have faced the dire fate of being buried beneath the snow. Yet, the door remained unmoved. Beckman lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before exhaling, his demeanor somewhat gloomy. It seemed they would have to wait for the others to emerge. He pondered whether this research facility had any other entrances. If it did, his thought trailed off, but the implication was clear to all present. How infuriating. After exerting so much effort, would it all be in vain? Jesus slammed his fist against the nearby rock in frustration. Shanks remained silent for a moment, then turned to Beckman and inquired, "What now? Should we return to the Red Force?" The ships of the Barabara pirates had already been sunk, and if they wished to set sail again, they would have to seize the Red Force. "No, it's not that simple." Beckman shook his head, releasing a puff of smoke as he continued. This research facility is clearly a gateway to the underground. If there are other entrances we are unaware of, there may also be submarines or similar vessels. After all, this is the research facility of Dr. Vegapunk, a scientist who has led the world in technological advancement for 5 centuries. Anything extraordinary could exist within. Are we to simply accept this? Shanks exclaimed, angrily driving his sword into the snowy ground. Beckman took a fierce drag from his cigarette, finishing it off before casting the butt aside. There is only one foolish method left. We must locate other entrances and then split up to guard them. However, there is a problem. If that entrance is underground or beneath the sea, we would be at a loss. How frustrating. Is this truly how it ends? Loki gritted his teeth, biting into the flesh of his thigh. Just as despair loomed over them, Sammy raised his right hand. Hey! The group turned to Sammy in surprise, their expression shifting to one of joy. Shanks rushed over, grasping Sammy's hands. Really? Brother, do you truly have a solution? I think so. If this is Vegapunk's research facility, there should be no issue, Sammy replied, feeling slightly embarrassed by Shanks' enthusiasm. He quietly withdrew his hands, stepping back. Shanks clearly wanted to ask more questions, approaching Sammy to speak, but was interrupted by a sharp rap on the head from Beckman. Can't you read the room? Beckman chided, one hand gripping Shanks while the other covered his face in exasperation. It was evident Sammy found him bothersome, yet he persisted. Moreover, the solution Sammy hinted at was clearly tied to his own capabilities. They had only recently met, so why probe into such matters? After dragging Shanks away, Beckman bowed to Sammy. I apologize for my captain's nuisance. If you have any solutions, please feel free to share. Should you require our assistance, do not hesitate to ask. All right, thank you. Samit cast a grateful glance at Beckman. Individuals like Shanks, who are remarkably affable, can be quite difficult for most to engage with, particularly for someone as introverted as Samit. Nonetheless, people of Shanks' disposition tend to possess a wide circle of friends, yet they also acquire numerous adversaries. Were it not for the steadfast support of Beckman, this reliable first mate, it is hard to fathom how Shanks could ascend to the ranks of the 4 emperors. Chapter 47. Encounter. Samit stood before the metallic gate, gently placing his hand upon its surface to savor the tactile sensations. Through a process of synesthesia, the intricate image of the gate materialized in his mind. The structure was a labyrinth of densely packed mechanical components and an array of complex electronic circuits, leaving Samit feeling somewhat dizzy. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he focused intently on the pathways, tracing them until they flowed into a nearby stone pillar. Releasing his hand, Samit took a few steps back, massaging his temples to regain his composure. Are you all right? The others inquired with concern. I am fine, he replied. Samit gestured with his hand, and then approached the stone pillar, placing his hand upon it to discern its internal structure. Fortunately, the door was secured with an electronic lock. Had it been a physical lock, he would have been at a loss. Contemplating this, Samit drew his sword and struck decisively, cleaving away the surface of the stone pillar to reveal the circuitry within. A smile crept across his face as he unhesitatingly placed his hand on the circuit board. A faint crackling sound emerged as a weak electrical current coursed through the circuitry and into Samit, causing a tingling sensation throughout his body. However, he had no time to dwell on his physical state. He concentrated all his mental faculties on transforming tactile sensations into visual representations. As countless streams of electronic data surged through his mind, a chaotic amalgamation of useful and useless information. At long last, he discovered the password to unlock the grand door. This is it. Samit opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of brilliance, and began to manipulate the circuit board with his fingers. Then, the imposing door, which even the red-haired Shanks could not budge, gradually creaked open. Ah, it truly opened. Samit, you are remarkable, Shanks exclaimed with delight, his face alight with excitement as he praised Samit. Well, since the door is now ajar, let us hasten inside. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if that group escapes through another exit. Indeed, you are absolutely right, Beckman. Let us proceed. Shanks clapped his hands, nodding in agreement. Beyond the door lay an abyss of darkness, where a corridor could only be faintly discerned, resembling a gaping maw poised to devour its prey. Yet Shanks exhibited no fear, boldly leading the way. Observing Shanks, Samit pondered whether his carefree demeanor stemmed from his personality or if it was a performance for his subordinates. Regardless, witnessing their leader's disposition likely assuaged the nerves of his followers. Fear was far from their minds. Perhaps this is the essence of true leadership, in every word and action. He inadvertently inspired his companions' morale. This research facility was, in fact, far from intimidating. As the group stepped into the corridor, the automatic sensor lights flickered to life. The walls, illuminated by the lights, emanated a chilling glow. Constructed of alloy, the walls were smooth and sleek, exuding an aura of futuristic technology that captivated the onlookers. After traversing approximately 100 meters, the corridor began to slope downward, transforming the even path into steps. Following the descent, they encountered another metallic door, accompanied by an electronic keypad lock. The group instinctively turned their gazes towards Samit. Samit touched his nose and instinctively approached the door. He pried open the casing of the keypad lock with a knife and was just about to reach out to touch the wires when, unexpectedly, the door swung open on its own. Oh? Samit was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that someone was emerging from within. He discarded the unlocking device's shell and hastily retreated to Shank's side. At first, Shanks and his companions believed that Samit had opened the door, but soon they too understood the situation, their expressions turning solemn as they gazed at the entrance. After all, this was the research facility of Vegapunk, and caution was paramount. Standing behind the door was a towering figure wielding a 2-meter-long broadsword. It was Daruba. He paused upon seeing the crowd, but his expression soon returned to normal. "I never expected you could come in on your own," he remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. "So, it's you after all." No wonder that pirate flag seemed familiar. As he spoke, he noticed Shanks, whose striking red hair was impossible to overlook. With a grave demeanor, Shanks stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of his companions. He glanced at the massive sword and spoke in a deep voice. "That blade must have been used to slay Track and JIS, correct? Huh, red-haired one. You two have made a name for yourself in this world of pirates. Do you not possess even this level of awareness?" Daruba retorted, "I know everything, yet I still do not wish for my comrades to perish or be harmed. Are you prepared for the consequences of killing my allies?" Shank's gaze sharpened, and the air itself seemed to tremble in response to the fury emanating from this kingly figure, causing the very corridor to shake. Daruba felt an invisible force pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The Conqueror's hockey. Daruba suddenly raised his head, determination gleaming in his eyes. With a powerful push, he charged at Shanks, his massive frame moving like a tank. Each step resonating with a thundering sound. With a fierce cry, he stopped just 2 meters from Shanks, leaning forward and swinging his colossal sword down upon him. The once tranquil corridor erupted into a tempest as Daruba's movements stirred a wild wind, blinding those present. Yet Shanks remained still, seemingly unfazed by the descending blade. His stature contrasting sharply with Daruba's, akin to that of an adult towering over a child. Nevertheless, no one would dare underestimate Shanks. Though his physique was dwarfed by Daruba's, the aura he exuded was heavy and formidable, his cloak billowing dramatically in the gusts, enhancing his regal presence. Conversely, while Daruba's size and ferocity were imposing, he appeared somewhat unsteady, bordering on frantic. Shanks fixed his sharp gaze upon Daruba, as if piercing through to his very soul. The wind howled past, and Daruba's sword halted mere centimeters above Shanks' head. Yet for Daruba, those 2 centimeters felt like an insurmountable chasm. Sweat poured down his face as his hands trembled, fear evident in his eyes. "Monster!" Daruba yelled in despair, discarding his sword and collapsing to the ground. Those possessing true strength are acutely aware of the disparity between themselves and others. As Shanks revealed his hockey, Daruba recognized the vast gulf separating them. Thus, he felt compelled to strike first, fearing that if he hesitated, he would lose the courage to act altogether. Chapter 48, Red-Haired Shanks vs. Daruba. How resolute you were in taking lives, yet now you lack the courage to engage. Shanks said calmly, a hint of anger in his tone. Track and JIS were slain by such a wretch. This is intolerable. If that is the case, then you shall fall here. Once I have dealt with you, I will seek out that one named Martina. She must be the mastermind behind this. Shanks slowly drew his sword, raising it high, poised to strike at Daruba. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, he withdrew the blade to guard his chest. A fist the size of a cauldron crashed against his sword, the unanticipated force sending Shanks sliding back several meters. He looked up, surprised, and addressed Daruba. "What is this? Have you found your fighting spirit again?" "Yes." Daruba stood tall, his eyes filled with resolve, radiating a fierce energy. His muscles bulged, and it seemed as though serpents writhed beneath his taut skin. "At the very least, I must ensure her survival." "Oh, those are some fine eyes. Come then." Sensing the shift in Daruba's aura, Shanks leaned forward slightly, gripping the hilt of his sword defensively against his chest. With a roar, Daruba unleashed a power that surged through his muscles, growing even taller. Furthermore, a swarm of minute particles began to coalesce around him, forming a verdant armor. What is this? A devil fruit? Shanks pondered, his curiosity piqued. It was no wonder he did not consider weaponry. In this age, knowledge often constrained people's understanding, and in his mind, weapons were merely swords, cannons, or at most, robots. Biological enhancements were unheard of. However, Daruba did not indulge Shanks' curiosity. Instead, he bellowed in rage, launching himself at Shanks with a fist imbued with unparalleled might. Bang! Shanks met the punch with his sword, but the impact sent him spiraling backward. The ground trembled as Shanks' form flew through the air, crashing hard onto the staircase and shattering several steps, creating a large crater. Is Shanks all right? His companions inquired anxiously, unable to see through the dust that had been kicked up. Coughing, Shanks stood, waving away the dust before him. He had underestimated the sudden surge in Daruba's strength. I will not allow you to harm her, he declared resolutely. Daruba, now flushed and radiating heat, seemed to have grown even taller, surrounded by a haze that rendered him akin to a demon lord. So, you two have someone you care about, Shanks remarked nonchalantly, delivering words that chilled Daruba to the bone. No, I will never allow you to pass, Daruba roared, lowering his head and charging at the others like a raging bull, each step leaving a crater in the ground without diminishing his speed. Humph, Shanks scoffed, leaping above Daruba, performing a 360-degree spin, and unleashing a powerful strike directed at Daruba's head. Daruba showed no fear, raising his arm to block, maintaining his momentum, and with his bioarmor, he resembled a steel war machine. Boom! Shanks' sword struck Daruba's armored arm, leaving only a faint white mark. Yet the tremendous force caused the ground to crack and shatter in concentric circles around Daruba's feet. With a resounding crash, Shanks and Daruba plummeted together. In midair, Shanks called out, Beckman, you all go deal with the others. Noah. Daruba's eyes were crimson, round and bulging, with several veins coursing through them. His form expanded once more, and by the time the two landed, he had transformed into a giant towering over 5 meters tall. Pirates, you shall all perish. Daruba ground his teeth and charged forward, his speed shattering the sound barrier and creating shockwaves that rippled outward, encircling him like a tempest. At the center, Daruba resembled a deity of might descended from the heavens, radiating ferocity. Shanks squinted, unfazed, his sword held vertically before him. As Daruba approached, he executed a swift downward strike. The clash of blade against fist reverberated through the air, unleashing a torrent of ferocious winds that surged throughout the chamber. In an instant, Daruba was hurled backward at an even greater velocity, crashing into a wall before finally coming to a halt. At that moment, Shanks took the opportunity to survey his surroundings. The chamber was vast, approximately 100 meters in height, width, and depth, its walls composed of an unidentifiable, smooth metal. The fact that Daruba's collision with the wall elicited no tremor indicated the formidable strength of the structure. He glanced upward at the spot from which he had fallen, noting it was likely a ventilation shaft. What a fortunate coincidence, Shanks mused, realizing that this provided an ample battlefield for unrestricted combat. Then let us engage in a delightful battle, he proclaimed. I will slay you. Daruba regained his composure, aware that without vanquishing this man before him, all else was moot. The confidence surging within him stemmed from the biological enhancements coursing through his body. I can do this, come forth, he bellowed. In a flash, Shanks surged toward his adversary, his overwhelming aura enveloping his weapon. The impact of their confrontation ignited a cataclysmic eruption of air, filling the chamber with a cacophony of violence. This time, Daruba's strength had intensified. Meanwhile, on the eastern coast of the East Blue, aboard the Red Force, Carp was ensconced in bandages, seated at the bow of the ship. He took a hearty swig from a flask and then turned to Smoker, who was stationed at the lookout. Have you spotted anything, kid? I see it. A naval ship approaching. My subordinates are reporting another vessel from the southeast. It's Admiral Kazan, Smoker responded, peering through a telescope at the reinforcements led by Admiral Akiji, his body trembling with excitement. Is that so? Smoker, prepare for action. This time, the Barabara pirates and the red-haired pirates will find their journey ends here. Placing the flask heavily aside, Carp erupted into laughter, due to Smoker's signaling from the lookout. The two naval ships did not immediately open fire upon the Red Force, but instead maneuvered closer. A contingent of naval soldiers disembarked from the vessels, among them a towering figure that drew considerable attention. He was a giant clad in the reformed captain's uniform of the Navy, adorned with numerous badges of honor, and wielding an enormous sword, exuding an aura of authority. He was Vice Admiral John Gando. As he disembarked, another figure stood at the ship's bow. Although not as towering as the giant Vice Admiral, he was equally impressive, dressed in a suit and trousers, draped in the Navy's formal attire, and wearing a somewhat languid expression. It was none other than Admiral Akiji. Chapter 49. The source of all. Do you pity me? It is merely death. What is there to pity? Martina remarked, somewhat irked, as an unsettling premonition gripped her. Why did he wear such a countenance when he was clearly her enemy? Upon hearing Martina's words, Adam's expression grew even more peculiar, bordering on grotesque. Then he laughed. Save the doctor? Did he ever ask you to rescue him? What do you mean? Martina inquired anxiously, her foreboding sensations intensifying. Seeing you like this makes me reluctant to kill you. Indeed, for some, life and death are trivial matters. I promise to make you suffer, to reveal how absurd your lifelong dreams truly are. Come with me, Adam declared, seizing Martina's hand and leading her toward the elevator. What are you doing? Martina struggled, attempting to break free from Adam's grasp, but her body, burdened and powerless, could only succumb to his pull. Adam glanced back at her, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Do not resist. I shall introduce you to Vegapunk. He will enlighten you. Wait. Martina paused, then quickly realized, her emotions surging. What did you say? You can meet Dr. Vegapunk? Why? ISNT he can find. She recalled his words about being created by the doctor 3 years prior, yet the doctor had been captured 4 years ago. Surely, they must have some other connection. Just follow me, and you will discover everything. The doctor will explain it all. Adam urged, leading her into the elevator and pressing the activation button, which propelled them swiftly upward. Martina, standing behind, felt a tumult of emotions. She was elated at the prospect of meeting Dr. Vegapunk, but also sensed the malice in Adam's words. Her mind was in turmoil. As Martina grappled with her conflicting thoughts, the elevator reached the ground floor of the research facility. Exiting, Adam approached a computer, his hands flying across the keyboard. As a display on the wall illuminated a shadowy environment that appeared to be a laboratory, complete with flasks, conduits, and gas collection vessels. A silhouette emerged before the screen, backlit so that his face remained obscured. Yet, from the shape of his face, hair, and beard, it was evident he was a middle-aged man, clad in a lab coat. He leaned over the computer and said, Adam, I told you not to contact me unless it was urgent. If the world government discovers your existence, they will surely plot against you. Well, I'm uncertain if this qualifies as urgent, so you can decide for yourself, Adam replied, gesturing toward Martina. Doctor, is that you? It's Martina. How are you? Are you well? Upon seeing the figure, Martina recognized the doctor, though she doubted whether Adam was behind it. However, when Vegapunk's voice resonated, she could no longer contain her excitement, rushing to the screen to express her long-held concerns. That voice. Martina, is that you? The doctor leaned closer to the screen, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy. Yes, it's me, Martina. Doctor, how are you? Rest assured, I will come to rescue you. Rescue me? Vegapunk hung his head in silence. Yes, I'm coming to save you. Is there a problem? Noticing the doctor's unusual demeanor, Martina felt an ominous premonition. Please, don't say anything that will plunge me into despair. Martina, I never asked you to save me. Vegapunk raised his head, his expression now calm, though his emotions betrayed a hint of melancholy. What? Martina gasped, her body trembling in disbelief. Why? Aren't you confined by the world government? Do you truly wish to live in a cage constructed by others? Freedom? Who doesn't desire such a thing? However, as a scientist capable of influencing the world, the possession of freedom may also lead to its destruction. Oh, Martina. The reason the world government became aware of our research on the life creation diagram was due to my betrayal. What? That cannot be true. ISNT the life creation diagram, precisely the project you have led? Why would you do such a thing? It makes no sense. Martina clasped her head in anguish, her cries filled with torment. Vegapunk lowered his gaze in contemplation, carefully organizing his thoughts. Martina, as scientists, we are perpetually drawn to the unknown, eager to explore the truths of the universe. This thirst for knowledge is commendable, for it propels humanity forward. Yet, it is equally perilous, as such desires can lead to our own annihilation. You, possessing self-awareness, should comprehend this, do you not? No, I do not understand. Doctor, your research has consistently benefited humanity. How could it possibly lead to our demise? Sighing, he replied, that is because I have treaded cautiously. Objects themselves do not inherently bring about goodness or evil. Their effects depend solely on the hand that wields them. However, as my understanding is deepened, My inquiries have transcended mere objects. Even in the absence of human intervention, they can yield profound consequences. I am acutely aware that the premature emergence of certain entities could spell disaster for our world. Yet I find myself unable to restrain my yearning to explore the unknown. Surely you grasp the essence of my words, Martina. Frankly, your existence brings me both joy and trepidation. You illuminate the potential of humanity's future, yet simultaneously instill apprehension within me. In just 2 or 3 years, you have surpassed the majority within our institute. Even while engaged in mundane clerical tasks, you possess physical prowess that ordinary warriors lack. Do you comprehend the implications of this? If all of humanity were to embody your excellence, none would willingly accept inferiority. They would all be remarkable, compelling one another to question why they should heed another's command or live a life lesser than their peers. Such a reality would inevitably plunge the world into ceaseless warfare, a conflict that would endure until the very destruction of our existence. Is it so? Is it truly the case that the world government pursues me with the intent to end my life? Martina lamented, her eyes filled with despair. What agony could surpass the betrayal of one's kin? No, Martina, I never wished for your demise, nor do I fear you. My fear lies within myself, for I am unable to conquer my insatiable desire for research. Even when aware that certain discoveries could harm this world, I cannot resist delving deeper. Thus, I have allowed the world government to capture me, to limit my freedom. I merely wish for someone to intervene when my fervor overtakes my reason. I never anticipated your reaction would be so profound, leaving me without the opportunity to negotiate. Chapter 50. Restlessness, so it is. It turns out I have been deluding myself. Martina murmured, kneeling before the computer, her head bowed, the vibrancy in her eyes gradually fading. It isn't like that, Martina. You, doctor? What are you doing? Vegapunk intended to say more, but just then, footsteps approached the research room, prompting him to hastily terminate the video call. Observing the blank screen, Adam shrugged. What's wrong? How does it feel to uncover the truth? Martina, lost in her thoughts, smiled vacantly, unresponsive. Perhaps I have gone too far. Had I known, it would have been simpler to end it swiftly. Yet, it was you who initiated this chaos. This burden is not mine. May you fend for yourself. I shall take my leave. With that, Adam turned to exit, only to find 2 figures already standing in his path. One bore a tousled crop of hair, clad in short sleeves and trousers, wielding a katana and holstered with 2 handguns. The other donned a V-neck shirt and loose-fitting pants, a rifle slung at his waist. His long black hair tied into a ponytail, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, a visage marked by weariness. These 2 were Samit and Ben Beckman. In truth, they had arrived in the research room when Vegapunk appeared on the screen, opting to remain hidden to glean further insights. Unaware that the unfolding narrative would take such a turn, Samit felt a surge of indignation. He had initially believed that the Barabara pirates sought the weapons left behind by Vegapunk in their quest for power. Thus, the lives lost at their hands could be construed as casualties of a collective ambition. However, this entire affair had been one grand misunderstanding. Did it not imply that the deaths of the residents of Kibaroni Island, including their sisters and families, held no significance whatsoever? Therefore, in their quest to save their dear ones, did they resort to slaying the dear ones of others? Unable to contain his seething emotions, Samit bellowed in outrage. Well, this matter has never involved me. I am merely a bystander, Adam remarked with a hint of resignation. Yet, he doubted that his words would be taken at face value. If given a choice, he truly wished to avoid combat. Frankly, he possessed a clear understanding of his own fighting capabilities. Although well-versed in various combat techniques, he struggled to apply them effectively in real-world scenarios. Thus, he relied on his remarkable regenerative abilities and evolution to secure victories, yet being injured was undeniably painful. He harbored no peculiar inclinations. As he had anticipated, Beckman rested his hand on the grip of his firearm, his gaze sharp as he inquired. Do you think I would believe such words in this context? No, he was lying. Samit interposed himself before Beckman, his heart ablaze with fury. Yet reason had not been entirely consumed by his rage. Beckman regarded Samit with a measured glance. He withdrew his hand from the gun's grip, allowing his demeanor to soften. Since parting ways with Shanks, they had executed his commands to eliminate others. Within this unfamiliar research facility, Samit navigated the labyrinth of secret doors with the ease of one at home, guiding the members of the red-haired pirates to swiftly locate their comrades. Throughout this endeavor, Samit's capabilities had garnered the recognition of his peers. Thus, when Samit asserted that the youth before them was not lying, Beckman chose to place his trust in him. Adam cast a surprised glance at Samit, who had prepared himself for battle. He had not expected to be deterred by this boy, no. He should be referred to as a child. Despite Samit's youthful appearance, he was merely 10 years of age. While one's appearance may deceive, the essence of life cannot be so easily misled. Adam possessed the ability to sense the life signatures of others. Upon perceiving Samit's life force, Adam found himself intrigued. This young child, despite his tender age, exuded an aura that belied his years, with a vitality that surpassed even his own perfection as a human. Was this what the doctor had referred to as a monster? Or perhaps one with the potential to become a monster? Samit furrowed his brow, after all. No one relishes being scrutinized by another man with a peculiar gaze, especially when compounded by prior incidents. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike this fellow. Yet the principles instilled in him in his previous life tempered that impulse. Thus, he spoke with a tone laced with displeasure. If you have nothing of importance, kindly take your leave. I have matters to settle with that woman. Very well, Adam replied, sensing the discontent emanating from Samit. Choosing not to provoke further, he leisurely departed. And as he brushed past Samit, he turned back and remarked nonchalantly, "We shall meet again." Sammy paused for a moment, turning to look back, only to find Adam departing without a glance. What does it mean? Samit pondered Adam's words, yet after much contemplation, he could not discern their meaning, leaving him in a state of agitation. Sigh. Forget it. Samit exhaled deeply, calming his mind, and redirected his focus to the woman kneeling before the computer. Do you have nothing to say? What is there to say? Martina replied, her gaze unfocused, devoid of clarity. What is there to say? Samit rushed forward, seizing her collar and shouting, "It's about those you have harmed. You tirelessly pursue Begapunk. Surely you can feel the anguish of losing a loved one. Yet why do you impose such suffering on others?" Ha! Ha! Martina covered her face, erupting into maniacal laughter which lasted for some time before she finally ceased. Why should I care about others' pain? I'm not their mother. Pirates are nothing but scoundrels, indulging their desires at will, cloaking their actions in the guise of freedom. Yet this so-called freedom inflicts harm upon others. Simply existing as a pirate is a sin in itself. Sigh. Samit released Martina, taking a deep breath, his expression now tranquil. He began to grasp the deeper significance of Shank's earlier words. Samit slowly drew his long knife and calmly stated, "You are not wrong. The lives and sufferings of others hold no significance for you, do they? However, having committed such deeds, you must be prepared for the consequences." With a swift motion, the blade flashed, and Samit sheathed his weapon. Martina's laughter abruptly ceased, and the madness in her eyes faded, revealing a look of relief. With a thud, Martina collapsed to the ground. Chapter 51. The woman named Martina, her breathing was steady, her heartbeat normal, and her body temperature within the standard range. Her physical prowess was 12 times that of an average person, and her neural pathways operated at 7 times the capacity. "We have succeeded, Doctor. We have created the perfect being. It is premature to draw conclusions. Let us wait until she awakens," came the reply. "Where am I? Who am I?" The girl in the incubation chamber opened her eyes, dazed, to find a group of elderly individuals in white coats gazing at her with joy. Why were they looking at her? Why such elation? Was it because of her? What is joy? Why do I feel confused? Why do I ponder? What is the meaning of all this? Wait, what is meaning? Why am I thinking so much? I feel so tired, as if I need to sleep. Hey, don't close your eyes. If you fall asleep now, you may never awaken. Who are you? Why are you so anxious? Is it because of me? You have come into this world. Do you not wish to see the scenery outside? Scenery? What significance does that hold? And why do you care so much about me? Please, open your eyes. Live well. The girl could not fathom why this man was so concerned with her affairs, yet she felt a warmth within. If they wished for her to live well, then she would comply, even if she did not understand the meaning behind it. Thus, she opened her eyes. "Why are you all so happy?" she asked, perplexed. "Of course, it is because you have successfully been born. Is my existence truly so significant? Absolutely. You symbolize the future direction of human evolution. Do not entertain thoughts of ending your life. Is that so? But what does it all mean? Even if humanity becomes like me, what difference does it make to me? If you require meaning to live, then let me offer you one. I need an assistant and a protector. Will you help me? Am I truly needed? In that case, I shall agree, though I still do not comprehend the significance. Then let me bestow a name upon you. How about Martina? It possesses a powerful and forward-thinking connotation. Very well. Thus, the girl Martina became the assistant and bodyguard of Dr. Begapunk. To assist in his research, Martina devoted herself to learning. And with her neural pathways functioning at 7 times the average capacity, her memory, Information processing and comprehension abilities far exceeded those of ordinary individuals. Consequently, she swiftly became an outstanding scientist. The people at the Research Institute welcomed Martina's presence, joyfully collaborating on their projects. During moments of boredom, they would tease her, hoping to help her establish a proper sense of life as values. However, the results were far from satisfactory. Martina had never considered her own desires. All her actions stemmed from the demands of others. Without someone providing her with a reason to act, she would become lost and uncertain, ultimately leading her to perceive life as meaningless and contemplate death. Despite the challenges, the group maintained their good spirits, though Martina had her flaws. Everyone believed these could be improved over time. Even if not, they had found a direction for their research. However, good times were not to last. 5 years later, an unexpected incident disrupted their harmonious days of research. On that day, everyone was quietly focused on their tasks when a group of men in black burst in. "Do not move. We are agents of the CP6 from the World Government Intelligence Agency. We have received reports that you are conducting illegal research. Please do not resist and cooperate with our investigation." The sudden intrusion left everyone stunned, staring blankly at the armed agents. At that moment, Martina sprang into action. Like the wind, she moved gracefully past several agents, who then fell to the ground. "Doctor, everyone, we must escape," Martina shouted. Yet, the others were still in shock, unable to react. "Hurry," Martina urged again. Just then, she noticed the look of terror in Dr. Vegapunk's eyes. "Watch out, Martina." Before she could comprehend, a sharp pain struck her abdomen. Looking down, she saw a long knife had pierced her side, and her upper body collapsed to the ground. "You are all the greatest treasures of this world. If possible, I would prefer not to resort to violence. Please do not make this difficult for me," said the man in a navy uniform with a mohawk hairstyle. He was none other than Admiral Weasel. Silence enveloped the room as everyone pondered their thoughts. Dr. Vegapunk stepped forward to meet Weasel's gaze. After a long moment, he lowered his head. "I understand. We will not resist, but before you arrest us, please allow me to say goodbye to my assistant." Weasel watched Dr. Vegapunk for a moment, then nodded and waved. "Take the others away first." The agents escorted the scientist away from the research facility. Finally, Weasel glanced back at Dr. Vegapunk and said, "Please hurry. I will be waiting outside." Dr. Vegapunk nodded, then rushed to kneel by Martina. "Martina, are you all right? I know you are still alive. This injury will not take your life." I'm sorry, doctor. I failed to protect you, and I have lost the purpose you gave me," Martina said, her eyes slowly losing focus. "Be quiet, Martina. There is no time. Remember, meaning is something you must seek for yourself. Throughout life's journey, people will cultivate various desires. The motivation to achieve those desires is the essence of life as meaning. If you truly cannot find a reason to live, ask yourself what you truly want. This time, do it for yourself, not for others. Are you ready, doctor?" Came Weasel's impatient voice from outside. "Coming," Dr. Vegapunk replied, casting a deep look at Martina before turning to leave. "What I truly want? What is it that I desire?" Images of Dr. Vegapunk's joyous expression upon her birth filled Martina's mind. "What I want most is you, doctor. Rest assured, I will save you." Martina's eyes regained their focus, now shimmering with an unusual hue. Chapter 52, The Final Moments. Bang. Martina fell to the ground, a look of relief upon her face. "Is it over?" Samit felt a sense of emptiness wash over him, having eliminated the instigator of the entire incident. He found no solace in revenge, only an overwhelming void. For a moment, he was bewildered, unsure of what to do next. However, this feeling was fleeting, soon cast aside as he resolved to grow stronger and resurrect those who perished on Ronin Island. To achieve this, he must navigate through obstacles and forge ahead. For this world offered no room for confusion. Morning. The damage to various facilities at the research base exceeds 60%. High-energy reactions are occurring throughout the base. The system has determined that the base has been compromised by enemies and has initiated self-destruct protocols. 5 minutes remain until the base's demise. All personnel, evacuate immediately. What? The sudden alarm startled Samit and Beckman, prompting them to glance at the display screen on the wall. The screen was divided into 6 segments. One showed Shanks battling Doroba. Another depicted a swordsman clad in a skull-patterned hat, standing proudly amidst a pile of corpses. A third displayed Yasubu and Pim, along with their subordinates, toying with their captives. And another featured Rikilu, effortlessly weaving through a throng of people. Indeed, he moved with surprising agility for such a stout figure. Among the chaos, Samit also spotted the lifeless body of Camille. The fifth segment showcased the research room occupied by himself and Beckman. These 5 images were arranged along the edges of the display, while the center featured a large black screen displaying a set of crimson numbers counting down. The timer read 4:46. What is this? A time bomb? Beckman furrowed his brow, constrained by the limitations of his era. Even as one of the most intelligent individuals in this world, he could only conceive of something akin to a bomb. Yet, as a traveler from 21st century Earth, Samit understood all too well the terrifying capabilities of scientists who were 500 years ahead of this world's technological level, a standard that even Earth in his previous life could not rival. Samit wore a sullen expression as he entered, having spent little time outside. This was largely due to his use of a comprehensive map and wireless unlocking tool, allowing him to navigate swiftly. Now, however, all the gates were securely locked, and only those with the appropriate access rights could pass through. If he were to rely on brute force to breach the doors, it was uncertain how long it would take. Samit pondered for a moment before decisively dismantling the control panel. He activated the sensory interface and extended his hand into the circuitry, feeling a surge of electrical currents coursing through his body, causing him to tremble involuntarily. A myriad of information signals clandestinely flooded into his mind, filled with intricate symbols and formulas that he could not comprehend. He could only grasp some descriptions of the research items. As he diligently perused the data, he aimed to uncover the base's self-destruction mechanism and the means to deactivate it. After more than a minute of scrutiny, he finally discovered the self-destruction device of the base. Astonishingly, it was a gravitational bomb. This device generated a gravitational field using various mechanisms, and in the event of a crisis, it would unleash a gravitational storm engulfing the surrounding area. Samit wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved that he hadn't bolted earlier. Otherwise, they would have been doomed, and this island would have been reduced to mere rubble by the gravitational bomb. He could not afford to be careless, so he continued to peruse the materials in search of a mechanism to disarm the bomb. However, despair washed over him as he found no disarming device. This weapon was designed for mutual destruction with the enemy. It would stand to reason that no contact mechanism would be included. What is wrong, Samit? Beckman inquired, his brow furrowed, sensing the ominous expression on Samit's face. We're finished, Beckman. This is a gravitational bomb, the kind that distorts entire space. Everything on this small island will vanish. Is there no way out? Perhaps locating the bomb and destroying it? Beckman's frown deepened. His understanding of such matters was limited, prompting him to suggest the most straightforward solution. Samit shook his head, deeming it futile. The gravitational device lay 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Unless the ship could be coated with a special film, there was no way to reach it, and time was of the essence. Unless I were to employ the art of transformation to warp reality, altering the existence or activation of the gravitational bomb, I could conceive of no other method. Yet, with my current abilities, such a causal alteration was beyond my reach. Perhaps I should search through Vegapunk's computer for anything that might assist in addressing this crisis. With that thought, Samit refocused on the data on the screen. Beckman observed Samit's intense concentration, a frown creasing his brow. He produced a snail phone, offering it to the red-haired figure. In the secret chamber, the battle between the red-haired Shanks and Daluba intensified. Shanks had initially believed he could swiftly conclude the fight, but Daluba's performance exceeded his expectations. At that moment, Daluba had transformed into a 10-meter-tall giant, encased in green armor, his strength, speed, defense, and even his domineering presence vastly different from their first encounter. Daluba could potentially grow even larger, but in this confined space, an excessive increase in size would hinder his movements. He sensed that his power had reached its zenith. Further enlargement would merely expand the scope of destruction, and he felt the mysterious object within him continually siphoning his vitality, making further growth counterproductive. Yet, he realized that this state was insufficient to defeat Shanks. No. Maintaining his current position required all his focus, and defeating Shanks would necessitate the use of his devastating light cannon. However, that technique exacted a severe toll on his life force. Whether he triumphed or not, he would lose his combat capability. Moreover, in such an environment, employing the light cannon would put him within its destructive range. Thus, he resolved not to use it until the last moment. With a fierce shout, Daluba leapt high, executing a powerful kick aimed at Shanks. The air crackled with explosive sounds as the force of his movement disrupted the atmosphere. Unperturbed, Shanks pressed his foot firmly, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was at Daluba's chest, his longsword sweeping forth, unleashing a blade of energy toward the unprotected neck of Daluba. Boom! Daluba raised his hand to block, the energy clashing against his armored palm with a resounding roar, leaving only a wide imprint with no further damage. TCH. Shanks spat in annoyance. The sheer size of Daluba forced Shanks to rely on sword energy and intent to extend his attack's range. Otherwise, even a direct hit would scarcely inflict significant harm. Yet, depending solely on sword intent and energy proved insufficient to breach the armor fortified with a domineering aura. Just as Shanks grappled with this conundrum, the snail phone rang. Chapter 53, The Decisive Moment. Moses, it's me, Shanks. Casting a glance at Daluba, who aimed a punch in his direction, Shanks deftly evaded and answered the call. You're courting death, Daluba growled, eyes blazing with fury. His skin turning crimson as steam rose from his body. He clenched his fists, muscles coiling tightly, and unleashed a punch that sent shockwaves through the air. However, Shanks merely cast a sidelong glance, sidestepping effortlessly. Ridiculous. I find your turtle-like defenses bothersome, but your strength and speed, while impressive, are merely secondary concerns, Shanks remarked. Shanks, we might be in trouble this time. Let us dispose of our adversary swiftly. Beckman's voice crackled through the phone. Upon hearing this, Shanks's brow furrowed. In his mind, Beckman was a paragon of capability, able to accomplish what others could not. If he deemed the situation troublesome, it was indeed serious. What has happened? Deep beneath the sea, there seems to be a bomb capable of obliterating the entire island. I have a plan that only you can execute. Hurry, descend within 2 minutes. Understood. Shanks retracted the phone and gazed at Daluba. The armor encasing him rivaled that of Diamond Jozu from the Whitebeard pirates. Shattering such formidable defenses was within Shanks's capability. But he pondered how much of his own strength would remain afterward. Let us test it. Shanks inhaled deeply, shifting his weight downward. Positioning his sword before his temple in a striking stance, as the air around him swirled into a miniature whirlwind. Daluba, confident in the protective capabilities of his armor, paid no heed to Shanks's movements. He leapt high, his body stretching gracefully in midair, resembling a bow-drawn taut. He struck down with a powerful fist. This time, Shanks did not evade. Instead, he bent his knee, propelling himself like a sharp blade toward Daluba. Before the sword beam met Daluba's fist, the armor shattered under its force, and the beam continued unabated, piercing through his arm and emerging from his shoulder. Shanks reappeared behind Daluba, the sound of sonic booms trailing in his wake. Panting slightly, Shanks felt warmth trickle from his lips, a remnant of internal injuries sustained in his previous battle with Carp. This technique, unlike his usual moves, lacked destructive power. All his energy was concentrated in a single point, creating a formidable piercing effect. Employing such a technique required meticulous control over his strength and intense mental focus, making it extremely taxing. However, the results were gratifying, as Daluba's entire right arm vanished. Yet, apart from a grimace of pain, Daluba displayed no other reaction. Turning to face Shanks, he remarked, "You are indeed formidable. A stark contrast to someone like me who relies on external forces. However, your true opponent is not me, but the scientist whose technology has outpaced the world by 5 centuries. Roar. Daluba's expression contorted in agony, his face twisting grotesquely. From the severed shoulder, flesh began to sprout, and within moments, his arm grew back. Gasp. He breathed heavily, clearly drained from regenerating his arm. Such abilities pose a significant problem, Shanks mused, somewhat exasperated. Daluba, regaining his composure, stated solemnly, "You are indeed strong. Even clad in the biological armor developed by the doctor, there remains a considerable gap between us. Yet as long as you cannot instantaneously eliminate me, I can resurrect infinitely. In that case, I can outlast you." Daluba lied. While the biological armor did possess regenerative capabilities, this came at a great cost to his life force. He fabricated this claim to undermine Shanks's confidence. But who was Shanks? A rare individual blessed with the Conqueror's haki, one of the future emperors of the sea, who had once faced the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, even as a mere subordinate aboard Roger's ship. In his eyes, Daluba was merely a moderately troublesome foe. With an expression of indifference, his cape billowed without wind, exuding an aura of sovereignty. "Come at me if you can. What purpose does this dialogue serve? I am eager to rescue my comrades. It is my fault for attempting to sway a man like you with mere words. Since that is the case, I shall confront you with my most formidable technique." Daluba's eyes glimmered with determination. He realized that apart from his powerful light cannon, he had no other means to vanquish the red-haired man. Though this man may not possess the unparalleled strength of Whitebeard, the formidable vitality of Kaido, or the versatility of Big Mom's attacks, he undeniably held an advantage that others lacked, his vulnerabilities. Daruba found no chink in his armor. Perhaps I am simply too weak. Daruba mused, exhaling slowly as the armor on his fists began to morph, forming a protruding shell. He lowered his center of gravity, his arms converging to create a square cannon aimed at the red-haired man, shouting, "Prepare to receive my strongest strike. This is also my final blow. Unleashing this move will mark the end of my life." The destructive radiance gathered in the cannon's mouth, and even the mere sensation of its energy fluctuations hinted at its immense power, a strike that encompassed Daruba's very essence. The red-haired man's eyes narrowed. His longsword pointed toward the ground, emanating an aura that commanded submission from all. Leaning forward, he sprinted toward Daruba, leaping as he drew near and delivering a swift slash. The attack, though seemingly quiet, appeared to Daruba as if the heavens and earth converged into a single line, with the red-haired man standing upon it, cleaving through the world itself. In comparison to the vastness of existence, Daruba felt diminutive. As the cosmos split before him, his consciousness too was severed. Whoosh! A cold glimmer flashed as the red-haired man landed. Gazing at the motionless Daruba, the energy from his cannon dissipated. Phew, I am fortunate to have unleashed it. The red-haired man sighed in relief, recognizing that this adversary not only possessed defense comparable to Brick George, but also exhibited a recovery ability akin to Kaido's. He pondered whether Daruba's stamina would also regenerate. If so, he would be a diluted version of Kaido in terms of offensive capability. Fortunately, after his previous spar with Mihawk, he had gleaned much from the encounter. The red-haired man felt fortunate. Although he wielded a sword, he was not merely a swordsman. His swordsmanship was honed through countless life-and-death battles, mastering various techniques related to power. However, he still remained ignorant of advanced swordsmanship concepts. Thankfully, he had a world-renowned swordsman friend with whom he often trained, coupled with his innate advantage of conqueror's haki, which aided him in grasping the essence of swordsmanship. Chapter 54. The Life of Daruba, Part 1. In the future nation of Barkamoria, a winter isle perpetually blanketed in snow, the climate was infinitely harsher than that of Zodia. This nation, renowned for its technological advancements that surpassed the rest of the world, was home to exceptional scientists. However, not everyone could attain the title of scientist. Yet those who did were particularly esteemed. Daruba was born in this sci-fi realm. Unlike the robust figure he would grow into, his childhood was marked by frailty, forcing him to remain indoors, for the frigid air outside posed a lethal threat. He yearned for the world beyond his window, where all he could perceive was a sea of white. To alleviate his boredom and expand his knowledge, Daruba's parents filled their home with books about the outside world. Upon reading them, an insatiable urge surged within him, the desire for freedom. He wished to witness the world firsthand, confined to the narrow view of his window. He could only envision a blanketed expanse, while the books unveiled a tapestry of wondrous landscapes, deserts, plains, mountains, forests, and oceans. He longed to see them all, even if it meant risking his life. When Daruba confided in his parents about his aspirations, they naturally rejected his plea. No parent could bear to see their child risk their life in pursuit of dreams. Though he did not engage in lengthy arguments, he obediently agreed to set aside such thoughts. Yet, the following day, while his parents were at work, Daruba slipped away. Still a child, he was unprepared for the harshness of the outside world. Coupled with his frail constitution and the island's brutal environment, he succumbed to unconsciousness in the snow within mere hours, only to encounter the legendary scientist, Vegapunk, who was 500 years ahead of his time. What an extraordinary physique. Despite possessing a body that transcends the ordinary, his heart is weak, unable to sustain the vigor required for its operation. In the laboratory, Vegapunk adjusted his glasses, turning to his assistant, a striking woman with wine-red hair named Martina. If only her face did not perpetually bear a cold expression. Daruba's mind wandered, but his upbringing instilled in him the importance of gratitude. Rising from his bed, he bowed to both, saying, "Thank you for saving me." "Oh, it is nothing. Merely a fortunate encounter," Vegapunk replied, though Daruba insisted, "Regardless of the reason, the fact remains that you saved my life." Daruba's earnestness caught Vegapunk off guard, prompting a light-hearted chuckle as he shifted the topic. "By the way, what brought you out into the snow with such a frail constitution?" "Well, I wanted to see the outside world. I do not wish to remain confined within the cage woven by my parents' wings. Therefore, even if it may cost me my life, I refuse to harbor regrets." Daruba's words were resolute, and Vegapunk met his gaze, recognizing the unwavering determination in those eyes. "Is that so?" Since you possess such resolve, allow me to assist you. Help me? How? Daruba queried, confusion evident on his face. Vegapunk chuckled. In this world, there is naught that cannot be solved. If there is, it is simply because you lack strength. Your situation, though complex, is not insurmountable. And what must be done? Daruba's wide eyes glimmered with curiosity. Your body itself poses no issue. In fact, it is stronger than the average person is. However, your heart bears a greater burden than most, and regrettably, it is weaker in comparison. If one heart cannot sustain your body, then let us add another. Can such a thing truly be accomplished? Indeed. All you need to do is rest. Leave the rest to this lovely lady beside you. Daruba turned to the cold-faced Martina, swallowing hard. Then I entrust this to you. Very well, Martina nodded, offering no further comment. After the procedure, Daruba experienced an unparalleled sense of comfort. All negative sensations such as fatigue, dizziness, and temperature sensitivity dissipated entirely. Vegapunk approached Daruba with a smile, inquiring, "How do you feel? Any discomfort?" "I feel unprecedentedly well. It's marvelous." Daruba spun around with excitement, his limbs dancing joyfully. "This is good. But you must be cautious in the future. You possess 2 hearts and double the explosive power of others, yet your lifespan diminishes at twice the rate. As long as you avoid overly strenuous activities, you should be fine." "I understand." After bidding farewell to Dr. Vegapunk, Daruba embarked on his journey alone, traversing deserts, high mountains, plains, forests, and seas. Each place he visited unveiled breathtaking vistas and simple, kind-hearted inhabitants, all showcasing the beauty of the world. However, this beauty was fragile. Threatened by countless individuals who destroyed it in pursuit of their dreams of freedom, these people were known as pirates. During one of his travels, Daruba arrived at a small island teeming with forests, where the locals lived a tribal life centered around hunting. His arrival was met with a warm welcome from the islanders, who offered him fine food and drink, despite their humble circumstances. Daruba immersed himself in the primal hunting lifestyle of the tribe, but this bliss was short-lived. On the 3rd day of his stay, a band of pirates invaded, slaughtering everyone. Why? Why would you do this? They are merely a tribe that lives off hunting, without any treasures of gold. Daruba cried in anguish. The pirates laughed heartily in response. "Ha! You dare question us? We are pirates. We cannot act freely and still call ourselves pirates." Furious, Daruba's eyes widened as rage consumed his reason. He forgot Vegapunk's warning. His 2 hearts raced, unleashing monstrous strength. In the end, the pirates were annihilated, but the islanders could not be saved. Continuing his journey, Daruba encountered more malevolent pirates, each encounter resulting in broken families and shattered lives. It seemed pirates existed solely to destroy all that was beautiful in the world. Daruba's hatred for them grew, and he resolved to annihilate every pirate he encountered. Yet, being young and untrained, he often found himself overmatched. After narrowly escaping from another pirate attack, Daruba realized his lack of power and returned to the future kingdom to seek out Vegapunk. "Doctor, I desire strength. Can you grant me power?" Upon seeing Vegapunk, Daruba made this request. The doctor was puzzled. Daruba was still so young and seemed devoid of ambition. Why the urgency for power? "What do you wish to do with such strength?" Vegapunk queried. "Pirates. They infest this world like vermin, devouring all that is good. I need power to eradicate them." "Is that so?" Vegapunk observed the determination in Daruba's eyes and fell silent for a moment before responding. "Even if you wish to do so, there's no need to rush. You are still too young. Once your body matures, you can join the Navy and gain the strength you seek. I cannot wait that long. Every moment, I think of those suffering at the hands of pirates, and I feel compelled to eliminate them. Doctor, please help me." Daruba knelt before Vegapunk, pleading fervently. However, acquiring strength comes at a cost. Nothing is gained without sacrifice. I fear no price. Please assist me. Vegapunk sighed at Daruba's resolute gaze. "Since you have made up your mind, I shall assist you this once." As Martine prepared to implant a new heart, Vegapunk cautioned, "Daruba, remember that possessing an extraordinary physique and 3 hearts will grant you monstrous strength, but your lifespan will diminish at an accelerated rate. If possible, refrain from using this power recklessly." Before departing, Vegapunk expressed his concerns, knowing that Daruba's noble aspirations could lead to an untimely demise. Yet, he could not hinder such lofty ideals. Perhaps there was more he could do. Vegapunk recalled his knowledge and commenced developing a weapon tailored to Daruba's physical condition. After bidding farewell to the doctor, Daruba became a bounty hunter, capturing pirates to earn a living. As Vegapunk had foretold, his exceptional physique combined with 3 hearts endowed him with monstrous strength, making him nearly invincible against pirates. Yet, this power aged him rapidly. At merely 12, He bore the visage of a man in his 20s. Nevertheless, Daluba paid little heed to this, finding joy in capturing pirates. However, one man's strength was ultimately limited. No matter how hard he tried, countless pirates remained beyond his reach. Thus, after much contemplation, Daluba joined the Navy at the age of 13. Though others perceived him as a man in his 30s, his formidable prowess and extensive experience in capturing pirates quickly earned him accolades and promotions. Within 3 short years, he ascended to the rank of colonel and was assigned to the Navy base in Town of the East Blue. Admiral Akainu once remarked that this was merely a rite of passage for him. With his strength and accomplishments, he was worthy of the rank of Rear Admiral. However, his rapid ascent might raise eyebrows due to his brief tenure. Daluba, unconcerned, was solely focused on capturing pirates. He arrived in Town with his commission in hand, only to find a situation that left him both frustrated and exhilarated. Frustrated because the East Blue had few pirates, and those present were mere trivial nuisances, leaving him without a purpose. Excited because it was a world aligned with his ideals, free from the destruction wrought by pirates, where people lived in peace. This confirmed that his vision was attainable. Thus, Daluba spent 3 tranquil months in the East Blue until someone unexpected sought his assistance. "Daluba, I need your help." The visitor, cloaked in a robe, revealed her form to be that of a woman. As she spoke, Daluba recognized her instantly. It was Martine, Dr. Vegapunk's assistant and protector, the one who had operated on him twice. "The doctor has been secretly captured by the world government. We did not violate any laws. Yet they arrested him under the pretense of illegal research. I must rescue him." "And how do you intend to do that?" Daluba replied coldly. "I require a substantial amount of money, which means I must resort to illegal plundering. However, I cannot attract the world government's attention just yet. So I need you to act as my inside man." Unlike their previous encounters, this time Martina displayed an expression beyond mere indifference. Yet her words plunged Daluba into a torment of conflicting emotions. On one hand stood the benefactor who had rescued him and granted him strength, while on the other lay the dreams and beliefs for which he had fervently strived. No matter whom he chose, betrayal awaited him, leaving Daluba's heart in a state of dual anguish. Ultimately, he resolved to assist Martina. Martina, however, did not put Daluba in a difficult position. She refrained from involving him directly in her schemes, instead instructing the Navy of Town to turn a blind eye to the activities of the pirate crew she had assembled while discreetly relaying information. This approach alleviated Daluba's conscience to some extent, even though he was acutely aware that he had strayed from justice and his ideals. Human nature often seeks various justifications for its transgressions, until that fateful day when a foul-tempered and obstinate individual named Smoker arrived in Town, reigniting Daluba's sense of guilt. Smoker was uncompromising and hot-headed, yet he possessed an unwavering sense of justice. Not only was he formidable, but he was also diligent. Had it not been for Daluba's covert support, Smoker might have uncovered the whereabouts of the Barabara pirates on several occasions. Although Smoker's actions posed a threat to Martina's plans, Daluba held a deep admiration for him, seeing in him a reflection of his former self. What surprised him was Smoker's apparent reverence for him, calling him Big Brother upon their meeting. Yet, Daluba felt unworthy of such a title, given the disparity in their ages and the justice that Smoker represented. Thus, despite Smoker's repeated address, Daluba chose to remain silent. "Let it be," he thought. "Once I rescue the doctor, I shall quietly depart, allowing your idol to remain a cherished memory." However, in the end, the situation unraveled due to the appearance of a peculiar child with extraordinary abilities, jeopardizing the secrecy of the Barabara pirates. Consequently, Martina resolved to eliminate the threat. This time, Daluba took matters into his own hands, burdened by a profound sense of guilt. In truth, the moment he encountered that surviving child, guilt had clung to him like a shadow, although he had not directly participated in the wrongdoing. The weight of his actions felt heavier than ever, and he feared he had become just like those pirates he once scorned. The mission, hindered by Smoker's interference, ultimately failed. Fortunately, Martina's objectives had already been achieved, rendering the need for discretion unnecessary. Otherwise, he might have found himself compelled to eliminate Smoker. Yet, he spared both Smoker and the child, only for them to pursue him relentlessly aboard their warship. "Fools," he thought, "even if you catch up, what good will it do? I have already let you go." Chapter 56. Reversal of causality. "Let me deal with them," Closhi insisted, unable to restrain himself in the face of the Navy's relentless pursuit. Yet, Daluba stood firmly before him. There is no way I will allow you to stifle the seeds of justice before they can even sprout. But at this point, what further schemes do you intend to pursue? Daluba, what pretense of righteousness are you maintaining? You cannot possibly be unaware of the countless Navy civilians I have slain over these past 2 years. Had it not been for your covert assistance, I would not have succeeded so easily. You think that because you did not pull the trigger, those deaths are not on your conscience? In an instant, Daluba's complexion drained of color, a self-deprecating smile crossing his lips. Indeed, he was nothing but a pirate steeped in wickedness. Yet he had the audacity to pose as a righteous Navy officer. Such hypocrisy was more despicable than the actions of actual pirates. It was utterly revolting. Doctor, I have strayed from my original intentions. Even if I managed to rescue you, I doubt you would find joy in the sight of the person I have become. It is time to conclude this charade, this illusory existence that resembles nothing more than a fleeting dream. Why has there been no word yet? In the lower-level laboratory, as time slipped away, the usually composed Beckman began to feel a sense of urgency. I have a solution. At that moment, Samit, who had been diligently working at the computer, appeared invigorated, glancing at the timer which read 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. We still have time, Beckman. Come quickly and assist. Samit hurriedly rushed to the glass tube filled with green liquid on the other side of the laboratory, busily attending to it. Beckman was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Samit would truly find a solution, as he had placed all his hopes on Captain Shanks. What are you waiting for? Come help me. Time is running out, Samit urged, noticing Beckman was momentarily stunned. I'm coming, Beckman replied as he dashed over. Do you see that largest pipe? Connect all the glass tube interfaces to that main pipe. You go over there and make it quick. Understood. With urgency in the air, the two men wasted no time and swiftly set to work. Meanwhile, after defeating Daruba, Shanks intended to rush to Beckman's aid. However, he encountered an adversary he had no desire to meet, Admiral Akiji. Akiji stood there like a mobile refrigeration unit, exuding an icy chill simply by his presence. Akiji, I implore you to grant me this favor and step aside, Shanks said, his face serious. You're putting me in quite a predicament, Akiji replied, his expression betraying no signs of concern. This is a matter of urgency. The self-destruct mechanism of the research facility has been activated. If we do not act swiftly, the entire island will be obliterated. Such nonsense. Do you expect me to believe that? Although Shanks spoke earnestly, the idea of an entire island being reduced to rubble was indeed alarming. Even the legendary ancient weapons were said to only be capable of sinking an island with a single shot. Realizing that words would not suffice, Shanks prepared to settle matters through action. His gaze sharpened, and he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, drawing it slowly. Akiji emanated a dangerous aura, half of his body encased in ice, frost clinging to the vicinity around him. In an instant, Shanks transformed into a shadow and charged at Akiji. Akiji remained motionless, the ice at his feet creeping across the ground and swiftly climbing up Shanks' legs. With his momentum halted, Shanks let out a cold huff, shattering the ice that bound him, and continued his advance toward Akiji, only to find the air ahead rapidly solidifying into a wall of ice. Boom! Shanks struck the ice wall with his blade, shattering it into fragments, yet Akiji had vanished from behind it. Where is he? Shanks activated his observation hockey, scanning for Akiji's presence but failing to find him. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically as he bolted deeper into the research facility. However, the entire passage had been sealed off by an ice wall. Shanks' face darkened. Taking a deep breath, he began to swing his sword, chipping away at the ice wall, though his pace was inevitably slowed. On the other side of the passage, Jesus Burgess and the others received Beckman's notification. They swiftly eliminated their foes and gathered to head to the lower levels for assistance. But at that moment, Carp and a group of Navy soldiers blocked their path. Jesus Burgess regarded Carp gravely and said to his companions, I will distract Carp. You all focus on taking care of the others. If you can do that, then give it a try, Carp retorted, his words audible to all present. With a hearty laugh, Carp charged forward, throwing a punch at Jesus Burgess. The others reacted quickly, dispersing as Carp made his move. The research tunnel trembled as Carp's strike left a significant dent. Witnessing this, Jesus and his companions grew even more cautious. In contrast to the wary group, Carp appeared carefree, a nonchalant expression on his face as he remarked, It seems that Shanks has found himself a reliable set of companions. In the lower levels of the research facility, Samit glanced at the time, which showed just 10 seconds remaining. His heart sank, There was no time left. It has to be done like this, he thought, connecting the large pipe to the cultivation tank before jumping inside. He called out loudly, "Beckman, activate the switch." "All right." Beckman promptly opened the valves of the glass tubes, allowing a torrent of green liquid to surge forth and fill the cultivation tank. Samit inhaled deeply. He had employed the butterfly transformation technique numerous times within his dreams. Thus he was well acquainted with both its application and the conditions necessary for its use. He cast a penetrating glance at the countdown timer on the display, which had reached 0. The entire island began to tremble. If one were to gaze down from above, they would witness the sea forming a colossal whirlpool centered around the island, with the surrounding space warping incessantly. In the upper corridor, Admiral Green Bull and Carp exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the unfolding events. Before them stood Jezeb and others, encased in ice, powerless against the combined might of the Marine Admiral and the legendary hero, Carp. On the opposite side of the corridor, red-haired Shanks struck the wall fiercely with his sword, cleaving it in two. Was it too late? At that moment, the cultivation tank was finally filled with a vibrant green liquid, and a glimmer of brilliance shone in Samit's eyes. The butterfly transformation technique was activated. A soft blue luminescence emanated from his body, penetrating through the cultivation tank and soaring through layers of barriers into the sky. This would distort the truth of the gravitational bomb hidden beneath the Vegapunk research facility and transform the destruction of Byrony Island by the Balabala pirates into a mere dream for the people. Chapter 57. The Shift in the World Line. Samit originally intended to obliterate the existence of the gravitational bomb directly. However, employing the technique of metamorphosis to alter causality necessitated his ability to influence the object in question. He found himself at a loss, unable to fathom how he might exert influence over the gravitational bomb located 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Thus, he shifted his focus to an alternative approach, directly altering the fate of Coerce Island. Nevertheless, the incident involving Coerce Island entailed numerous individuals, and the effort to alter the causality of so many would be significantly greater. Even with the life essence derived from Vegapunk's research to replenish his vitality, he remained uncertain whether he could accomplish this task. This uncertainty was the reason for his initial hesitation to change the fate of Coerce Island. However, the situation had now escalated beyond the realm of choice. As he activated his abilities, Samit felt his strength rapidly depleting. When his stamina was exhausted, his life force began to be siphoned away. Yet, with each diminishment of life, he swiftly replenished himself with the life essence. This essence, a product of Vegapunk's research into biological augmentation, fundamentally served to restore vitality to the human body. While it could not extend one's lifespan, it facilitated rapid recovery, particularly for patients who had been delayed in receiving timely medical intervention. A mere injection of this life essence could rejuvenate them, granting a second chance at survival. It is fair to say that Vegapunk rightfully earned the title of the world's foremost scientist. Regrettably, most of his inventions were not utilized for the greater good, as politicians often sought to channel his talents into military applications. What was that? As the metamorphosis technique reached its full potential, a radiant glow emanated from Samit, with strands of luminescence subtly coalescing behind him to form a pair of butterfly wings, while an abundance of radiance surged through the walls and ascended into the sky. This breathtaking spectacle was visible to all who inhabited the island. Samit coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, staining the essence of life. It was, after all, not his own. Although he could replenish it, the restoration was utterly insufficient to match the depletion. "Are you all right, Samit?" Beckman outside inquired with concern. A warmth enveloped Samit's heart. Although their acquaintance was brief, the crew of the red-haired pirates truly embodied loyalty and camaraderie. Along the journey, Samit found himself repeatedly tempted to join their ranks, yet the moral and legal constraints from his past life held him back. "It's all right," Samit waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for concern. The current circumstances were unchangeable. They were all destined to be distorted into nothingness by the fabric of space, leaving him with no choice but to fight with all his might. Thunderous roars echoed as the research facility trembled incessantly, with explosions resonating from various corners, escalating in intensity. Outside, the island was intermittently engulfed by chaotic spatial currents, reducing everything caught within to mere fragments before banishing them into the abyss of the unknown. "Ah!" Samit's eyes widened in astonishment, his forehead veins bulging, enveloped by a dazzling radiance. "Change for me." Boom. The scattered luminescence coalesced into a singular beam, soaring towards the heavens. The once clear sky began to churn with dark clouds, streaks of lightning weaving through. Is this a temporal storm? Far away in the scientific headquarters of the Grand Line, Vegapunk sat before a display screen showcasing a panoramic view of Zodia. Observing the unusual atmosphere, his expression turned grave. The gravitational bomb he had left in that research facility should not have produced such an effect, unless suddenly, a realization struck Vegapunk. He sprang to his feet, furiously typing on the keyboard, then retrieved a USB drive from the data port. Consume it, and should any anomalies in time and space arise, project it afterward. Vegapunk handed the USB drive to a peculiar phone bug, watching it sluggishly devour the drive before he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the depths of the research facility, Samit bled from all 5 orifices, his consciousness fading. It seemed he was on the brink of slumber. Yet this was not the time for rest. If he succumbed now, he might never awaken. Change for me, Samit roared, summoning all his strength. The cultivation chamber already awash in crimson. However, he could no longer afford to dwell on such matters. The research room was beginning to distort. Whether it be the unyielding alloy walls or anything else, all succumbing to the vortex of spatial distortion. In the end, even Beckman was drawn into the maelstrom. The man capable of intimidating Admiral Kazara with a mere firearm rendered utterly insignificant amidst this natural cataclysm. He possessed not even a shred of resilience. And Samit could only watch as Beckman, cigarette in mouth, bore a look of helplessness. No, were they friends? Their acquaintance barely spanning 2 hours. Perhaps it was not even that, yet they had fought side by side, trusted one another, sharing a bond deeper than mere friendship. But there was no time left for sentimentality. The spatial vortex was closing in, and if he did not act swiftly, death awaited him. Under the looming threat of demise, Samit unleashed his full power, the butterfly wings upon his back unfurling to span dozens of meters. The soaring beam of light expanded several-fold, instantly breaking through the shackles of time and returning to the past. History was rewritten, and upon completing this feat, Samit lost consciousness. What is this? An unfamiliar ceiling. Samit struggled to open his eyes, his vision somewhat blurred. You're awake? Samit, that's wonderful. The voice brimmed with joy. What is this? It feels so familiar. Samit made an effort to gaze towards the sound, where a familiar figure stood, her face adorned with tears of overwhelming joy. Sister, is it really you? Sister. Samit extended his hand towards Lisa. Lisa leaned closer, taking Samit's hand in hers, softly saying, it's my sister. I'm right here with you. You're safe. How wonderful. Feeling the warmth emanating from her palm, Samit found solace, saying, it's true, it's all true. It seems the butterfly transformation technique has been successfully activated. What do you mean true or false? What is this butterfly transformation technique? Lisa asked, concern etched on her face as she gently touched Samit's forehead. Have you perhaps hurt your head during the battle with the Balabala pirates? Samit, stop joking. When did I ever fight the Barabara pirates? Samit exclaimed as he shook off Lisa's hand, appearing somewhat bewildered. However, Lisa's eyes widened in alarm, her face etched with worry. Oh no. Samit must really be losing his mind. Nurse, quick, come here. Without hesitation, Lisa dashed out, shouting for help. What was happening? Samit found himself utterly perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. Volume 1. The Chronicles of the Vegapunk Incident, complete, Chapter 1. The beginning and the end a mere flutter of a butterfly's wings. Causing a gentle breeze on one side of the planet can grow into a devastating whirlwind on the other. How much more significant is the alteration of fate for hundreds of individuals by Samit? The trajectory of the future remains uncertain for all. After Lisa exited the hospital room, Samit came to this realization as a forgotten memory resurfaced in his mind. On July 27, 1511, in the era of the sea, the Barabara pirates, having long plotted their attack, launched a strike on Kebaloni Island under the cover of dense fog. The island's residents, led by the young Simon Samit, successfully repelled the pirates. In the aftermath, Samit was gravely injured and fell into a coma until today. This was the narrative presented by the outside world. Only Samit knew that when confronted by the 3 key combatants of the enemy, he could only rely on the terrain to escape. Ultimately, it was the Navy's arrival that forced the Barabara pirates to retreat, having received intelligence from Camille. Nevertheless, many had witnessed the primary members of the Barabara pirates, and their previous crimes had come to light. The existence of Martina had particularly attracted the attention of the world government. Captain Dylan Closhy, Fighter Pim, and Martina were all wanted by the Navy, with bounties set at 120 million, 60 million, and 96 million berries, respectively. The staggering amounts shocked the entire East Blue, where no bounty had previously exceeded 20 million berries. Yet, only Samit understood the true nature of Martina's bounty. Although Clashy appeared to be the captain, it was Martina who wielded the actual authority and possessed the greatest strength. Additionally, Camille, the head of the Wilga Naval Base, and Deluba, the head of the Rog Town Naval Base, were both her accomplices. If the bounty were to be set according to her actual power and the crime she had committed, even 300 million would not be excessive. Unfortunately, while the world government was aware of Martina's past as Vegapunk's assistant, they merely assumed she had joined another pirate crew. With a sigh of relief, Samit organized his thoughts, feeling utterly exhausted by the events that had transpired over the past 17 days. He wondered when the Barabara pirates would venture to Zodia and whether they would encounter the red-haired pirates. It seemed likely, considering the original narrative had not mentioned such matters. Presumably, they would meet their end at the hands of the red-haired pirates, becoming merely a footnote in Shanks' adventures. But what did it matter to him? After the shift in the timeline, he and Shanks had become strangers to one another. Samit yawned. A wave of drowsiness washing over him as he tugged at the covers, preparing for a blissful slumber. Just then, his sister Lisa entered the room accompanied by two nurses, trailed closely by their parents and Dennis. Samit had only just awakened. Although he appeared alert, many details eluded him. Lisa, taking the lead, glanced back to recount the circumstances to everyone. Samit, are you all right? Upon entering the ward, their parents hurried to either side of Samit's bed, gently stroking his head with concern. Lisa mentioned that you seem to have forgotten a lot. Do you still recognize us? At this, a wry smile crept onto Samit's face. He had barely come to his senses and was still grappling with the situation. Yet Lisa had mistakenly assumed he was suffering from amnesia, which left him somewhat bemused. Nonetheless, witnessing the concern radiating from his parents warmed his heart. It was often only after something was lost that one could truly appreciate its value. Before his transmigration, Samit had maintained a relationship with his parents, but after the event, he felt a lingering estrangement towards them, an emotional barrier he struggled to overcome. Yet, in the basement, even after their mother's death, she had protected Lisa with her body, a gesture of familial love that deeply moved Samit. I'm fine, Mom and Dad. I just woke up, and many things are still a bit hazy. But I'll remember everything soon, Samit reassured his parents, stroking his head. Indeed, upon hearing Samit's words, the worry etched on their faces transformed into joy. Is that so? That is truly wonderful. Their parents, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced him tightly, leaving Samit momentarily bewildered about how to respond. He glanced at Lisa, who smiled encouragingly. And after a brief hesitation, he placed his hand on his parents' backs. Seeing this, Lisa approached, and the family embraced one another. The feeling of being with family is truly delightful. I must protect this precious bond. Coughing softly, one of the nurses cleared her throat to draw attention to herself. Once everyone turned to her, she gently said, Dear family members, the patient has just awakened and is still quite weak. Please allow him to rest. Yes, of course. Lisa, let us step outside and let Samit rest properly. Their father nodded to Dennis, leading their mother and Lisa out of the room. The two nurses proceeded to check Samit's condition with their medical instruments, offering him some advice before departing as well. At last, only Samit and Uncle Dennis remained in the room. Samit turned his gaze towards Dennis, and the two shared a moment of eye contact. Dennis bowed to Samit and said, Samit, the mayor and everyone else are still focused on rebuilding our community, hence their absence. I stand here to express our heartfelt gratitude on their behalf. Samit, feeling somewhat shy, spoke up, Uncle Dennis, I too am a part of Coberoni Town. I am merely protecting my home. Without everyone's assistance, I would not have been able to achieve this much. Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude to you. I am fully aware of what could have transpired without your intervention. Over the past few days, I have often dreamed of Coberoni Island being besieged by that band of pirates, with everyone meeting a cruel fate. Sighing, Samit paused for a moment before recalling that he had transformed past realities into dreams using his butterfly transformation technique. Those involved in the events would inevitably experience related dreams. In that case, I shall graciously accept everyone's thanks, he concluded. Is that so? How wonderful. Samit, please rest well. I shall not disturb you any longer, Dennis said cheerfully, bowing slightly before departing the ward. After a brief bout of commotion, Samit felt an unexpected wave of fatigue wash over him. Savoring the gentle breeze that flowed in from outside, He slowly closed his eyes. Indeed, I am truly exhausted. However, at last, I can enjoy a peaceful slumber. The sound of Samit's soft snoring soon reached the ears of those outside the door, prompting a reassuring smile among them. His father turned to Lisa and instructed, "You stay here and keep an eye on your brother. If anything arises, be sure to promptly summon a doctor or nurse. We will return shortly with something delicious for him." "All right." Lisa nodded in agreement. With one last glance at the peacefully sleeping Samit, their parents departed, feeling at ease. Chapter 2. Farewell, Smoker. A night passed without incident. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping Samit in a warm glow. Samit stretched languidly, feeling a delightful sense of ease enveloping him. After sitting on the bed for a while, he rose and opened the window, allowing a refreshing breeze to waft in, invigorating his senses. Samit, you're awake." Upon hearing the commotion, Lisa entered the room, her surprise evident upon seeing Samit standing by the window. "Good morning, Lisa." Samit turned to greet her, a smile gracing his face. Good morning. By the way, you must be hungry. I'll go fetch you something to eat." She chattered to herself before darting out of the room. A bit flustered, Samit lowered the hand he had raised in greeting, scratched his head, and then returned to lie back down on the bed. Thud, thud. Not long after Samit had reclined, a knock resonated at the door. Samit sat up. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at the door, eager to glimpse through the glass pane above it. If it were Lisa or his parents, they would not have knocked. Unfortunately, despite the presence of glass, he could only make out a vague silhouette. "Please come in." The door swung open, revealing a foot clad in leather boots, accompanied by a thick cloud of smoke. "What is this?" Recognizing the familiar entrance, Samit instinctively knew who had arrived. Indeed, the figure was wreathed in smoke, barely discernible as a robust shape. Approaching the bedside, the individual surveyed Samit, his brow furrowed in concern. After a moment's contemplation, he extinguished the cigar in his mouth, allowing the smoke to dissipate gradually. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Smoker, a major from the Navy headquarters. I sincerely apologize for intruding during your illness, but my visit bears significant matters that require your attention. I hope for your understanding." Indeed, the visitor was none other than Smoker, who had consumed the smoked fruit. Sammy took a moment to scrutinize him, hoping to discern any changes since their last encounter. However, he was disappointed to find little difference. It seemed that the shift in the fate of Roney Island had not affected Smoker. Remarkably, the last time they met, he held the rank of sergeant, but now he had swiftly ascended to the position of major. Samit pondered quietly, concealing his thoughts behind an inscrutable expression. It was likely that Smoker did not recognize him at this moment. Thus, displaying a familiar demeanor would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Samit had encountered such reckless behavior on several occasions and would not repeat the mistake. "Major Smoker, greetings. May I inquire what brings you to seek my company?" "Well, I wish to learn about the abilities of the 3 principal members of the Barabara pirate crew. If possible, could you share the details of your confrontation at that time?" Although framed as a question, the tone conveyed an air of undeniable authority, which could easily provoke irritation if posed by a stranger. Indeed, this fellow was utterly naive at present. Samit gazed at Smog for a moment, concluding that had it not been for their acquaintance in an alternate timeline, he would undoubtedly disregard him and might even consider digging a pit for his amusement. Alas, Samit sighed. "What is the matter?" Smog inquired, puzzled by Samit's reaction. Samit cast another glance at Smoker and sighed. "Is this how your Navy solicits assistance?" "What?" Smoker replied, bewildered. "I am investigating criminal intelligence. As a citizen of the world government, you are obliged to assist the Navy." Smoker's reaction was intense. It was evident he was unfamiliar with the nuances of human relations. Yet, Samit couldn't claim to be in a much better position. With this thought, he lost the inclination to tease Smoker further. "Indeed, as citizens of the world government, we are bound to provide support when the Navy calls upon us. However, your demeanor is quite irksome. I have just awakened, and my mind is still clouded. Thus I cannot recall any significant information regarding the Barabara pirates." "You." Smoker stared at Samit, at a loss for words. He had toiled tirelessly to protect the populace, but now he felt a knot in his chest, anger beginning to swell within him. "All right, I shall cease the jest. I will disclose all that I know." Upon noticing Smoker's rising ire, Samit quickly altered his tone. He had momentarily forgotten that Smoker was not the type to be trifled with, even among the Navy, where figures like Akainu might not react violently unless provoked by blatant lawlessness. Smoker was different. He was a soldier through and through. If one dared to challenge him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Had Summit not changed his approach, Smoker would likely have seized him by the collar to demand answers. Smoker felt a surge of frustration but found himself unable to unleash it. Ahem, I will only say this once, so listen carefully. Summit coughed and began to elaborate. In this timeline, Martina and her companions had not exhibited much strength, yet in the dream sequence, Summit had battled them dozens of times and was fully aware of their capabilities. Initially, Smoker was somewhat dismissive, although the bounties on Kuroshi and his cohorts were substantial. They were merely reflective of their crimes, in his view. Anyone who could be repelled by a group of local residents led by a mere child must lack any real prowess. However, as Summit recounted the tale, it became apparent that the trio possessed formidable strength, particularly when he mentioned that Martina seemed to be the mastermind, and her abilities surpassed those of Captain Kuroshi. Smoker's expression shifted, and upon hearing that they had retreated in advance due to prior intelligence, his countenance darkened further. After Summit finished speaking, Smoker fell into a contemplative silence, gradually processing the intelligence he had received. After a long pause, he exhaled deeply and bowed to Summit, expressing profound gratitude for the information, which was of paramount importance to them and could potentially save numerous soldiers. It is nothing. It is the duty of every citizen, Summit replied modestly. Well then, I shall not impose further upon you. Farewell. Smoker turned to leave. As he opened the door, Summit inquired, by the way, I heard your superior is Colonel Daruba, the head of Rog Town. Where is he? Why do you ask? Smoker responded with a hint of suspicion. It's nothing. I just heard that Colonel Daruba led the charge against the Barabara pirates last time, and I wish to express my gratitude in person. I see. He is currently on a mission at sea. Perhaps we can talk when he returns, Smoker replied curtly, dismissing Summit and closing the door behind him. The moment the door shut, his expression darkened ominously. He recalled the intelligence Summit had provided. It was evident that there was an informant within the Navy linked to the Barabara pirates. Moreover, yesterday, Daruba had ventured out to execute a mission, claiming to have discovered traces of the Barabara pirates, yet he did not take Smoker along. His demeanor at the time had also been somewhat peculiar. Daruba, if you have committed any acts that betray justice, I will not forgive you, Smoker seethed, his thoughts spiraling into dark suspicions. Chapter 3, Renowned Reputation. Alas, it appears that the Barabara pirates have managed to gather their funds and set sail towards Zodia. Clearly, Daruba is en route to rendezvous with them. Sammy sighed, choosing to dismiss the trivial matters that had plagued his thoughts. At this moment, such concerns were irrelevant. All he desired was to grow stronger, to safeguard his family. Just then, the door creaked open, and Lisa entered, carrying a bowl of porridge. She settled beside him, scooped a spoonful from the bowl, and, while gently blowing on it, extended it towards Sammy. Here, this is the porridge my mother painstakingly prepared. You must be famished, do try it. As the enticing aroma wafted from the bowl, Sammy's stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. He wasted no time and leaned forward to partake. Remarkably, it had been 17 days since he had consumed any food in this timeline, relying solely on intravenous nutrition to sustain his bodily functions. Therefore, even the most unremarkable porridge tasted exquisite to him. After savoring the last spoonful, Sammy hesitated momentarily, aware of his weakened state and the necessity to moderate his intake. Reluctantly, he decided to stop. Lisa took the bowl and utensils to wash, leaving Sammy to rest and reflect on the myriad events of the past few weeks. However, unexpectedly, an individual he did not anticipate entered the room. It was the astute elder named Danlifer, the chief steward of the Shanjin Chamber of Commerce and a servant of the Stewart family. This elderly gentleman was slender and moved at a leisurely pace, yet the occasional glimmer in his eyes hinted at his sharp intellect. Danlifer, what brings you here? Sammy inquired. This marked their second conversation. The first had taken place 5 years prior, when Sammy had addressed him as Master Danlifer. Yet, with the passage of time, Sammy's family had prospered, and through a series of experiences, his status and perspective had transformed. Naturally, he would no longer refer to him in a manner that belied his own dignity. A flicker of recognition crossed Danlifer's eyes as he grasped the shift in Sammy's address, yet he refrained from commenting. Instead, he lowered his tone and replied, I have come for 2 matters. First, to deliver a message from my young lady. Second, on behalf of the Master's instructions. However, I would prefer to discuss the latter after you have read the young lady's letter. A letter? Sammy was somewhat perplexed. And then he recalled the little girl who had gifted him the gun. That very firearm had been lost during the ambush by the Barabara pirates. However, with the alteration of the timeline, it should still exist, shouldn't it? As he pondered other matters, his hands remained in motion, swiftly taking the letter from Danilvor's grasp and tearing it open. 5 years had passed since Sammy's last encounter with her. After clandestinely boarding Uncle Rodney's ship for a sea voyage, upon returning home, she faced severe punishment from her family, severing all connections to the outside world. Her father, Stuart Morozweig, a noble of the realm, had always desired for her to become a lady well-versed in the etiquette of aristocracy. Yet, she harbored no aspiration to be a lady. Instead, she yearned to be an adventurer, to traverse the world. Every etiquette tutor her father hired had been driven away by her, and now he was greatly troubled by her future. Unable to allow her to wander aimlessly, he devised a compromise, enrolling her in the Rose Knights to learn the ways of knighthood and eventually serve the royal family as a protector. Although this conflicted with her dream of becoming an adventurer, it was certainly preferable to remaining confined at home. Nevertheless, during her training with the Rose Knights, familial visits were strictly forbidden. Concerned for her, her father insisted on finding her a knightly attendant. Recently, upon hearing of Sammy's valor in repelling pirates, she thought of him. Grandfather Danilvor held him in high regard, and after inquiring about him, her father acquiesced to her request. Please, assist me, Stuart Ailey. Taking a breath after reading the contents of her letter, Sammy turned to Danilvor and inquired. What the Count Morozweig has tasked you with is the matter mentioned in Ailey's letter, correct? Indeed, I have come to persuade you to accept this request, Danilvor replied softly. Is that so? And how do you intend to persuade me? Sammy's eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, an awakening of her senses allowing her to delve into Danilvor's innermost thoughts. Danilvor, meeting her crimson gaze, was reminded of 5 years prior when that little demon could peer into the hearts of others. He felt a tremor of anxiety. Yet, he approached this meeting with sincerity, harboring nothing to conceal. Realizing this, he thought that even if she discerned his thoughts, it would matter not. Sammy, you are an astute individual. I shall forego the insincere flattery. I see no downsides to becoming the lady's attendant. You will gain strength, power, and status. After experiencing the ordeal with the pirates, you must have recognized the significance of strength. The Rose Knights offer formal training in enhancement techniques. There, you will acquire power. By serving as the lady's attendant, you will carry the Morozweig family's insignia, and in time, you shall become a knight, a noble. Am I to your satisfaction? Samit did not rush to respond. He furrowed his brow, contemplating the pros and cons. Indeed, what Danilvor said was not without merit. However, if he desired power and status, would joining the Navy not be a better choice? With his own potential combined with the instructor's guidance, Samit was confident he could attain the rank of admiral. As for advancing further to become a marshal, he harbored doubts. After all, the role of a marshal required not only martial prowess, but also wisdom and knowledge. Reflecting on this, Samit quickly inquired of Danilvor, will I lose my freedom upon becoming the lady's attendant? Freedom? In what regard? Danilvor frowned, evidently considering the freedom that pirates sought. Freedom in life. I'm not accustomed to being constrained by others. I desire a bit more space to breathe, Samit clarified, perceiving Danilvor's thoughts. Upon hearing Samit's explanation, Danilvor's expression relaxed. The Rose Knights were the royal guards of the Kingdom of Morocco, each a noble in their own right, and thus did not have to engage in menial tasks like ordinary attendants. In fact, members of the Rose Knights typically only acted upon receiving orders. Of course, such privileges were reserved for formal members. During their training, they had to undergo daily lessons in noble etiquette and strength training. So, Samit, do you have any other questions? Just one more. Why did you choose me? At this, Danilvor smiled softly and replied, Samit, you may not yet realize that your reputation for defeating a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million has spread throughout the Kingdom of Morocco and beyond to the East Sea. The nobles of the kingdom are quite taken by your heroic deeds, and even King Louis XIV himself has praised you. Should you bear the mark of our Stuart family, it would undoubtedly bring unparalleled glory to us. Chapter 4. The path ahead I understand. Please allow me some time to ponder this. Very well, Master Samit. Take your time to consider. I shall take my leave now. With a soft click of the closing door, Samit fell into contemplation. Should he accept this opportunity? Samit resided on Kibaloni Island, a territory of the Kingdom of Morocco, the northernmost nation of the East Sea. Despite its vast expanse and numerous islands, the distances between them were considerable, making trade much less fluid compared to other nations in the East Sea. Consequently, the cities lacked the vibrancy found elsewhere, leading many to regard Morocco as a rural backwater. The nobility of this kingdom was often looked down upon. Nevertheless, This nation was a member of the world government, enjoying various privileges and wielding powers not afforded to ordinary folk. Although his dream was to live a life of leisure, the tumultuous times clearly offered no chance for such idleness. Thus, he would inevitably have to venture forth. To protect his family and wealth, Samit needed strength. Yet, he was reluctant to embrace the life of a pirate or a naval officer. As for the Revolutionary Army, recalling the sacrifices of his revolutionary predecessors, he found the prospect daunting, not to mention he had no idea where to find their contacts. Hence, becoming a noble of the kingdom might not be such a bad option. Samit had heard of the Rose Knights, rumored to comprise the 10 strongest individuals in the kingdom. These 10 were not burdened with other responsibilities, answering solely to the royal family, each enjoying the title of Viscount along with all accompanying privileges. Upon retirement from the order, they would receive lands bestowed by the king. With such favorable conditions, the selection criteria for membership were naturally stringent. This organization did not discriminate based on background. As long as one had no criminal record, nobles, commoners, and even beggars could compete, with the requirement to defeat one of the 10 Rose Knights. Of course, these were the formal members. The Rose Knights also maintained a reserve of candidates, an assembly established merely to appease the vanity of the nobility. Known as the Rose Knight Training Camp, this camp was run by those who had been defeated and exited the Rose Knights, serving as instructors for the youth training program. Although participation in this camp did not consider one's origins, it required a hefty tuition fee, thus only the wealthy could afford to become trainers there. While these trainers were nominally part of the Rose Knights, they lacked recognition from the kingdom's relevant authorities, receiving no military funds or salaries, merely the status of reserve members. Yet, this was precisely what the nobles sought. Despite being born of vanity, the training camp provided valuable skills. Having frequently battled in the world of instances, Samit placed great importance on combat techniques. Typically, he would have to suffer multiple defeats before devising a strategy. While some basic fighting skills could only be grasped through life and death experiences, if someone could offer guidance, it would save him from numerous missteps. Moreover, becoming a formal member of the Rose Knights would afford him a relatively easy and free occupation, an opportunity too beneficial to dismiss. As for the prospect of failing to defeat a formal member of the Rose Knights, Samit had not even contemplated this, having set his sights on the pinnacle of strength after witnessing the world's elite. If he could not surpass even those from the remote corners of the East Sea, what hope was there for reaching the summit? With this realization, Samit found his resolve. The priority now was to restore his health. As time passed slowly, Samit engaged in nothing but recuperation. Occasionally, some townsfolk came to visit. He merely exchanged pleasantries, as he despised social interaction. Being inherently introverted, he struggled to relate to others in such situations. A month later, at the port of Kibaloni Island, Samit stood before a merchant ship of the Golden Commerce, bidding farewell to his family. Mother, father, sister, I do not know when I shall return from this journey. Please take care of yourselves. We will. But you must also look after yourself. You've never been good at that, venturing out alone at such a young age. Be cautious, his parents replied, their eyes brimming with tears and concern. Meanwhile, Lisa, his sister, appeared unfazed, offering no worry. Samit, you must work hard out there and strive to become a great noble in the future. Ah, I understand. I shall certainly endeavor to make my mark. Samit clenched his fists, mustering courage before his chest. All right, the ship is about to depart. You should board. Upon the vessel, Samit stood at the bow, his gaze fixated on his hometown, which gradually diminished in size. A myriad of emotions swirled within him. In 2 lifetimes, the only time he ventured far was before the alteration of the world line when he accompanied Smoker to Wilga and Zodia. However, during that previous departure, driven by a thirst for vengeance, he had scarcely contemplated the weight of his journey. This time, he embarked with the hopes of his family resting upon him. Though his parents and sister felt a profound sense of reluctance, they ultimately encouraged his departure for the promise of a brighter future. Danlifer approached Samit from behind, observing the solitary figure he had become, and spoke softly. A brief separation paves the way for a more enduring reunion. The path of the strong is often lonesome. When you return as a formal member of the Rose Knights, adorned with honor, your family and friends will swell with pride. Yes, I understand all that, Samit replied, turning to face Danlifer. Yet, I cannot shake this feeling of unease. One must grow accustomed to it. Is that so? Samit scrutinized Danlifer's perpetually unchanged expression for a moment before feeling a sudden disinterest. Never mind, I shall retire for now. Call me when the meal is ready. With that, He made his way toward the cabin. Danlifer, it seems to be morning now. Are you truly going to sleep at such an early hour? Danlifer hesitated, his thoughts unvoiced. Though he harbored doubts about whether someone like Samit could truly defeat the notorious sea pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Perhaps it was merely the remnants of his injuries that still lingered, he rationalized. Back in the cabin, Samit collapsed onto his bed. Not out of an overwhelming desire for slumber, but rather from the weariness that had accumulated over the past month. As he had lain in bed for so long that his bones felt on the verge of disintegration. Yet, within the realm of his dreams during this month, he discovered several luminous orbs emerging within the dreamscape. Due to his frail condition, he had not yet taken the time to investigate them thoroughly. Now that he had regained his health and found himself with idle time, Samit resolved to seize the opportunity to discern the nature of these orbs. In the dream world, amidst the vast expanse of darkness, countless points of light shimmered. Among them, four orbs radiated with particular brilliance. These lights represented Samit's memories, spanning both his past and present lives. However, many of these recollections were vague, their brilliance dimmed. When a memory was entirely forgotten, its corresponding light would extinguish completely. The four most resplendent orbs included one that encapsulated the experience of the Coney Island incident, which Samit could manifest through the butterfly transformation technique, creating a replica world. If he was not mistaken, the remaining three orbs should be. Chapter 5. A New Replica World. Samit extended his hand towards a cluster of radiance, and the light promptly converged into his grasp. Samit plunged his hand into the heart of the radiance and then unleashed the art of transformation into a butterfly. The once compact sphere of light radiated brilliantly, illuminating the entirety of the dark cosmos. Samit was blinded by the dazzling light, and when his vision finally cleared, he found himself in a bustling harbor. He stood upon the deck of a warship, with naval soldiers disembarking in orderly rows beside him. Not far away, Daluba was engaged in an animated conversation with Camille. This was the port of the Wilga Naval Base, thus indicating that this alternate reality was indeed true. As Samit pondered this, Smog approached from behind, giving him a hearty slap on the shoulder. What are you daydreaming about? Daluba has been waiting for us for quite some time. Let us hurry. Oh. Samit snapped back to reality and swiftly followed along, realizing that this was not the moment for reverie. The narrative unfolded just as it had in his previous experience. They walked over, faced Daluba's reprimand, and then proceeded with introductions. Upon hearing Daluba's intentions, Camille led everyone towards the interrogation room. Samit followed behind with a cold smirk, demonstrating a performance that was quite convincing. It would be a sheer waste of talent not to participate in the Oscars. As he contemplated acting, Samit suddenly recalled that the reason the Barabara pirate crew sought to eliminate him was due to his knowledge of their appearances, which posed a risk of exposure. If he were to feign ignorance or claim limited knowledge this time, would they still dare to risk their identities by opting to silence him? With such thoughts, Samit entered the interrogation room, where everyone took their seats. The investigator began to inquire about the physical characteristics of the main members of the Barabara pirates. However, Samit's responses were vague, and the investigator could only sketch a rough outline, utterly unable to discern one individual from another. With a sharp clap of his hands, Smoker rose from his seat, exclaiming in frustration, "Samit, you did not speak this way on Cabaroni Island. Be more specific." Sighing, Samit spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "I do not wish to be unhelpful, yet though I possess formidable perception, I lack the ability of perfect recall." It was already a challenge to discern their features in that thick fog, and now, with so many days past, how can I remember so distinctly? Fuming, Smoker clenched his teeth and slammed his fist on the table. Meanwhile, Daluba stood up to offer consolation, saying, "Calm down, Smoker. Such matters cannot be forced. Samit, please take a moment to rest. Perhaps after some time, clarity will return to your memory." "Very well." Camille also stood, instructing his subordinates to escort Samit to a bedroom for rest. Inside the bedroom, Samit, fearing that the room might be under surveillance by a film phone bug, feigned extreme fatigue and collapsed onto the bed, though his mind was busy analyzing the intelligence at hand. This time, having intentionally concealed information, the investigation concluded swiftly. The question lingered. Would Camille later host a banquet to intoxicate Smoker and the others, subsequently silencing him? A sense of excitement stirred within Samit, akin to the thrill of participating in a live escape room game. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door, prompting Samit to alertly call out, "Who is it? Is it the cafeteria delivering food?" Samit rose quietly and approached the door, peering through the peephole to behold a gentleman clad in a chef's uniform, holding a platter of delectable dishes while waiting outside. Samit let out a sigh of relief as he opened the door to receive the meal. After expressing his gratitude to the elder, he returned to his room. He placed the food on the table and fell into deep contemplation. The pursuit of clues regarding the Bera pirate crew had come to a standstill, and consequently, the celebratory banquet would naturally be cancelled. This meant that Camille and the others would be unable to elude the watchful eyes of the other naval forces and silence him. With this thought, Samit felt a sense of relief. If the situation were to unravel similarly to the last time, he doubted whether he could achieve a more favorable outcome. After all, it was only by disregarding life and death that he had attained such glorious results previously. Otherwise, in terms of sheer strength, a single Camille would be more than enough to overwhelm him. But what should he do next? The trajectory of the narrative had already been altered by his actions. What would the future hold? Samit racked his brains yet found himself utterly unable to anticipate the forthcoming developments. Indeed, could it be that my intellect merely aligns with that of the average individual? Contemplating this, Samit felt a wave of despondency wash over him. However, his inherently optimistic disposition, typical of a reclusive man, soon prevailed. After a brief internal struggle, he dismissed the thought, casting a glance at the dinner laid out before him. His stomach let out a low growl. How splendid it appeared! The meal consisted of 3 dishes and a soup, featuring clams, shrimp, and a broth crafted from an unidentified fish, accompanied by a medley of vegetables and an apple. Samit eagerly seated himself and began to wield his chopsticks. The flavor was exquisite. At that moment, Samit had barely taken 2 bites when he began to feel a sharp pain in his abdomen. It was not the kind of discomfort associated with food poisoning. Rather, it felt as though something was eroding his very insides. Poisonous. The expression of torment twisted Sammy's face, for he had always relied on combat to resolve conflicts, even when he occasionally employed cunning strategies. It was merely to better leverage his own prowess in battle. He never anticipated that Camille and his cohorts would resort to such despicable tactics. Yet, could it truly be deemed despicable? Perhaps it was his own naivety that clouded his judgment. The adversaries he faced were a faction of the Navy allied with pirates, although they had betrayed the Navy's principles to repay a debt to a fallen comrade. Those willing to forsake their own sense of justice for the sake of loyalty would inherently possess a tenuous grasp on the very concept of righteousness. Daruba recognized this truth, which is why he felt a sense of revulsion engaging in disgraceful acts while attempting to maintain a faade of virtue. How ironic. Samit chuckled at himself. And although the cramping pain in his stomach clouded his consciousness, he still laughed joyfully. This is the essence of the replica world, a realm where one can perpetually err and rectify those errors. No matter how foolish or inept one may feel, as long as one continues to experience, growth is inevitable. One day, one might become a flawless being akin to red-haired Shanks or Cap. When Samit regained his awareness, the replica world shattered due to the creator's demise, and he found himself plummeting back into the dream realm. Samit sat cross-legged, his right hand supporting his chin as he reflected on his recent experiences in the dungeon. He realized that his actions had been exceedingly foolish. The last time, Camille had chosen to silence him to prevent any intelligence he possessed from reaching the Navy headquarters. He had intended to deceive Smoker and others into believing he had perished, subsequently fabricating accusations against himself, claiming he was a member of the Bera pirate crew abandoned on Kebaloni Island. This would cast doubt upon the credibility of his information. Yet this time, he had failed to provide sketches of Martina and the others, using forgetfulness as an excuse. Did this not only strengthen their resolve to eliminate him? If he could not recall the details now, what would happen if memories resurfaced later? Moreover, by withholding information about Martina and the others, he had removed any necessity for them to frame him, ultimately leading to his untimely demise. As for the identity of his assailant, that could be investigated in due course. Chapter 6. Worthlessness. Alas, it is a mere consequence of my inexperience. Samit collected his thoughts and gazed at the 4 brightest orbs in the sky. One of them represented the Copernican Island dungeon, another the Vilgar Naval Base dungeon, while the remaining 2 were likely the Captain Clashy Interception Event dungeon and the Zodia dungeon. Among these dungeons, the Clashy Interception Event was presumably the easiest, whereas the other 3 were beyond his current capabilities. The Vilgar Naval Base dungeon seemed surmountable with the aid of Smog and other naval soldiers, but the other 2, especially the Zodia dungeon, would likely remain insurmountable for quite some time. Thus, which dungeon should he choose for his training? Samit pondered for a moment before materializing a replica of the Wilga naval base. The decision to summon this particular version of the base stemmed from extensive contemplation. Firstly, being still in his youth, his physical limitations hindered significant growth. Thus, any attempt at physical training would yield only modest enhancements in strength. Secondly, while practical combat experience could be acquired in any instance, the Wilga naval base offered a wealth of life experiences that Samit found particularly lacking. It presented myriad lessons beyond mere combat, which was precisely what he needed at this stage. Although similar insights could also be gleaned from the Zodia instance. The formidable power levels there rendered Samit merely a bystander, unable to absorb any meaningful knowledge. With these reflections in mind, it became clear why he had opted for the Wilga naval base. Upon returning to the port of the Wilga naval base and gazing at the familiar surroundings, Samit resolved to seize the initiative. He turned to see Smoker approaching and smiled faintly. Yet, no further developments transpired. Once more entering the realm of dreams, Samit felt a tinge of frustration. He had meticulously crafted a script for this beginning, but the narrative refused to adhere to his envisioned plot, leaving him in despair. This time, Samit directly confronted Smoker, revealing that Daluba was, in fact, an insider for the Barabara pirates. However, Smoker dismissed the claim entirely, feigning agreement before unexpectedly capturing Samit and bringing him before Camille and Daluba. Both Camille and Daluba were taken aback by the situation and inquired about the unfolding events. Smoker recounted what had transpired, foolishly adding, "This guy actually claimed that Brother Daluba is an informant for the Barabara pirates. It's utterly ridiculous. Who doesn't he know that Brother Daluba despises pirates and shows no mercy when encountering them? It seems this individual is not truly Samit. Rather, he is merely a remnant of the Barabara pirates left forgotten on the island." Daluba's expression darkened ominously, his mind racing to comprehend how Samit had uncovered his secret as a traitor to the Barabara pirates. Ultimately, the decision was made to detain him for thorough interrogation later. "You imbecile. Smoker, has your brain been kicked? Do you always rely on subjective judgment without any independent thought?" Before being taken away, Samit shouted loudly, addressing both Smoker and himself. He had long recognized that the current Smoker was youthful, unlike the future version who would dare to question his superiors. Yet, he still chose to engage in conversation based on his subjective awareness. Had it been the future Smoker? Upon hearing Samit assert that Daluba was an insider within the Balabala pirate crew, he would have harbored doubts, even if he did not fully believe it, and would not have made such a public display. However, the present Smoker. If Samit had directly stated his ability to see through people's hearts and revealed that Camille and Daluba harbored animosity towards him, subtly guiding Smoker to ponder on his own, the outcome would have been different. After all, the current Smoker, though inexperienced, was not foolish. Thus, Samit was imprisoned, subjected to various interrogation methods by the Navy, though his resilient physique rendered most of their tactics ineffective. Nevertheless, being human, he could not escape the need for sustenance. The Navy soldiers informed him that unless he revealed the truth, they would withhold food. Samit could have pretended to be an accomplice of the Balabala pirate crew, supplying their motives concerning Martina and others, leading the Navy headquarters to investigate Daluba and his associates. However, time was of the essence. Moreover, his purpose for entering this instance was to eliminate Daluba and his crew at the Wilga naval base, not merely to survive. Consequently, Samit refused to eat, ultimately perishing from starvation in his cell. This could be considered one of the most tragic and unremarkable demises for a transmigrator. Fortunately, this transpired only within the confines of the instance world. Reflecting on this, Samit felt a surge of frustration, as it seemed his intellect was not at the level of an ordinary person, but rather that of a child. Despite having been an adult before his transmigration, he felt his intelligence matched his current physical age. Alas, lacking in intellect, he resolved to compensate with experience. Encouraging himself, Samit once again manifested within the instance world. Until a crew member came to summon him for lunch, Samit had traversed the Wilga instance world 9 times. Each time ended in failure, however. He managed to glean lessons from his previous missteps and made progress in the subsequent attempts. Although advancement was gradual, it was tangible, and Samit felt a sense of satisfaction. At times, he envied the protagonists of reincarnation stories from his past life, who, after experiencing profound hardship, could be reborn and ascend to become the wealthiest individuals or powerful figures in the political arena. Samit once pondered what heights he could attain if he were to be reborn, only to realize that in his new life, he could merely indulge in gaming. He had no interest in football, had never purchased a lottery ticket, and was unacquainted with stock trading. Although he understood that real estate could be lucrative, he lacked the capital and the eloquence to attract investors. It seemed that his only path was to immerse himself in gaming and establish a studio. Every time he reflected on these thoughts, he couldn't help but exclaim that it is not the exceptionally talented who achieve success, but rather those who succeed who become exceptional. Ah, how delightful. Samit arrived at the bow of the ship, yawning incessantly, while Danlifer observed him with a furrowed brow. He approached with a serious demeanor and inquired, "Young Master Samit, it is midday. Why do you appear so fatigued?" "Ah, of course, it is due to sheer exhaustion," Samit replied. Although only a morning had passed in reality, in the dream realm, he had traversed 9 instances, all set in the evening. How could he not feel weary? Yet, Danlifer was oblivious to this fact. His perception of Samit had sunk to an all-time low, gifted with abilities akin to the devil fruit. And standing at a height of 1.6 meters at just 10 years old, his physical prowess was remarkable. However, this young man, sleeping through the daylight hours, displayed signs of extreme fatigue, clearly indicative of a sleepless night. Additionally, the information gleaned from the townsfolk suggested that he was not the diligent type. Was it truly wise to affix the family S name to such an individual? For the first time, Danlifer began to doubt the family S decision. Chapter 7. Under another S roof 5 years ago, Danlifer had engaged in a business negotiation with Samit, although the latter was still immature at the time. His ability to see through the hearts of others left a lasting impression on Danlifer. Thus, when news of Samit repelling a notorious pirate spread throughout the Kingdom of Morocco, Danlifer had believed that Samit would become the next legendary figure. However, his current demeanor was profoundly disappointing. Not only did he sleep during the day, but upon waking, he appeared utterly drained. One could only speculate about his activities the previous night. Moreover, considering that he had been recuperating for some time, his irresponsible behavior suggested that his future achievements would be severely limited. Danlifer felt a sense of regret, now that Samit bore the family S name. It was imperative to prevent him from squandering his talents. Those detrimental habits must be eradicated. With a furrowed brow and a grave expression, he solemnly addressed Samit. "You have now been branded with the Stewart family name. Your every action and word reflects the image of the Stewarts. I implore you to be mindful of your reputation in the future." Upon noticing the seriousness in Danlifer's tone, Samit momentarily stood in confusion, glancing down at his attire. "I am not in disarray," he thought. "Could it be my hairstyle?" With that, he hurried back to the cabin to fetch a mirror, examining himself from various angles. Yet finding no fault, Sammy stared at Danliff with confusion and inquired, "Is there an issue with my demeanor, dear Danliff? I truly cannot discern any faults. I would greatly appreciate your guidance." Danliff, with a cascade of black lines trailing behind his head, let out a frustrated roar. "I am referring to your spirit and your conduct. Do not present yourself with such a lackluster appearance in broad daylight." "Oh, I see. Oh, I understand now." Samit pointed to himself and nodded in acknowledgement. He realized that his disheveled appearance was indeed a source of scrutiny. While it mattered little in the past, he was now an employee of the Stewart family, and with the benefits he received, it was only natural to heed others' opinions. Thus, Samit found the outside world rather bothersome. How delightful it would be to remain at home, free of worries. But alas, this world offers no such respite. After Danlifer's admonition, Samit hurried to the kitchen to splash water on his face, mustering his spirits. Although he felt weary within, he at least managed to conceal it from view. Danlifer, observing this, nodded in satisfaction, affirming that while Samit's previous habits might have been somewhat lacking, he was obedient and sensible. With proper education, his future prospects were boundless. Days later, Samit sighed in boredom on the deck, stretching lazily. He quickly glanced around, and upon not spotting Danlifer, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since the last reprimand from Danlifer, any misbehavior aboard the ship would result in a scolding. As Danlifer put it, while he could not fully teach him noble etiquette before reaching Ga City, he at least needed to be aware of such matters to avoid ridicule. Ah, let them laugh. Isn't it exhausting to be so concerned with others' opinions? Samit contemplated this notion. Yet he understood that perhaps it was precisely this mindset that rendered him a recluse in his previous life. Those who have endured the myriad trials of existence, who have discerned the truths of the world and remain unfazed by the opinions of others, are regarded as sages. Conversely, those who fear hardship and adversity, content with their mundane lives and indifferent to the disdain of others, are deemed to lack ambition. In sum, Samit presently finds himself in a state of discomfort. Reminiscent of his initial days in the corporate world during his former existence, he felt constrained and unable to tolerate the atmosphere after just a couple of days, resigned. In truth, he now contemplates the possibility of relinquishing his responsibilities. Yet the myriad experiences he has endured have imparted upon him a deeper understanding, the notion that one must not live solely for oneself. Samit harbored a deep yearning for the life of a pirate. However, he found himself constrained not only by remnants of moral and legal principles from his past life, but also by the presence of his family, which weighed heavily on his conscience. The piratical profession was far from reputable, and if Samit were to embrace such a life, his parents and sister would undoubtedly face societal disdain, potentially suffering consequences as a result of his choices. While he himself was indifferent to the scorn of others, he could not bear the thought of his family being subjected to such judgment. Had he understood this truth in his previous existence, he would have never confined himself to the walls of his home. Thus, after much contemplation, Samit resolved to endure his predicament. In the days that followed, he meticulously endeavored to regulate his behavior, striving to maintain his vitality during daylight hours. Consequently, he ventured into the alternate realm only once each night. Yet, accustomed to the nocturnal lifestyle of his former life, he found it challenging to alter these ingrained habits, often incurring the ire of Danliff. On several occasions, Samit felt the urge to rebel, but the thought of the future tempered his emotions. Most importantly, despite Danliff's frequent reprimands, Samit, possessing the ability to sense emotions, recognized that the old man's intentions were rooted in genuine concern. There exists a renowned saying from his past life: truthful words are often unpalatable. If this lofty expression does not resonate with Samit, a more colloquial adage would be, harsh words from others may sting, yet deceitful flattery is all too sweet. Nevertheless, understanding did not mitigate the tears that welled up within him each time Danliff chastised him. Just as Samit was on the brink of losing his composure, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. After approximately 10 days of sailing, Samit once again found himself reprimanded by Danliff for making noise while eating. Frustrated, he retreated to the deck, shouting out at the vast ocean to vent his pent-up emotions. After releasing his outcry, he awaited another scolding from Danliff, recognizing that he had violated the noble's expectation of elegance. However, after a considerable wait, Danliff's presence was still absent. Curiously, Samit turned to see Danliff and Rodney deeply engrossed in discussion, their brows furrowed in concentration. Curious, Samit approached and inquired what transpired. The two individuals looked up to see him and promptly asked, "The telephone bug just received a distress signal, but we are uncertain whether the sender is a castaway or a pirate's bait." Huh, what is there to ponder? We can simply go and ascertain the truth. Upon hearing this, Rodney's expression soured, his eyes widened in alarm, and his teeth became notably sharp as he bellowed, "How can you be so reckless? If it is indeed a pirate trap, would that not play into their hands? Nonsense. We need only to venture near that location, without drawing too close. I have a method to discern whether they are pirates or victims." Confidently, Samit patted his chest, assuring that there was no problem. In Chapter 8, The Yarn Pirate Crew, Danliff gazed at Samit with a serious expression and said, "I am aware that you possess the ability to see into the hearts of others. But can such a power be wielded over great distances?" Samit replied, "Indeed. My abilities extend far beyond that. Perceiving the hearts of others is merely one facet. My most formidable skill lies in my perceptive abilities, which, on Capiloni Island, allow me to encompass the entire expanse of the island." Samit spoke with a hint of boastfulness, revealing that he had previously kept his abilities concealed, leaving others to speculate about his talents based solely on appearances. However, now that he had become a member of the Stewart family, it was only natural for him to showcase his capabilities to his employer, lest his boss feel remorse over the salary he was dispersing. The words of Samit left both Danliff and his companion astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Danliff, brimming with excitement, pointed at Samit and exclaimed, "Samit, is what you say truly authentic?" "Ah, indeed, it is entirely true," Samit replied. "How splendid. Although I was already aware of your extraordinary abilities, I never anticipated such magnitude. It seems I must reevaluate my perception of you. Once this matter is resolved, I shall have a thorough conversation with you." Danliff took a moment to steady himself, though the exhilaration on his face lingered. In terms of this ability, the family had already reaped significant benefits. "In that case, I shall steer the ship towards our destination," Rodney declared, striding onto the deck to issue commands. As Rodney's orders were given, the crew began to bustle with activity, and the ship altered its course. Minutes later, the merchant vessel came to a standstill upon the ocean's surface. The individuals aboard held their breath, their gazes fixed on Samit, acutely aware of the perils ahead. While the ship currently resided within a safe zone, those accustomed to the ocean's vastness instinctively remained on high alert. Samit noticed the expectant gazes of the crowd upon him. He smiled and nodded before initiating a shared sensation. A few nautical miles away from the merchant vessel, a dilapidated ship lay adrift upon the water, where a dozen sailors clad in uniforms languidly leaned against the railing. Their lips were chapped, their eyes devoid of vitality, and they gazed aimlessly at the sky, exuding an air of utter fatigue. On the deck, a similarly listless telephone bug incessantly emitted signals of distress. Indeed, they were castaways, and I could perceive the profound despair that resided within their hearts. Samit pondered for a moment before turning to Rodney, who, deep in thought, eventually inquired, "What is the model of their vessel? How many survivors are there?" Samit pondered for a moment and recalled. The vessel in question was a merchant ship with 2 masts, its bow adorned with a half-length statue of a goddess. The crew comprised 16 members, yet no figure resembling a captain was in sight. Furthermore, the ship had endured considerable cannon fire, displaying numerous signs of battle. A preliminary assessment indicated an encounter with pirates. Is that so? In that case, there is little reason not to extend our assistance, Rodney declared in a grave tone, promptly raising his hand to command the crew. Setting sail eastward in preparation for the rescue, the sailors were filled with excitement. After all, the prospect of saving a life was a noble endeavor, and they harbored hopes that should misfortune befall them one day, someone would come to their aid. However, the pirates' exploitation of humanity's goodwill for plunder had significantly escalated the risks associated with such rescues, leading individuals to first contemplate the potential dangers before considering the act of saving others. As the crew exerted themselves, the distressed merchant ship came into view. Witnessing the plight of those in peril further fueled their determination, for they feared arriving too late to offer salvation. Yet, as the vessel drew nearer, Samit furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling feeling. Contemplating this, he reopened his perception and noted that the crew aboard the beleaguered ship appeared to manifest expressions of panic upon seeing there would be rescuers. Some attempted to rise, wishing to convey a message, yet their frail bodies prevented them from succeeding. Evidently, Rodney and his crew also detected the unusual demeanor across the way. Their brows knitted in concern as they deliberated. "Something's amiss. Halt immediately," Samit called out. Upon hearing this, Rodney swiftly commanded the ship to stop, although it continued to glide forward for a brief distance due to momentum. "What is it?" Rodney inquired urgently. Sammy's expression grew serious as he raised his hand, pointing towards the beleaguered merchant vessel behind him, and spoke in a deep voice. "It is pirates. They have attacked a merchant ship, rendering it incapacitated, and are using them as bait to lure rescuers." "What should we do?" Danlifer asked, a hint of panic in his tone. Despite his shrewdness and familiarity with the etiquette of the commercial elite, he found himself at a loss in this unfamiliar situation. At that moment, the pirate ship came into view, inciting a wave of terror among the onlookers. Rodney glanced at the swiftly approaching vessel, calculating the distance and speed, and resignedly stated, "We can only fight." "Is that so? How splendid." Sammy's face lit up with excitement, a bloodthirsty aura radiating from him. After being reprimanded by Danlifer throughout their journey, he had been harboring a surge of pent-up frustration. Danlifer observed Sammy's transformation with a mix of astonishment and concern. The once obedient child who had endured his scolding now stood transformed. Meanwhile, Rodney furrowed his brow. Having traversed the seas and frequently encountered pirates, he had never witnessed anyone exuding the same ferocity as Sammy. The palpable scent of blood, how many lives had he taken? Although Rodney did not know much about Sammy, he was aware that the boy was merely 10 years old and had spent his life on a remote island. Recently, there had been rumors of him having repelled a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million, but prior to that, Sammy had been just an ordinary child. Where, then, did this fierce aura originate? Rodney pondered this conundrum for a while, but time was of the essence, and he could not afford to dwell on it further. As Sammy was on his side, he refrained from pressing the matter and instead inquired, "Do you have confidence in dealing with them?" "Leave it to me," Sammy replied confidently. Checking his equipment, 2 pistols, and a katana, he patted his clothes and leaped onto the ship's railing, gazing ahead. There, 2 crimson threads shot from the pirate ship, swiftly flying towards them, ensnaring the merchant vessel's edge. Sammy tugged at the thread and discovered it was the very yarn used for knitting sweaters. Yet it was more resilient than steel. It appeared that there was indeed a user of a devil fruit opposite him. If a conflict were to erupt aboard the merchant vessel, it could endanger many lives. In light of this, Samit followed the yarn with a smile illuminating his face. And in a swift motion, he leaped onto the thread, racing towards the pirate ship. The pirates across the way also caught sight of Samit. 1. A tall and slender man adorned in a vividly colorful shirt and trousers, topped with a towering cylindrical hat, sported a pair of mustaches upon his lips. Upon witnessing Samit dashing along the line, the man involuntarily executed a semblance of a moonwalk, exclaiming in a sing-song manner, "Behold our yarn pirate crew. How bold of you to initiate an attack, young lad. I must commend your bravery." Chapter 9. Displaying one's skills, huh? Yarn pirate crew? What a ridiculous name. Are you lot intending to make me laugh myself to death? Samit stumbled, nearly plunging into the sea. The tall, slender man, upon hearing this, became infuriated and shouted, "Dare to look down upon our yarn pirate crew? Let me show you our might. Fire, fire, open fire." At his command, the crew of pirates raised their weapons and began to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the cacophony of gunfire, countless bullets whizzed towards Samit, leaving him with no room to evade. The merchants aboard the ship cried out in alarm, urging caution. However, Samit merely smiled softly. With a forceful push against the ground, he propelled himself into the air, somersaulting gracefully. Drawing his twin pistols from his waist, he aimed at the pirates below, unleashing a relentless barrage. The sound of gunfire echoed as flames erupted from the muzzles, and bullets rained down upon the band of pirates like a tempest. The tall, slender man gasped in surprise and shouted, "Expanded version of the knitted bulletproof vest." As he spoke, he began to move rhythmically, and colorful yarns flew from his body. Soaring into the sky, they swiftly wove together, forming a protective vest that shielded the entire airspace above the pirate ship, halting all bullets mid-flight. Captain Sageo, with his commanding presence, bellowed, "Boss, take him down." His crew, witnessing their leader's formidable display, rallied with cheers and encouragement, feeling buoyed by their praise. Captain Sageo pointed at the descending Samit, and the protective vest in the air swiftly enveloped him. Impressive ability, he mused. A chilling smile crept across Samit's face as his right hand rested upon the hilt of his knife. Just as the bulletproof vest was about to envelop him, he swiftly drew his blade. The onlookers beheld a flash of cold light as the vest was severed cleanly in two. "Impossible! That material is akin to steel wire." Sageo exclaimed incredulously, his voice ringing out. Bang! As Samit fell onto the ship, he heard Sageo's shout, and a look of disdain crossed his face. He coldly remarked, "You are but a frog at the bottom of a well. In this world, there are those who can cleave the sky and the sea asunder. How much less, then, your thread, which possesses a hardness akin to steel, although its linear form grants it a certain elasticity, rendering it somewhat more challenging to sever. It pales in comparison to the difficulty of slicing through iron. It is inconceivable. Such a being cannot possibly exist in this world. You think to intimidate me with mere words? I think not. Prepare to face my challenge. Piercing cage." Captain Sageo shouted loudly, gesturing towards Samit with outstretched hands. The massive bulletproof vest, now split in two, disassembled into fine threads that surged towards him from all directions. Those with abilities are indeed troublesome, Samit murmured to himself. His senses heightened as he became acutely aware of all incoming attacks from every direction. With unwavering focus, he wielded his long blade, deftly slicing through the oncoming threads. To the pirates outside, it appeared as if silver rays were dancing, reminiscent of twinkling stars, while vibrant strands of yarn fell around Samit, creating an enchanting spectacle akin to cascading confetti. Clatter! Captain Sageo was nearly grinding his teeth in fury as he bellowed, "Threadball chariot." The scattered strands of yarn swiftly converged towards him, intertwining to form a sphere 3 meters in diameter. With a forceful compression, the sphere pressed down, distorting its base before it catapulted into the air, soaring above Samit. In midair, the sphere morphed continuously, protruding spikes formed from intertwined threads, resembling a sea urchin. Needle spike form. Captain Sageo's voice echoed from within the spiked sphere, which spun rapidly as it hurtled towards Samit with great velocity. Upon witnessing this expression, Samit could not help but change his countenance, swiftly darting aside. With a thunderous roar, the rapidly spinning spiked ball struck the deck, shattering the wooden planks above and plunging into the lower levels. Samit gazed intently at the opening, his expression grave as he strained to perceive the situation below. Upon witnessing the events unfold, his countenance shifted to one of peculiar astonishment. The needle-like orb, upon descending into the lower depths, careened chaotically, ultimately ramming a substantial hole through the ship's hull before plunging into the sea. "Samit, are you truly not here to jest? In such a state, You cannot perceive the circumstances outside, can you? Unable to contain his sarcasm, Samit remarked, "What a jest! How dare you underestimate the captain? This is a novel tactic conceived just yesterday, one that will undoubtedly leave you in disarray." A pirate shouted, with others quickly echoing his enthusiasm. The notion of a strategy devised merely the day prior caused Samit's lips to twitch. He suddenly found this band of pirates rather endearing, almost hesitant to strike. However, as he recalled the grim fate of the crew aboard the merchant vessel that had been attacked and rendered immobile, he swiftly cast aside such sentiments. Suddenly, a splash erupted from the distant sea as a spiked sphere hurtled forth, spinning rapidly towards Samit. Samit deftly leaped aside, vacating his original position. Bang! Perhaps due to the difficulty of gaining leverage in the water, the force this time was insufficient. The needle-like sphere became ensnared upon the deck, unable to extricate itself for quite some time. Observing this, the sphere gradually ceased its rotation, and the yarn unraveled slowly, revealing Captain Sageo within. At that moment, Captain Sageo's eyes were filled with swirling chaos, and he appeared utterly disoriented. Samit did not seize the opportunity to attack. Instead, he stood still, engrossed in contemplation. After a moment, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "I see now. Encased in yarn, I remain untouched by the sea, and the wool possesses buoyancy. So there is no need to fear sinking. So you've contemplated these matters. Of course, I am a man with a bounty of 13 million berries." Known as the executioner Sogu. Sogu, still somewhat dazed, spoke in a fragmented manner. He then glanced at Samit and continued, "I see that you possess remarkable skills. Would you care to join me? I shall make you my commander of the combat division, and together we shall traverse the Grand Line, gaining renown across the seas. What do you say?" As he spoke, Sogu regained his full composure, realizing that the once casual youth had grown increasingly cold in his gaze upon hearing his words. He asked, somewhat perplexed, "What's wrong? Did I say something amiss?" "No, you haven't erred," Samit replied, shaking his head. "It's merely that I've been pondering certain thoughts." He recalled the words of the red-haired pirate, asserting that all pirates are wicked. This notion had struck him with clarity. Yet he had been misled by the seemingly jovial demeanor of the yarn pirates, mistaking them for amiable souls until Sogu revealed his moniker, the Executioner. It dawned on him that this man must often employ his abilities to strangle others. The thought of the agonizing wait for death to arrive was painfully vivid in his mind. As Samit's pupils constricted, a glimmer of cold light flashed across his eyes. Chapter 10. The battle concludes. "Is that so? It appears you have declined my proposal." Captain Sageo's gaze also grew increasingly frigid, as countless lines of various hues shot forth from his body, moving around him like tentacles. Samit narrowed his eyes, lowering his center of gravity as he sprinted forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade, clearly intent on drawing his sword for a strike. Such an overt action did not escape Captain Sageo's notice. He let out a thunderous shout, summoning the hands of the Udon thief. The lines that danced around him intertwined, forming numerous arms, each clenched into a fist, which then launched an assault on Samit from various angles. Samit, undaunted, advanced without a moment's pause. As a fist neared him, he drew his long blade with fervor. Striking fiercely, with each swing, an arm would sever from its body. In a fleeting moment, he had dismembered all the arms. Yet his expression remained unyielding as he charged towards Captain Sageo. Witnessing this, Captain Sageo's countenance shifted to one of alarm, and he clasped his hands together, summoning forth an abundance of threads from his being, endeavoring to weave a wall before him. With a swift stroke of the Samite long knife, a crescent arc was unleashed, slicing through the air before the wall could take form, ultimately piercing through Captain Sageo's neck. A resounding crash echoed as the crescent traversed Captain Sageo, severing a ship's pillar, before vanishing into the depths of the sea. With a dull thud, Captain Sageo's head gently rolled away, his decapitated body erupting like a fountain, blood gushing from the severed neck. The scene was horrifically gruesome, decidedly unsuitable for the faint of heart. Samit slowly sheathed his blade and then turned to the pirates, who were still in shock, and spoke softly, "Do you wish to perish at my hands, or surrender and be sent to prison?" "Damn it. This guy has slain Captain Sageo," exclaimed a towering pirate as he lifted a massive hammer, raising it high to strike at Samit. Samit barely glanced at him. As the towering figure approached, raising his massive hammer, Samit swiftly drew his pistol from his waist and pressed it firmly against the giant's chest. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, crimson blossoms erupted from the giant's chest, causing his formidable frame to stagger backward. "Why you?" The giant pointed a trembling finger at Samit. His hammer slipping from his grasp and crashing onto the deck, creating a considerable dent as he fell unsteadily. Is there anyone left to avenge your leader? Come at me. Samit appeared to engage in a seemingly trivial act, blowing the smoke from the muzzle of his weapon before tucking it into his waistband and casting his gaze upon the group of pirates. The pirates exchanged glances, and after a moment's hesitation, they discarded their weapons. We surrender. After a brief interval, Rodney returned to the ship with the unfortunate victims of the pirate attack before maneuvering the merchant vessel to apprehend the band of marauders. Observing the chaos in the wreckage of the pirate ship, Danlifer exhaled deeply, gaining a more visceral understanding of Samit's combat prowess. His strength likely rivaled that of the former members of the Rose Knight Brigade. It was no wonder he managed to repel a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Were Samit to learn of this thought, he would surely scoff. Captain Clashy's capabilities were worth at most 30 million berries, and he might not even be able to best a fledgling Luffy. Perhaps Martina would pose a more formidable challenge. However, such skill would undoubtedly overpower Samit in his current state, leaving him with no option but to flee in her presence. You performed admirably. The news of your solitary defeat of the Woolen pirate crew will surely elevate your renown, reflecting positively upon your family. Lord Count will undoubtedly regard you with greater esteem. Danlifer commended Samit. Ah, I understand, Samit replied casually, seemingly indifferent to the praise. Danlifer shook his head, noting how Samit's demeanor clashed with the rigid comportment of the nobility. Yet, he refrained from reprimanding him as he had before. Samit's displayed strength and potential warranted respect from any family, and in the future, they might rely on his favor. At that moment, Rodney approached with a report. All prisoners have been secured, and we may set sail at any time. Additionally, the pirate ship has a significant breach in its hull. The gaping hole cannot be repaired, and the vessel is taking on water. It will not be long before it sinks. Then let us depart. Indeed, the others nodded and returned to their merchant vessel, which once again set course for Ga City. On board, Samit encountered the unfortunate souls. They were merchants from the kingdom of Gobia who had fallen prey to the Woolen pirate crew during their journey. After a fierce battle, their captain was hanged, and the remaining crew, each injured, had no choice but to surrender. The pirates, having starved them for a day, then disguised them as victims to lure passing ships. 3 vessels had already met their fate at the hands of these marauders. Does this mean these pirates are quite wealthy? Samit pondered, realizing the implication. The others shared this thought, their gazes shifting to the group of bound pirates in the corner of the ship. What do you intend to do? The pirates questioned, their faces etched with terror at the sight of those with ulterior motives. Humph. Samit rushed forward, seizing one pirate by the collar and threatening, "Tell me, where have you hidden the spoils of your theft?" "I don't know. We are merely foot soldiers." "The captain would never divulge the treasure's location to us," the pirate stammered. Humph. Attempting to feign ignorance? Noticing the shifty movements of the pirate's eyes, Samit sensed the deceit. He lifted the pirate and dangled him over the edge of the ship, warning, "Will you speak? If not, I shall feed you to the fish. Do not claim ignorance. With so many merchant vessels, it is impossible that you only ever seized cash. Surely, there must be unsold goods among your plunder. No one man could carry it all away. Wait, I will speak. Just put me back." Realizing he could not hide the truth, the pirate hastily capitulated. Upon hearing this, Samit hurled him back onto the deck. Cough. Cough, cough. The pirate rubbed his chest, coughed a few times, and then looked at Samit, saying, "The treasures we plundered are hidden on an uninhabited island. One that is non-existent on public maps. Only the nautical charts hand-drawn by our navigators can lead to that island. Is that so? And where might these charts be? Or who is the navigator?" Samit inquired, glancing toward the corner where the pirates lingered. As Samit's gaze fell upon them, the group parted, leaving behind a disheveled man with a mop of hair. Upon realizing he had been sold out, he could not help but curse. "You lot are utterly despicable. Is this how you treat your brothers?" Chapter 11. In fighting you must be that navigator. Lead us to the treasure, or draw the chart for me. Samit coldly commanded as he approached the pirate. The man shot an indignant look at his betraying companions, his resolve strengthening. Fearlessly, he addressed Samit. "I can take you to the treasure, but under one condition. You must release me." Pfft. Rodney scoffed at this. "What right do you have to make demands? Either take us to the treasure or be fed to the fish. Choose wisely. Then go ahead and kill me. Since I became a pirate, I knew this day would come. I am prepared. Do not think you can torture me into submission. I will lead you to a place filled with death traps." "You." Rodney gasped in frustration. "Oh, suddenly brave, are we? It seems you found your resolve. What is your name?" Samit asked with a hint of intrigue. "Watan." My name is Watan, the pirate replied proudly. A crew member recognized him and exclaimed, "This is the navigator of the Yarn Pirates, Watan. Bounty, 9 million berries. Is that so? I accept your terms. Now lead us to the treasure, but do not attempt to lead us into traps. I shall be watching you closely," Samit said, a wicked smile spreading across his face as his black eyes turned a blood-red hue. Watan felt a shiver of dread wash over him at the sight of those crimson eyes, as if his very soul were being laid bare. He swallowed nervously and stammered, "Why, yes, I understand. Hey, who gave you the authority to make decisions?" "Samit, you do not hold sway here," Rodney interjected sharply. "Indeed, he is the captain of this ship, and all matters aboard should be dictated by him. Even the noble Danlifer can only offer suggestions while aboard. However, ultimately, Rodney is merely an outsider employed by the family, a cooperative relationship at best. Unless it pertains to the fate of the merchant ship, decisions generally rest with Danlifer." Samit furrowed his brow, his expression somewhat aloof. He had come to the Stewart family in search of opportunity, not to be a mere servant. It was evident that anyone could easily belittle him, and his standing within the Stewart family was thus predictable. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Danlifer approached, placing a hand before Rodney and calmly stating, "It matters not. These pirates are indeed Samit's captives, so his actions regarding them are of no consequence." Danlifer's words eased Samit's demeanor. He glanced at Danlifer, pondering whether his intervention stemmed from a perception of Samit's mindset or a desire to uphold his own authority. However, Rodney seemed dismissive of Danlifer's stance, shoving him aside with a cold retort. "Indeed, these pirates are your captives, and you have the right to deal with them as you see fit. Yet I am the captain, and all aboard this vessel are subject to my command. If you wish to release him, so be it, but I must insist you disembark. I cannot risk the charge of harboring a fugitive." "Silence. This ship belongs to the Glimmering Trade Association, and you are merely an employee of the association. I can dismiss you at any moment. How dare you question my decisions?" Danlifer, incensed, stomped his cane in frustration. Rodney smirked coldly. "Is that so? If that is the case, I resign. Brothers, put down your work. We shall cease our labors." The crew, upon hearing this, discarded their tasks, casting mocking glances at Danlifer, eager to witness his humiliation. Seeing this, Rodney chuckled. "Very well. We are no longer in the employ of the association. You may navigate the ship alone. You lot." "Very well then." Danlifer struggled to articulate his anger, calming himself before continuing, "Rodney, the association has collaborated with you for over a decade. You have consistently demonstrated stability and loyalty. What has brought about this transformation? Is it merely for the elusive pirate treasure?" Danlifer, a seasoned individual with countless years of experience, could not fail to discern the motivation behind Rodney's actions, which seemed a stark departure from his character. In the maritime industry, employers can terminate employees at will, whereas employees must provide a month's notice before resigning while on land. If an employee were to abruptly abandon their duties at sea, threatening their employer, it would place the employer at a perpetual disadvantage. Hence, such a rule exists. Those who violate it would find themselves without future employment in the industry. Rodney possessed commendable navigational skills and commanded a loyal crew, which, coupled with his amiable nature, earned him an excellent reputation. For over a decade of diligent service to the Glimmering Trade Association, he had been rewarded handsomely for his reliability, even receiving a residence in Gauze City as a testament to their fruitful partnership. However, now Rodney had forsaken his previously obedient demeanor towards the association, adopting a defiant stance and violating industry regulations, risking his future employability for the sake of the pirate treasure. In truth, Rodney had long been a diligent worker for the association, witnessing their substantial profits while receiving only meager compensation. Despite his efforts, the rewards were reaped by others, and it was only natural for anyone to feel disgruntled. Those blinded by self-interest often fail to recognize the immense contributions of others, the significant investments of labor, resources, and capital by the Bounty Association, which inherently comes with the risk of financial loss, cannot possibly equate to the earnings of a mere skilled laborer. In summary, Rodney felt a profound sense of injustice. For over a decade, he had harbored aspirations of commandeering the association's merchant vessels and goods to venture into commerce, amassing wealth. Yet, the formidable influence of the Glimmering Trade Association rendered such ambitions perilous, as he would undoubtedly face official pursuit. Thus, he had suppressed his desires until now. When presented with an opportunity that did not contravene the law, offering the potential for substantial gains, Securing the pirate treasure would provide him the capital to establish his own merchant enterprise, enabling him to become a powerful figure akin to the glimmering trade association, thus acquiring wealth, power, and status. With this resolve, Rodney fortified his decision, willing to sever ties with his longtime benefactor if necessary. Yet, he evidently underestimated Danlafour and overlooked Samit's presence. Since you have chosen to resign, I shall not impede you. However, this means you will no longer have any affiliation with the Glimmering Trade Association, thus there is no need for the association's vessel to carry you. You are to disembark. Chapter 13. Assassination of Rodney. All of you. Return to the cabin. Samit felt a profound sadness. Just moments ago, these individuals were his companions, supporting one another in joyous camaraderie. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they transformed into adversaries, displaying a reckless abandon. The rapid shift left Samit bewildered, uncertain of which version of them was authentic. Clatter. Rodney approached, his expression grim. Moments earlier, Samit had abandoned him to charge directly at his subordinates, and Rodney could hardly disregard this. During the skirmish, he had struck Samit with 2 blows, yet Samit seemed impervious to his attacks. The strikes had landed on his arm and back, yet he appeared unscathed. This led Rodney to a disconcerting conclusion. His assaults might not penetrate Samit's defenses. Rodney pondered the duality of wealth. Money had the power to procure much in this world, yet it also sowed the seeds of calamity. Samit's voice was low, yet Rodney could discern each word, choosing not to interrupt. 5 years ago, in my impoverished state, I racked my brain to unearth a path to prosperity from the knowledge of my past life. As time passed, the once destitute island flourished, yet this prosperity attracted disaster. Everyone perished, and in that moment, my mind was a void, filled solely with self-reproach. Had it not been for me, perhaps they would have lived. Even now, I cannot shake this belief. Do you understand why? As Samit's voice grew louder, he posed this question with fervor. In response, Rodney displayed contempt, questioning Samit's sanity. Are you mad? The people of Roney Island are thriving, are they not? Or do you suffer from delusions? Rodney chuckled. The pursuit of a better life is inherent to human nature. Even without my involvement, there would inevitably be those dissatisfied with their current existence, yearning for the sea. The same tragic narrative would unfold. I merely expedited the process. Yet, it is precisely this acceleration that led to such a grim conclusion. Had I not intervened, they might have grown stronger in their pursuit of dreams. Even if turmoil arose later, it would not have been so devastating. You, too, find yourself in a similar situation. Do you not comprehend this, Rodney? Samit disregarded Rodney, engrossed in his own thoughts, and as he spoke fervently, his emotions surged, culminating in a loud outburst. It seems you have lost your sanity. How pitiable. Allow me to bring an end to your life. All his subordinates had been slain, leaving him utterly alone. Now, his only chance for survival lay in eliminating Samit and his companions aboard the ship, and subsequently forming a new pirate crew with the remaining marauders to plunder the seas. Samit let out a cold, mocking laugh, his gaze toward Rodney imbued with a sense of pity. This look ignited a fierce anger within Rodney. He bellowed, brandishing a sailor's knife as he charged at Samit. Samit cast a glance at him, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Then, an aura of bloodlust emanated from him as he let out a thunderous roar, boldly confronting Rodney. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Samit allowed Rodney's sailor knife to strike against him, wielding his long blade with reckless abandon, inflicting even shallow wounds upon his neck. This reckless disregard for his own life momentarily subdued Rodney. With a focused gaze, Rodney deflected Samit's long knife, using the momentum to retreat and create distance between them. He regarded the seemingly frenzied Samit with a sense of reluctance. Despite possessing superior strength and experience, he found himself in the position of being overpowered, solely due to Samit's impervious physique. Samit offered him no respite. Just as he steadied himself, he charged forward once more, relentless in his assault. Rodney was forced to retreat, ultimately finding himself backed against the edge of the ship, with no avenue for escape. With a broad smile, Samit swung his long blade down with force. Thud! Rodney nimbly leaped onto the ship's railing, evading the strike, and with a swift kick sent Samit reeling as the blade became ensnared in the railing. Seizing the moment, he deftly severed the rope tethering the small boat, which plummeted into the sea below. Casting a resentful glance back at Samit, Rodney resolutely jumped into the small vessel and set sail, departing with determination. Samit approached the edge of the ship, gazing at the receding figure of Rodney, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I once said that the pursuit of a better life is inherent to human nature. However, hastening this process can lead to calamity, and you are no exception, Rodney. He He hurried into Danlifer's quarters and retrieved the sniper rifle hanging on the wall. This weapon was somewhat bulkier than the average firearm, yet its craftsmanship was exquisite. Adorned with intricate dragon engravings, clearly a custom-made piece. It was a shame that Danlifer had relegated it to mere decoration. Returning to the ship's edge, Samit found that Rodney had already distanced himself, a mere shadow discernible on the ocean's surface. As silence enveloped the surroundings, Danlifer and his companions emerged. Just in time to witness Samit aim the sniper rifle at the shadow on the water before pulling the trigger. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring up dust that hindered their vision. While they lamented the heavens aiding Rodney's escape, the gunshot rang out. Bang! What? The group stared in astonishment at the horizon, assuming that Samit had fired a shot in frustration at letting Rodney slip away. However, as the shot echoed, they beheld the bullet piercing through the back of Rodney's head, blood splattering as it exited through his forehead. Wow! The onlookers were rendered speechless, marveling at the accuracy achieved despite the distance and the wind. The marksmanship was simply beyond commendation. This rifle is remarkable. As he witnessed the impact, Samit whistled, admiring the sniper rifle with an unmistakable gleam of affection in his eyes. If you like it, it's yours, Danlifer approached, eyes wide with delight. Really? Then I shall graciously accept it. Samit examined the sniper rifle with care before slinging it across his back. Danlifer, observing the transformation of Samit from a combatant to a relaxed individual, exclaimed, "You continually surprise me, Samit." Indeed? More surprises await you in the future. He was aware that Danlifer referred to his resilience and sharpshooting skills. Yet there were some matters he could not articulate clearly. Is that so? I shall eagerly anticipate it. Danlifer refrained from probing further, understanding that everyone harbored their own secrets. As long as those secrets posed no threat to him, he had been closely observing Samit's performance, convinced that he would eventually become a protector of Stewart, or rather, the Moroccan kingdom. Chapter 12. Turning the tables, what did you say? Rodney's expression was one of disbelief. Do you realize what you're saying? Without us, how will you navigate the ship back to Goth City? That is no longer your concern, Danlifer replied coolly. What do you mean? Danlifer told you to leave. Did you not hear him? Or is it that the Merchant Guild has failed to pay you your wages? As Rodney was about to erupt in anger, Samit stepped in front of him, casting a cold gaze his way. In their shared perception, the greed within this man shone as brightly as the stars. Initially, Samit had found Rodney somewhat likable. He was a man of few words, diligent in his work, and exuded a sense of reliability. However, he hadn't anticipated that the allure of a pirate's treasure, still unseen, would blind him to the point of violating both professional and personal ethics. If the treasure were truly discovered, everyone would share in it, yet this man sought to claim it all for himself, particularly when he had not labored for it. Kid, don't think that just because you took down an obscure pirate crew, you can speak to me in such a tone. Rodney's face twisted in a snarl. He had intended to pressure Danlifer into concession through a strike, but he hadn't expected this decision. At that moment, he recalled that they had rescued a group of sailors just before capturing these pirates. Therefore, even without them, the merchant vessel could still operate. Normally, after years of navigating the seas, Rodney would have considered this, but now he was clouded by manipulation. He found himself with no way out. Even if he and his companions capitulated, allowing Danlifer to return them to Goth City, they would be unable to find work. Without employment, how could they support themselves and their families? The only option left was to seize the merchant ship to secure a means of survival. From there, they could seek the treasure and flee to another country. Yet, the Moroccan kingdom was a member of the global alliance. Even if they escaped to another nation, they would be hunted by the world government. If possible, he wished to avoid such a fugitive existence, but now he had no choice. Nevertheless, he bore no regrets. He too desired a life among the elite. He vividly recalled the exquisite taste of the fine wine the guild leader had once rewarded him. It would take years of laboring for others to afford such luxuries. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of jealousy towards Samit. Why did this young man garner the guild leader's favor, prompting Danlifer to extend an invitation? Rodney's own maritime skills and prowess ranked among the best in the Moroccan kingdom. Yet he could only accept the guild's employment, never breaking into its upper echelons, let alone the noble families behind it. Meanwhile, Samit had seamlessly integrated into the family, sharing in its fortunes and misfortunes. Samit, perceiving the shifts in Rodney's emotions through their shared awareness, could discern the turmoil beneath the surface, even if he did not grasp the specifics. In response, Samit displayed disdain, replying, "Who do you think you are? My demeanor is my own affair. It is not for you to dictate." Despite his words, Samit remained vigilant, subtly positioning Danlifer behind him, sensing the formidable strength of this adversary. Is that so? Then do not blame me. Rodney sneered, abruptly drawing his pistol and aiming it at Samit. Bang! The bullet spiraled towards Samit's forehead. The suddenness of the incident and the proximity left Samit no time to react, and he was struck by the bullet. Samit! Hearing the gunfire, Danlifer rushed forward in alarm. Yet, Samit revealed a faint smile as he slowly lowered his head, the bullet falling harmlessly away, leaving him unscathed. Now that you have acted, it signifies your resolve to engage me in combat, does it not? Rodney furrowed his brow, an ominous thought creeping into his mind. He discarded the firearm, drawing his seaman's knife and charging at Samit. Bang! Samit retaliated with his blade, and as the two swords clashed, a subtle wave of air surged forth from the point of contact, sending those standing nearby tumbling backward. Samit was forced to stagger backward by the power of the knife, retreating until he found himself at the edge of the ship, where he braced his calf against the railing to come to a halt. Samit raised his head and shouted at Danlifer, who had been blown against the wall of the cabin, instructing Wharton to take care of him. Understood. Wharton nodded, uncertain whether Rodney would spare him. Thus, he resolved to heed Samit's command and hurry to assist Danlifer. Wharton, let us go. On the other side, witnessing the discord between Rodney and Samit, the pirates bound together began to jeer. Wharton, his expression darkening, bellowed, "You scoundrels! The moment you betrayed me, I ceased to be your ally." With that, he guided Danlifer into the cabin. Rodney, observing this, shouted at the sailors who stood idly by, "What are you waiting for? Go apprehend that old fool." Realizing the urgency, the sailors sprang into action, brandishing their cutlasses as they rushed toward the cabin. A portly sailor led the charge but was promptly thrown back, crashing into a cluster of others. From the doorway emerged a robust figure, though his pallid complexion and unsteady gait betrayed his condition. He was Corvo, the leader of the recently rescued victims, followed by others who, despite their frailty, exhibited resolute expressions. With unwavering determination, Corvo declared, "We shall not allow you to cross this threshold and harm our saviors." "What are you doing, you wretch? Were we not the ones who rescued you?" A sailor retorted defiantly. Corvo shook his head. "Though it was you who saved us, it is Danlifer who makes the decisions. And it is that young lad who repelled the pirates. Your betrayal of your employer as seafarers is beneath contempt. If that is the case, then perish." A group of cowardly sailors snarled, charging at the victims, just as they had claimed, despite their recent rescue and the nourishment they had just received. The prolonged weakness was not easily remedied. The sailors were indeed like wolves among sheep, striking down their foes at every turn, with no avenue for retreat. The victims fought with brutal tenacity. The sight of blood only fueled the sailors' savagery as they inflicted numerous wounds, relishing in their cruel sport without delivering a fatal blow. Amidst their rampant cruelty, a shadow darted past, accompanied by a glimmer of silver, flashing like lightning. The silhouette of Samit emerged on the other side. The sailors frozen in their actions. With a series of sickening sounds, gashes appeared on the sailors' bodies, each collapsing with an expression of disbelief. Chapter 14. The Fabric of the World. What shall we do with these fellows? Samit gestured toward the corpses on the deck. Danlifer glanced over and casually replied, "Stack the bodies, place them in a small boat, and then incinerate them. Is that so?" Samit tilted his head in contemplation, realizing that there seemed to be no alternative. The group assisted in lowering a small boat, stacking the bodies within, dousing them in oil. As the boat drifted away, Danlifer personally tossed a torch onto it. Watching the boat engulfed in flames, a trace of sorrow crossed Samit's face. After spending so many days in their company, he had developed a fondness for these hardy men, yet the allure of riches had transformed them into what seemed like demons from the depths of hell. Seemingly attuned to Samit's thoughts, Danlifer gently reassured him, "Do not mourn. Their true nature is as such. On the high seas, the distinction between merchants and pirates is often blurred. When encountering a weaker merchant vessel, they may readily assume the role of a pirate." "What? Is it truly so?" Samit's eyes widened in disbelief. "If the Navy discovers this, won't we be doomed?" "Huh." Danlifer scoffed lightly, continuing, "And what if the Navy does find out? They are merely dogs of the world government. Without the financial support of nobles like us, how could they sustain such vast operations? This world is undeniably pragmatic. Those in power enjoy privileges. Merchant factions without influence are either swallowed whole or fall victim to pirates. And even those with formidable backing may turn against competitors of equal stature." Samit's mouth fell agape, but no sound escaped as Danlifer's revelations shattered his worldview. He understood this world was one governed by the law of the jungle, where possessing immense strength equated to the ability to plunder all that others possess. a notion likely shared by many who have viewed the comic One Piece. Yet, he now grasped that there exists something even more formidable than brute strength, power. He had long harbored a question in his previous life. Why, despite their apparent foolishness, did the celestial dragons hold such high positions? Why, despite their numerous transgressions, did the Navy still uphold them? It was all due to power. No individual, no matter how strong, can transcend the collective. No one can reach a state where they are beyond the need for sustenance or clothing. As long as there are desires, there will be transactions, leading those who seek strength without production to serve those who pursue wealth, thus forming a hierarchy of power. Of course, this applies to those with a moral compass. Those devoid of ethics resort to outright theft. However, the majority of individuals in this world are the weak, striving for wealth. Their interests symbolize what is considered justice, while those who resort to theft are branded as evil pirates. To safeguard their interests or justice from the clutches of wicked pirates, the affluent contribute financially, while the able-bodied offer their manpower, thus forming violent organizations to combat the wicked, the Navy. In this current era of rampant piracy, although pirates run amok, they remain a mere fraction compared to the global populace. No pirate crew can rival the Navy, which is why, in the future, the 4 pirate factions capable of contending with the Navy will be hailed as the 4 emperors. The common folk constitute the lowest tier of power. The nobility of various nations reside in the mid to high tiers, while the celestial dragons reign at the pinnacle. Because their interests align, no matter how heinous their actions, they are shielded from retribution. If the interests of the celestial dragons cannot be assured, how could those of others be guaranteed? It hardly requires contemplation. There may be a connection, but it is certainly not direct. It is merely a reflection of the ignorance imposed by feudal rulers upon the masses. Samit, educated in modern thought in his previous life, was acutely aware of this. He also knew that in the future, a man known as Dragon would emerge, revealing to the world that the interests of the celestial dragons do not represent their own, and that to attain more, one must strive for it themselves. Samit lacked the inclination to lead the masses in toppling their rulers to gain more power. Thus, he resolved to become one of the sovereigns himself. Samit, you are still young. There is much in this world that you do not comprehend, and you have much to learn. Do not be like those commoners who, even after being sold, assist others in counting their money. Danliff spoke earnestly. As dusk descended, the sight of the sun sinking into the sea was breathtaking. Yet no one had the heart to admire it. After enduring 2 consecutive battles, Samit felt profoundly fatigued, especially after confronting Rodney, during which he had entirely relinquished his mental pressure, leaving him utterly drained. The other crew members, having previously been attacked by pirates and deprived of food and water for an extended duration, were also in no better condition. Although they had consumed some provisions after being rescued, it did little to restore their strength. Engaging in further combat only exacerbated their injuries. Given these circumstances, Danliff did not hasten to issue sailing orders. Instead, he reported the events aboard the ship to the master via a telephone snail. Following the master's directives, he hired the rescued crew members. Regrettably, the navigator among them had perished at the hands of the pirates, leaving Danliff with no choice but to employ the former pirate, Wharton, under the condition that he would help clear Danliff's name. Having experienced the perils of a pirate's life, he understood the risks involved. Had it not been for the lucrative rewards, he would never have engaged in such a profession. Now that the Shining Gold Trading Company was willing to employ him and assist in absolving him, he readily accepted the offer. With arrangements made, Danliff personally prepared a lavish feast, unveiling a treasured vintage wine he had cherished for many years, which caused everyone to gaze in astonishment. For men of the sea, injury was inconsequential. What mattered was the presence of good wine. The exquisite wine Danliff had preserved was brewed 30 years ago in the culinary city of Pucci, now unobtainable even for those with wealth. As the banquet unfolded, Danliff had successfully endeared himself to all present, prompting Samit to inwardly exclaim at his prowess. This ability to win hearts and forge connections was precisely what Samit lacked. Should he fail to master this skill, he would never ascend to the role of a leader. After the feast, everyone hurried to their quarters to rest, and Samit did not enter the instant's world to train. Before drifting off to sleep, he felt a nagging sense that he had forgotten something, yet despite his contemplation, it eluded him. Never mind, he thought, if I cannot recall it. It must not be of great importance. Thus, everyone fell into a deep slumber. On the deck, a group of pirates was bound to the mast, shivering in the cold wind. One of them sneezed and shouted, "You bastards, even as captives, you could at least provide some food and shelter. What is this treatment?" His voice was loud enough to be heard from afar, but alas, The others were too weary to listen. Even Danliff, who did hear, paid it no mind. Chapter 15. The treasure hunt. With the night passing in silence, everyone awoke refreshed and invigorated. Samit stood at the bow of the ship, stretching lazily. At last, he noticed a group of lethargic pirates huddled at the corner of the vessel. "Oh dear, what troubles you?" one of them whined. "We're starving. Please give us something to eat, or we might perish." A pirate, trembling, extended a hand. "Ah, I see now. I'll fetch you something to eat," Samit replied hurriedly as he dashed towards the kitchen. However, Watson intercepted him on the way. "Don't be fooled, Samit. These rascals could go 3 days without food. Just give them some water," he cautioned. "Isn't that a bit cruel?" Samit asked, puzzled, observing Samit's naive expression. Watson could not help but think, "Did you feel any remorse when you took a life yesterday?" Nevertheless, he kept his thoughts to himself and approached one of the pirates, delivering a sharp slap to his face. Instantly, the previously listless pirate perked up, cursing, "Watson, you scoundrel. What do you think you're doing?" Watson ignored the pirate's outburst and turned to Samit, saying, "See? This bunch is merely playing the victim, looking for an opportunity to escape. Especially someone as inexperienced as you is most likely to fall for their ruse." "Oh, I understand now." Realizing he had been duped, Samit stormed over to the pirates, delivering punches and kicks one after another. Despite their cries for mercy, Samit paid them no heed, and they turned their wrath towards Watson, hurling insults of betrayal. After venting his frustrations, Samit returned to the deck where the crew was awake. Though they bore various injuries, their spirits were high. They busied themselves familiarizing with the new ship's structure, displaying remarkable proficiency. Danilfo watched with satisfaction. These seasoned sailors required no further instruction to adeptly command the vessel. Once preparations were complete, Danilfo approached Watson and said, "Now, lead us to the treasure location." Watson nodded, retrieving a map he had drawn the previous night. After aligning the compass with the sun, he pointed southeast and shouted, "Set sail at a 46-degree angle." With the sails billowing, the merchant ship sped towards the treasure site, while Samit stood at the bow, gazing longingly into the distance, searching for treasure. This was a scenario he had only ever encountered in novels and television. He felt a thrill of anticipation for the treasures that awaited him. As they still had some time before reaching the treasure, Watson began to explain the situation there. His expression was grave. Samit and Danilfo, upon seeing his demeanor, also grew serious. The island is quite small, only about 10,000 square meters. The plundered riches are stored in a cave atop it. Watson paused before continuing, "There are no traps. But a crew led by the first mate of the woolen pirate crew, Soki, is stationed there." "Is Soki related to Sogo?" Samit inquired curiously. "Given that he is left to guard the treasure, they must be brothers," Danilfo replied nonchalantly. Watson glanced at Danilfo and nodded. Indeed, Soki is Sogo's younger brother. With a bounty of 11 million berries, he possesses the abilities of the knitting fruit. Knitting fruit? Does he have any special powers? Samit asked, concerned. As he anticipated a confrontation with this individual, Watson pondered before responding. His most formidable ability lies in his synergy with his brother Sogo's wool fruit powers. He can weave any thread into the shape he desires. However, when alone, he can only attack using the needles that alter his body, which is rather unimpressive. "Is that so? That puts my mind at ease," Danilfo remarked, evidently unconcerned about Soki causing any trouble for Samit. Only Samit privately mused, pondering how seemingly unremarkable abilities had once overpowered the warlord Doflamingo. However, the disparity in their powers was vast. Doflamingo could likely dispatch him without employing his abilities. Watson then continued to outline additional points of caution, and Samit diligently noted the key points. Time passed swiftly, and as the sun reached its zenith, the treasure island came into view after they had eaten their lunch. Excitement surged among the crew at the sight of the destination. Treasure! Who could resist such a lure? Yet as they drew nearer, Samit's brow furrowed. Upon glimpsing the island, he activated his shared senses and detected 2 merchant ships anchored off the southwestern shore, their flags igniting a sense of foreboding within him. He turned to Watson and asked, "Does anyone besides your pirate crew know about this location?" "Others?" Watson frowned, then recalled something. "The Dauberman Arms Company is aware." "The Dauberman Arms Company? How are you connected with them?" Danilfo also furrowed his brow, noticing their expressions. Watson sighed and explained, "Though we pirates may appear to live splendidly, our reality is quite harsh. Even when we seize vast treasures, few dare to sell us goods. Without proper supplies, gold and jewels are merely heaps of scrap metal. Most of what we plunder consists of goods. So we require a partner for both purchasing provisions and selling our cargo. Thus, the Doberman Arms Company serves as your supplier? Summit interjected. Not quite. We merely have a cooperative relationship. They can procure the supplies we desire from the outside, especially weapons, which few are willing to sell us. In return, we sell them our surplus goods at a low price, that is all. Summit, did you uncover something? Danilfo inquired, observing Summit. Having gained some insight into his character over the past few days, Sammy nodded and said, Indeed. There are 2 merchant ships docked at the southwest shore of this small island. If I am not mistaken, it must be them. If that is the case, we are in trouble. Danlifer furrowed his brow, his face clouded with doubt. Seeing this expression on Danlifer, Sammy couldn't help but feel curious. It was the first time he had witnessed such a look on him. What exactly is the origin of the Doberman Arms Company that makes you so apprehensive? Their background is not trivial. The Doberman Arms Company is backed by a band of notorious pirates who have wreaked havoc in the North Sea, destroying towns with impunity. No one can contend with them. They have now entered the Grand Line, and their notoriety has only grown. They call themselves the Don Quixote family. Chapter 16. Annihilation Don Quixote. Sammy mused. Recalling Doflamingo, he never anticipated he would soon be dealing with his faction. He strained to remember the life of Doflamingo. Born a celestial dragon, Doflamingo enjoyed privileges from birth. However, due to his father's belief that celestial dragons were no different from ordinary people, they renounced their status and moved away from Mary Geos, stripped of their privileges. The Doflamingo family soon fell victim to the very populace they once oppressed, losing everything. His mother ultimately succumbed to illness. Had he not awakened his conqueror's haki during this turmoil, their entire family would have perished in that catastrophe. He held his father responsible for their misfortunes. And in his youthful rage, he shot him dead. Subsequently, he returned to Mary Geos with his father's severed head, hoping to reclaim the life of a celestial dragon. Yet, the celestial dragons deemed the Doflamingo family traitors and rejected their return. From that moment, Doflamingo vowed to obliterate the world that the celestial dragons had tarnished. He then ventured to the North Sea, recruiting followers and plundering the heavenly gold supplied to the celestial dragons by various nations, thereby coercing the navy into accepting him as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Eventually, he returned to the New World and overthrew the ruling Don Quixote family of Dressrosa, proclaiming himself the new king. Thereafter, he allied with influential figures from both the underworld and the upper echelons, engaging in arms smuggling and slave trading, amassing immense power in the underground world. Doflamingo's life unfolded like that of a protagonist in a novel, smooth sailing, born a celestial dragon, wielding conqueror-s haki, with subordinates willingly surrendering and presenting him with devil fruits. He was the epitome of a dragon among pirates. So, what should we do? Sammy turned to Danlifer. Danlifer hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and declared, We must eliminate them. If we wait until they leave the island, they will have taken all the valuable goods with them. Very well, let me go alone. Even if I fail, they will not know it was the Stewart family responsible. Are you sure you can handle it alone? Danlifer inquired, somewhat tempted, yet still apprehensive. Especially considering the infamous figure behind the Doberman Arms Company. Not to worry. I have sensed the area, and it appears there are no formidable adversaries present. Sammy replied nonchalantly, brimming with confidence. Since you were so assured, then go ahead. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. All I need is a small boat and that sniper rifle, along with a sufficient supply of ammunition, Sammy stipulated. He had recently acquired the sniper rifle and, upon familiarizing himself with its structure, discovered that the ammunition was specially designed. Unlike standard rounds, these bullets were slightly larger than a thumb and had a pointed steel core, granting the rifle extraordinary penetration and range. With enough bullets, Sammy was confident he could eliminate everyone on the island, neutralizing any chance of resistance. However, upon hearing Sammy's request, Danlifer's expression turned troubled. He sheepishly admitted, All the ammunition is in the rifle. You know I only kept it as a decorative piece. So I didn't prepare much ammunition. Is that so? Sammy mused, clicking his tongue. It's not a major issue. Although having fewer bullets is a bit troublesome, it will suffice to take down those formidable foes. Very well. Danlifer nodded in response and ordered a crew member to lower a small boat. Samit inspected his equipment. 2 handguns, a sniper rifle loaded with 7 bullets, and a katana. Everything seems in order. Satisfied, Samit nodded and bid farewell to Danlifer. I shall be on my way. Await my good news here. Samit deftly leaped onto the small boat and activated his shared perception, paddling towards an uninhabited shore. Thanks to this heightened awareness, He went unnoticed throughout his journey and swiftly reached the island. He meticulously surveyed the entire topography. The diminutive isle featured a gentle slope adorned with an abundance of trees, where a band of pirates resided within a cave nestled on the incline. At that moment, a man resembling Sogo, both in appearance and attire, was engaged in discussion with a group of individuals at the cave's entrance, accompanied by several subordinates. The leader of this assembly was a dapper gentleman clad in a suit and sunglasses, flanked by a contingent of sailors. The negotiations reached a swift conclusion, prompting the sailors behind the suited man to rush into the cave, transporting crate after crate of goods, while the pirates busily transferred their required supplies from the merchant ship. Samit stood atop a grand tree, raising his sniper rifle to aim at the dapper gentleman in the suit. He couldn't shake the feeling that this man seemed familiar. Yet he could not recall where he had encountered him before. Sammy knew that this individual might have made an appearance in the realm of One Piece. Yet he could not recall anyone by that name from the Don Quixote family. Perhaps a minor character? Sammy felt a twinge of uncertainty, yet he resolutely pulled the trigger. Bang! The tremendous recoil of the firearm caused the treetop where Sammy stood to bend backward momentarily, as the bullet, propelled with formidable force, left a gaping hole in the head of the suited man. Thud! The man in the suit collapsed without having had the chance to react. "Lord Senor!" shouted his subordinates anxiously as they rushed forward, but alas, no matter how fervently they called, Senor could no longer respond. "You scoundrel, Sochi! How dare you engage in a black-on-black operation against our Doberman company?" One of Senor's subordinates stepped forward, aiming his weapon at Sochi, prompting the others to draw their arms in response. Sochi's men, witnessing their leader being threatened, were equally unyielding, pointing their weapons back at their adversaries. At that moment, Sochi wore a mask of panic. The misconception of being targeted by the Doberman Arms Company only heightened his distress, for he knew he could not contend with such a formidable entity. He hastily stepped forward, intending to clarify the situation, but just then, the gunfire erupted once more, and a steel-core armor-piercing round obliterated his head. It was only as consciousness faded that he recalled the presence of a sniper. There were others, with both leaders eliminated. Even the dimmest among them understood that a third-party force had intervened. They all hastened towards the direction of the gunfire, eager to locate the sniper. Unfortunately, bereft of their two primary combatants, they were no match for Sammy. Samit made a grand appearance, leaving his sniper rifle perched upon a tree. He drew forth two handguns, facing the advancing factions with unwavering resolve. With a deftness that belied the tension of the moment, he unleashed a torrent of fire from both pistols. On the deck of the golden merchant ship, Danliff and his companions were startled by the resounding echoes of gunfire, followed by an incessant barrage, interspersed with the anguished cries of men. Yet, as swiftly as it began, the clamor subsided. It was over who had emerged victorious. The onlookers held their breath, anxiously awaiting news. Suddenly, a shout erupted from the lookout tower. Samit had triumphed. He was signaling to us from the island. Chapter 17, The Treasure in the Forest. The recent skirmish had sent various creatures fleeing in terror, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Samit wandered through the tranquil woods, shaking his head at the lifeless bodies strewn about him. The fate of these individuals was sealed the moment they chose to confront him rather than flee after their leader's demise. He approached the corpse of Sayor, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him as he recalled the man when his subordinates had called out his name just moments ago. Sayor, a cadre of the Don Quixote family, was a user of the swim fruit. In the original narrative, he was depicted as a corpulent man clad in infant attire, sucking on a pacifier. However, in reality, he was a man of considerable responsibility, following the untimely death of his son and the tragic fate of his wife, who, upon discovering his pirate identity, ventured out into a torrential downpour and became a vegetable, or had donned his son's baby clothes, which elicited a smile from his slumbering wife. Since then, he had continued to wear that infantile garb. The stark contrast between their appearances had led to Samit's initial failure to recognize him. It appeared that the current Don Quixote family had not yet attained the formidable strength depicted in the original work. Otherwise, given his status, would not have ventured to this insignificant locale in the East Blue to personally engage in dealings with the woolen pirates. The thought of Sayor's prowess sent a shiver down Samit's spine. Fortunately, he had opted for a stealthy assassination approach. Had he confronted Sayor head-on, he might have been overwhelmed. In the original tale, Sayor met his match against Frankie, the shipwright of the Straw Hat Pirates. In that encounter, the two, admiring each other's rugged styles, agreed to alternate attacks without evasion. Such a clash resulted in a display of destructive power, indicating that Sayor's strength far surpassed that of the likes of Sogo. Among the adversaries he had faced, only Martina could be considered a comparable foe. Yet a direct confrontation with her would lead to his utter defeat. Thankfully, he was the one initiating the attack. This distinction between being well prepared for battle and passively accepting it could not be overstated. Had he been adequately prepared during the Vilger scenario, vanquishing Daluba would have been considerably simpler. At that moment, Danliff arrived with his entourage, observing Samit deep in thought beside a suited corpse. Curiosity sparked within him, and he inquired, "Do you know him?" Danliff's question jolted Samit from his reverie, and he realized the crew had gathered around him. Internally, he chastised himself for being so careless as to allow so many to approach so openly without noticing. Had they been foes, he would have been in dire straits. Despite the whirlwind of thoughts swirling in his mind, he maintained a calm facade and replied nonchalantly, "Ah, I know him. He's a cadre of the Don Quixote family. Named Sayor. Is that so? To be dispatched with a single blow, he must not have been a significant figure." Danliff remarked dismissively before commanding the others to gather the spoils. Collecting the spoils was a task everyone relished, and excitement filled the air as they divided into two groups. One ventured into the cave to search for the pirates' hidden treasures, while the other rushed to the docked Borman Company ship to collect their bounty. Observing Danliff's demeanor, Samit couldn't help but smirk, thinking, if only you knew that the bounty of over 100 million on Captain Closhey would be nothing compared to what Say or could accomplish. Yet, he kept these thoughts to himself, aware that voicing them might be construed as boasting. He joined the bustling crowd, eager to witness the so-called pirate treasures firsthand. However, his anticipation was met with disappointment. The cave yielded none of the gold and jewels often found in the original narrative. Instead, it was filled with various goods, silk, tea, porcelain, and countless boxes of berries. Despite the seemingly vast quantity of berries, a thorough count revealed it amounted to merely a few million, far less valuable than the goods themselves. Samit emerged from the cave, his heart heavy with disappointment, deciding to withdraw from assisting them in their endeavors. Upon seeing Samit exit, Danliff approached him, radiating joy. In stark contrast to Samit's disillusionment, his face was flushed, and a broad smile adorned his features, the wrinkles on his visage nearly resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. "Samit, Samit, you have struck it rich this time," Danliff exclaimed with exuberance. Samit displayed a lack of enthusiasm, feeling somewhat lethargic. "Have we struck gold? Just how much can we earn?" 10 billion, at least 10 billion berries, Danliff said excitedly. "Huh?" Samit widened his eyes, incredulous as he inquired, "Did you say how much? 10 billion? That's 10 billion berries." "Impossible." Samit couldn't believe it and questioned, "Even if those goods are valuable, we can't possibly make that much." Danliff chuckled. "If we were conducting business under normal circumstances, that would indeed be unfeasible. However, we haven't invested any capital in these items, so whatever we sell them for translates directly into profit." "Oh, I forgot." Samit smacked his forehead and then became excited. He grasped Wharton's arm, asking, "Wharton, do all you pirates have such wealth? How can it be possible?" Wharton replied somewhat helplessly, "We are pirates. Without a legitimate identity, we cannot engage in normal trade. We are forced to deal with companies that have underworld connections, but their prices are exceedingly low. For instance, the Dow Berman Company would pay us a maximum of 10 million berries. Moreover, the expenses for us pirates are substantial, and we do not have consistent earnings. Therefore, generally speaking, aside from the leaders, the rest of us are not well off. Goodness, the Dow Berman Company is too unscrupulous." Samit was only able to absorb the fact that they were being offered 10 million berries, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. Even Danliff felt that the potential profit was rather exorbitant, expressing his concerns if trading with an obscure pirate crew can yield such significant profits. Just how formidable is the Don Quixote family's influence in the world of both the underworld and legitimate business? What is there to fear? No one knows it was us. Samit shrugged nonchalantly. In the original story, Doflamingo was indeed an important character, yet he paled in comparison to those at the top. Considering the timeline, he should currently be preoccupied with orchestrating the massacre event in Dressrosa, leaving him little time to concern himself with matters in a remote nation of the East Blue. "Master Danliff, something's amiss." A crew member rushed over, panting heavily as he produced a transponder snail, stating, "I just found this on the Dow Berman Company's merchant ship. It has been ringing ever since we boarded, but we didn't dare to answer it, so it has now ceased." Chapter 18. The call from Don Quixote Doflamingo. One glance at the design of the transponder snail made it evident that it was a specialized communication device cultivated by a particular faction. Given that it was discovered aboard the Dow-Berman Company's vessel, there was no doubt that it was connected to the Don Quixote family. Beep, 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 beep. The transponder snail rang again, and everyone exchanged glances, uncertain whether to answer. Observing their hesitation, Samit seized the phone, saying, "Hello. Who are you? You keep calling. Hee. Which subordinate are you working for? How dare you be so presumptuous? Senor subordinate should know that this is my dedicated line. Who are you, brat? Should I say? As expected of Doflamingo?" Samit thought, recognizing the implications of the question. He glanced at Danliff, who remained silent, gesturing for him to maintain his anonymity. "Who am I? Why should I care about that? Speaking of which, who are you?" Smack. "Little brat, it seems something has happened to Senor. What is his current status?" The sound of items being crushed echoed from the other end of the line, indicating that Doflamingo was quite enraged, yet he was desperately trying to suppress his fury. Sammy tilted his head disdainfully and casually remarked, "He's dead." Bang. In a spacious living room in Dressrosa, Doflamingo, donned in a pink feather coat, slammed his palm onto the table, veins bulging on his forehead like enormous worms writhing. He asked in a deep voice, "Did you kill him?" "Ah, I killed him." "Very well, little brat, have the courage to state your name." Doflamingo revealed a smile that radiated pure fury. "TCH." Sammy displayed a scornful grin. "Do you think I'm a fool? I'm not your match right now, so rest assured. As one of the 7 warlords, you stand as an obstacle in my path. I will come for you eventually." Yet, despite uttering such words, Sammy never truly intended to seek him out. He merely aimed to mislead Doflamingo, steering his investigative focus towards those rookie pirates instead. However, it was evident that such deceitful words could not cloud Doflamingo's perception. He let out his sinister laughter, saying, "Hee. Coward. Who would have thought say or would perish at the hands of someone like you? It matters not that you refuse to disclose your identity. Say or is currently in the Kingdom of Morocco in East Blue. The number of individuals capable of eliminating him in that realm is scant. A mere inquiry would unveil the truth. If all else fails, we can simply annihilate the Kingdom of Morocco, haha." Without granting Sammy a chance to respond, he abruptly terminated the call. The moment the call ended, his laughter ceased, and his demeanor darkened. "Damn it." Bang. Doflamingo's hand, resting on the table, clenched tightly, reducing the table to splinters. "Young master?" Mona's subordinate, waiting outside, rushed in upon hearing the commotion, her expression filled with concern as she looked at Doflamingo. "Say, or has been eliminated," Doflamingo stated, running his fingers through his hair. Mona could only glimpse his expression through the gaps in her fingers, realizing he was suppressing his rage. However, she was even more astonished by the young master's words. Could it be possible? Is there still someone in the East Blue capable of challenging him? Was it the red-haired pirates who vanquished Say, or? No, it sounded like a child. Doflamingo took a deep breath and continued, "There's no time to dwell on that. Gather the executives from all locations. Prepare to execute the plan. We must seize Dressrosa within this year." "Yes, young master." Mona left upon receiving the order. In the dimly lit room, only Doflamingo remained. As the sunlight streaming through the door illuminated only his lower half, preventing his subordinates outside from discerning his expression. Yet even so, they could sense that he was akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. On an unnamed island, after Doflamingo hung up, the others exchanged glances, and Danlifer's face displayed evident worry. What could be done? If Doflamingo truly intended to obliterate the Kingdom of Morocco, it was likely that no one in the entire East Blue could stand in his way. Samit harbored some concerns. He was acutely aware that with Doflamingo's temperament, he was indeed capable of such actions. However, given his current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that he would find the time to venture to the East Blue. Moreover, traversing from the New World to the East Blue, even through the Calm Belt, would require a minimum of 3 months. Following the conventional route, with favorable winds, would still take at least half a year. As long as he could grow stronger during this period, it sufficed that he need not defeat Doflamingo. Merely being able to contend with him would be adequate. At that juncture, relying on his instincts and tenacious spirit, he could maneuver around him. Contemplating this, Samit could not help but release the worries that had burdened him. It was of no concern, for the East Blue was the homeland of the Navy hero, Garp, who would not act recklessly. Similarly, Danlifer found solace in this thought and subsequently instructed the group, regardless of circumstances, they must first relocate their goods. Acknowledging this, the crew resumed their bustling activities. Due to the overwhelming quantity of cargo, a single merchant vessel was insufficient. Thus they had no choice but to employ both of Doberman's merchant ships. Initially, they had no intention of utilizing these 2 vessels, The foremost issue lay with crew capacity, as they currently had only a dozen or so individuals. Operating 3 merchant ships would prove overly taxing for the crew. Additionally, those 2 merchant ships were exceedingly conspicuous. Should they return directly, it would be evident to all what they had undertaken. Danlifer reached out to the head of the family, requesting the trading company to dispatch additional merchant ships for support, and both parties agreed to rendezvous in a designated maritime area. At that time, they could change their outfits and subsequently dispose of Daberman's vessels. As night fell, the crescent moon cast its reflection upon the tranquil sea, while the merchant ships glided over the gently undulating waves. Samit leaned against the bow of the ship, his thoughts a tempest. In recent times, he had encountered experiences unparalleled in his lifetime. These events had transformed his character and perspective. He was no longer willful or selfish, but had begun to consider the feelings of others, a significant advancement for him. However, this newfound awareness was accompanied by a cascade of troubles and adjustments. Setting aside distant matters, the enmity he had incurred with the Don Quixote family would surely result in retribution from Don Flamingo in the future. He was well aware of Don Flamingo's nature. He regarded his companions as family and would undoubtedly seek vengeance for though he could not predict the day it would come. Moreover, he was about to enter the noble circles of the Kingdom of Morocco. Although backed by the Stuart family, would this guarantee a smooth journey? If they wielded such power, why would they condescend to associate with a mere commoner? The darkness of the political arena was unknown to him. Yet he had gleaned some understanding through various television dramas from his past life. He was vaguely aware of the harsh realities within. Could a person with no social experience truly carve a path through this realm? He was uncertain, but he would not retreat. Even if a precipice loomed ahead, he would forge onward, for behind him pursued ravenous wolves. To stand still would mean being devoured. Chapter 19. Stuart Disma. Time flowed slowly. 5 days having passed since the treasure hunt on the nameless island where they encountered the Doberman Arms Company. During this period, they had navigated smoothly without incident, though the shortage of hands had left everyone in a state of perpetual busyness. Thankfully, the weather had been fair, averting potential mishaps. Today, the merchant ship sent by the guild was finally arriving, much to everyone's relief. In these days, aside from assisting the sailors, Samit had devoted his spare moments to training in the instant's world, leaving him fatigued and dispirited. Nevertheless, Danlifer no longer reprimanded him as he once had. As he put it, those in positions of power are entitled to privileges. The powerful, too, are exempt. Many unconventional individuals command respect solely due to their formidable power or influence. In short, Samit's life had returned to a semblance of comfort. On that bright morning, with the sun shining and the sea calm, the weary crew finally spotted the approaching merchant vessels. 3 ships were arriving, led by Stuart Mollitzwaig's brother, Stuart Disma, the vice president of the Shining Gold Guild. A man in his 40s, he sported dazzling golden curls and a slightly portly figure, adorned with numerous gem-encrusted rings, an appearance reminiscent of the affluent characters in foreign period dramas from his past life. Previously, Danlifer had briefed Samit on the key members of the Stuart family. Disma was a pivotal figure in managing the family's finances. Although he held no noble title or official position in the Kingdom of Morocco as the vice president of the Shining Gold Guild, he was, in fact, the true decision-maker. While the family head, Mollitzwaig, was merely a figurehead focused on political endeavors. Furthermore, Disma also served as the vice president of the Moroccan Business Association and the secretary of the East Sea Commercial Union, wielding considerable influence and commercial acumen. The family's prominence was largely attributed to his presence, allowing the head to concentrate on power struggles within the aristocracy. The 2 fleets met and docked alongside one another, with Disma's crew disembarking in droves to unload cargo from the Doberman Company's ship and transfer it to their own. Disma himself approached Samit's vessel, and Danlifer hurried to greet him, feeling somewhat anxious as he spoke. "How could I trouble you, Lord Disma, to come personally? It is customary for servants to attend to such matters." "Ha ha ha." Disma laughed heartily, clapping Danlifer on the shoulder. "Stuart Danlifer, you are too formal. I have known you since childhood. Although you are merely the family steward, my brother and I have always regarded you as an uncle, as a benefactor of the family. How could I neglect you?" "Your servant is humbled," Danlifer replied, placing his hand over his heart and bowing respectfully. "Enough of this formality, Stuart Danlifer. This young man beside you is Simon Samit, is he not?" Disma said, lifting Danlifer and turning his gaze to Samit. Noting that Disma's attention was now directed at him, Danlifer quickly introduced, "Indeed, this young man is Simon Samit, whom the family had entrusted me to welcome. He is even more remarkable than I had anticipated." as I previously conveyed to the head and yourself in our prior communications. Ha ha ha, I am well aware. However, witnessing Samit in person allows me to fully appreciate the strength you spoke of, steward. You have rendered great service to the family this time. You must be rewarded. Bring forth that item. Disma commanded, and shortly after, a servant presented a long box before the gathered company. Disma took the box and placed it before Samit, saying, "Take this, Samit. It is rightfully yours." Samit tilted his head to glance at Danlif, and only after nodding in agreement did he accept the box. Ever since Dizia had boarded the ship, he had been scrutinizing him. Although this man lacked physical strength, he possessed an extraordinary charisma. He exhibited a generous spirit, was considerate towards his subordinates, and exceedingly magnanimous towards those who had rendered him service. Thus, Samit eagerly anticipated the rewards he might receive from him. The box was palm-width and nearly 2 meters in length. Upon opening it, he discovered a long sword within, the sword and its sheath measuring close to 2 meters. With the sword hilt alone spanning 2 feet. Samit drew the sword from its sheath, an astonishing aura of murderous intent enveloping him. Having engaged in countless battles within the dungeon world, he was acutely familiar with such a presence. Yet, upon first encountering this particular malevolence, he felt a chill run down his spine. This was no ordinary blade. It was a demon's sword, its straight, blood-red body etched with grooves, bending slightly only at the tip. What is this? Samit pondered, gazing quizzically at Dizia. Haha, splendid. You have withstood the murderous aura of this blade on your very first encounter, Dizia exclaimed, his joy palpable. He generously praised the sword and elaborated. This blade is a demon's sword, forged from the blood of countless victims. While it may not possess the renown of those legendary swords in terms of quality, it is undoubtedly on par with them. With the right master, its name shall surely resonate through the ages. Samit cast a meaningful glance at Dizia. This man was not as affable as he appeared. He harbored doubts about the information provided by Danlif, and thus sought to test himself with this sword, perhaps with the intention of establishing a sense of authority. The malevolent aura radiating from this demonic blade was beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. It was not a matter of strength, but rather of one's experiences. Without having endured numerous battles, one could not hope to wield this sword effectively. Even in his current state, he could merely endure the sword's murderous intent. However, he was unbothered. After all, when others invest substantial sums in you, it is only natural to demonstrate your potential. Moreover, as a prominent figure in the East China Sea, it would be remiss not to possess a certain level of cunning and skill. He was indeed fond of this sword. Although he had amassed a fortune of 10 billion baileys from the recent incident, it had all been appropriated by his family, leaving him with only this demonic blade. It seemed a loss, yet in truth, it was a gain. In this event, while it appeared to be solely his accomplishment, he acknowledged that without his family's assistance, he could not have transported the goods or established sales channels. Items such as tea and silk were not meant for prolonged storage in his hands. They would have been nothing more than worthless refuse. Furthermore, this demonic sword was priceless, should anyone be willing to sell it. Chapter 20. Arrival at Gauss City. What is the name of this sword? Samit inquired, caressing the blade with great affection. Murakumo, the demonic sword Murakumo, came the response. Is that so? I am quite fond of this gift. I shall accept it. Samit carefully returned the sword to its case, as it was too long for his current stature, and he had yet to master the lethal aura it emanated. Haha, I am glad you like it. To be honest, I was unsure of what to present you upon our first meeting. When I heard from Butler Danlif that you wielded a sword, I thought of this demonic blade Murakumo. The safety of the Stewart family now rests on your shoulders. Indeed, I shall not disappoint Lord Dizia. Though Dizia's words sounded earnest, Samit did not take them too seriously. Having spent 10 years in this world, he had gained insight into the nobility. Many aristocrats resembled those depicted in the comics of his previous life, foolish, condescending towards commoners, even those with exceptional abilities. Such aristocrats typically hailed from ancient, long-established families. Conversely, there existed a new breed of nobility, markedly different from their ancient counterparts. They placed great value on commoners, particularly those with unique skills. Due to their shorter lineage, their families were not as populous, allowing them to draw from a pool of talents across various fields. Take, for instance, the Stewart family. Under the leadership of Lord Morrow's Wig, they comprised only 6 members, some of whom were rather unproductive. Relying solely on these few individuals to uphold a grand family was implausible, thus they welcomed outsiders and entrusted them with significant responsibilities. Nevertheless, no family would entirely entrust their safety to an outsider. Subsequently, Dizia engaged in light conversation with Samit, demonstrating the Stuart family's regard and concern for him. It was a series of tactics aimed at fostering alliances. Whether sincere or not, Samit found it quite beneficial. Time passed as the two conversed, while the sailors busily attended to their tasks. When the sun reached its zenith, the cargo was finally unloaded. Dizia returned aboard 4 merchant ships of the Shining Gold Trading Company, while the 2 vessels belonging to the Dauberman Arms Company were abandoned, as they would draw undue attention, clearly indicating to Doflamingo that Senio had been eliminated by him. During the return journey, Dizia hosted a lavish banquet to reward Samit and the ship's crew, sharing a plethora of optimistic visions for the future, allowing everyone to glimpse a bright horizon. He further bestowed generous bonuses upon each member, eliciting great joy among the crew, who, fueled by the spirit of revelry, fervently pledged their loyalty to the Shining Gold Trading Company. Samit was thoroughly impressed by these tactics. After all, he had embarked upon the Stuart family's journey. If the drivers of this metaphorical vehicle were incompetent, disaster was inevitable. However, if they were seasoned veterans, he would navigate toward a successful conclusion alongside them. Following the banquet, everyone retreated to their quarters to rest. Samit, however, found it difficult to sleep, as Dizia had painted an alluring picture of the future. Though he recognized this as a strategy to secure his loyalty, he could not help but feel drawn to the prospects presented. Wealth, status, power, and influence were desires harbored by every man, and Samit was no exception. His previous laziness had deterred him from pursuing these ambitions, yet the tumultuous times compelled him to strive for them, gradually revealing the desires within him. The night passed without incident. The following morning, the cries of seabirds stirred Samit from slumber. He stepped onto the deck, where sailors were already hard at work. Damlif was in his quarters, cataloging and numbering the cargo. Dizia remained in his cabin, diligently reviewing a large stack of documents. Individuals of his stature were invariably busy. Had it not been for the involvement of the Don Quixote family, he would not have come personally. After a brief exploration, Samit realized he was the only one idle. He contemplated practicing in the instance world. However, sleeping during daylight was impractical. Consequently, he resolved to commence his first training session in reality. Having acquired his swordsmanship by stealthily observing naval soldiers and through self-discovery in combat, he lacked a mentor's guidance. As a result, some of his fundamental sword techniques were not executed with precision. Initially, this did not seem significant, but as he grew stronger, he recognized that even minute discrepancies in movement could yield considerable consequences. For instance, while executing a strike, those with proper form could deliver a more effortless blow, whereas those lacking precision would expend greater energy to achieve the same effect. While individual movements might not pose a problem, a battle often involved hundreds of strikes, leading to significant energy expenditure. In evenly matched combat, such inefficiencies could sway the outcome. Seizing the opportunity presented by the current time, he endeavored to correct his improper movements and bad habits. However, as Samit had become accustomed to his previous methods and techniques, such improvements would not manifest overnight. Samit was not in a hurry. After all, he was still young and had plenty of time ahead. Thus, time passed swiftly, and 3 days later, they finally arrived at their destination, the city of Gaz. Gaz was a city characterized by Middle Eastern architectural styles, where the residents donned attire reminiscent of Muslim garb. However, it was merely stylistic, as there was no presence of Islam here. The inhabitants of the city were open and generous, and even before the ship docked, Samit could see an array of vessels moored in the harbor. The place was bustling with activity, filled with cruise ships and merchant vessels from distant lands, tourists, and workers transporting goods, creating a vibrant cacophony of voices. "What do you think, Samit? Doesn't it feel completely different from your hometown?" asked Disma, a smile gracing his face at the bow of the ship. Sammy nodded in acknowledgement, remarking that this place is indeed much larger than Coberoni Island. "What's with that expression of yours? It's rather too composed," Disma remarked, a hint of disappointment evident in her tone. Samit found himself somewhat speechless. Did this prominent figure truly possess such a facet? Or perhaps all the characters in One Piece are imbued with a humorous essence, even if it remains unexpressed. There must be hidden attributes within. "What expression do you think I should wear?" Samit retorted. After a moment's contemplation, Discar replied, "I assumed that even if the grandeur of the metropolis did not astonish you, you would at least be taken aback." "You must be disappointed," Samit replied, pouting slightly, thinking to himself that he had not witnessed the modern cities of his past life. Had he done so, he would not be so easily surprised. Although Gaz City was indeed a bustling metropolis, it bore a resemblance to the medieval epochs of his previous existence. rendering it a mere shadow compared to those modern cities housing tens of millions. Chapter 21. Meeting Ailey. While the two conversed, the fleet had already docked, revealing the prominent status of the Shining Gold Merchant Guild within the kingdom, as the customs department had reserved a berth exclusively for them. Disgar took the lead in disembarking, with Danlif and Samit following closely behind. On the shore, a carriage awaited them, just as Samit presumed that Disgar would escort them to the Earl's estate. Disgar conferred briefly with Danlif before turning to board the carriage with two bodyguards, hastily departing. Samit could not help but exclaim, "Such a prominent figure is indeed exceedingly busy." With hardly a moment to spare, he resolved never to become such a person. He then found it amusing, as he was indulging in a Tinuan boxed meal while worrying like Jack Ma. "Haha, Samit, what has brought about such merriment?" Danlifer inquired, noticing Samit suddenly erupting into laughter. Samit's smile instantly froze. How had he inadvertently revealed his thoughts? He had always aspired to embody the legendary ideal of concealing his emotions, yet his inner musings frequently manifested on his visage. "It is indeed a long and arduous journey," Samit reflected, and then casually replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Just something amusing that crossed my mind." "Is that so?" Danlifer, unable to discern the insincerity in Samit's words, paid little heed. It was merely a casual inquiry, and thus he did not press further. Shortly thereafter, some officials from the Shanjin Merchant Association arrived, and after Danlifer handed over his responsibilities, he led Samit toward the city center. Upon entering the city, Samit felt an even more vivid sense of its vibrancy, the calls of vendors, pedestrians adorned in exotic garb, and the bustling streets filled with a cacophony of vehicles and throngs of people, all contributing to a lively atmosphere. Even though he had grown accustomed to the opulence of metropolises in his previous life, a sense of novelty still enveloped him. The area near the port had always been the most populous in Gauze City, and thus various vendors had set up their stalls here. "Thanks to your innovation of artificial ice, Morocco now boasts the largest seafood market in the East China Sea." As they strolled along the street, Danlifer incessantly introduced different sights to Samit. When he mentioned artificial ice, a thought struck Samit. The method of ice making using saltpeter had already been acquired by the Shanjin Merchant Association. They had established a new company dedicated to selling seafood, ice, and cold beverages, acquiring the ice-making formula for a 20% stake. The two families had long maintained a cooperative relationship, which was precisely why the Stewart family approached him. It was for this reason he had agreed to become a member of the Stewart family. As the two continued deeper into the city center, the number of vendors dwindled, replaced by various shops and plazas, yet the flow of people showed no signs of abating. It was not until they entered the administrative district that the crowds began to thin. "Ahead lies the residence of the Earl," Danlifer pointed out. "Typically, after attending to his official duties, the Earl returns here." Following Danlifer's gesture, Samit beheld a castle characterized by Eastern European medieval architecture. He found it peculiar. While the city's pedestrians and buildings exuded a Middle Eastern aesthetic, this administrative district seemed to echo the styles of European nations, particularly England and France. With the royal family bearing the name Louis, it appeared to be two disparate worlds. Perhaps this was simply the unique style of the nation. Samit was aware that Oda had extensively referenced real-world countries in designing the city's backdrop, yet being a comic, it possessed its own distinct flair, which imbued Samit with an uncomfortable sense of dissonance. "Do you not find the administrative district style markedly different from that of the rest of Gauze City?" Perhaps sensing Samit's inner turmoil, Danlifer posed this question. Before Samit could respond, Danlifer provided his own answer. "Morocco has long been perceived as a provincial backwater by other nations, particularly by the nobility, who have consistently looked down upon the aristocrats of this country. Consequently, the higher echelons here have endeavored to emulate the adornments and architectural styles of other nations. Especially after the celestial dragons visited the white town of the Goya kingdom last year, which incited considerable envy among the aristocracy." Samit was left speechless, reflecting inwardly on the peculiarities of this nation. Having encountered a figure as formidable and capable as Danlifer, he had presumed that the upper echelons of this country would mirror those of Alabaston. However, it appeared he had overestimated the situation. As their conversation progressed, the two arrived outside a castle, where the guards at the entrance clearly recognized Danlifer. Upon his approach, they bowed respectfully, showing no curiosity towards Samit, who followed behind. Danlifer merely nodded in acknowledgement to the guards and led Samit into the castle. The castle was even more magnificent inside than it appeared from the outside. After entering, Danlifer guided Samit through a lengthy corridor, eventually arriving at a garden. The garden boasted a lush lawn, a fountain, sun umbrellas, and tea tables. Clearly a space for family gatherings over afternoon tea. At the back of the garden stood 2 rows of 3-story buildings. Danifer did not linger in the garden, but took Samit directly into one of the tall structures, ascending to the top floor, the 3rd level. Along the way, maids and attendants paused in their duties to greet Danifer, casting curious glances at Samit, who chose to ignore them. After navigating a series of twists and turns, Danifer finally halted before a grand door marked with a sign indicating a lounge. Just as he was about to knock, an excited voice echoed through the corridor. "Samit, is that really you?" Following the sound, he spotted a young lady standing at the end of the hallway, her eyes filled with anticipation. This young woman had ear-length golden hair and an enchanting visage. Though she stood at only about 1 meter and 34 centimeters, she possessed an exquisite figure, boasting long legs in perfect proportion and a developing bust. Dressed in a long-sleeved shirt and fitted jeans, her attire accentuated her silhouette. Even if Samit could not immediately recall her identity upon hearing that familiar voice and seeing her somewhat familiar face, he could easily deduce who she was: Steward Ailey, the youngest daughter of the Stewart family. "Ah, Ailey, it's been ages." Samit greeted her with a smile. "It's truly you," Ailey exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy as she rushed over and embraced Samit. "I have wanted to visit you several times, but after that incident, my father grounded me." Ailey's words were a blur to Samit. He was both pained and delighted as he buried his head in a pile of softness, to the point of struggling to breathe, yet feeling no discomfort. Due to the constriction of her shirt, Samit felt much more than what was apparent. While reveling in the moment, he pondered a question. Was she too familiar with him? They had merely shared one meal together, or was this simply the custom in the world of pirates? Or perhaps he was simply too introverted. Chapter 22. Stuart Morrow's Wygaham. "Miss, please be mindful of your image," Danifer coughed lightly, attempting to remind Ailey, but she seemed oblivious. Reluctantly, he raised his voice to get her attention, clearly having encountered such situations before. Following Danifer's subtle reminder, Ailey noticed her indiscretion, quickly pushing Samit away and adjusting her appearance while casting a furtive glance in his direction. "Aha." Samit knelt on the ground, panting heavily. After a while, he finally lifted his gaze to Ailey, realizing that had she not voluntarily released him, he might have succumbed to the allure of her gentle embrace. It dawned on him that this individual seemed to be merely a year or 2 older than himself, yet her physique was remarkably well developed. Suddenly, Samit made a startling observation. Women in this world possessed splendid figures. One could be ordinary or even unattractive in appearance, but a desirable physique was an absolute prerequisite. Ample bosoms, curvaceous hips, and long legs were the standard, particularly for those under 30. However, upon reaching the age of 30, many began to succumb to the ravages of time, developing barrel-like waists and elephantine legs. What could he say? He could only lament Oda's peculiar sense of humor, which left him a reclusive otaku, nearly fantasizing about beautiful women in this fantastical realm, too timid to take any actual steps, with age being a significant factor as well. Dan Floor helped Samit to his feet and turned to Ellie, advising, "Miss, please pay more attention to your appearance in the future. Otherwise, if the Lord sees you, you will surely be reprimanded." "Understood, Grandfather Dan Floor," Ellie replied, sticking out her tongue in mild embarrassment. Then, noticing Samit, whose face was still slightly flushed, she continued, "Samit, ever since I witnessed your negotiation with Grandfather Danfloor 5 years ago, I have believed you to be an exceptional individual. It seems my intuition was not misplaced. The news of your triumph over the notorious pirate has already spread throughout the Kingdom of Morocco, and even His Majesty has taken notice. Moreover, everything that transpired on our journey to Gauze City has already been relayed to my father by Grandfather Danfloor via the telephone book. You truly are an extraordinary person. And I have a premonition that you will one day become a figure of great significance, not merely a person of high status, but one who leaves an indelible mark on history." "Oh, I am not that remarkable," Samit replied, feeling somewhat bashful as he scratched his head. Although he did not believe his future achievements would be insignificant, he was taken aback by Ellie's lofty praise. "Yes, you are that impressive. When you join the Rose Knight training camp, do be sure to look after me." Just as Samit was about to respond, the door swung open, revealing a towering figure silhouetted against the light. Due to the backlighting, he could not discern the visitor's features, but he estimated the individual stood at least 3 meters tall, with a massive frame that could rival even Daruba. The difference lay in the fact that one was muscular, while the other was portly. The sudden appearance of this figure startled Samit, prompting him to adopt a defensive stance. Meanwhile, Danfloor and Ellie quickly bowed in greeting. Father, head of the family. However, the figure merely cast a glance in Samit's direction before shifting his focus to Danfleur and then to Ellie. What are you all chattering about outside? If there's something to discuss, come in and say it. With that, he disregarded them and returned to the room alone. The trio, Samit, Danfleur, and Ellie exchanged glances. And Danfleur nodded, suggesting they should proceed inside to discuss further. He led the way into the chamber, with Ellie following closely behind, and upon witnessing this, Samit also stepped forward. Previously obscured by the silhouette of the Count, Samit had not glimpsed the room's interior. Now, as he entered, he took immediate note of his surroundings. The space was a study, approximately 100 square meters in size, adorned with an artistically designed chandelier suspended from the ceiling. Several bookshelves lined the walls, filled with a myriad of books, while at the far end, against the wall, stood an imposing desk, laden with ink, paper, and various documents. Behind the desk sat a grand chair. The illustrious Count of the Kingdom, the Minister of Justice, the President of the Golden Commerce Association, and the head of the Stuart family, Lord Moritzweg, sat there with an air of authority. Due to the previous backlighting, Samit had been unable to discern the man's features. But now, in the ample light, he could clearly observe him. This man bore the distinctive golden hair characteristic of the Stuart lineage, despite his robust physique. Apart from a prominent beer belly, he did not exhibit any signs of excess. His broad face wore a solemn expression, emanating an aura of innate authority. As Samit scrutinized him, the Count was likewise assessing Samit. After a prolonged moment, he addressed Danfleur, inquiring, "This is Samit, is it not?" "Indeed, my lord," Danfleur replied truthfully. "Ah, splendid," the Count remarked, nodding with satisfaction as he turned his gaze to Samit. "I have heard all about you from Danfleur. I trust he has also briefed you on my matters, so I shall forego further introductions, and we may delve directly into the essence of our discussion." "Yes, my lord," Samit affirmed with a nod. Noticing the Count's intent to discuss serious matters, Danfleur promptly sought permission to withdraw, which the Count granted. Once Danfleur exited the room, the Count's attention returned to Samit. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a voice tinged with authority. "Samit, you possess an extraordinary gift and skills that surpass those of ordinary individuals. On behalf of the Stuart family, I, Lord Moritzweg, extend an invitation for you to join us. Are you willing to pledge your loyalty to the House of Stuart?" Samit cast a glance at the Earl, pondering. Hadn't it been previously established? He found it perplexing that such a question was posed. Despite his internal doubts, Samit did not hesitate and solemnly pledged to the Earl, "As long as the Stuart family remains loyal to me, I shall devote my unwavering allegiance to the House of Stuart." "Is that so? Well, that is indeed satisfactory." The Earl suddenly relaxed his tone, his previously rigid posture softening, the air of authority dissipating. He regarded the astonished Samit, who was taken aback by the stark contrast in demeanor, and remarked, "Do not look at me in such a manner. I too find these tedious formalities irksome. However, if I were to neglect them, those bothersome individuals would surely report me to His Majesty, claiming I have tarnished the image of noble gentlemen." "Ah, so that is the case. But, my lord, are you not also a noble? Why do you seem so at odds with the other aristocrats?" Samit queried, voicing his confusion. The Earl let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ah, every individual is unique. Even among nobles, ideologies and aspirations can vary immensely. Moreover, our House of Stuart only attained nobility from my grandfather's generation." Chapter 23. The mission. Is that truly so? It appears that even someone of the Earl's high standing is not as well off as one might imagine. Given the power struggles arising from the transition of old and new forces, Samit reflected aloud after some contemplation. Indeed, the Earl scrutinized Samit anew, somewhat taken aback, and remarked, "Though such matters are common knowledge to those with even a modicum of information, your ability to arrive at these conclusions so swiftly, considering your life experiences and character, is genuinely surprising." Well, Samit replied, a bit sheepishly scratching his head. "I can't very well disclose that such themes abound in novels and television series from my previous life, can I?" The Earl dismissed the comment lightly, believing the young man was merely modest, especially since Danfleur had indicated the boy had a thin skin. After a moment's thought, he rose and said, "This room is my workspace at home, not the most suitable place for conversation. Come with me. We shall proceed to the gardens below to enjoy tea and some light refreshments." With that, he led the way out. "Yay." Ailey smiled at Samit, making an eye gesture with her hands, then skipped along behind him. The Earl suddenly turned back, casting her a stern glance. Instantly, Ailey froze mid-skip. She chuckled awkwardly, correcting her posture and walking out with poise. Alas, the Earl sighed and addressed Samit. I apologize for the spectacle. Let us be on our way. Samit touched his nose and followed suit. He felt no discomfort, for although the Count himself professed disdain for the bothersome etiquette of the nobility, deep down, he yearned for a life of elegance akin to that of the ancient aristocrats. This desire was reflected in the strict expectations he imposed on his offspring. Upon reaching the small garden they had just passed, the Count selected a seat near the fountain and beckoned everyone to sit. Shortly thereafter, a maidservant arrived with red tea and pastries. The Count casually grabbed a pastry and munched on it without a hint of decorum, prompting Ellie to imitate him. Samit gazed in disbelief. Is this truly how you instruct your daughter? No wonder. Samit, you should partake as well. Upon noticing Samit's silence, the Count urged him, suggesting that he quickly raise his cup of red tea to alleviate his choking. The dark lines atop Samit's head have increased, and it seems implausible that he could be so uninhibited on his first visit. Moreover, you ought to be mindful of your demeanor in front of others. Samit, indulge yourself. We are all comrades here, so there's no need for formality, Ellie encouraged. Ah, understood. With such encouragement, Samit felt no need to be polite any longer. Seizing a pastry and savoring it. To his surprise, the flavor was delightful. Ah, I am quite full now. The esteemed Count took a final sip of his red tea. Reclining against the back of his chair and rubbing his round belly, he glanced at Ellie, who was not in much better condition. One might say that like father, like daughter. After a moment, the Countess' expression turned serious, prompting Samit to adopt a more attentive demeanor, while Ellie sat upright like a diligent student. Since the pastries have been consumed, it is time to discuss more pressing matters. He surveyed Samit and Ellie, noting their focused attention, and nodded before continuing. Frankly, Samit, considering the abilities you have demonstrated, I could readily recommend you for a commendable position to His Majesty. However, due to certain personal reasons, I have refrained from doing so. You won't hold this against me, will you? The Count jested. In the future, my prospects in the Kingdom of Morocco will rely on your guidance. I am merely jesting. There are many with power in this world, yet most can only aspire to be pirates. The upper echelons of society are not easily accessed. Without the Countess' endorsement, he would likely spend his life seeking a position in the Kingdom of Morocco, with aspirations of nobility being nearly impossible. He understood precisely why the Count valued him. What mattered most was not merely his demonstrated strength and potential, but his youth, his tender age, innocent character. An unblemished family background meant that as long as the family treated him sincerely, he could be integrated and become a part of them. Of course, his exhibited power and potential were also significant. No one wishes to bring a worthless outsider into their family. Thus, regardless of the position the Count arranges for him, as long as it is not purely exploitative, he would gladly accept. The response from Samit greatly pleased the Count, who nodded and said, Rest assured, as long as you perform your duties diligently, I shall not treat you unfairly. Of course, I am well aware of this. Otherwise, I would not have accompanied Danliff to this place. Ha ha, indeed, indeed. The Count laughed heartily, clearly delighted by Samit's words. You have met my daughter, have you not? This spirited girl is naturally curious about the unknown, much like a cat, and is a born adventurer. However, being born into a noble family, allowing her to roam freely would render our family the subject of ridicule among other aristocrats. Yet, her nature is unchangeable. Thus, I have sent her to the Rose Knight training camp, hoping she can become a member of the Rose Knights in the future. This way, she can quench her curiosity while preserving the dignity of our house. With a solemn gaze, he continued, Now, the crucial issue arises. First, this girl, Ellie, has an outgoing nature and is quite unreserved with everyone. While this is not an issue with open-minded individuals, it can easily offend those who are not. Over the years, she has made quite a few enemies. Indeed, Samit nodded in agreement, recalling his own encounter with her 5 years ago, and how she had approached him today with the same boldness. Even for someone who is naturally sociable, this was excessive. Then we come to my predicament. Although I am the Minister of Justice, wielding significant power, even the Chancellor of the Kingdom holds me in some regard. The position is rather precarious. He sighed. Those noble families and their affiliates frequently come to me for leniency when they err. If I grant them clemency, I risk being accused of dereliction of duty, which could lead to my downfall. Conversely, denying them would cause offense. Thus, I am concerned that individuals with ulterior motives may approach her. You need not worry, my lord. I am fully aware and shall ensure that no one with dubious intentions gets close to the young lady, Samit interjected before the Count could finish his thought. The Count opened his mouth to clarify. What I meant was, do not concern yourself with those who approach Ailey. Just deal with them once their true nature is revealed. This way, Ailey will learn who she may befriend and who remains merely a fleeting acquaintance. I understand. I shall not disappoint your expectations, my lord. Samit felt a bit embarrassed, having intended to make a good impression but inadvertently causing a misunderstanding. Fortunately, the Count did not seem to mind, as he calmly outlined several important points to consider. I know you can perceive others' inner thoughts, so this task is best suited for you. However, you must also recognize that the noble circle is filled with factions. If anyone attempts to curry favor with you, simply refuse. There is no need to show them courtesy or concern for their backing. The Stuart family is aligned with the royal faction, and all we need to do is hold tightly to His Majesty's favor. This is why many view me as a thorn in their side. Yet they cannot act against me. Understood, Samit replied. Do you have any questions or desires you wish to express? The Count inquired, looking at Samit. None. Essentially, Butler Danliff has already conveyed everything necessary during our journey here. Samit responded with a nod. Is that so? In that case, I shall take my leave. The Count said as he rose and addressed Ailey. Ailey, please show Samit around and arrange for a room to be prepared for him. Certainly, father, Ailey replied, standing up. Very well, then. The Count cast one last glance at the two before departing alone. Once the Count's figure had vanished down the corridor, Ailey sighed in relief. Phew, he's finally gone. Why are you so intimidated by your father? It seems he finds you quite bothersome, Samit inquired with curiosity. Ailey shot him a disdainful glance and retorted. This is simply my nature. Do you not understand? One's inherent traits cannot be easily altered. Really? Is such a nature even a thing? Samit exclaimed, his expression exaggerated as if he had gained newfound knowledge. Ailey furrowed her brow and pretended to snarl. You, this fool, have not changed one bit when it comes to provoking annoyance. Is that so? Well, I must commend you on your consistency, haha. Samit laughed heartily. In a fit of frustration, Ailey pouted, her cheeks puffed out as she glared at him. Just as she was about to express her anger, she recalled something and glanced toward where her father had departed. Upon realizing he had not returned, she sighed in relief, her irritation dissipating. She then looked at Samit and huffed. Umph. I shall not stoop to your level. Indeed, my lady. Your magnanimity is truly commendable. I am utterly terrified, Samit replied, playing along with her pride. After all, their roles had shifted, and the days of playful banter from 5 years ago would likely become increasingly rare. Humph. At least you are perceptive. Come now. I shall show you to your room and help you familiarize yourself with the Count's estate. After all, this will be your home from now on. It would be quite embarrassing if you got lost here, Ailey declared with a haughty tone as she led Samit on a tour of the mansion. Samit rubbed his nose and muttered, just how many attributes do you possess? Your personality shifts so rapidly. Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and follow me. After taking a few steps, he noticed that Samit was still lost in thought, prompting Ailey to gently remind him. Samit soon regained his composure and followed suit. The Count's residence was a grand castle in the English style, boasting over 300 rooms of various sizes. The front of the castle housed the office, study, lounge, restroom, and living room, primarily designated for receiving guests. Behind the castle lay a quaint garden, flanked by 2 rows of 3-story mansions, encompassing an area of 20,000 acres. Within this estate, one could find a library, art studio, kitchen, dining room, guest rooms, ballroom, bar, and swimming pool. In essence, whatever amenities existed outside were also present here. Yet such a vast castle was only inhabited by 6 individuals, with the remainder being maids and other servants. As Ailey guided the way ahead, she shared details about the residence, while Samit lingered behind, taken aback by the opulence of the estate. Observing Samit's astonishment, Ailey felt a sense of pride swell within her, and soon she led him to his room. This chamber spanned an impressive 200 square feet, adorned with lavish decor, complete with a grand bed, wardrobe, bathroom, and study desk. Most notably, it also featured a refrigerator and a television. Wow, Samit was genuinely astounded this time. He understood that the world of One Piece possessed advanced technology, with some innovations surpassing Earth's standards by centuries. However, due to the overall industrial capabilities, such technologies remained largely inaccessible. While refrigerators, albeit rare, could still be procured by the affluent, televisions were an entirely different matter. The technological complexity of televisions could not be replicated with the current industrial level of this world. They could only be custom-made in laboratories, which rarely produce such items. Thus, ownership of a television was typically reserved for those of high status. The fact that the Count possessed a television was not surprising to Samit, but he was taken aback that the Count would provide one for him as well. It seemed the Count's influence in the Kingdom of Morocco was indeed formidable. Samit was suddenly overwhelmed with a wave of happiness, realizing how fortunate he was to be in the company of the esteemed Count. "Hey, why do you suddenly seem so blissful?" Ellie inquired, puzzled by the rapid change in his demeanor. "What do you know? Can you fathom the agony of a homebody deprived of computers, comics, and games for a decade? Although I still lack a computer, having a television is a blessing," Samit exclaimed with fervor, his excitement bordering on madness. Ellie, discreetly stepping back, cautiously remarked, "While I may not fully grasp your sentiments, I feel it would be prudent for you to temper your exuberance." "Why?" Samit questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. Ellie paused, studying Samit before continuing. "Do you truly believe that my father did not hasten your appointment to the palace merely to ensure my well-being at the Rose Knights training camp? Is there not a deeper significance?" Samit was aware that officials often spoke in riddles, yet he could not discern the crux of the matter. "Actually, Samit," Ellie elaborated, "there is no hidden meaning in my father's words. It's simply that you are unaware of certain truths. You are, in fact, the king's designated first knight of the realm." "What? The first knight of the kingdom?" Samit echoed, bewildered. He had no acquaintance with the current king of Morocco, and his lineage had no ties to the royal family. How could Louis XIV appoint a stranger as the first knight? "The story is quite intricate, and it harkens back to my grandfather," Ellie mused, tilting her head in contemplation. "He was once a soldier in the kingdom during the reign of King 12. On one occasion, the king was ambushed by pirates disguised among the crowd, intent on kidnapping him for ransom. It was my grandfather who saved the king, which subsequently elevated the Stuart family into the aristocracy. Following that incident, the king felt the need to bolster his defenses, leading to the establishment of the Rose Knights. Initially, Louis XII intended to summon the 10 mightiest warriors to form a bulwark for the royal family. However, the allure of the Rose Knights' rewards drew many nobles to the fold. Today, all 10 members of the Rose Knights hail from noble families. It would not be an issue if they possessed sufficient strength to protect the royal family. But most of them are merely pretenders. "But isn't it a requirement to defeat the previous knight to ascend?" Samit queried. "If they are indeed weak, how can they maintain their status?" Ellie scoffed. "Every system has its loopholes. If they cannot win, they can simply buy their victories. The titles and lands of the Rose Knights are not hereditary, and their remuneration is modest. While these rewards may seem trivial to commoners, they are of great significance to the aristocracy, who can easily convert titles and lands into hereditary possessions as long as their family occupies the position." "Is that truly how it works?" Samit exclaimed, taken aback. "How do they exploit these loopholes?" "It's simply a matter of wealth," Ellie replied. "They use substantial riches or items favored by the knights to ensure their own family members triumph. Many can resist the allure of money, but how many can withstand the temptation of their beloved possessions? Even if some remain unyielding, the nobles can hire challengers to face them, only to have the hired champions concede victory to their kin afterward. If there are no capable contenders within the kingdom, they can simply recruit from abroad. For those in power, changing nationalities is a trivial matter." "That is utterly shameless," Samit said, at a loss for words. He was not oblivious to the sordid realities of the upper echelons, but he had not anticipated such blatant manipulation. Ellie pursed her lips, glancing at Samit. "This situation has persisted until now. King Louis XIV has long sought to eradicate such corruption. Yet the united front of the nobles compels even the royal family to tread carefully. After discussions between the king and my father, it was decided to adhere to the rules and confront the aristocracy with the strongest forces available. At this juncture, news of your triumph over the pirates spread throughout the Kingdom of Morocco. Upon investigating your lineage, the king resolved to groom you as the first knight. You were to undergo elite training immediately upon your arrival, but your displayed prowess and potential prompted the king and my father to reconsider. They believed that excessive interference might hinder your development. Thus, moving forward, your training will be at your discretion. Your presence at the training camp to assist me is merely a fade to avert the attention of other nobles. You have 5 years until I graduate from the training camp, at which point you will challenge the first knight of the kingdom. You will then face the collective might of the ancient noble families. Should you falter, they will tear you to shreds. Should you succeed, you will emerge as the strongest in the kingdom, becoming the king's personal guard, with a bright future ahead." "Oh, I see. It makes sense now. The world is vast. Yet I find myself favored by the Count, Samit said, shaking his head in self-deprecation. Are you upset? Ellie asked, a hint of concern in her voice as she defended her father. Before she could finish, Samit interjected, I am not angry. This world has never offered love without reason. Though I may not be astute, I understand that to reap rewards, one must first invest effort. Samit clenched his fists, gazing at the ceiling as if peering into the future. 5 years? That is ample time. By then, I shall undoubtedly become a figure that will astonish all. Is that so? Seeing you like this puts my mind at ease, Ellie said, her spirits lifted by Samit's confidence. By the way, with nothing pressing at the moment, shall I show you around the city? Yes. Samit bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, realizing that there was indeed nothing pressing to attend to. And he nodded in agreement. The city of Gaz was vast, encompassing administrative districts, commercial streets, industrial zones, aquaculture areas, agricultural regions, docks, and ports, replete with a myriad of facilities. It boasted a permanent population exceeding 600,000, with daily influxes of transient individuals reaching into the hundreds of thousands, including merchants, tourists, and passers-by in need of supplies, representing a diverse array of people. Ailey guided Samit on a leisurely stroll, leading them to the commercial street. At that moment, each of them held an ice cream cone, savoring the delightful treat while occasionally glancing around in wonder. What do you think, Samit? You've never visited such a large city before, have you? Ailey said, proudly licking her ice cream. Samit quietly glanced around at the surrounding shops and softly remarked, since arriving in this world, I have never been to such an expansive place. Really? Then today, I shall take you on a thorough exploration, replied Ailey, blissfully unaware of the deeper meaning behind Samit's words. Observing her cheerful demeanor, Samit internally scoffed. Is it not you who wishes to roam outside? By the way, Samit, about the incident at the mansion where I leaped onto you, please do not overthink it. I merely possess an innate admiration for those who are formidable. Ailey suddenly became somewhat bashful. Overthink? What is there to ponder? Samit inquired, curiosity etched upon his face. Nothing. I suppose I was just overthinking, Ailey responded. Chapter 26. The eccentric Ailey, may I inquire why you hold such reverence for the strong? I do not mean the admiration that the weak have for the strong, but rather, your admiration seems to transcend the ordinary, bordering on fanaticism. Rather than focusing on her demeanor, Samit became intrigued by her character, pondering what experiences could have fostered such veneration for strength in her. Is there something difficult to articulate? Ailey appeared somewhat hesitant, which only piqued Samit's curiosity further. Not really, she finally said, having seemingly come to a realization. It is related to my curiosity about the unknown realms of the world. Huh? What connection could there be? Samit blinked, imagining scenarios in his mind. A noble young lady, driven by curiosity about the world, sneaks out of her home only to encounter danger, whereupon a passing strong individual rescues her, leading to a lifelong admiration for strength. What an overused plot. Samit shook his head, dismissing his fanciful thoughts. Unaware of Samit's musings, Ailey organized her thoughts and continued, because of this curiosity, I have always yearned to embark on adventures in the outside world, but my father has always prohibited it. Although I have sneaked out on occasion, how long can a mere child remain outside? Thus, my explorations have been limited to the city of Gaz, with my farthest venture being to your homeland, Pyrone Island. Yet, I have never ceased to long for the world beyond. Consequently, I delved into the writings of legendary adventurers, and I discovered that to embark on such global escapades, one must possess formidable strength. It was then that I developed an extraordinary admiration for those legendary figures who could traverse the world, engaging in thrilling adventures. They are truly remarkable. Is that really the reason? Samit tilted his head, appearing unamused. Ailey's expression dimmed slightly. Do you find this reasoning dull? Dull? Indeed, it is rather mundane. But who has experienced a phase of eccentricity? Samit gazed up at the drifting clouds, reminiscing about his childhood, a time when he often blurred the lines between the characters of stories and reality. Having reflected on this, he turned to Ailey and firmly stated, You are far stronger than I, Ailey. At least your entanglement arises from the accounts of legendary figures, while I once confused fantastical elements with reality. Ailey was momentarily taken aback, then her face lit up with joy. Samit, can you truly understand my feelings? Ah, I can empathize, he replied. How wonderful it is to finally have someone who comprehends me. In her excitement, Ailey embraced Samit tightly, subjecting him once more to the tender torment of her affection. Why do you always have to jump when you hug someone? Samit gasped for breath as Ailey finally released him, her face alight with excitement. Samit, your understanding of me must come from reading many of those legendary accounts. No, I only read novels and comics. Novels? Comics? What are those? Never mind, Samit. Who is your favorite character? I greatly admire one Brown and Rolando. Ailey murmured to herself, her face radiant, seemingly lost in a reverie. Rolando? Samit frowned, recognizing that this character was renowned in the world of One Piece. His proclamations regarding the discovery of the Golden Land had driven the king of his nation to expend vast resources in search of it, only to return empty-handed. The king deemed Rolando a fraud and sentenced him to death for deceiving the crown. Noticing Samit's expression, Ailey frowned. What is it? Do you also believe Rolando is a fraud? That cannot be. If he were merely a charlatan, how much effort would he have had to invest to weave such a convincing tale throughout his legendary adventures? The Golden Land must surely exist. Samit remained silent, acutely aware that the fabled Golden Country indeed existed, and that Rolando had not spoken falsehoods. Yet, perhaps his belief stemmed from an affection for the character of Rolando himself. It was akin to the experience of watching anime in a past life, where beloved characters would emerge, and one could scarcely tolerate any disparagement directed towards them. Even when those characters possessed their own flaws, there would always be individuals eager to concoct various justifications to dismiss the author's narrative choices. Observing the fervent defense of her idol by Ellie, Samit felt a twinge of nostalgia for the unadulterated dreams of youth. The fantasies held during this formative period were precious and pure, thus, it seemed best not to shatter her illusions, especially since Rolando had indeed spoken the truth. With this thought in mind, Samit paused momentarily, then fixed Ellie with a resolute gaze and declared, You are correct. Rolando has not lied. The Golden Country is a tangible reality. Is that so? You share my belief? Ellie, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears as she buried her head in Samit's embrace. In a voice laced with the remnants of her sobs, she murmured, Thank you, Samit, for validating my feelings. Even if you merely spoke comforting falsehoods, I understand. I know that Rolando is a charlatan. For 4 centuries, countless souls have ventured forth in search of the legendary Golden Country, yet all have returned empty-handed. No one can corroborate Rolando's tales, and few place faith in his assertions. Yet, I am enamored by him. I cherish the vibrant tapestry of his life, the myriad places he has traversed, and even if those realms are woven from lies, I yearn to experience them. Samit had not anticipated that his words would elicit such a profound reaction from Ellie. Upon reflection, it is understandable. Over the years, countless individuals have sought to substantiate that Roland did not speak falsely, embarking on voyages in search of the fabled land of gold, yet all have ultimately met with failure. This only serves to reinforce the notion that Roland is indeed the greatest deceiver in this world. The perception that Roland is a fraud has long been entrenched in the collective consciousness, and for Ellie to assert, in the face of unanimous belief in his deceitfulness, that he is truthful would undoubtedly subject her to the scorn and derision of many. In such an environment, it is likely that she herself has wavered in her convictions over time. Samit pushed Ellie away and shouted, Since you are convinced that Rolando did not lie, hold steadfast to that belief and seek the land of gold. If you cannot maintain this conviction, allow me to assist you. With a deep breath, Samit proclaimed loudly, The land of gold truly exists. Chapter 27. The Pact. The land of gold exists. The declaration echoed through the streets, drawing the attention of passers-by who turned to look. Ellie stood frozen, her mind consumed by the phrase, The land of gold exists. Thank you, Samit. Tears streamed down her face as she recalled the ridicule she had faced over the years. Rolando? Is he truly the great deceiver? Everyone knew Rolando was the greatest conman in the world. He had duped everyone. The land of gold? How could such a thing possibly exist? No. Rolando is not a liar. The land of gold is real. Isolated from the world, Ellie argued with herself, yet no one acknowledged her presence. It felt as if she existed in a parallel world, one that intersected yet remained distinct from the bustling life around her, friends and family in one realm, while she stood alone in another, engulfed in darkness. Just then, a voice broke through her desolation. The land of gold exists. The world ignited with possibility, and Ellie realized she was not alone. Do not cry, Ellie, Samit shouted, disregarding the gazes of onlookers. I do not say this merely to comfort you. The land of gold genuinely exists in this world. It has been swept into the sky by the sea, becoming a sanctuary for the Sky Islanders, where all structures are made of gold, and a gigantic golden bell resides. Silence enveloped the street as pedestrians stared at the two in astonishment, only to erupt into raucous laughter. How naive of me to entertain the words of two children. One scoffed. Yes, yes, swept into the sky by the sea. More like your own hot air. Even now, some still believe the words of that great deceiver, Rolando. Truly, I am at a loss for words. Exactly. You all. Be quiet. Summit bellowed, his voice booming, causing his face and neck to flush with exertion. He gasped for air and demanded, You all call Rolando a liar. But have any of you ever verified his claims? Have you even ventured beyond the sea? You blindly trust others' words and brand Rolando a fraud. How easily you are deceived. Kid, what kind of attitude is that? Are you suggesting that all those adventurers who sought the land of gold over the years are liars? A passerby retorted, prompting agreement from the crowd. Summit was poised to retaliate when a soft little hand gently pressed upon his lips. Enough, Summit, a gentle voice echoed, marking the softest tone he had ever heard from Ellie. Captivated by her tender gaze, he found himself inexplicably compelled to heed her words. Do not concern yourself with those individuals. Their opinions are theirs alone. What matters is our own belief. Come with me. With that, Ellie grasped Summit's hand, leading him away from that place of turmoil. Samite allowed Ellie to lead him as she ran, and although her small face bore no visible expression, he could sense her joy. After a time, Ellie guided Samite away from the bustling city to a small hill where a grand tree stood, providing a panoramic view of the city of Gauze. A gentle breeze caressed them, and Ellie, brushing aside her tousled hair, revealed a radiant smile. With earnest eyes, she gazed at Samite and said, Thank you, Samite. No one has ever acknowledged me like this. Observing Ellie's expression, Samite felt an inexplicable pang of empathy. Who hasn't experienced moments of youthful exuberance, even if one does not exhibit such behavior publicly? Can anyone truly claim they have never posed dramatically in front of a mirror while bathing at home? Indeed, everyone has experienced innocent phases. It is merely that many do not flaunt them, as the judgment of others can be unbearable. Why should one be looked down upon for youthful folly? Why should dreams be met with derision? Ailey's situation, while somewhat distinct, still rendered her a whimsical dreamer in the eyes of others, often associated with fanciful notions reminiscent of childlike innocence. Summit closed his eyes, and a multitude of memories from his past life surged forth in his mind. After a deep breath, he opened his eyes and exhaled slowly. I told you, Ellie, my words are not meant to comfort you. Nor do I necessarily agree with your viewpoint. I am merely stating a fact. Really? You're not saying this just to console me? Ellie asked, her eyes filled with hope. Absolutely not. I affirm my sincerity with 3 emphatic denials, Samit replied, shaking his head lightly with his eyes still closed, his tone relaxed. Is that so? A wave of inexplicable disappointment washed over Ellie, and she glared at Samit, her cheeks puffed up. Samit, I despise you. Why? No reason. I simply dislike you. Huh. You are indeed an insufferable little princess. And what of it? My mother always said that being unreasonable is a privilege of women, Ellie declared, her face radiating pride. Observing her expression, Samit's lips twitched slightly. The evils of feminism. What did you say? Ellie raised an eyebrow, leaning closer. Nothing at all. Is that so? Ellie scrutinized Summit's eyes for a moment before relenting. By the way, when you mentioned that the land of gold exists, you weren't just fabricating a lie to comfort me, were you? Of course not. Samit sighed inwardly with relief before continuing. You know about the Grand Line, right? It harbors all sorts of inexplicable weather phenomena. The land of gold is located on Kaya Island, where there are often updrafts present. After Rolando revealed the existence of the land of gold to the world, it was swept up into the sky by those very updrafts. Is that really true? Ellie exclaimed, then regarded Summit with a mix of skepticism and belief, sensing he was not lying. Do I strike you as a liar? Moreover, weren't you the one who steadfastly believed in the existence of the land of gold until now? Why the sudden doubt? Summit felt a twinge of annoyance. He had been reluctant to shake her long-held belief due to others' skepticism, yet now it seemed he had stirred the pot himself. It's precisely because something I've always believed in is confirmed by another that I begin to doubt it. Ellie replied, her tone almost self-evident. Then, with a shift in her demeanor, she said to Samit, since you assert that the land of gold exists, you shall accompany me to seek it out. My heavens. Sammy placed a hand over his face, pondering how he had divulged the existence of the golden land to him. Observing the eager expression on Ellie's face, Sammy drew in a deep breath, his demeanor turning grave, and then solemnly declared, in truth, what I previously told you was a fabrication. Is that so? I don't care. Even if it was a ruse, I still want you to accompany me. It's settled then. Chapter 28. Stuart Leonard, this so-called agreement is merely your unilateral arrangement, is it not? Nevertheless, considering that this fellow's future has already been orchestrated by the Count to join the Rose Knights, he likely won't have the time for adventures in the days to come. Perhaps I should concede to him for now? Samit pondered for a moment, then feigned modesty by clearing his throat twice. Well, since you have requested it so earnestly, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. Really? You are too kind to me, Samit. With that, Ellie leapt onto Samit, toppling him to the ground and planting a kiss on his cheek. Samit was taken aback. This was the first time a girl, aside from family, had kissed him. The sensation was utterly wondrous. This is a token of gratitude, so do not misconstrue it. While Samit was still savoring the moment, Ellie had already risen to her feet, her cheeks flushed. Oh, Samit nodded vacantly, still in a daze. Seeing this, Ellie could not help but laugh. Samit, you truly are quite innocent. Ah, enough of that, it is getting late. We should head home. Otherwise, we will surely incur the wrath of my father. Ellie smiled gently, and, without waiting for Samit to regain his composure, dashed toward the Count's residence. It was not until Ellie had run far ahead that Samit finally reacted. Hey, Ellie, wait for me. Upon returning to the Count's estate, they discovered that dinner had already been served. Fortunately, the Count had gone to the palace. Otherwise, the two would have undoubtedly faced a scolding. In the dining room, Samit encountered Ellie's brother, a lad of about 17 or 18. With slightly curly shoulder-length golden hair and a slender frame, his eyes were shadowed, and he appeared rather lackluster. He wore tailored trousers, a white dress shirt beneath a waistcoat, and a white scarf around his neck. As Samit and Ellie entered the dining room, this refined and artistic young man had already finished his meal and was delicately wiping his long, slender fingers with a white napkin. He glanced at the two newcomers and remarked coolly, "Your lunch has grown cold. Perhaps you should have the servants warm it up." With that, he rose and departed, leaving Samit and Ellie in his wake. "Brother," Ellie called softly, her eyes filled with concern. Samit furrowed his brow, recalling that Danlifer had once told him about Ellie's brother, Stuart Leonard, a young artist with a profound passion for painting. Apart from his artistic pursuits, he showed little interest in anything else, spending all his time in the studio, even neglecting sleep. However, upon encountering him in person, Samit discovered that Stuart was even more indifferent than he had imagined. When the siblings met, there were no greetings exchanged, nor did they spare each other a glance. The only words that had managed to escape Samit's lips were likely a result of Lord Count's upbringing, compelling him to speak out unconsciously. This behavior transcended mere indifference. It hinted at a profound emotional void. Stuart had not always been like this. At that moment, Ellie spoke up to offer an explanation. Samit remained silent, observing Ellie as he patiently awaited her next words. Ellie sighed, making her way into the dining hall and promptly selecting a seat. Her brother differed greatly from her. He had always been quiet, preferring solitude in his room to engage in painting. Nevertheless, even with his reserved nature, he would accompany her when she asked him to join in her outings, though he would merely stand by, capturing their moments with his brush. As she reminisced, Ellie seemed lost in thought, while Samit sat quietly beside her, refraining from interrupting until the maid brought in the steaming dishes, awakening Ellie from her reverie. "Oh, I'm sorry, I zoned out," Ellie said, her face flushed with embarrassment. "It's nothing. Let us just eat." Ellie fidgeted with her cutlery, devoid of appetite. Regarding her brother, their father had always cherished him and supported his artistic endeavors, but everything changed when he expressed his desire to pursue a career as a professional artist. This thought led her back to a night she had stealthily witnessed in her father's office. On a stormy night, her father's towering figure sat in a chair against the window, confronting her young brother, who stood before him. "You're telling me that you wish to become a full-time artist? What will become of this family?" The authoritative tone of her father reverberated throughout the room, and she could see her brother's small frame tremble slightly. Yet, despite the fear, she sensed a resolute glimmer in his eyes. "Isn't there, Edmund and Ellie? They can inherit the family leadership in your stead, and you're still so young. By the time you retire, your grandchildren will have grown up and can take over." Her father laughed, but it was a laughter devoid of joy, tinged with anger. "Do you not know the character of your cousin Edmund? Are you unaware of your sister's disposition? As the heir of the Stuart lineage, do you wish to cast your responsibilities onto future generations? Do you believe you are living up to the family's expectations?" The relentless barrage left Leonard pale, yet his steadfast gaze remained. "For the sake of family expectations and everyone's needs, must I sacrifice my future to engage in something I despise? Why should I? Why should you?" Her father erupted into a fit of laughter, abruptly rising to shout, "Let me tell you why. Because you bear the blood of the Stuart family. Do you think you can paint in peace? It's because of the Stuart lineage that you possess the paints, brushes, and paper. All of these were provided by the family. Even the food you've consumed throughout your life was given to you by the family. Without us, you are nothing. With your character, you'd struggle to survive on your own. You enjoy the family's benefits yet refuse to shoulder the responsibilities. Do you think you deserve to call yourself a man? I'm your son. Did you raise me merely to treat me as a commodity? To become a tool for the Stuart family's legacy? Leonard retorted defiantly. A tool? Is that how you perceive it? Given your youth. I want to hold this against you, but it's essential for you to understand the harshness of this world. Do you know how the family has attained its current status? Because of me. I'm a lord of the kingdom, the minister of justice, wielding power over countless lives. However, should I falter, and if there is no one in the family to assume a corresponding position, then all our wealth will be seized. You can forget about painting in tranquility. Do not novelly believe that we have not provoked others to instigate harm against us. Even at your tender age of 10, you should comprehend that to live the life you desire, you must contend with me, not to mention the lure of wealth. For instance, how many enemies are there for the glimmering merchant guild, which merely exists to support the expenditures of the earldom? You can surmise some of it, can't you? Leonard, my son, you may pursue painting, but it must remain a mere hobby. If you wish to abandon your family obligations, then leave the family. I will consider you as though you do not exist. Chapter 29. The eerie canvas. Since that day, her brother transformed into a person indifferent to everything, unresponsive to anyone. Aside from the academic tasks assigned by their father, he spent his days locked away in the studio, visible only during mealtimes. As she recounted this, Ellie set down her cutlery, exhaling a sigh. Sammy quietly savored his steak, reflecting on Ellie's earlier words. Leonard, much like himself in the past, was nothing short of a scoundrel lacking in responsibility. While he secluded himself for the sake of his hobbies, Leonard did the same, yet their pursuits diverged. One indulged in anime and video games, while the other immersed himself in art. Regardless, both had abandoned their duties. However, the education instilled by the Earl was far more stringent, preventing Leonard from becoming a recluse. Yet, he possessed a fragile heart. Upon failing to achieve his ambitions, he found himself heartbroken. Sammy cast a glance at the worried Ellie, feeling a desire to assist her, but he was uncertain of how to proceed. If only Luffy were here. That fellow was adept at rousing those who had succumbed to despair. Rouse. Perhaps I should give it a try as well. Samit cast a furtive glance at Ellie and cautiously suggested, Ellie, shall we pay a visit to your brother's studio? Perhaps there lies a way to restore him to his former self. A wave of joy surged through Ellie as she exclaimed, Oh, you have a way to bring my brother back to how he used to be. She sprang to her feet in excitement. I cannot guarantee success, but we must certainly give it a try. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry, Ellie exclaimed, pulling Samit along as they ventured outside. Samit gazed at the half-eaten steak, reaching out in vain to grasp it, only to be reluctantly pulled away by Ellie. She led him to a double-leaved door, her brow furrowing at the sign that read no trespassing. Without hesitation, she opened the door. Upon entering the room, they were enveloped by the scent of paper, ink, and pigments. Their eyes widened as they took in the vast, spacious area, adorned with an array of enormous canvases of diverse styles, hanging on the walls and from the ceiling. Astonished, Samit exclaimed, How remarkable! Although he lacked the knowledge to appreciate art, he found the paintings visually pleasing. As they strolled further inside, admiring the artworks, they encountered an assortment of paintings, but the deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the themes became. Suddenly, their spirits lifted as they spotted a series of paintings crafted on A4 sheets, depicting children at play. Among them, Samit recognized Ellie's likeness. Despite the amateur technique, he could sense the joy emanating from the artist. Yet, as they pressed onward, the content of the paintings grew increasingly dark and distorted. Curiously, Samit inquired of Ellie, Does your brother typically create such works? Concern etched on her face, Ellie replied, No, my brother's previous paintings were filled with warmth. These must be a reflection of his suppressed feelings after that incident. Sammy nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the possibility. It seemed Leonard's condition was even more dire than anticipated. The two continued their silent journey forward until, abruptly, Samit halted in his tracks. Furrowing his brow, he inhaled deeply, detecting a potent scent of blood lingering in the air. Could it be? How is it that I cannot smell it? Ellie inquired, bewildered. Samit did not respond to him. Instead, he directly activated his synesthesia. His eyes transformed into a deep crimson hue, and the entire room, including the information from the Count's mansion, flooded into his mind. He directed his mental focus ahead. where several enormous murals adorned the walls, nearly covering the entire surface. In front of the last mural lay a shadowy figure on the ground. It was Leonard, whom he had just encountered. "Oh no!" Samit exclaimed, rushing inside and inadvertently knocking down countless hanging paintings along the way. "What is wrong with you?" Ellie shouted. And upon seeing that Samit ignored her, she hurried after him. Together, they arrived at the end of the room. "Brother!" Ellie cried out in alarm, rushing forward to crouch in front of Leonard. Her expression was frantic as she gazed at her brother lying on the ground, visibly at a loss. "Quick, stop the bleeding," Samit urged as he grabbed Leonard's left hand, where a large gash had opened at the wrist, blood flowing profusely. It was then that Ellie noticed the pool of blood beneath her brother. "Samit, please save him," she implored desperately. Sammy nodded, and as he grasped Leonard's hand, a faint blue luminescence emanated from the point of contact. The wound on Leonard's wrist then healed as if it had never been inflicted. "What is this?" Leonard awakened, though his expression remained frail. "Thank goodness, brother, you're all right." "Wait, I'll call the doctor," Ailey exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears of joy as she attempted to rise and leave. However, Leonard grasped her hand, preventing her from departing. "What is this?" Ailey turned back in confusion, looking at Leonard. "It's futile. This is not something a doctor can remedy. I can clearly sense my impending demise," Leonard gasped weakly, continuing. "Ailey, soon the shackles of our family will cease to exist, and you will be free to pursue your own desires." "What are you saying? Brother, are you feeling disoriented? Please, let me go. I need to fetch a doctor." Ailey struggled to free herself from Leonard's grip, yet for the first time, she was astonished by the strength of her seemingly frail brother. "No, my mind is quite clear. Ailey, I have always enjoyed conversing, but after acquiring the power of the devil at the seaside in my youth, I became fearful of speaking freely. Every word I utter might manifest into reality shortly thereafter." "What?" Ailey stared at him, bewildered, while Sammy wore an expression of realization. Initially, he had feared Leonard was contemplating suicide. But the energy expended during his treatment was far more substantial than merely healing a minor wound. He sensed something was amiss. That injury was not a result of self-harm, but rather the activation of a devil fruit power. However, what sort of ability demands blood for its activation? Was it the power of making words come to life, as Leonard described? Sammy pondered, following the trail of blood across the floor, leading to a palette of paint. "What is this?" Sammy's face paled as he rushed over, inhaling the odor of the paint. It indeed bore a metallic scent reminiscent of blood. Leonard had mixed his own blood into the paint. Sammy then lifted his gaze to the mural on the wall, revealing a scene of shocking devastation. A once thriving city now engulfed in flames. Its citizens, once joyful, were now rioting against the government, and opportunistic thieves seized the chaos. Evidence of pirates lingered by the shore. The second mural depicted a grand estate consumed by fire, with maids and butlers in frantic disarray. Sammy spotted Danliff's corpse on a staircase, while Ailey wept and screamed over the lifeless form of a massive body. The third mural illustrated a royal palace where officials lay scattered across the floor, their faces frozen in terror, unmistakably deceased. In the royal garden, a towering figure plunged a dagger into the heart of a man adorned with a crown. Seeing this, Sammy felt a jolt. The man in the painting bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. The figure stood approximately 3 meters tall, well-proportioned, clad in a long-sleeved shirt and jeans, draped in an opulent white cloak. His blood-red eyes pierced through the scene as the blade of the knife protruded from the king's heart, revealing an ominous length behind him. A knight at the garden's entrance displayed a look of sheer horror. If nothing else indicated the truth, the dagger piercing the king's body unequivocally signified its origin, the cursed blade, Murakumo, bestowed upon him by Dizya. Chapter 30. The Aftermath. Later, I learned from books that this power is known as the devil fruit. However, the one I consumed seems beyond my complete control. Leonard chuckled self-deprecatingly, continuing. As long as I internally determine the occurrence of an event and express it in any form, that event must inevitably transpire. Initially, I was unaware of this, and my careless words led to numerous calamities. Casey, Celine, and Caesar all perished due to my reckless speech, causing immeasurable harm to this city. Once I recognized my power, I ceased to speak carelessly. Yet, as you know, it is quite distressing for a person to keep their thoughts unvoiced. If the situation escalates, one may even descend into madness. Thus, I took to painting, seeking to articulate my thoughts through art. Creating a piece requires considerable time, allowing me ample opportunity to contemplate whether it might inflict harm upon others. Gradually, I developed a fondness for painting. However, this bliss was short-lived. When I turned 8, My father informed me that as the heir to the family, I could not indulge in painting indefinitely. I must learn how to strengthen the family. How could that be possible? Having consumed the fruit of judgment, I could never become the next head of the family or lead them to greater strength. I conveyed my reluctance to my father, but there was no one else capable of inheriting the family legacy. That scoundrel Edmund spends his days in debauchery, and my sister's adventurous spirit precludes her from fulfilling such a role. Without an heir, our entire family would be left vulnerable. Ultimately, everyone would perish. I sought to overcome the challenges posed by the devil fruit's abilities, but to no avail, as it operates based on one's subconscious judgments. A moment's distraction could spell disaster. As I grew older, my father gradually entrusted me with more responsibilities. Initially, it was merely document reviews, but soon I would have to engage in negotiations with others. Once I began interacting with others, if I subconsciously determined an event would occur and expressed it, I could not fathom the consequences. I had grown weary of such a family, such a nation. Let them all perish. Ha ha. Leonard's laughter echoed loudly before he gradually lost consciousness, perhaps experiencing the most joyful and deranged laughter of his life. Brother, Ailey cried out, collapsing over Leonard's lifeless body. The death of the Earl's son sent shockwaves throughout the Kingdom of Morocco, with townsfolk discussing the tragedy over tea and meals. Though they were informed only that the Earl's son had succumbed to a peculiar illness. In the Earl's estate, the Earl and his wife presided over Leonard's funeral. The Earl's expression remained solemn, devoid of emotion, while the Countess displayed her grief, tears staining her cheeks. Many prominent figures from the kingdom attended the mourning. Even Dizia rushed back amidst his busy schedule. Approaching Leonard's memorial, his fist clenched tightly, he glanced at the Earl, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but ultimately remained silent, deterred by the crowd. After Dizia departed, the atmosphere in the Earl's estate grew heavy. Attendees refrained from uttering a word, offering incense before departing. As night fell and the mourners departed, the servants closed the castle doors. The Earl gathered all family members in the council hall. The Countess, Dizia, Ailey, Edmund, Sammy, Danleth, and 3 other relatives. The Earl surveyed the group, finally fixing his gaze on Sammy, stating gravely, "Those paintings must be destroyed. Has anyone else seen them?" They've all been burned. Only Ailey, the Countess, and I have seen those paintings. Sammy stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the Earl. The Earl nodded. Very well. This matter is known only to the 3 of you. Do not disclose its contents to anyone else. Understood, Sammy replied, though hesitantly. There are no conditions, the Earl insisted. With a decisive wave of his hand, the Count spoke in an unequivocal tone. Do not concern yourselves with the matter of the devil fruit. Even such powers are not omnipotent. Some things cannot be achieved without certain conditions. Samit nodded in agreement, returning to the side, though he remained troubled by the content of the painting. The Count then turned his gaze to Edmund. Edmund, your brother has passed away, leaving you as the sole male heir of this family. The weight of our lineage now rests upon your shoulders, and you are henceforth forbidden from associating with those unsavory companions. Edmund's face displayed a look of distress. Do you find it burdensome? The Count inquired. Uncle, I am but a useless spendthrift. Entrusting the family to me would only lead to its downfall, Edmund replied with a self-aware humility. Upon hearing this, Samit perceived a shadow darken the Count and Dis's expressions. The Count, leaning against his chair, admonished, since you are aware of your shortcomings, then strive to make me proud. If you exert yourself, Leonard, his voice faltered, tinged with sorrow, prompting the others to feel despondent as well, while Edmund's face reflected deep remorse. Well, if you do not wish to inherit the family, that is acceptable. Just ensure you produce an heir soon, and I shall arrange for their upbringing. Through this ordeal, the Count had come to terms with certain truths, choosing not to impose upon others. He then turned to Ailey and said, Ailey, you too? If you desire to venture forth on adventures, I shall not hinder you. From now on, pursue whatever you wish. Ailey, taken aback by her father's unexpected support for her dreams, felt a surge of joy. Yet, contemplating her brother's recent passing and the fact that only their mother remained by their father's side, she realized how lonely they would be if she were to leave as well. Resolutely, she declared, No, father. I have decided to heed your advice and enroll in the Rose Knight training camp, aiming to become a Rose Knight. Is that so? Do as you wish. Should you ever have regrets, you may depart at any time. Despite his words, the Count's expression softened with pride. He then turned his attention back to Samit and stated, The beginning of next month marks the enrollment period for this year's Rose Knight training camp. Prepare yourselves. Do not falter in the selection process. Understood, they replied. Now, you may take your leave. I have matters to discuss with my brother. Chapter 31. A new use for the dungeon world after the day's events had unfolded. Everyone felt exhausted. Let us return and rest, the Countess announced as they exited the council chamber. Indeed, they all nodded in agreement. Refraining from further conversation as they retreated to their respective quarters, each lost in their own thoughts as they walked in silence. Samit cast a glance at Ellie, who walked ahead of him. Her face was drawn and weary, the sorrow in her eyes yet to dissipate. Yawa lowered her head, swallowing the words she had intended to say. After a while, Samit returned to his room, gazing at the large television screen on the wall, yet lacking the inclination to turn it on. His mind was consumed by the 3 grand paintings, the imagery within them weighing heavily on his thoughts, particularly the last one, where the man who had slain the king bore a striking resemblance to his future self. Would he truly take the life of the king with his own hands in the times to come? Samit found himself irresistibly pondering the absence of any justification for assassinating the king. Yet, contemplating Leonard's formidable abilities filled him with trepidation. Although the powers bestowed by the devil fruits are not omnipotent, certain fruits possess an insurmountable strength in specific domains. Would Leonard's life-bound capabilities ultimately manifest in the future? Surely not. If his abilities were truly so overpowering, why would he not employ them to extricate himself from his own predicaments? For instance, altering the personalities of Ellie or Edmund to ensure their succession of the family legacy. However, it was evident that Leonard, who frequently interacted with them, subconsciously doubted their capacity for transformation. Yet, did he genuinely believe he could annihilate the kingdom and slay the king? After all, they were previously strangers to one another. How could he envision his own future visage? After much contemplation, Samit found himself at an impasse. He resolved to relinquish his thoughts on the matter. Regardless of what the future held, personal strength remained the undeniable truth. Leonard's demise served as a stark reminder that he was not the irresponsible man Samit had imagined. On the contrary, he was a person of considerable responsibility. But what did that matter? Lacking strength, he ultimately succumbed to overwhelming pressure, choosing to embark on a final, reckless endeavor with his life. I must not follow in his footsteps. Samit's gaze hardened as he lay down on the bed without even taking a shower, surrendering himself to the realm of dreams. Despite his physical and mental exhaustion, he once again initiated the operation of the Wilgar Naval Base instance. The dim sky, the sound of waves crashing, and the synchronized footsteps of naval soldiers disembarking created a familiar atmosphere. Returning to this known environment, Samit felt no emotional turmoil. He had not ceased his endeavors in conquering the instance during this time. The death of Leonard today stirred a multitude of emotions within him, making him acutely aware that orchestrating someone's demise was far more complex than merely employing force. Daluba had originally harbored a yearning for justice, and his unique experiences had fortified his beliefs. However, in repaying a debt to Bijapunk, he had betrayed his own convictions, rendering him vulnerable at this moment. He had been living in a state of self-deception, and if only he could be made to confront his true self, he would pose no threat and might even succumb to self-destruction. In essence, it was mere rhetoric. Many anime feature protagonists who, through mere words, compel formidable bosses to their doom. This phenomenon arises from a peculiar era where human beliefs are simultaneously potent and fragile. Once a person's heart is touched, it becomes remarkably easy to alter one's stance. Thus, Samit resolved to undertake a similar approach. Observing Daluba engaged in conversation with Camille on the shore, he strode directly towards him. Daluba, I wish to speak with you privately. May I borrow a moment of your time? Daluba glanced at Samit with surprise and replied gravely. Very well. Follow me, Samit said, leading Daluba towards the deserted seaside. 10 minutes later, in the dream realm, Samit lamented as he tapped his forehead in frustration, wondering why his eloquence was so lacking. Not only did he fail to persuade Daluba to change his stance, but he also provoked an explosive reaction, leading to Samit being swiftly defeated by the suddenly enraged Daluba. Damn it. I used to watch anime where the protagonists effortlessly wielded their words to drive bosses to suicide. And now I realize that nothing is as simple as it seems. Samit sat cross-legged, pondering for an extended period before finally re-entering the instance. Daluba, hear me out. Oh, Daluba, please listen, he exclaimed. Damn it, will you just listen to me? After enduring numerous hardships and experiencing 12 failures, Samit finally uttered the words that led to Daluba's demise. Although he did not achieve the redemption of the antagonist, nor did he manage to assist the protagonist, the fact that the antagonist chose to end his own life seemed to carry some merit. With Daluba's death, the remaining camel was no longer a formidable threat. Has this instance been cleared? But what lies ahead? What should be done next? Sammy found himself in a state of bewilderment. The so-called dungeon realm was merely a term he had assigned to it. There were no actual conditions for completion. As long as life persisted, this world would continue to exist. The reason he had established such a completion criterion was simply to challenge himself, to cultivate greater strength. Previously, his endeavors had culminated in failure and demise, resulting in the shattering of the dungeon realm upon his death. He had managed to survive due to the deathless nature of the dream realm. But what of the present? The completion condition he had set was rendered moot by the death of Daluba, and yet this world remained. What was he to do? Assist Smog in capturing the Barabara pirate crew? Was he out of his mind? What purpose would such a passive existence serve? If he sought to challenge himself, would it not be more efficient to embark on other dungeons? Furthermore, how could he extricate himself from this dungeon realm? The energy required to shape this realm was considerable. Yet once formed, it required no further effort to sustain it, unless he were to perish, in which case it would fade away with him. However, herein lay the dilemma. The dungeon realm was undeniably real, and his corporeal form within it was equally tangible. Yet, he lacked the ability to traverse into the dream realm in physical form, nor could he transition directly from the dungeon realm to the real world. Was he to simply slumber within the dungeon realm, allowing his consciousness to return to the dream realm? This would leave his body in a state of slumber, vulnerable and unattended, which could lead to unfortunate circumstances. Though death held little consequence, it would result in the fragmentation of the dungeon realm, forcing him to start anew upon his next entrance. Perhaps it was time to explore the possibility of traversing the dream realm in physical form. In Samit's mind, an intriguing notion took shape. If every parallel world possessed a physical form, then upon traversing the dream realm with his corporeal self, he could place all these bodies within that dreamscape. Thus, should he perish in the real world, as long as his consciousness persisted, he could infinitely resurrect himself by inhabiting another vessel. Moreover, in this realm, each individual is permitted to consume but a single devil fruit. However, if he possessed countless bodies, could each not partake in one? Might he not adapt to varying environments using these different forms? Chapter 32. Strong Caesar. Yet, this remains but a preliminary thought. The practical implementation is fraught with challenges. For instance, the bodies within the parallel worlds are replicas fashioned after their real-world counterparts. At least the bodies in the real world cannot consume a devil fruit. Otherwise, the corporeal manifestations in the other realms would appear as if they had already ingested one. Additionally, the matter of ability development arises. Merely consuming a devil fruit does not guarantee the full realization of its potential. The user must continually cultivate it. The more abilities one acquires, the longer the development period required. Thus one cannot indiscriminately consume every fruit. Furthermore, aside from the initial synchronization with the real world upon manifestation, the growth of these bodies in the parallel worlds demands personal training. Hence, to possess a greater number of powerful doppelgangers necessitates considerable effort. Of course, should one wait until the strength of their real-world form reaches its zenith before manifesting a body in the parallel realm, it is indeed possible. Albeit this would entail a lengthy delay. Each parallel world is a reflection of the one-piece universe. Whatever exists in the real world is mirrored in the parallel realms. Should he successfully traverse the dream world in his physical form, it would enable him to bring elements from the parallel worlds back to reality. What might transpire if two or more identical devil fruit abilities were to emerge simultaneously? Surely, such an occurrence would astound all. Yet, pondering these possibilities proved futile, as he found himself incapable of physically crossing into the dream world. Ultimately, Samit chose to end his life, returning to the dream realm before re-emerging in reality. With a sigh, he rose from his bed, the day already bright. Having slept in his clothes from the previous night, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, the successful navigation of the Wilga parallel world and the subsequent idea of corporeal travel through the dream world filled him with anticipation for the future. After washing up in the bathroom and smoothing out the wrinkles in his garments, he emerged, satisfied with his appearance, and stepped out of his room. In the corridor, several maids and attendants were engaged in tidying up. Upon seeing Samit pass by, they paused to bow in respect. Although it was merely his second day at the Count's estate, everyone had already recognized him during yesterday's funeral and acknowledged him as a member of the Stewart family by marriage. Samit was not haughty. He nodded in return to the servants who bowed to him. After traversing a lengthy corridor, Samit arrived at the dining hall, where only the Earl and Ellie were present. After acknowledging the two, Samit chose a seat at the lower end of the table. Shortly thereafter, a maid served breakfast, a sausage, 2 fried eggs, several pieces of bread, and a glass of milk. Sammy, without any hesitation, nodded to the Earl and began to eat. Suddenly, the Earl spoke, instructing, Ailey, Sammy, after you finish your meal, head to the Rose Knight training camp. Both of them looked at the Earl with expressions of confusion. Ailey, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, why? Isn't the training camp not starting to enroll students until the beginning of next month? That's still half a month away, and especially after what just happened at home. Her question mirrored Sammy's unvoiced thoughts, and he too gazed at the Earl with bewilderment, unsure of his intentions. The Earl, noticing their confusion, sighed heavily and said, last night, I had a quarrel with your uncle. He believes that Leonard's tragedy is entirely my fault. If I had been more open with him, he wouldn't have concealed the matter of the devil fruit abilities from me. Father, Ailey murmured anxiously, her gaze fixed on her father. She shared his concerns but was taken aback that her typically domineering father, who never acknowledged his faults, would express such sentiments. You needn't look at me that way. The Earl continued, perhaps sensing Ailey's thoughts. Sometimes I ponder whether I have erred. I too was once compelled by your grandfather in this manner. I understand the helplessness of being coerced. However, as the head of the Stuart family, I must act for the future of our lineage. As a noble of this kingdom, I have little time to show you affection. Hence, it is no surprise if you harbor resentment towards me. Yet, I do not mind, as long as you fulfill the mission entrusted to you by our family. Before the incident with Leonard, I maintained this perspective. However, after it occurred, my thoughts shifted. I had never considered your feelings. I only sought to ensure the family's prosperity. But if no one cares, then what is the point of my efforts? Thus, from now on, pursue whatever you wish. I shall no longer hinder you, even if the family is consumed by others, as long as you do not regret your choices. Father, Ailey cried, throwing herself into the Earl's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Sammy, still perplexed, continued to look at the Earl, as he had yet to understand the rationale behind sending them to the training camp early. The Earl, observing Sammy's expression, gently patted Ailey's shoulder and explained, the reason for your early enrollment in the training camp is quite straightforward. His Majesty the King has enrolled his youngest son in the camp as well. Youngest son? You mean the fourth prince? Ailey asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. No, you know him too. The Earl waved his hand, signaling the servants to leave the dining hall before continuing. It is strong Caesar. Caesar? That little brat? Ailey exclaimed, springing to her feet in shock, her voice rising to a pitch that prompted the Earl to cover her mouth. After signaling for silence and ensuring she understood, he cautiously removed his hand. Who is strong Caesar? Sammy asked, utterly bewildered. Ailey glanced at her father, and upon receiving a nod of encouragement, she explained. Strong Caesar is the son of the court's chief pianist, Opry. However, no one has known who his father is until now. The unspoken conclusion hung in the air. But Sammy still pondered, is Opry single? If she is, why doesn't the king marry her? Because she is a commoner. In a kingdom where the nobility aspires to the lifestyle of celestial dragons, even a king faces substantial obstacles in marrying a commoner, especially with those vying for power in the royal harem who would prefer not to create additional rivals. Oh, I see. It seems even the king cannot marry the woman he loves. The struggle between the monarchy and noble factions must be quite severe. Chapter 33. Early enrollment indeed. Strong Caesar's father is none other than His Majesty Louis XIV. Due to his status, the king cannot frequently see Caesar. Thus he wishes for him to join the Rose Knight Order, allowing for daily interactions. I understand, but why send him early by half a month? Sammy still didn't quite grasp the reasoning. The Earl chuckled. You didn't think that admission to the Rose Knight training camp is solely based on wealth, did you? There is a selection process involved. However, as recommended by the Earl's house, you are exempt from this process. Caesar, on the other hand, does not possess such privileges despite his mother being the chief pianist. If the king were to intervene, it would draw too much attention. So he must go through the standard procedure. However, the king is somewhat uneasy about Caesar being alone. So he specifically requested me to arrange for 2 individuals to look after him, since you two were already slated to attend the training camp. And Ailey is familiar with Caesar. I thought of you both. Ah, I see. Now I understand, Sammy said, his earlier doubts resolved as he returned to his breakfast. Meanwhile, Ailey was less pleased. Her nose wrinkled in disdain as she scoffed. Humph. That little lion expects me to serve him? No way. It is not about serving him. It's merely mutual oversight. Maintain your previous relationship. Otherwise, it would appear inappropriate for the Earl's daughter to care for a commoner child. Is that so? That is more acceptable. Ailey conceded, her irritation dissipating as a smile emerged. Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Remember to pack your belongings after breakfast. Danliff will escort you to the training camp. Understood, my lord. Sammy nodded in affirmation, and Ailey followed suit. As the Earl wiped his mouth and nodded in satisfaction, he stood to depart. What is life at the Rose Knight training camp truly like? Once the Earl left, Ailey propped her legs up on the dining table, leaning back in her chair and swaying back and forth. Well, we'll find out once we get there, Sammy replied, his gaze fixed on his plate as he enjoyed his fried eggs. Don't you feel any excitement about a new living environment? Ailey asked, her curiosity piqued. A new life? Sammy pondered for a moment before casually replying, if not for the environment, I would prefer to stay indoors reading novels or watching anime. Ugh, you're such a recluse. It's disgusting. Ailey grimaced, pouting. Huh, you actually understood my words? And how do you know the term recluse? I have no idea. It just came out instinctively after hearing you say it. Really? Is that how it works? Their breakfast was filled with playful banter, and afterward, they each returned to their rooms to pack their belongings. Samit arrived at the Earl's residence just yesterday, his luggage still unopened. He returned indoors to retrieve a backpack filled with clothing, slinging a specially crafted sniper rifle over his shoulder, 2 handguns holstered at his waist, and finally shouldering the 2-meter-long demon blade, Muramasa. When Samit appeared before Ellie in this formidable guise, she was left speechless, exclaiming, Are you preparing for battle? Surely. The Rose Knight training camp is not a place for warriors to be armed to the teeth. Ellie's lips twitched as she spoke, while her words held merit. The training camp was indeed equipped with weapons. Standing on her tiptoes, she began to relieve Samit of his armaments, asserting that appearing with such weaponry at the camp would be far too conspicuous. Just take Muramasa with you, she instructed. However, she then inquired, what about the Louis XIII I gifted you? As she tossed the firearms to a servant, she realized she had not spotted the special handgun she had previously bestowed upon him, her small face puffing with indignation. Ah. That handgun was lost during the Barabara pirate crew incident. Samit chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Indeed, that firearm was unlike any ordinary pistol. Its power and range were remarkable, and the materials and craftsmanship rendered it a precious artifact. The loss of such a weapon pained him deeply, though he suspected its original owner must have felt an even greater sorrow. With her cheeks puffed in frustration, Ellie glared at Samit as though she might bite him. After a moment, she sighed in resignation. Well, there is nothing to be done. A weapon's destiny is to engage in battle, and its loss on the battlefield is merely a testament to its fate. Despite her words, a look of regret lingered on her face, leaving Samit at a loss for words, awkwardly standing in place. Fortunately, Danliff approached, announcing, the carriage is ready, Miss Ellie. Young Master Samit may depart now. Ah, very well, Ellie replied, taking the lead as she stepped outside. Sammy felt somewhat embarrassed as he gazed at Danliff, the butler. Could you refrain from calling me young master? It makes me feel quite awkward. Ah, is there something amiss, young master? Danliff replied, lowering his head in trepidation. Samit, he said, it's not that. I simply feel quite uncomfortable being referred to as young master after having spent so long in a humble household. I see. Danliff raised his posture, exhaling a sigh of relief. I thought perhaps I had done something to displease you, young master. Now that you are a member of the Stewart family, and I serve as the steward of the Stewart household, addressing you as young master is entirely appropriate. It is merely a title, and you need not take it to heart. Very well, do as you wish, Samit conceded, unable to persuade Danliff further. He nodded and then exited to board the carriage. Danliff followed suit, taking the reins himself. Inside the carriage, what were you discussing with Grandfather Danliff just now? Ellie inquired, her curiosity piqued. Samit curled his lips in disdain. Are you a cat? Always so curious? It's nothing, merely some casual greetings. I see. Ailey did not probe further. Instead, she persisted in her inquiries about the scenes from the battles with the pirates. Sammy, feeling helpless, altered the circumstances of that time, concealing certain unspeakable truths, and then shared the modified account with her, even in its revised form. The tale still elicited enthusiastic exclamations from Ellie, who proclaimed it exhilarating and declared her intent to personally capture pirates in the future. Samit cast a furtive glance at her, pondering that once she became an official member of the Rose Knight Order, opportunities to encounter pirates would likely be scarce, as few dared to ambush the king's vessels. Time slipped away as the two engaged in lively conversation, and after approximately half an hour, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Rose Knight training camp. Chapter 34. The Rose Knight Training Camp. The Rose Knight Training Camp is nestled within a valley, situated over 20 kilometers outside the city of Goss. Although it serves as a military training institution, it has not received official recognition. Thus, it cannot establish itself within the city nor exist in the form of a military camp. Instead, it resembles a school, with cliffs forming its walls and an iron gate marking the entrance to the campus. As the carriage approached the gate, it slowed to a halt. The gatekeeper, recognizing the crest of the Earl's household, promptly opened the gate as the carriage drew near. Danlifer skillfully guided the carriage into the grounds, exchanging greetings with the gatekeeper, indicating their familiarity with one another. Danlifer parked the carriage in the designated area and then led the two individuals towards the Human Resources Department. Along the way, they observed their surroundings. The Rose Knight Training Camp was established as a mimicry of the Naval Officer Academies, in addition to various physical training regiments. It incorporated a diverse array of academic learning. While naval academies focused on maritime knowledge, the training camp emphasized court etiquette and literary studies. Consequently, the institution boasted not only various training fields and student dormitories, but also a teaching building dedicated to cultural courses, standing several stories tall with four classrooms on each floor, along with gender-specific restrooms and faculty offices. The Human Resources Department was located on the second floor, adjacent to a teacher's office, where they were greeted by a balding middle-aged man. The enrollment procedures for Samit had long been completed, yet the bald man before him wore a troubled expression. Noticing the man's discomfort, Danlifer inquired, "Is there a problem, Minister Mickey?" The bald man replied, "My Lord Danlifer, the school regulations prohibit the admission of students over the age of 10. However, Samit hardly appears to be a mere 10 years old. If the difference were slight, it would be manageable, but his height is too conspicuous. I cannot conceal this." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Danlifer, and Ailey couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Samit, you look like you've aged prematurely, ha ha ha." Samit turned to Minister Michi with an expressionless face and said, "You need not feel troubled. Although Samit may not appear so, he is indeed only 10 years old. You are welcome to verify his bone age. Is that so?" With that clarification, Minister Michi breathed a sigh of relief. He had no desire to offend the Count, and it would be best if everyone could coexist peacefully. However, as he looked up to reassess Samit, a look of hesitation emerged on his face. He understood that there were many exceptionally gifted individuals in the world, some of whom were taller than Samit at the age of 10, yet their expressions were mostly innocent and naive, whereas Samit bore no resemblance to a typical 10-year-old child. Noticing Minister Michi's thoughts, Samit stepped forward and gazed at him earnestly. "Minister Michi, you may certainly conduct the necessary tests according to the school's regulations. If I do not meet the standards, I shall withdraw from enrollment myself, without causing any inconvenience to the institution." No. I certainly trust the reputation of the Count's household. Testing is unnecessary." Jokingly, Michi wiped the sweat from his brow and hurried to clarify. "Is that so? Then let us expedite the enrollment process." Danliff's tone began to grow impatient. It vexed him that a mere enrollment procedure was taking so long. When did the Count's influence become so ineffective? Yes, I will attend to it immediately." Sensing Danliff's displeasure, Minister Michi quickly returned to his desk and took up Samit's file, stamping it with haste. After completing the paperwork, he discreetly glanced at Danliff's expression. Seeing no signs of discontent, he cautiously inquired, "Lord Danliff, the paperwork is complete. Will the young master and miss remain at the school now?" Let them enroll directly." "Very well, I will send someone to escort them to their dormitory." With that, he dashed out to summon 2 students to guide them. The male and female dormitories were situated on either side of the teaching building. Samit first accompanied Ailey to the girls' dormitory to help her settle in before they proceeded to the boys' dormitory. Although the rules typically forbade students of the opposite sex from entering each other's dormitories, with the school year yet to commence, such regulations were relaxed. Each dorm room measured 50 square meters and was designed for single occupancy, with communal restrooms and showers on each floor, given that this was a military academy. Such accommodations were quite commendable. After arranging their belongings, Samit and Ailey escorted Danliff to the entrance. At the last moment, Danliff offered some parting advice. "Miss Ailey, young Master Samit, please take care of yourselves while at school. Should any issues arise, inform your families via the telephone book. Rest assured, Lord Danliff." "I will take good care of myself," Ailey promised, patting her chest. "Indeed, Danliff, with me around, Ailey shall not suffer any injustices," Samit assured him as well. Danliff chuckled softly, saying, "I am not concerned about Miss Ailey facing injustices. Rather, I fear she may attract trouble. Samit, please be vigilant and ensure she does not cause any disturbances." "What trouble could I possibly cause?" The young girl pouted, clearly displeased. "Do not worry, Lord Danliff. I shall certainly look after Ailey," Samit replied dismissively, considering that any potential trouble would stem from a mere 10-year-old girl and could hardly be significant. Danliff seemed to discern Samit's thoughts, but he said nothing further, merely offering a weary smile and declaring, "In any case, I shall be relying on you both." "Of course," Samit affirmed. Ultimately, Danliff departed in his carriage. The two students then deliberated and began to explore the campus, familiarizing themselves with their surroundings. Although the school had yet to officially open, many prospective students had already arrived early to participate in the selection tests. The selection process was quite straightforward. As long as the candidates were no older than 10 and in good health, they were eligible, though financial considerations remained paramount. The pair observed various training grounds where students underwent testing, which primarily involved running certain distances or performing a specified number of jump rope repetitions. Those who failed to meet the school's designated criteria before the term commenced would face rejection. Sammy felt a profound sense of boredom. This level of engagement posed no challenge for him. On the contrary, Ellie was completely absorbed, at times enthusiastically waving her small hands to cheer for a student, causing the student's face to flush crimson. "Ah, how utterly innocent." Sammy shook his head with a sigh. As someone clearly seemed to have forgotten the affection shown by a girl yesterday, without so much as a reaction. No, perhaps he had yet to comprehend it. Just as Sammy was engulfed in his ennui, a child approached, a small figure with a head of golden, curly hair and a face full of determination, resembling a young lion. This individual was none other than the instigator of Sammy and Ellie's early admission, Caesar. "What brings you here?" Sammy inquired with a furrowed brow. Unbeknownst to Caesar, his father was king, nor did he grasp the purpose of their presence. In fact, he was entirely unaware of his own identity. Caesar glanced at Sammy, his brow slightly furrowing, but he paid no heed to Sammy's inquiry, instead directing his gaze towards Ellie, who was fervently cheering for the students. "Ellie? Huh?" Upon hearing her name called, Ellie turned in confusion, her face lighting up with surprise upon seeing Caesar, and she immediately leaped towards him. "Sigh." Sammy sighed, recalling the Earl's explicit instructions to keep an eye on Ellie's tendency to leap into the arms of familiar faces, lest she be taken advantage of in public. Thus, in the very moment she leaped, Sammy extended his leg beneath her. Thud! Ellie tumbled face first to the ground. "Ow, ow, ow." Ellie lifted her head, her nose reddened and blood trickling forth. Witnessing Ellie's unfortunate state, Sammy sheepishly withdrew his leg. Meanwhile, Caesar was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, only snapping back to reality when Ellie let out a cry. "Ellie, are you all right?" He rushed over, eager to help her up, but Sammy had already levitated her to her feet. "Are you okay, Ellie?" Sammy offered her a tissue, his concern evident. "I'm fine," Ellie replied, her eyes brimming with tears as she accepted the tissue, dabbing at her nose and then pinching it closed. "I should take you to the infirmary." Sammy felt a wave of regret wash over him for his earlier actions upon seeing Ellie like this. "No need. I'm destined to become a Rose Knight. I cannot be defeated by mere pain," Ellie declared with a fierce determination, although it would be better if she could wipe away her tears and snot. Observing Ellie's resolve, Sammy chose not to persist further. "Apologies, my lion, for our long-awaited reunion to be marred by such an embarrassing incident. Ha ha." Ellie chuckled, glancing at the tissue with a carefree demeanor. However, Caesar's expression was grave as he regarded Ellie, causing her to fall silent as well. "Ellie, I heard about Brother Leonard. I'm sorry that I was unable to attend due to our early admission." After a moment, Caesar's voice resonated with regret. The two turned to him and saw him with his head bowed, his shoulders trembling slightly. "Pat." Ellie placed a hand on Caesar's shoulder, prompting him to lift his gaze, where he encountered Ellie's beaming face. "It's all right. That was Brother's own choice. He must have endured considerable pain in the past. Although his departure brings sorrow, I am also relieved that he has found peace." Samit silently uttered Ellie's name, contemplating. Though she feigns indifference, deep down, she must harbor a profound loathing for herself, just as I once did, resenting my own helplessness as I watched my loved ones perish before my eyes. However, Ellie's expression took Caesar by surprise, yet he could discern that her words lacked sincerity. He pondered further, but was interrupted by Ellie. She forcefully patted his shoulder several times, adopting a tone that belied her age. "There's no buts about it. During my years of confinement, you've grown so tall. And you even went off to train at the Rose Knights Academy without informing me. Were you planning to secretly grow stronger, eliminate me, and ascend to the position of leader? Leader? What on earth does that even mean?" Sammy felt a twinge of confusion as he glanced at the two. pondering the nature of their relationship. Nonsense. Why would I ever usurp your position, Chief? Caesar blushed deeply. Why are you turning red? Is that so? Then what brings you here? Ailey placed her hands on her hips, advancing towards Caesar. What else is there to say? It was his mother who sent him here. Samit rolled his eyes. Caesar was oblivious to the fact that his father was the current king, which meant that the king could not disclose his intentions directly to him. It fell upon Caesar's mother to convey such matters. However, the unfolding events diverged somewhat from Samit's expectations. Upon hearing Ellie's inquiry, Caesar clenched his fist and resolutely stated, I aspire to become a noble. My mother, though unmarried, bears me, which has subjected her to considerable disdain from others. Therefore, I yearn to attain nobility. I do not wish for my mother to be looked down upon. By becoming a Knight of the Rose, I can secure a noble title, hence my determination. Sammy thought deeply, astonished by the remarkable spirit and filial piety displayed by this individual. It was no wonder that His Majesty, the king, would be concerned for him. It is quite natural for a father to worry about his son. However, such sentiments do not readily apply to royalty. The current king, already 51 years of age, has 6 sons and 11 daughters, not to mention an abundance of grandchildren. With so many offspring, it is hardly feasible for him to attend to every single one. Thus, the desire to bring Caesar closer and meet with him indicates the king's genuine affection. Perhaps this individual may one day ascend to the throne of this nation. For reasons unknown, such thoughts emerged in Sammy's mind. Alas, it appears that life is not easy for anyone. He wondered how the others were faring. Upon hearing Caesar's words, Ellie's spirits dampened. You need not worry. During your house arrest these past years, those rascals have been clamoring to usurp your position. Moreover, they will be joining us at school come the new term. Is that so? They dare to covet my leader's position. It seems the time has come for them to witness the fruits of my training at home over the years, Ellie declared, her excitement palpable as she cracked her knuckles, eager for the challenge. Sammy listened intently to their conversation, finally grasping the meaning behind Daniel's words before his departure. It appeared that Ellie was a natural leader among children. And apart from Caesar, most of the others were offspring of noble families. Furthermore, Ellie had a propensity for violence, and her strikes were no trifling matter. Realizing this, Sammy sighed, reflecting, it seems the days ahead will be fraught with troubles. Having been reunited after a long separation, there was much to discuss. Amidst the tedium, Sammy settled beneath a tree, observing the students in the training grounds as they undertook their tests. Time gradually slipped away, with the sun descending in the west, casting a drowsy glow upon the playground. Samit stood up and yawned, glancing around the training ground, now devoid of any presence. Meanwhile, Ailey and Caesar were engrossed in their conversation, Ailey's occasional joyful leaps indicating her delight. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder where all this chatter originated. Having missed lunch, Samit could no longer contain himself and approached the two. Ailey, it's getting late. If we don't leave now, we shall miss dinner as well, he remarked. Ailey paused momentarily, then surveyed her surroundings. The once bustling playground was now deserted. Oh no, we missed lunch. Time flies, little lion. Let us call it a day. After all, we'll be at the same school from now on, so we can see each other often. How about we go eat together now? Ailey suggested after a brief contemplation. Sure, Caesar nodded in agreement. Oh, it's not over yet, Samit exclaimed, tilting his head back and covering his face with his hand. Samit, you should join us too, Ailey encouraged. All right. Coming, Samit replied, shaking his head and letting out a resigned sigh. Taking care of the little ones was quite enough. As school had yet to commence, there was little regulation for the students. However, certain rules were still upheld in some areas, such as maintaining silence in the cafeteria. Consequently, the trio quickly finished their dinner. Ah, the food here is truly dreadful, Ailey lamented as they bid farewell in front of the teaching building. Samit rolled his eyes and retorted, Miss, do you think we are attending a prestigious academy? This is a school for warriors, not a place for indulgence. Indeed. We are here to become Rose Knights. What is a little hardship compared to that? Caesar chimed in. Honestly, I never claimed I couldn't endure it. I was merely expressing a complaint. Ellie pouted, slightly irritated. All right. It's getting late. Let us all return and rest. Yes, let us head back. The two glanced at the darkening sky, realizing it was indeed late. With that, the three parted ways, each heading back to their dormitories. On the way back, Caesar looked at Samit, his mouth opening several times as if to speak, yet no words came forth. Noticing his hesitation, Samit took the initiative to inquire. Is there something on your mind? Oh, no, Not really. Faced with the exposure of his thoughts, Caesar instinctively wished to avoid burdening anyone, but recalling his inner turmoil. He finally spoke. "Mr. Samit, I have heard of your exploits. You repelled a notorious pirate at the age of 10. And Ellie mentioned that you single-handedly defeated a pirate crew on your journey to the capital. You are not much older than I, yet, no, I'm not doubting you. I merely wish to know how one can become as strong as you." Perhaps feeling a bit unfamiliar with Samit, he spoke with a hint of nervousness. Observing this, Samit found it somewhat amusing, while also contemplating the question posed. Was he truly strong? Compared to figures like Whitebeard and Shanks, he was no better than an ant. However, at just 10 years of age, Ace and Sabo struggled against even the weakest pirate crew. Thus, in his own right, he was indeed strong. Yet, his strength stemmed entirely from the extraordinary gifts bestowed by his grandfather. It was a power distinct from the world of pirates, and there could never be another like him. How could he convey this to Caesar? Should he tell him, "Young man, your lack of strength is merely due to insufficient resources"? Shaking his head at the thought, Samit endeavored to recall some inspirational words often spoken by protagonists in passionate tales. With a solemn expression, he declared, "As long as you possess unwavering faith and relentless perseverance, you too can become as strong as I. But, I have been striving to grow stronger all this time, yet I still fall so short in comparison to you." As he spoke, Caesar's spirit began to wane. "It's all right," Samit comforted, emulating Ellie's gesture by giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Your current strength simply indicates that you have yet to put forth enough effort. You must believe in yourself. With a little more determination, you will surely become as strong as I." Yes. Caesar's enthusiasm surged in an instant. Observing his renewed vigor, Samit felt a surge of pride. After all, these were the classic words of a spirited protagonist, a true display of motivational prowess. After bidding farewell to Caesar at the dormitory entrance, Samit collapsed onto his bed, the comforting sensation rendering him devoid of any motivation to move. It feels as though I could lie here forever," Samit shouted loudly, yet he still sat up, retrieved a change of clothes from his luggage, and then walked into the bathroom. Perhaps considering the children of noble families, the dormitory was equipped with a bathroom, albeit small and merely a shower. After finishing his bath, Samit nestled into his quilt, his consciousness drifting into the realm of dreams. He gazed at the clusters of light in the sky, and after a moment's hesitation, ultimately opted for the replica of the Velgar naval base. His intention in entering this replica was to grow stronger, rather than to eliminate Daruba. Although his previous experience of utilizing the power of language to compel Daruba to take his own life had fostered some personal growth, it bore no tangible benefit to his strength. Therefore, he resolved to confront Daruba directly with force, despite the vast disparity in their abilities. He was confident that he would ultimately grow stronger. If one attempt proved insufficient, he would try again, and if that failed, he would persist with yet another. After all, the world of the replica resided within the dreamscape, and even if he were to perish, he would be reborn in that ethereal realm. The reason Samit came to this realization was precisely due to the words he had just shared with Caesar. Indeed, Samit's current achievements are largely attributed to the influence of 3 golden fingers. However, without his own diligence, even such advantages would be futile. Much like in his past, had it not been for the assault by the Barabara pirates on Coroni Island, he likely would have never attained strength. Yet, while his thoughts were commendable, the disparity in strength between Samit and Daluba was insurmountable. Even if he were not instantly vanquished, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to endure more than a few exchanges under Daluba's prowess. After a series of failures, he felt a profound mental fatigue. Samit understood that excess in any endeavor could be detrimental, and with no pressing matters to compel him, he decided to embrace a balance of work and rest. Sinking into a deep slumber, a night passed without incident, and the following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon Samit's face. He felt a tickling sensation on his cheeks, and as he instinctively reached up to rub his face, he awakened. Samit stretched languidly, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort. In the past, whenever he awoke after entering the dungeon world, a semblance of fatigue would always linger, yet today, he was completely devoid of such feelings. Was it due to the absence of animosity? Or perhaps it was because the inhabitants of Baroni Island had all been revived, leaving him without the motivation to spur himself on, thus embracing a sense of ease? Or had he simply grown accustomed to the cycle of killing and being killed within the dungeon world? He was uncertain, but it was undoubtedly a positive change. Otherwise, waking each day in a state of exhaustion would surely lead him to resemble Gara in the future. Chapter 37. Time to show off. A new day heralded fresh beginnings. After a restful night, Summit arrived at the teaching building, brimming with energy, only to find Caesar already awaiting him. After exchanging greetings, they both stood together, anticipating the arrival of Ailey. However, after a prolonged wait, her figure was still nowhere to be seen. Ultimately, after 2 hours of waiting, just as Samit could no longer restrain himself from charging into the girls' dormitory to search for her, she appeared, sporting 2 dark circles under her eyes. "What were you up to last night?" Samit inquired, astonished, while Caesar, equally curious, leaned in to listen intently. "Don't even mention it. The bunk beds in that dormitory are utterly impossible to sleep on," Ailey replied, somewhat exasperated. "Just bear with it for now. You'll get used to it eventually." Samit reassured her. Indeed. Caesar echoed in agreement. "Oh well, let's go have breakfast," Ailey declared, her tone no longer mired in distress. "Then let us go?" Samit nodded affirmatively. "By the way, what are your plans afterward?" Caesar asked the two as they stood outside the cafeteria, having finished their meal. "I'm heading back for a nap," Ailey responded decisively. "Is that so? I think I'll check out the gym and get some exercise." Samit pondered for a moment before replying. "And what about you?" Both turned their gazes toward Caesar. "I'll join Mr. Samit then," he said. "In that case, let us part ways here." Samit agreed. After watching Ailey return to the dormitory, the two turned to walk toward the gym. Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them. Caesar was hesitant to speak due to their unfamiliarity, while Samit found himself at a loss for words. Thus, they remained silent until they reached the entrance of the gym. From the outside, the gym appeared as an oval structure with a 3-meter-high roof, approximately the size of 3 basketball courts. After pausing briefly to casually survey the exterior, they entered. Inside, various training equipment was arranged, and several students were already utilizing the machines, though there were no instructors present, which was understandable given that the school year had yet to commence. Samit searched around and then walked towards the innermost corner, where an office desk was situated. A figure resembling a teacher was diligently engaged in compiling data on a form. Approaching the desk, Samit politely inquired, "Excuse me. May I ask if the fitness equipment here is available for unrestricted use?" The teacher paused from his task, glanced casually at the two, and then returned to his work. Responding, "All the equipment inside can be used freely, but please exercise caution and do not overexert yourself. If you have any questions, feel free to ask a senior." With a nod of understanding, Samit refrained from further interrupting the teacher and led Caesar towards a piece of equipment designed for arm strength training. This apparatus resembled a doorway, with a pillar on each side. Atop each pillar, pulleys were affixed, and a nylon rope threaded through them, leading to handles inside. Outside, there were circular metal weights that could be added at will. Samit entered and grasped the handle, attempting to test it. His brow slightly furrowed, he addressed Caesar, saying, "Caesar, please add more weight." "Oh." Caesar hastily rummaged through a nearby cabinet and retrieved 2 metal discs inscribed with 100 GJ to add to the load. Yet, Samit remained unsatisfied, exclaiming, "This is too light. I need it to be 1 ton. Add 5 more on each side." "Ah." Caesar displayed a look of astonishment, then hesitantly replied, "I'm afraid I cannot lift something so heavy." "I see. I failed to consider this. My apologies, Caesar," Samit responded after a moment of hesitation. No, Mr. Samit. It is I who am too weak," Caesar admitted, a hint of guilt in his tone. "Just call me Samit. And what do you have to feel guilty about? Everyone has their own strengths and limitations. Only a deity can accomplish everything." "Indeed, Mr. Samit. No, just Samit," Caesar replied, a smile breaking through as he responded to Samit's encouragement. Observing this, Samit quietly shook his head. "In my past life, whether in novels, anime, or history, those named Caesar were always imbued with a commanding presence. Yet, this fellow, despite resembling a lion, possessed a personality that seemed somewhat at odds with his appearance. I can only hope that this individual will grow stronger in the future." Samit approached the cabinet alone and retrieved 10 metal discs, each engraved with the symbol 1T. Each disc was the size of a grinding stone, and together they weighed nearly as much as the ceiling. Samit's action swiftly captured the attention of everyone in the room. As they witnessed him stringing 5 items together with a nylon cord, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. Samit tugged at the rope with force, testing its strength. "Ah, it feels remarkably sturdy." Samit nodded in satisfaction, then stepped between the 2 pillars and grasped the handle, pulling it up and down. 10 metal discs, each the size of a grinding stone, moved in unison with Samit's actions. It was truly impressive. "What grade is that guy in? He seems to be a newcomer this year. Is he really just 10 years old?" "Well, that's hard to say. Children from noble families often defy such standards. Just look at his physique. Does he really appear to be 10? Indeed. Nevertheless, this is quite remarkable. Samit's actions sparked discussions among other students, some of whom, fueled by jealousy, uttered remarks tinged with bitterness. After a few minutes of exertion, Samit furrowed his brow and then came to a halt. Alas, can he only endure for a few minutes? I had expected something far more impressive. The earlier sarcastic voice resounded once more, and Samit glanced at the speaker without acknowledging him. He unfastened his clothing, tossing his shirt to Caesar, and proceeded to grasp the handle once again. "Wow, those muscles are exquisite," exclaimed a female student in admiration. Samit's physique is remarkably balanced, although his muscles are well developed. They do not resemble the exaggerated bulk often depicted in comic book characters. His musculature is harmoniously arranged, and particularly after exertion, beads of sweat cascade down his pectorals, glistening under the lights, eliciting shrieks of admiration from infatuated onlookers. Consequently, the envy among the male spectators intensified, each one exuding a palpable air of resentment. A tall senior, attempting to assert dominance, removed his shirt, revealing arms as slender as a woman's waist, accompanied by his own ostentatiously developed muscles. With a dismissive snort, he proclaimed, "What kind of muscles are those? This is true muscle. This is what it means to be a real man. Why not try lifting 5 tons with one hand?" A female voice retorted with scorn. In that instant, the self-proclaimed muscle-bound bravado turned to stone, as if a gentle breeze had swept by, shattering their pretense into oblivion. Samit was not particularly remarkable in his surroundings, wholly absorbed in his stretching exercises to enhance his arm strength. At that moment, the teacher, who had initially been engaged in some statistical work, was drawn over by the unfolding scene. Chapter 38. Guidance. The teacher approached Samit, observing him quietly. He noted that Samit's stretching movements were executed with remarkable speed and that his breathing was steady, which caused a look of seriousness to cross his face. "Excuse me, do you require assistance, teacher?" Samit inquired, continuing his stretching without interruption. To the teacher's astonishment, Samit even had the energy to converse. The teacher expressed his surprise, then asked, "How long do you believe you can maintain this exercise?" "How long?" Samit pondered briefly before responding, "I'm not entirely certain, but I should be able to sustain it for a day, perhaps." "What? A day? Could it be that such an exercise does not yield any results for you?" The teacher was increasingly astonished. "My body has already reached the limits of my age. This level of exercise merely serves to maintain my physical condition," Samit explained. "I see." The teacher displayed a contemplative expression, then inquired, "Your name is Samit, correct? I have reviewed your file. What combat skills do you practice?" "Well, firearms and swordsmanship primarily. I rely on these 2 disciplines, although I have a bit of knowledge in hand-to-hand combat. It is hardly worth mentioning," Samit replied candidly. However, the teacher's brow furrowed at Samit's response, and he hesitated before asking, "Do you not have a master to instruct you?" "Why do you ask that?" Samit questioned, somewhat perplexed. "Isn't it obvious? Who would teach you firearms and sword techniques?" The teacher's voice rose, becoming more animated. "Using a firearm requires a delicate touch, while wielding a sword demands significant arm strength. Practicing both simultaneously will inevitably affect one discipline adversely." Bang! Samit released his grip, and the metallic disc attached to the nylon rope fell heavily to the ground, producing a resounding thud. His brow furrowed as he meticulously recalled details from previous battles. Just as his mentor had mentioned, he found it exceedingly challenging to hit his mark after each session of kendo training, even when he could clearly aim at the target. "Master, is there any way to resolve this?" Samit inquired, grasping his mentor's hands earnestly. His initial purpose for coming to the gym was to gain notoriety, as he bore the responsibility of caring for Ellie and Caesar. To preempt future troubles, he intended to showcase his prowess, compelling those with ill intentions towards the duo to reconsider their actions. However, he unexpectedly encountered a delightful surprise. Perhaps this was merely a fundamental truth on the path of the strong. He had always ventured forth alone, and accepting the invitation from the Stewart family had indeed been a fortuitous decision. With this thought in mind, he gazed at his mentor with excitement, hoping for sage advice. Yet, his mentor shook his head, delivering a disheartening response. "Regrettably, mastering kendo and marksmanship are fundamentally opposing combat styles. I suggest you select one as your primary skill." Though disappointing, it was perhaps an expected conclusion. After all, the original narrative did not feature any kendo masters proficient in firearms. Must he truly abandon one of these combat disciplines? Samit hesitated, recognizing that both marksmanship and swordsmanship significantly contributed to his combat prowess. The sniper rifle, in particular, afforded him the capability to eliminate formidable foes far beyond his level. It could be said that his shooting skills were currently his most formidable means of engaging in battle. But should he abandon the sword? Mastery of the sword could elevate one to the pinnacle of the world, while the same could not be said for gunplay. In the original narrative, the most formidable marksman introduced thus far was Yusubu. Although he was undeniably a top-tier expert, he still fell short when compared to the likes of the Grand Generals and the Four Emperors. No, there exists a method that could yield the best of both worlds. A spark ignited in Samit's eyes as he recalled the realm of doppelgangers. He could simply create a doppelganger dedicated solely to the study of firearms. When the need for weaponry arose, he could effortlessly switch to that doppelganger. However, this would require him to attain a level of physical transcendence into the dream realm. "Thank you for your guidance, Master," Samit expressed with a bow of gratitude. Observing Samit's newfound clarity, the teacher smiled warmly. "It is good to see you understand." Many presume that possessing an additional combat style equates to an extra trump card, failing to recognize that each individual has their own strengths and weaknesses. Attempting to learn everything may lead to a lack of proficiency in any one discipline, even if one manages to acquire a modicum of skill. Samit's body trembled. Ever since he conceived the idea of utilizing clones from the mirrored world, he had been fantasizing about consuming all the formidable devil fruits. However, mastering the abilities of each fruit proved to be a daunting task. Although he could exploit the time difference between the dream realm and the physical world to gain additional hours, human energy is finite, and his lifespan was not interminable. Yet, he entertained the notion of employing a clone to master marksmanship, even harboring a vague aspiration to learn every combat technique known to mankind. It was only when confronted with this stark reality that he realized the naivety of his dreams. "I understand, teacher." "Indeed. Should you have any questions in the future, feel free to approach me. I will be at the gym until the start of the school term." "Thank you, teacher." The teacher nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the onlookers, furrowing his brow as he bellowed. "What are you staring at? If you're not going to train seriously, what purpose does watching others serve?" At the sound of the teacher's admonition, the crowd swiftly dispersed, each returning to their own pursuits. Samit continued his training, experimenting with various equipment. Subsequently, his instructor rectified some of his improper movements and highlighted points of caution. With the teacher's reminder, he realized that his workouts had indeed become more effortless and enduring, far superior to the rudimentary exercises he had self-taught online. Thus, time passed gradually, and each day before the school term commenced, Samit would diligently visit the gym to enhance his physique, while at night, he delved into a parallel realm to hone his skills and fortitude. It is worth mentioning that Ailey and Caesar later joined him at the gym. Ailey, despite her incessant complaints about this and that, never explicitly voiced her desire to quit. Caesar appeared somewhat timid, yet surprisingly resilient. He regarded Samit as his benchmark and consistently intensified his training regimen, which inadvertently spurred Ailey to exert herself as well. However, as a girl, Ailey faced inherent disadvantages in physical capabilities, and despite her reluctance to accept this reality, she could not alter the facts. Half a month later, the school officially opened. During the opening ceremony, the institution invited 10 official members of the Rose Knights, each adorned in splendid attire and exuding flamboyance. One by one, they took to the stage, delivering a litany of platitudes that the students received with enthusiasm, applauding fervently. Chapter 39. 5 years later, after the commencement of the school year, students' leisure time became constrained. Mornings were dedicated to learning knightly etiquette, the history of the kingdom, court protocol, and other essential cultural subjects. Afternoons were reserved for physical training, which was certainly not as simple as merely exercising with gym equipment. It included weighted long-distance running, frog leaps, push-ups, sit-ups, and various military-style drills, with the training volume being several times greater than that of the past. Such an intensive training regimen posed a formidable challenge even for minors in the world of One Piece, leading many to withdraw from their studies when faced with adversity. Fortunately, both Ailey and Caesar persevered. Caesar's resolve was stronger than Samit had anticipated, while Ailey, despite her daily lamentations and several moments of contemplating withdrawal, found the strength to endure when reminded of her brother's demise and her dreams for the future. However, what proved to be a daunting task for other students was merely a walk in the park for Samit, so effortless that it hardly constituted effective training. As time progressed and his physique grew taller, this disparity became increasingly apparent. Reluctantly, Samit sought the school's administration to tailor a personalized training regimen for himself. In addition to these endeavors, Samit also engaged in swordsmanship training. The instructors teaching the students, while not masters themselves, were notably more skilled than the average naval soldiers, imparting only the fundamentals of the art. According to these instructors, the foundation is paramount for a swordsman. Techniques vary according to individual attributes, and once the basics are mastered, one will naturally intuit the techniques most suited to them in future battles. Samit pondered deeply, realizing that indeed, in the original narrative, Zara learned merely the rudiments of swordsmanship at the dojo. The advanced techniques he mastered were gleaned from his experiences in combat. Moreover, during his training under Mihawk, much of his growth stemmed from battles against guerrillas who had secretly acquired Mihawk's sword techniques. With this revelation, Samit ceased to fret over the proficiency of his swordsmanship instructor, who had diligently wielded the sword for a decade to hone the fundamentals. As time passed, Samit grew increasingly formidable. Within just 6 months, he found himself without a mentor at school, granting him the freedom to pursue activities beyond his morning academic classes. He could have graduated under these circumstances, and with his current prowess, he could easily surpass the so-called First Knight of the Kingdom. However, he remained committed to caring for Ellie and Caesar, thus choosing to stay at the institution. With Samit as a towering figure, both Ellie and Caesar trained relentlessly, exerting efforts several times greater in a bid to catch up. Though they could never glimpse his shadow, they persevered undeterred. Their training intensity rivaled that of Samit's, even echoing Zoro's early days of rigorous practice. Yet, their progress differed drastically. While Caesar made gradual but discernible advancements, Ellie struggled significantly in physical capabilities when compared to her male counterparts. Samit had contemplated instructing her in marksmanship, yet she declined. Gazing at the two individuals ahead, Ellie gritted her teeth and desperately pursued them, but the gap continued to widen. Samit originally believed that Ellie would be left far behind, until 2 years later, when Danilfer brought forth a devil fruit that altered this situation. Ever since the two entered the training camp, Lord Earl had been closely monitoring their progress, particularly Ellie's condition, which he held dear to his heart. Consequently, he dispatched his brother Disma to the auction house on Sabaody Archipelago, where he spent a staggering 130 million berries to acquire this devil fruit, an animal type, the cat fruit. Upon consuming this fruit, Ellie's physical attributes underwent a remarkable transformation, with all her metrics soaring to unprecedented heights, surpassing Caesar in an instant. And her training thereafter showed no signs of lagging behind. This left Samit in awe. It was indeed a priceless treasure worth 100 million berries, yet precious beyond measure, delivering effects beyond belief. However, the gap between them and Samit continued to widen, not merely due to his ability to hone his skills and resolve in the replica world, but also because his reborn body possessed the potential to surpass all others. The phoenix, revered as the king of birds, bestowed upon him the ability of rebirth. Thus, 5 years later, in the replica world of Zodia, amidst a blizzard on an icy expanse, a colossal figure stood tall at 20 meters, clad in green armor. Against the swirling snow, before him stood a 3-meter-tall youth, bearing a 2-meter-long crimson demon sword upon his shoulder, emanating an aura of lethal intent, poised for confrontation. This individual was none other than Samit. In the 5 years of reality, coupled with the time spent in the replica world, Samit's true age had reached at least 25. At this moment, he stood 3 meters tall, his physique not overly imposing, adorned in a long-sleeved shirt and fitted jeans. Yet his tousled hair bore streaks of white. This was a remnant of the butterfly transformation technique he had employed 5 years prior, which altered the course of fate. Although he had utilized the life essence from Vegapunk, it was still insufficient to fully offset the toll of the technique, resulting in the extraction of his life force. He had not anticipated the emergence of white hair so soon. The green giant bellowed, charging towards Samit. Each heavy step resonated with a thunderous sound, shaking the very ground beneath him. Despite his massive stature, he moved with surprising swiftness, closing the distance of several hundred meters in mere strides. The giantess fist, as large as a grinding stone, cloaked in green armor, descended forcefully towards Samit. A deafening crash reverberated, the ground where the fist struck sank dramatically, cracking into innumerable shards that scattered in all directions. However, even before the fist could land, Samit had already leapt into action, using the giantess fist as a springboard. He dashed up the giantess arm, reaching his shoulder, where the crimson demon sword shimmered ominously under the glistening snow. With a swift motion, Samit executed a horizontal slash with the demon sword, targeting the gap in the armor encasing the giant's neck. a vulnerability that would not have been exposed had he not grown to such a colossal size. The sensation of the blade sinking into flesh thrilled Samit. But he was soon engulfed by a massive shadow as the giant's enormous hand swept him aside with a powerful blow. Samit felt a tremendous force surge towards him, propelling him forward in a straight line. He traversed a steep hillside before plunging into the depths of the ice and snow. It was only after he had passed through that the hillside shattered into countless fragments, erupting with a thunderous explosion. Cough, cough. Samit wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and emerged from the icy debris. At this moment, the green giant had diminished to approximately 10 meters in height. Although its size had decreased, the vulnerabilities upon its form had also significantly lessened. Samit furrowed his brow, acutely aware that he had squandered his best opportunity to eliminate Daluba. Chapter 40. The Strength of Samit. In the replica of Zodia, Samit had traversed this realm countless times, engaging with every individual within its confines, thus attaining a clearer understanding of his own prowess. First, there were the red-haired duo and Karp. Although Samit could contend with them, he found himself significantly outmatched, unable to withstand their onslaught for long before succumbing to defeat. Next came Ben Beckman and Daluba, whose abilities were comparable. Samit could engage in a back-and-forth exchange with them. Yet ultimately, he faced more losses than victories, particularly with Daluba, whose bioarmor boasted astonishing defensive capabilities, coupled with the ability to absorb energy and convert it into the strength of its master. Anyone foolish enough to engage in a direct confrontation would undoubtedly face a brutal demise. However, this did not imply that Daluba surpassed Beckman. Rather, it was a matter of combat compatibility, which posed a considerable challenge for swordsmen against power-oriented opponents. Thus far, Samit's success rate against Daluba stood at a resounding 0, while his odds against Beckman hovered around 20%. In terms of offensive tactics, Beckman outclassed Daluba, yet regardless of the ferocity of his attacks, Samit could at least inflict some damage upon Beckman. In contrast, Daluba was an insurmountable obstacle. As for Yasubu, Laki, and others, they were no match for Samit. In terms of raw strength, they were nearly on par, but Samit's numerous advantages rendered Yasubu utterly helpless. Moreover, he could now incorporate the butterfly technique into his combat strategy. Samit, you truly astonish me. You've grown remarkably in just a few days. Daluba remarked with a hint of indifference. Is that so? I would argue that the most significant change is in you. Samit retorted with a sardonic twist of his lips. Regardless, Samit, I have no desire to be your enemy. Step aside. Do you believe victory is assured? Indeed. Daluba's expression remained impassive. Following his declaration, he leaned slightly forward. Fingers pressed against the ground, and with a powerful push, propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Clang! The clash of fist against sword unleashed a violent gust of wind that rippled outward, scattering the swirling snowflakes before they could draw near. Bang! Ultimately, Samit was not a character defined by sheer strength. In comparison to the giant-like Daluba, his power fell short, and he was unceremoniously thrown aside by the overwhelming force. Thud. Thud, thud. Relentless, Daluba pursued Samit, who was still airborne, and with both hands raised high, he brought down a formidable hammer-like strike toward him. Damn it! Do not underestimate me. Samit roared, and a cascade of luminescence emanated from his form. From his back unfurled a magnificent pair of gigantic butterfly wings composed of glowing light, while his entire being took on an ethereal quality. With a resounding thud, his head descended, crashing heavily into the ground, instantly fracturing the earth in concentric circles radiating several meters from the point of impact. Samit merely cast a fleeting glance at the state of the ground before propelling himself upward, using his arms to ascend, his form once again solidifying. With a fierce shout, he aimed his long sword at Daluba's neck and struck down with tremendous force. The blade's glimmer sliced through the earth on either side of Daluba's neck, yet miraculously, his neck remained unscathed. With a thunderous roar, Daluba swung his arm backward, summoning a tempestuous gust that sent Samit hurtling away. Samit executed a graceful somersault in the air, landing steadily at a distance. His brow furrowed. Despite entering this state, he still found himself no match for Daluba. If only the butterfly technique could influence others, it would suffice to render that layer of armor insubstantial. It seems you harbor many secrets, yet I find myself indifferent to them. I reiterate, I have no desire to be your enemy, Daluba stated matter-of-factly. Heh, your tone is truly exasperating, Daluba. Though I have altered the fate of my family, it does not mean I harbor no hatred for the Balabala pirates. Is that so? It appears there is nothing left to discuss. Daluba closed his eyes, then opened them again, revealing a resolute glint. Subsequently, he charged forth. Samit, undeterred, wielded a floral blade, his long sword pointed defiantly towards Daluba. With a fierce shout, the sword clashed against a fist, a contest of might against might, causing the very mountains to tremble and the atmosphere to shift. The two warriors engaged in relentless combat for 3 days and nights. Ultimately, Samit made a fateful miscalculation. Caught off guard by Daluba's overwhelming assault, he could not evade in time, and was struck, leading to a relentless barrage of attacks. In the end, he succumbed once more to the might of Daluba's fists. In the realm of dreams, the landscape was altered. 3 luminous orbs had vanished, replaced by 3 grand gateways. These portals led to the subworlds of the Wilga naval base, rivaling those of Ronnie Island, the Yarn pirate crew, and the endeavor to thwart Smoker. In these realms, Samit had resolved the immediate threats, allowing him to exist freely within them. Yet, time was a luxury he could not afford to squander idly in those worlds. When the opportunity arose for him to traverse physically, he departed from the subworld, leaving his corporeal form behind in the dreamscape. Samit gazed at the several grand gates and sighed, pondering how many times he had succumbed to the prowess of Daluba. Yet, it was precisely this repeated defeat that deepened his admiration for the red-haired warrior. After a moment, he steadied his emotions and returned to the realm of reality. However, he did not manifest the advancements he had achieved in the dungeon world for 2 reasons. Firstly, at this juncture in his life, the physical improvements were negligible. His growth was predominantly of a mental nature. Secondly, due to his physical condition, the 15-year-old Samit had already begun to show signs of aging, with strands of white hair. He understood this to be a consequence of employing the butterfly technique to alter history, while Luffy had expended 20 years of his lifespan without any visible signs of wear. Samit's white hair indicated that his own days were numbered. Naturally, he could not afford to squander his life force within the dungeon realm. It crossed his mind that he might have to seek law for an immortality procedure, once endowed with eternal life. He could freely utilize the butterfly technique and later resurrect himself. However, he doubted his own trustworthiness in such matters. It seemed that he would first need to assist in eliminating Doflamingo to make such possibilities viable. Nonetheless, he felt no urgency. He now possessed 4 avatars. Should his physical form in the real world reach its limit, he could simply create another. Moreover, he anticipated encountering remarkable experiences in the future, which would allow him to explore new dungeon worlds and acquire additional avatars. Yet, time was of the essence, otherwise, if too much time passed. Even if he were to manifest new avatars, they would not possess many years of life. This led him to recall the graduation ceremony scheduled for the following day. The Rose Knight training camp was a 5-year program, and in truth, Aelika had possessed the strength to challenge the official members of the Rose Knights 3 years prior. However, challenging the Rose Knights was no trivial matter. The current members were largely ineffectual. What proved difficult was maintaining one's position after becoming a Rose Knight, as the nobility would not idly watch their interests being usurped. They would undoubtedly hire formidable challengers to reclaim their lost status. Thus, Samit decided it was best for the 2 of them to remain at the academy for further training. At last, the day of graduation had arrived. Tomorrow would mark the school's graduation ceremony, where many noble dignitaries would be present, alongside the 10 official members of the Rose Knights. The 3 of them, Samit, Ailey, and Caesar, prepared to challenge the Rose Knight at the graduation ceremony the following day. Samit had already informed the esteemed Count to ensure they were ready. Chapter 41, The Strength of Ailey and Caesar. The training ground, a venue designated for students to engage in combat, was deserted, having been cleared following the completion of examinations. At that moment, the gates of the training ground swung open, and Ailey, Caesar, and Samit entered. "Now, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Samit asked the 2, his demeanor calm and unhurried. It was early in the morning, and having just emerged from the dungeon realm, he found himself approached by them without any prior explanation. They had simply stated that they would reveal their intentions upon arriving at the training ground, insisting that he bring his Murakumo. Such an apparent motive made it easy for Samit to glean their intent without further elaboration, thus maintaining his composure. Upon hearing Samit's question, Ailey and Caesar exchanged a brief glance of amusement before nodding in agreement. Ailey stepped forward and addressed Samit. "We wish to engage in one final match before graduation. We are eager to ascertain the extent of our disparity in strength." Indeed, it was as he had suspected. Samit covered his face with his hand, a look of resignation crossing his features. Over the years, they had sparred countless times, yet the gap in their abilities remained insurmountable, rendering Samit unable to exert himself. However, rejecting their request was not a viable option. Aside from his affiliation with the Stewart family, the bond forged through their years in the academy had deepened their friendship, making it difficult for him to decline. Very well, let us engage in another bout then. Samit's voice carried a hint of resignation, while a sense of awkwardness flickered across the faces of Ailey and Caesar. Despite the depth of their camaraderie, the constant need to rely on others left them somewhat embarrassed. However, this fleeting expression was quickly replaced by resolute gazes as they declared, "Samit, please give it your all this time. We wish to comprehend the extent of our disparity." Samit was momentarily taken aback, gazing into their earnest eyes and retorting, "Are you truly serious?" They both nodded affirmatively. "Very well, since you have made your decision." Samit closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then exhaled slowly, reopening his eyes as he added, "Prepare yourselves with the resolve to defeat me. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise." With that, an overwhelming aura of killing intent surged forth from him, causing the air within the training grounds to ripple. "Is this truly Samit's power?" Caesar remarked, squinting slightly, one hand raised defensively in front of him, astonished. "Indeed, although I had aimed high, this still exceeds my expectations," Ailey responded, her expression grave. Observing the two still engaged in idle chatter, a faint smile crept onto Samit's face. "Do you still have time to converse? Should you not attack soon? You shall miss your opportunity to strike." Ailey and Caesar exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, affirming that they would not hesitate. As they spoke, their presence began to shift. First was Caesar. Over the past 5 years, the once diminutive figure had grown to nearly 6 feet tall, his golden hair cascading like a lion's mane. Drawing his knightly sword from his side, he resembled a beast bearing its fangs. Ailey's transformation was even more astonishing. Over the years, her physique had matured remarkably, presenting an alluring silhouette reminiscent of a captivating pirate queen. At that moment, she slightly elevated her stance, her hair shifted to a striking gray, fluffy cat ears emerging from within. Furry tufts sprouted on the backs of her hands, her fingers elongated and sharpened, and her legs subtly extended, exuding an undeniable sense of explosive power. Samit felt as if he were being hunted by a wild beast under the gaze of those slit pupils. It was indeed the manifestation of Ailey's devil fruit ability, transforming her into a semi-beast form. To be candid, Ailey had truly struck gold with this devil fruit. Perhaps the previous owner deemed the Nico fruit to be of little worth, which is why it was placed in an auction house. However, the Nico fruit Ailey consumed was not of an ordinary feline variety, but rather that of the Pallas's cat, the fiercest of all felines, which has existed for 5 million years and has maintained its form without succumbing to the forces of nature, a testament to its position at the apex of the food chain. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to this zoan-type fruit as an ancient species. Observing the two individuals radiating an aura of power, Samit nodded in satisfaction. Their strength now rivaled that of Luffy and Zoro when they first set sail. "Bring it on. Do not concern yourselves with causing me harm. If you do not possess the resolve to kill me, you lack even the qualifications to compel me to act. Samit, be cautious." A thunderous roar erupted from Caesar as he charged at Samit, brandishing a massive sword, while Ailey silently vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she had positioned herself above and behind Samit, her glimmering claws poised to strike at his neck, even as Caesar's sword descended from the front. Samit smiled gently, drawing forth a segment of the cursed blade, Mirakumo. The already formidable aura of menace solidified into a palpable force, piercing the very beings of the two individuals. They remained frozen in their offensive stances, beads of perspiration cascading from their foreheads like raindrops. With a thud, Ailey, suspended in the air, plummeted to the ground, her eyes darting about, reflecting sheer terror, mirroring the expression of Caesar beside her. Samit smiled gently, sheathing his long blade, as the aura of lethality surrounding him dissipated. He then extended his hands, resting them on their shoulders, and chuckled, "Are you all right?" With a sigh, it was as if time had paused. The moment his hands settled upon them, the stillness was broken. Both of them clutched their chests, bending over and gasping for breath, taking a while to regain their composure. "Is this truly your strength, Samit?" "No, it cannot be the entirety of your power. If you had unleashed your full potential, we might have perished." Ailey forced a bitter smile, reflecting on how hard they trained, yet the gap between them only widened. Caesar fared no better, his expression downcast and filled with despair, seemingly overwhelmed by the crushing reality. As Samit pondered, he soon devised a way to comfort them. "Caesar, I have mentioned before that everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Apart from combat, I am utterly inept." Indeed, upon hearing these words, the two felt considerably better, yet they still struggled to come to terms with the situation. Even if you had invested all your talents into combat prowess, it would still be rather grotesque, wouldn't it? Ari remarked with a wry smile. Indeed. Without even lifting a finger, your mere presence made us feel as if we were facing death itself, Caesar concurred. Hee. It is not as simple as you suggest. This technique is formed from the conqueror's haki, the demon blade Muramesa, and my own murderous intent. I have exerted my utmost effort, Samit replied. Is that so? You seem quite at ease, the two responded, half in disbelief. Cough, cough. Truly, I have no reason to deceive you. However, your abilities have astonished me. Thus, your ascension to the ranks of the Rose Knights is all but assured. Chapter 42. The grand performance begins the following day, at 5 in the morning. The school's faculty organized the students into lines to enter the auditorium. Today marked the graduation ceremony for Samit's cohort, and numerous noble figures were expected to attend. Consequently, the school made every effort to showcase its finest attributes before the aristocracy. However, the students arriving at such an early hour proved futile, as they had missed breakfast and remained in the auditorium waiting. It was not until after 10 that the nobles began to arrive in dribs and drabs. While many attended, they were primarily lesser nobles. The prominent figures were far too occupied to grace the graduation of a private institution with their presence. After conferring with the nobles and confirming that no other dignitaries were forthcoming, the school nodded and prepared to commence. Suddenly, the sound of ceremonial greetings rang out. Count Morozweig has arrived. The principal, who was already on stage prepared to deliver a speech, froze momentarily, then rejoiced. This was indeed a significant individual. The principal recalled that the count's daughter and a member of an external family were graduating that very day, and he must have come for them. With this thought, the principal exited the auditorium, followed by a throng of lesser nobles eager to welcome him. After all, Count Morozweig was a figure of immense power within the kingdom, and it would be advantageous to curry his favor. Before long, the imposing figure of Count Morozweig entered. Flanked by a host of sycophants, the count paid no heed to the flatterers behind him. Upon entering the auditorium, he cast a glance towards Samit and the others before proceeding to the VIP seating. To everyone's astonishment, he chose not to sit in the primary seat, but rather in the third position. The nobles behind him gasped. The count, being the highest-ranking individual present, had set a precedent that no one else dared to challenge. With a beaming smile, the principal approached him, respectfully saying, "My lord count, please take the seat of honor." Count Morozweig regarded him coolly and replied, "There are greater dignitaries yet to arrive, so I shall refrain from taking the main seat." What? More distinguished guests are to come? The lesser nobles were taken aback. In the Kingdom of Morocco, the only figures of greater significance than Count Morozweig were the Prime Minister and His Majesty the King. The Count had left 2 seats open at the head of the table. Could it be that His Majesty and the Prime Minister would attend? This notion swept through the crowd, and the principal's expression transformed into one of unbridled joy. The Rose Knights Youth Training Camp had long sought official recognition, and the attendance of these 2 paramount figures at the graduation ceremony indicated that the camp had garnered the acknowledgement of the highest authorities in the land. Just as the crowd was lost in speculation, the sounds of ceremonial greetings resounded once more. His Majesty the King has arrived. The Prime Minister is here. Indeed, they had come. Everyone turned their gaze toward Count Morozweig, who calmly rose and exited the auditorium. Soon, the students witnessed Count Morozweig entering alongside a splendidly dressed gentleman, who appeared to be nearing 50, his short black hair streaked with white, yet possessing a robust physique. On his other side walked a portly elderly woman adorned in opulent attire, her right hand bedecked with several jeweled rings, exuding an air of affluence. Following these 3 were 10 formidable-looking individuals, members of the Rose Knights. It was evident that the distinguished gentleman at the forefront was none other than the reigning king, Louis XIV. "We bow before your Majesty." The nobles in the room immediately inclined their bodies in deference. Louis XIV glanced at them, his indifference palpable. He hardly remembered such lesser nobles. No need for excessive formality. I have heard that among this year's graduates are several exceptionally talented students, and I have come to witness their accomplishments. Principal, please continue with the ceremony. Do not mind me, he stated. Yes, yes. The principal, sweating profusely, nodded in agreement. Although Louis XIV had made such a declaration, the principal dared not disregard him entirely and cautiously returned to the podium to deliver his prepared speech. Louis XIV paid no heed to the crowd's demeanor and took his seat in the guest area alongside Count Morozweig and the elderly lady, while the 10 members of the Rose Knights stood vigilantly behind them. The other lesser nobles, upon witnessing this display, dared not approach to take a seat. Count Morozweig, is this the institution you claim has nurtured exceptional warriors? The elderly lady glanced at the visibly anxious principal on stage and scoffed. How could someone so inexperienced in the ways of the world possibly cultivate outstanding warriors? Ultimately, this is merely a private school established by some vain little nobles. The ability to produce remarkable warriors has little to do with the principal's worldly experience. Count Morozweig responded with calm composure. Humph, do not presume I am unaware. Your daughter is indeed graduating from this school today, is she not? I suspect you have lured His Majesty here under the pretense of her graduation to attract his attention. The Prime Minister remarked with an air of arrogance, as if he had unraveled the Count's every scheme. Prime Minister, do observe patiently. Whether the Count has deceived me will soon be revealed, the Count replied, undeterred by the Prime Minister's arrogance. Louis XIV interjected, halting their dispute. The Prime Minister pursed his lips, falling silent, as he realized that Count Morozweig had likely not deceived His Majesty, for such a transparent ruse was unnecessary. Perhaps it was indeed the Count's daughter who possessed remarkable prowess, thus capturing the king's attention and leading to her elevation in status. Count Morozweig cast a sidelong glance at the Prime Minister, dismissing the self-satisfied individual altogether. On the podium, the principal grasped his speech notes and subsequently invited the top 10 students of the graduating class to the stage. As the top student in the entire school, Samit was the first to take the stage, followed closely by Ellie, Caesar, and the remaining 7 students. Each of them wore a flushed expression, brimming with excitement. For this was a platform to showcase their talents before His Majesty. To earn His Majesty's admiration would undoubtedly pave the way for a boundless future. Regrettably, only Samit, as the foremost scholar, possessed the privilege to conduct research. Samit held a sheet of paper and recited a speech, expressing gratitude to each of the leaders, before directing his gaze towards a towering knight standing behind His Majesty the King. Samit bowed before King Louis XIV. In this exhilarating moment, I have a significant decision to execute, and since Your Majesty is present, I kindly ask you to serve as my witness. Audacious! Who do you think you are to request such a thing from His Majesty? The Chancellor slammed his fist on the seat, rising to glare fiercely at Samit. No matter. Speak your mind. Whatever you intend to do, just say it. Louis XIV interjected, his tone calm and composed. Samit cast a glance at the expressionless king and thought to himself, what remarkable acting. Had it not been for prior knowledge of the circumstances, who could have imagined that it was all orchestrated by you? I wish to challenge the kingdom's foremost knight. Chapter 43. Turbulence in the realm. My intention is to confront the kingdom's premier knight. His words stirred a tempest of reactions, inciting a fervent uproar among the students gathered below the stage, all eyes turning towards the kingdom's esteemed knight. This knight, a robust gentleman in his 40s, donned resplendent golden armor and a flowing crimson cape, exuding an undeniable aura of grandeur. Sammy's words left him momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure and let out a derisive laugh, proclaiming with pride, "Humph, even though you are the top student of this institution, you are still far from challenging the foremost individual in the kingdom. Have you misunderstood my intent? I seek the title of the kingdom's foremost knight." The confrontational words exchanged by Samit have once again stirred up a tempest, leaving the kingdom's foremost knight with a visage as dark as thunder. As the preeminent figure of the realm, he naturally possesses countless admirers and devotees who strive to emulate his prowess. He had assumed that Samit was similarly motivated, seeking to gauge the disparity between them through his challenge. To his astonishment, Samit had come to vie for the title of Rose Knight, and audaciously selected him as the first opponent, implying that he deemed him the weakest among the Rose Knights. Contemplating this, the knight's countenance grew even more forbidding. Just as he placed a hand upon the hilt of his sword, poised to step forward, the voice of the esteemed Chancellor rang out. With a grave expression, she admonished, "This is folly. The Rose Knights, being the 10 most formidable warriors of the kingdom, hold a status of unparalleled nobility. They cannot be challenged so frivolously. If you wish to contest for the position of a Rose Knight, you must prepare a formal document and submit it to the appropriate authorities. Only then will the court arrange a fair venue for your duel, thus preserving the honor of the Rose Knights." Samit cast a glance at the elderly woman, disregarding her presence, and directed a provocative gaze towards the kingdom's foremost knight, inwardly muttering, "This fellow must be suffering from hormonal imbalance." Provoked by Samit's audacity, the kingdom's premier knight could scarcely contain himself and strode forward. "Fanic, are you truly going to stoop to the level of squabbling with an uncouth young brat?" the Chancellor admonished. Fenwick was indeed the name of the kingdom's foremost knight, and upon receiving the chancellor's reprimand, he hesitated momentarily. What is the matter? As the kingdom's champion, are you afraid of me? Regardless, it matters not. Even if you decline my challenge now, you shall find it impossible to evade combat when I follow the proper channels. Samit remarked with an air of nonchalance, feigning indifference, his expression thoroughly infuriating. Fenwick, seething with anger, shot a glance at the chancellor and declared, Madam, grant me permission to teach that arrogant young man a lesson. With that, he promptly turned and strode towards the podium. Fool, the chancellor fumed inwardly, cursing silently. Ever since the day the king had uncharacteristically attended this wretched school's graduation ceremony, she felt a sense of unease. Upon learning that her political adversary Moritzweg's daughter was also enrolled in this institution, clarity dawned upon her. It was that man seeking a promising future for his daughter. Yet, when Samit issued his challenge to Fenwick, she realized in an instant that this was not merely about Moritzweg's aspirations for his daughter, but rather an affront aimed squarely at the noble class she represented. As a distant member of the Stuart family, Samit's actions must have been instigated by Moritzweg, a steadfast supporter of the royal family. This elaborate spectacle may very well be orchestrated by Louis XIV himself. Contemplating this, she cast a deep glance at His Majesty the King, observing his indifferent demeanor towards the unfolding events, and concluded that he was indeed the mastermind behind it all. Meanwhile, Fenwick ascended the podium, tilting his head to meet Samit's gaze. The feeling of looking up to another was profoundly unsettling for him, especially after Samit's earlier provocation, which had ignited his simmering rage. With a fierce expression, he cruelly declared, You will come to regret your decision today, boy. How pitiable it is that he cannot discern the disparity between us. Truly tragic. Samit responded with a look of pity. How dare he look down upon me? Prepare yourself. Fenwick drew his knightly sword and charged at Samit. His robust physique adorned in exquisite armor certainly projected an imposing presence, at least in the eyes of the nobility. Yet, Samit, disinterested, did not even spare him a glance. As he unleashed his conqueror's hockey, Fenwick collapsed to the ground before he could even reach Samit. The onlookers in the lecture hall were left in utter astonishment, with the exception of Ellie and Caesar. Witnessing this, Samit displayed a look of disdain and turned towards the king, saying, Your Majesty, according to the rules, having triumphed over the former Rose Knight, may I now inherit his title? Louis XIV, jolted from his reverie by Samit's words, quickly regained his composure. He scrutinized Samit closely, then glanced at the fallen Fenwick, and a joyful smile spread across his face. Indeed, from this moment forth, you shall be the kingdom's foremost knight. Your name is Samit. Am I correct? I possess no grand rewards at present, so allow me to bestow upon you my cloak. Louis XIV laughed heartily as he approached the podium, shedding his cloak and draping it over Samit. Truth be told, although he had orchestrated all of this, he had never laid eyes on Samit before and had no inkling of his true prowess. He had merely heard from Moritzweg of Samit's formidable strength. Witnessing the way Samit incapacitated Fenwick with a mere glance was a shock that defied description. Had he known of Samit's extraordinary capabilities earlier, there would have been no need for elaborate schemes. His sheer might could have sufficed to sweep all aside. However, clad in the king's cloak, Samit was astounded. The image of a towering figure, 3 meters tall, with blood-red eyes, dressed in a long-sleeved shirt and jeans, draped in a fur cloak, and wielding the cursed blade Muramesa piercing the king's body flashed vividly in his mind. His current appearance was strikingly similar to the man depicted in the painting created by Leonard 5 years prior. How could this be? It was one thing for his grown appearance to bear resemblance, but for the attire to match so closely was unfathomable. Samit found himself engulfed in confusion. He could not discern whether it was Leonard who encountered his future self or if he was merely evolving in accordance with Leonard's prophecy. What would transpire if his future self truly did confront the king? The king had betrayed him, a notion that occupied Samit's thoughts for quite some time. He could only conceive of this possibility. He had come to the capital in pursuit of wealth and glory, and it was inconceivable for him to willingly betray the kingdom. It had to be the kingdom that betrayed him. Yet, how could this be? Although this was their first meeting, Samit had gleaned enough from the Stuart family to understand that Louis XIV was a shrewd and benevolent king. He consistently prioritized the welfare of his subjects, which was precisely why the nobles of the kingdom had become adversaries of the king. Ellie, too, recalled that painting, particularly the one depicting a family brought to ruin. As she stood at a distance, her expression one of concern. Chapter 44, Turbulent Times, Part 2, in the year 1516 of the C-Round calendar. the Kingdom of Morocco experienced a series of significant events. First, the kingdom's foremost knight, Phoenice, was swiftly defeated by the mere 15-year-old Samit. Following that, the 7th and 8th knights fell to the youthful Ali and Caesar in a series of battles. Intriguingly, all three were among the top graduates of this year's Rose Knight training camp, which thus gained considerable renown. However, the unfolding events did not cease there. The previous commander of the Royal Guard and the chief of the Gendarmerie, both dismissed the previous year for opposing His Majesty the King, resurfaced and succeeded in defeating the kingdom's 2nd and 3rd knights. At this juncture, it became evident to all that the king was taking action. These nobles, driven by self-interest, had meddled within his personal guard, clearly transgressing the king's boundaries. In a moment of hesitation, the nobles found themselves at a crossroads. They were uncertain whether to seek the return of the Rose Knight title, an act that would directly defy His Majesty. As they deliberated, all 10 members of the former Rose Knights were toppled, losing their qualifications for the title. For the nobles, the title itself mattered little. What held significance was the associated titles and lands. Consequently, they summoned a renowned swordsman from the North Sea, challenging the current first knight, Samit. Yet, this illustrious swordsman was swiftly dispatched by Samit. Subsequently, numerous challengers were sent forth, only to meet the same fate. In a final act of desperation, the nobles enlisted the help of a notorious pirate, whose bounty had reached an astounding 89 million baileys. Utilizing their power, the nobles sought to cleanse the pirate's identity and arrange for his immigration paperwork. Alas, during the challenge, he was cleaved in two by Samit, and shortly after, his piratical identity was exposed, inciting the king's wrath. He commanded Count Moritzweg to conduct a thorough investigation. Ultimately, it was revealed that over 20 officials were implicated. Louis XIV, incensed, wreaked havoc in the court, dismissing all implicated officials and stripping them of their titles. Instantly, the capital was engulfed in turmoil. In the palace garden, Samit sat dejectedly on a tea chair beside a fountain, sipping red tea. Ali, observing his demeanor, sighed, Samit, are you still brooding over that matter? How can I not? Just look at my attire. It mirrors that painting exactly, Samit replied, tugging at his cloak. After being named the kingdom's first knight, Samit's first act upon returning home was to remove the cloak. Yet, the king insisted that he wear it whenever entering the court, for it was a mark of honor bestowed upon him by the king himself, deserving to be seen by all. Speaking of the painting, Ali shared her concerns. Though she appeared more optimistic than Samit, that painting does not foretell anything. Has anything happened yet? If you truly fear the events within that painting might come to fruition, why not leave your village reign at home? Indeed, Samit exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Why did I not think of that? You are overthinking it. Consider this. What foolish act would His Majesty, such a shrewd and capable ruler, commit that would provoke such a rebellion from you? Ali remarked with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, I may have been overly concerned. Samit nodded in agreement. In recent times, the events at court had been orchestrated by the king himself. Most of those who challenged Samit, aside from the initial few, had been summoned by the noble lord. And the pirate had been procured from the naval prison at the king's behest. The noble lord provided the pirate's family with considerable wealth to stage the charade. And the officials who facilitated the pirate's cleansing of identity were merely acting under the noble lord's orders. These nobles were not oblivious to the noble lord's political adversities. They considered whether they were being ensnared in a trap. However, as the mastermind behind this scheme was the king, they reasoned that he would be the first to suffer should the truth come to light. Thus, they assisted, hoping to gain a favor from the noble lord, or to use this as leverage in future dealings. Little did they realize that the true architect of this affair was the king himself. Once the pirate was slain by Samit, the noble lord presented evidence to the king, ultimately distancing himself from the matter. From these occurrences, it was clear that the king was undoubtedly a wise and capable monarch. He would not engage in foolishness that would compel him to incite rebellion against himself. Nor did he harbor ambitions of usurpation. Consequently, the notion of assassinating the king was utterly unfounded. With these realizations, Samit's earlier gloom lifted. Thank you, Ali. It is nothing. I am glad you have come to understand, Ali replied, smiling at Samit's newfound cheer. At that moment, a messenger rushed in to report, Lord Samit. Lady Ali, the court meeting has commenced. His Majesty requests your presence. Understood, Ali replied, then turned her gaze to Samit. Shall we go? Indeed. Finishing his last sip of tea, Samit rose and followed Ali as they accompanied the messenger to the council chamber. Arriving at the entrance of the chamber, the messenger departed, and Samit and Ailey waited briefly until the king approached with a few attendants, a smile gracing his face as he addressed them. Samit, Ailey, I count on you today as well. It is our duty, both replied earnestly. Let us proceed. The king nodded in satisfaction and entered first, with Samit and Ailey following closely behind. Upon entering the grand hall, the noble officials had already divided themselves into civil and military factions. Standing on either side of the hall, the king sat resolutely upon the throne, while Samit and Ailey positioned themselves beside it. Clearing his throat, the king commenced. Before today's council meeting begins, I have a joyous announcement to make. He paused momentarily, gauging the reactions of his subjects, who were all attentively focused on him. Seeing their rapt attention, the king continued, I shall wed my 9th beloved concubine during the next full moon. Upon hearing this, the courtiers exchanged glances, silently communicating before the chancellor stepped forward to inquire, May I ask, Your Majesty, which noble lady you intend to marry? The words of the chancellor elicited a look of disdain from His Majesty the King. The nobles of the kingdom, led by the chancellor, were eagerly emulating the lifestyle of the celestial dragons in every conceivable manner. Were it not for these individuals, he would have openly married April by now. Chapter 45. A sudden incident, however, despite the revulsion he felt, the chancellor's abilities were undeniably impressive, and she had not violated any laws of the kingdom. He could not take any action against her. If he were to arbitrarily accuse her of a crime and dismiss her, it would likely deter others from aiding him in the future. With this thought in mind, he donned a congenial smile and said, That individual is the court's chief pianist. Strang. A lip. What? The chancellor gasped in shock and immediately protested. This is unacceptable. Your Majesty, as the sovereign of this nation and its representative, how can you marry a commoner, especially one who has borne children? The other noble officials were equally agitated, voicing their opposition. Silence. The king rebuked. And the hall fell silent, though the nobles continued to glare at him, unyielding. Their reactions only fueled the king's ire. He thundered, Chancellor, explain to me why marrying a common woman is disgraceful. Is there any law in our kingdom that forbids the royal family from marrying commoners? Your Majesty is a sovereign of noble blood. How can she, a commoner, possibly compare? If you were to have children with her who inherit the throne, would it not mean that the royal bloodline is tainted with common blood? And what of April's child, Caesar, as the 8th knight of the kingdom? How shall you interact with him? Faced with the king's inquiries, the chancellor stood unafraid, meeting his gaze with composure. Humph. Common blood, noble blood, royal blood. Were you not commoners yourselves before you ascended? Even we of royal lineage have once bled as commoners. What, then, is the difference? The king's fury escalated as he turned to his ministers. The chancellor found herself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. The king continued, As for Caesar, you need not worry. He is my son, the legitimate child of April and myself. A wave of astonishment swept through the hall. Samit could hardly fathom the king's audacity in revealing such a scandalous truth. Aside from the earl, the other nobles were left dumbfounded, struggling to process the revelation. Caesar is the king's son? The chancellor stood frozen for a moment, then, filled with emotion, pointed her finger at the king, about to speak when Samit interjected. His voice booming with authority, What do you intend to do? He radiated an aura of menace, locking his gaze on the chancellor. The sudden intensity of his presence left the chancellor visibly shaken, fear etched upon her face as the words she intended to speak evaporated from her mind. Observing this, Samit reined in his aggression. After all, she was the chancellor, and any inappropriate behavior on her part during the assembly would reflect poorly upon him. The chancellor, initially pointing at Samit, withdrew her hand as she exchanged a complex glance with him, then returned her focus to the king. Your Majesty, we have a grave situation. Before she could elaborate, a messenger burst into the room, interrupting her. Irritated, she demanded, What could possibly be so urgent that you would intrude upon a council meeting? Your Majesty, it is dire news. The heavenly gold intended for the celestial dragons has been seized. The messenger's voice quavered as he delivered the shocking tidings. What? Gasps filled the room, and the king sprang to his feet, urgently inquiring, What is the situation? Who has taken the heavenly gold? I do not know. We just received a call from the 2nd knight escorting the heavenly gold, who reported being attacked by pirates. After that, we only heard screams before the line went dead. These vile pirates. The king slammed his palm onto the armrest of his chair, seething with rage. He glanced at the messenger, still trembling, and commanded, You may leave. This matter does not concern you. Thank you, Your Majesty. The messenger bowed and exited the council chamber. Once alone with his ministers, The king turned to them and asked, "What shall we do? Speak up." The nobles exchanged uncertain glances, none willing to step forward. Frustration boiled within the king. Were you not also eloquent moments ago? Now that a crisis has arisen, you are all rendered speechless. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. At that moment, the earl rose to speak. Seeing the earl take the floor, the king attempted to regain his composure, saying, "Earl, please share your thoughts." "Indeed, Your Majesty," the earl replied, gathering his thoughts. "The immediate priority is to procure the heavenly gold. If we fail to deliver it, the Kingdom of Morocco will lose its status as a member of the world government. Given Morocco's geographical significance, this would severely impact our economy. You are correct, but the heavenly gold is no small sum. The populace is already unable to bear a second tax for it, and our treasury is insufficient. How shall we secure the second amount of heavenly gold? Your Majesty, I propose that you host a gala for the elite, inviting all notable nobles in the capital, then seeking their contributions during the event. That is unacceptable, Your Majesty." The Chancellor interjected, unable to contain herself. As the king's gaze turned to her, she hastily added, "Your Majesty, the nobles have made significant contributions to this nation. They should not be treated in such a manner. Since they have contributed to the kingdom, it is not unreasonable to ask for their assistance in overcoming a national crisis." "Is it?" the earl retorted with a mocking expression. "You only speak without action. Why does your Stuart family not contribute?" "The Stuart family will certainly contribute. At the gala, the Shining Gold Trading Company, under the Stuart banner, will lead the donations." The Chancellor found herself at a loss for words, retreating from the argument as the other nobles fell silent. The earl's disdain was palpable as he surveyed the assembly, thinking them short-sighted, oblivious to the fact that their power and wealth stemmed from the kingdom. Should the kingdom falter, all that they possessed would vanish. Seeing the minister's lack of resolve, the king decisively stated, "We shall follow the earl's counsel. Summon the staff to prepare a banquet that can accommodate all the esteemed nobles of the capital. It must be arranged immediately, for I wish to convene it tonight." "Understood." Chapter 46. The Gala of Accumulated Wealth. After the morning assembly, the entire palace bustled with activity. As the staff endeavored to prepare a grand banquet for the distinguished nobles of the capital within the span of a single day, the magnitude of the task was immense, and the court chefs were likely overwhelmed, struggling to meet the demands. Thus, His Majesty the King dispatched emissaries to enlist the aid of chefs from upscale hotels. Alongside the messengers delivering invitations, the palace became a hive of comings and goings, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. In stark contrast to this frenetic atmosphere were the Rose Knights. While His Majesty presided over matters in his study, these loyal guards found themselves idle, gathered in the back garden to sip tea. Yet, the recent incident involving the theft of the heavenly gold cast a pall over their expressions. "What troubles you also? This atmosphere is quite disconcerting," remarked the fifth knight, a former adventurer who had roamed between nations for 2 decades. Wearied by his travels, he returned to his homeland, only to be summoned by the king with an enticing offer, perhaps due to his extensive experiences. He exhibited the most composure in light of the calamity involving the heavenly gold. "Uncle Halford, how can you remain so calm amidst such turmoil?" teased Caesar, noting Halford's unruffled demeanor. "Ah, fret not. If the sky were to fall, there would be tall ones to bear it. There's little we can do in such circumstances. No amount of worry will change the situation. Best to rest for now. Once the heavenly gold is gathered again, I suspect His Majesty will task us with escorting it ourselves," Halford replied with a hearty laugh. Despite his vast experience, he was still taken aback by Samit's prowess, which lent credence to Samit's assertions. "Let us hope for that." The second knight, former commander of the Royal Guard, added. He gazed silently at the clouds, lost in thought, prompting the others to share in his somber mood. Throughout the day, the palace remained abuzz with activity. Even the king was engrossed in his study, with courtiers frequently entering and exiting with documents until dusk fell. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the crescent moon ascended, the weary king emerged, and a servant hurried to drape a cloak over his shoulders. Rubbing his eyes, he waved away the attendant. "Your Majesty," announced the Rose Knights, with Summit leading the way, as they approached the king and performed the knightly salute. "You have endured a long day waiting outside. Come, let us partake in the evening feast." The king extended his hand to assist Summit, gesturing for the others to rise as well. "It is our duty," they replied respectfully. The king nodded, offering no further words, and led the way toward the castle where the banquet was to be held. The Rose Knights formed 2 lines behind him. Upon their arrival at the castle, the hall was already abuzz with the mingling of elegantly attired high society. As the king and the Rose Knights entered, a hush fell over the hall. All eyes trained upon the monarch. Ignoring the multitude of gazes, the king ascended the dais and turned to face the crowd, while the Rose Knights took their places on either side below. Raising his hand to signal for silence, the king commanded the musicians to cease. And the hall fell so silent that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Satisfied, the king addressed the assembly with solemnity. Esteemed guests, I trust you have heard of the urgency that compels us to convene this banquet. Indeed, this year, the heavenly gold intended for the nobility has been plundered by pirates. In this hour of national crisis, I gather you here to implore your united support to help our kingdom weather this storm. I beseech you to contribute generously. His voice resonated with fervor, capable of stirring emotions, yet the nobles, being astute individuals, were not easily swayed by mere words. They exchanged glances, remaining silent. As time passed, the king's presence on the dais grew increasingly awkward. Gradually, the color drained from the king's face, and just as he was on the verge of indignation, a nobleman stepped forward. We nobles are deeply indebted to your majesty for your generosity. In this time of national peril, we naturally shall lend our support. I Count Moritzweg pledged 10 billion belly to assist the kingdom through this crisis. The count's declaration visibly darkened the countenance of the assembled nobles. With one stepping up, they felt compelled, whether out of concern or pride, to contribute, lest they be judged harshly for their lack of generosity. How could they, self-proclaimed members of high society, fail to offer even a modest sum? However, it was the sheer magnitude of the count's donation that truly unsettled them. With 10 billion belly pledged, they could not afford to contribute a paltry amount without inviting ridicule. To be candid, they had anticipated making donations upon attending the banquet. Yet none had expected such a substantial commitment from the count. Afterward, regardless of their willingness, they begrudgingly proclaimed their contributions, each noble eager to match the count's pledge. Observing the nobles assenting to donate, a wave of satisfaction washed over the king, who estimated that their contributions had already surpassed the amount of the stolen heavenly gold. Once the final noble had declared their support, the king nodded approvingly and proclaimed, I am grateful for your generosity in this time of national crisis. Your contribution shall remain etched in my memory, and now let us rejoice as we celebrate our nation's resilience. The king's words lifted the spirits of the previously somber nobles, who, having relinquished their funds, began to contemplate how they might reap future rewards. Erupting into cheers and lavishing praise upon the king, what followed was a jubilant feast, where well-dressed gentlemen and elegantly attired ladies took to the dance floor, while servants wheeled carts laden with fine wine and delicacies amidst the revelry. As the guests immersed themselves in the merriment, the king descended from the dais and approached Samit and the others, saying, You have all worked diligently today. Go now and enjoy yourselves. There are many lovely ladies in the hall awaiting an invitation to dance. But your majesty, your safety. Samit hesitated. Do not concern yourselves. This is the royal castle, heavily guarded. The king waved dismissively, encouraging them to partake in the festivities. Noticing their lingering apprehension, he placed a reassuring hand on Samit's shoulder, adding, And remember, you are here. As long as you are present in this hall, no harm shall befall me. So, rest easy. The king's words had instilled a sense of hesitation, which manifested as insecurity, prompting those around him to disperse into the crowd. Unbeknownst to them, whether by design or coincidence, they formed a circle around the king, engaging in revelry and indulgence in exquisite food and wine, subtly enveloping him at the center. The king, perceptive to the shift, felt a deep sense of satisfaction with the current generation of Rose Knights. Chapter 47. The onslaught of Don Quixote. As the foremost knight of the realm and a member of the noble house, Samit stood out as a youthful figure, drawing the attention of many. Since the king had granted them the liberty to revel at the ball, numerous ladies had approached him with invitations to dance, all of which he gracefully declined. He found little appeal in such crowded gatherings and, lacking any skill in dance, chose instead to recline on a sofa, savoring the culinary delights and fine wines while observing the interactions surrounding the king. It is often said that a person's character evolves in response to their experiences and environment. In the brief span of less than 3 months since graduating from school to serve as a royal guard, Samit had undergone a significant transformation in both thought and demeanor. Samit, whose background is unblemished and who has been elevated to his position by the king himself, enjoys the sovereign's unwavering trust. The king confides in him regarding many matters. And over the past 3 months, the struggle against the noble factions has instilled a sense of trepidation in Samit as he navigates the treacherous waters of court intrigue. Consequently, he has developed a clearer understanding of the dangers lurking within the palace, aware that peril could arise at any moment, threatening his majesty. As previously noted, Samit owes his current status entirely to the king's patronage, which fosters a deep sense of gratitude within him. Protecting the king's safety is his solemn duty, and he remains resolute in ensuring that no harm befalls the monarch. The banquet continued until 11 p.m., and as the crowd gradually dispersed, Samit and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief after escorting the king to his chambers for rest, acknowledging the day's overwhelming demands. "Let us each return to our quarters to rest," proposed Halford. Sammy nodded and said, "Let 2 people remain on duty while the others return to rest. We shall rotate in 4 hours." "Oh, come on. We're not usually required to stand watch," Halford complained, and the others expressed their discontent as well. Samite observed the expressions of those around him and sighed inwardly. "I understand that everyone is weary," he began. "But the incident involving the stolen celestial gold seems awry to me. This may not merely be a case of pirate robbery. Therefore, I ask that we all endure a little longer during this period. I shall remain here with you." With resignation, the others replied, "Since you have said so. What more can we say? Let it be." Indeed, the theft of the celestial gold meant for the celestial dragons was perplexing. While there had been previous instances of such thefts, they invariably attracted the rigorous pursuit of the Navy and the CP Intelligence Agency. Pirates who dared to seize celestial gold rarely survived beyond 2 months, leading to a general deterrence against such acts. Nodding thoughtfully, Samite proceeded to assign personnel for shifts. Once arrangements were made, he and the rest retired to their respective chambers for rest. 5,000 kilometers away, atop a high ridge, 2 figures stood. 1. A woman of strikingly dark complexion and tall stature exuded a fiery allure in her purple gown, accentuated by her sultry lips and captivating eyes. Beside her stood a man of approximately 3 meters in height, adorned with short golden hair and draped in a pink feathered coat, wearing sunglasses even in the night. In the realm of One Piece, such flamboyance was unparalleled, save for the notorious Don Quixote Doflamingo. With a hauntingly enchanting laughter, Doflamingo inquired of the woman, Violet, "What is the situation?" 2 Rose Knights guard the king's chamber, while the rest remain within the castle. The kingdom's foremost knight, Samite, is also present. "Is Doflamingo planning to take action?" Violet responded, her gaze fixed on him. Who would have imagined that in just 5 years, a mere child would grow into a formidable challenge? "Tonight's operation is cancelled. We shall proceed with Plan B," Doflamingo stated, his mind swirling with complexity. Shortly after the death of he had uncovered Samite as the assassin. However, he had been preoccupied with the aftermath in Dressrosa, establishing an underground arms factory, and forging connections with significant figures, including the Yonko Kaido. Such pressing matters had consumed his attention, and while he had contemplated sending capable subordinates, Samite's unexpected prowess had instilled caution in him. He feared that an ill-fated attempt might instead bolster Samite's experience, recalling his own path fraught with similar encounters. Yet now, as he prepared to take matters into his own hands, the once easily crushable child had grown into a figure worthy of his utmost care. Should he feel fortunate for his habitual caution? Had he acted recklessly upon arriving in the kingdom of Morocco, many familial members might have perished. "Instruct them to act according to the plan tomorrow," he commanded before leaping into the darkness, his feathered coat billowing like the wings of a great bird. Violet remained, contemplating Doflamingo's vanishing figure with a thoughtful gaze. The next day dawned clear and bright, the sun rising high. After a night of meticulous preparation, the celestial gold for the second offering was ready and dispatched to the warship. As Lord Halford had indicated, this time the king had arranged for all Rose Knights, except Caesar, to personally escort the shipment. At the port of Gaz City, His Majesty the King came to bid farewell. "Sir Samite, I entrust this task to you. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will ensure the celestial gold reaches Mariewa safely. Should those pirates dare to strike again, I will capture them," Samite assured the king. "May fortune favor you all." The king extended his blessings, clasping his hands in salute. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Samite began to express his gratitude when suddenly his expression shifted dramatically. He dashed forward, tackling the king to the ground just as a bullet whizzed past, embedding itself in the earth. The king, still reeling from the suddenness of the event, realized the danger upon seeing the bullet and shouted, "Protect the king." However, before he could finish his command, the bullet lodged in the ground began to expand ominously. Samite's expression changed dramatically as he shouted to the crowd, "Quickly disperse." Without delay, he seized the king and sprinted away, all the while ensuring to shield him with his own body. Boom! As Samit had scarcely taken a few steps, a thunderous explosion erupted beneath him, engulfing the ministers who had accompanied the king. Fortunately, Samit shouted a warning, and the valiant Rose Knights, each grasping two individuals, managed to escape the blast radius. Yet, despite their efforts, some still perished in the cataclysm. Witnessing such devastation, the king's complexion turned ashen. He was about to utter a word when another explosion reverberated, causing the bridge of the warship, laden with heavenly gold, to fracture and sink toward the center. Chapter 48, The Beginning of Chaos. Oh, the heavenly gold. The king lamented, attempting to rush forward. Samit quickly restrained him and bellowed towards the distant crowd, Caesar, you must escort His Majesty back to the palace. I will pursue the assassin. Your Majesty, please return with us to the palace. Caesar and his companions implored as they approached to support the king. Do not concern yourselves with me. Save the heavenly gold. The king protested, struggling against Caesar's grip in a desperate attempt to reach the gold. However, his efforts were in vain. Bang! Another gunshot rang out as a bullet soared through the air. The expression on Samit's face darkened as he unsheathed his enchanted blade. With a swift motion, the glint of the sword sliced through the air, cleaving the bullet in twain. Rest assured, Your Majesty, though the warship has sunk in the harbor, the gold in the heavens can be easily reclaimed. However, if you do not return to a place of safety, we shall be unable to repel the enemy and retrieve the celestial gold. At that moment, the seasoned Halford stepped forward to offer his counsel, and upon hearing his words, the king regained his composure. Indeed, you must escort me back to the palace at once. Samit, I place my trust in you. Do not worry, Your Majesty, Samit assured him. The king nodded in acknowledgement and, accompanied by the remaining Rose Knights, began his retreat to the kingdom. As the king departed, a resolute expression emerged on Samit's face. For this transgression, I shall not let you escape unscathed, he murmured to himself. In that moment, a sense of awakening surged within him, enabling him to instantly perceive the location of the enemy in the skies above. Samit lifted his head, his blood-red eyes fixated on the clouds above. A pair of butterfly wings, composed of ethereal blue luminescence, unfurled from his back, their dreamlike hues appearing somewhat otherworldly. With a powerful flap, the wings stirred the air around him, causing a tumult of currents as Samit soared upward, piercing the heavens. Beyond the clouds, a rotund figure loomed large, a man named Buffalo, a cadre of the Don Quixote family. His neck and legs bore propeller-like appendages, which allowed him to navigate the skies through the force of their relentless rotation. He was ensnared in chains, and upon his back stood two individuals. One donned a maid's outfit, holding a colossal six-barreled cannon in one hand and a similarly large anti-tank gun in the other, with a knife sheathed at her thigh. This was Baby 5, a weapon human who had consumed the weapon fruit, exuding an unusual charm with her blue-tinted sunglasses and a cigarette perched between her lips. The rugged weapons juxtaposed against her petite frame. Gladius surged forward. Baby 5 directed her attention toward him, clad entirely in black. Gladius, another cadre of the Don Quixote family, had consumed the explosion fruit and wore a high-collared black outfit with a mask, his silver hair spiking upwards like a hedgehog. Upon hearing Baby 5's words, Gladius responded in a low voice, I didn't expect this fellow to possess flight capabilities. Buffalo, retreat immediately. Leave this to the young master. Understood, Buffalo replied, increasing the rotation of his propellers and carrying the two away toward the horizon. Humph, trying to escape? Samit scoffed, having sensed the trio's predicament through his shared perception. With a vigorous flap of his wings, he accelerated, leaving a long, blue afterimage in his wake as he pursued them. The distance between them swiftly diminished. This troublesome guy. Baby 5 spat out her cigarette and aimed the anti-tank gun at Samit, unleashing a barrage of fire. The orange storm of bullets hurtled toward him, accompanied by smoke and a deafening roar. Samit chuckled softly, slightly leaning to evade the projectiles, maintaining his speed as he continued his chase. Now, he could discern the silhouettes of the trio with clarity, the distinctive markings of the Don Quixote family allowing him to recognize their identities instantly. Don Quixote da Flamingo? No wonder you dare to plunder the skies for gold. It seems you seek revenge for Sayur. But to think you would come with just the three of you. How presumptuous. Samit mused, a realization dawning upon him, before dismissively continuing, you scoundrel. Upon hearing Samit mention Sayur, Baby 5 retaliated by unleashing another torrent of bullets from her cannon, the orange projectiles transforming into streaks of light as they surged toward him. Samit furrowed his brow, his body enveloped in armament hockey, instantly transforming into a sleek, dark figure. The incessant gunfire merely served to momentarily halt his advance, proving utterly ineffective. Frustrated, Baby 5 discarded her machine gun, bending forward before morphing into a cannon. With a resounding boom, she launched a cannonball at Samit. However, he did not even pause. Drawing his blade, a glimmer of cold light flashed as he sliced through the projectile. The cannonball, suspended momentarily in the air, split in two before plummeting into the depths of the sea after Samit soared past it. Unfazed by his actions, Samit continued, slashing towards the trio from a distance. Instantly, a wave of sword energy surged skyward, piercing through the clouds for miles around. Scatter! Galadius exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency. Despite the distance between them and the sword energy, the chilling aura pierced their hearts. Bahafaro remained silent, acutely aware of the bone-deep cold emanating from the sword strikes. He focused intently on the trajectories of the sword energy, predicting their path. Brace yourselves, he cautioned, standing upright and launching himself skyward. Samit's sword energy nearly sealed off his escape route, leaving him only the option to ascend or descend to evade its lethal range. With all his might, Bahafaro maneuvered past the edge of the sword energy. With a collective sigh of relief, the trio relaxed momentarily. But Galadius's praise for Bahafaro was cut short as a towering figure obscured the sun above them. He looked up to see Samit, a striking figure standing 3 meters tall, with elegant features and glowing butterfly wings, appearing as if he had descended from a realm of fantasy. Yet, a sense of dread filled the trio. The overwhelming presence radiating from him was akin to that of a master, instilling a profound reluctance to resist. Conqueror's Haki, Galadius gritted out, the name escaping his lips with difficulty. Bahafaro and Baby 5 exchanged incredulous glances, astonished. Impossible. Such regal prowess should only emerge once in a million. How could it manifest in a remote nation of the East? You seem well informed, but you shall still meet your demise, Samit declared with a smile, gripping the hilt of his sword and aiming a downward strike at Bahafaro. Eliminating us will not be so simple, Galadius retorted, his body swelling as he leaped from Bahafaro's side, charging at Samit. As he soared through the air, he grew larger, and just as Samit's blade was about to connect, a thunderous explosion erupted. In the capital, people gazed upward as a mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. The shockwave radiated outward, dispersing the clouds and creating a void of silence. What just happened? Many wondered, but before they could ponder further, the long-dormant alarm bells of the capital rang out, their urgent toll resonating in every ear, leaving the populace in a state of shock. What is happening? Chapter 49, The Battle in the Palace in the Sky. Galadius plummeted from a great height. Just before he plunged into the sea, Bahafaro skimmed across the surface, while Baby 5 awaited above, ready to catch Galadius. Did we take him down? She murmured, gazing at the flames obscuring the sky. Galadius, having already lost consciousness, could not respond to her inquiry. She could only pray silently. As the flames began to dissipate, a figure adorned with magnificent wings emerged from the inferno. How is this possible? He unscathed. Baby 5 exclaimed, astonished. She understood the improbability of dispatching such a formidable opponent with a single explosion. Yet the fact that he emerged without so much as a stain on his garments was utterly unbelievable. Samit gazed down at the trio of Baby 5, his brow furrowed and a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. However, this moment of indecision was swiftly cast aside, and after a brief glance at them, he remarked, "Consider yourselves fortunate." With that, he took off towards the palace without a backward glance. Did he leave? Buffalo exhaled in relief, hastily inquiring as he observed Samit's retreating figure. Meanwhile, Baby 5 seemed to have lost half her strength, slumping against Buffalo's back. Upon hearing Buffalo's question, she sighed. He must have realized the situation with the young master. Is that so? It is truly fortunate that the plan is proceeding smoothly without any casualties. Buffalo expressed his relief. Baby 5 echoed his sentiments. It was her first experience so close to death. She stared vacantly at the sky, and gradually her gaze began to fill with determination. Regardless, she resolved to inform the young master first. With that thought, she pulled out a den mushy and dialed Doflamingo's number. Baby 5, how is the plan progressing? Doflamingo's voice came through immediately upon connection, accompanied by distant cries and wails. The plan is advancing as intended, but Gladius has self-destructed and is currently unconscious. He possesses the ability to fly and should be heading your way now. Baby 5 reported the situation truthfully. Inside the palace, Doflamingo sat atop a rooftop, one hand holding the den mushy while the other skillfully maneuvered strings extending from his fingers to connect with several rose knights. These formidable warriors of the kingdom moved like puppets under his control. At this moment, Ellie had completed her transformation, standing protectively behind the king along with several other unmanipulated rose knights, glaring at Doflamingo. Yet, Doflamingo paid them no heed. After a momentary silence following Baby Five's words, he erupted into laughter once more. Is that so? That fellow actually has the ability to fly. That's my oversight. However, it is a relief that you did not incur any losses. Otherwise, I would have felt guilty for a lifetime. No, it was not the young master's fault. Baby Five interjected. You need not console me, Baby Five. A mistake is a mistake, and the fact that I nearly led to your demise is undeniable. In any case, continue to create chaos in God's city, and let our G handle any formidable foes. Understood. With a snap, Doflamingo hung up the phone, turning his attention back to the furious knights before him, a wild grin spreading across his face. Before that fellow arrives, let us enjoy ourselves. The Rose Knights, under Doflamingo's control, advanced with mournful expressions, brandishing their weapons while shouting, Ellie, Caesar, kill us quickly, or you will surely perish. How despicable! Ellie retorted fiercely. Transforming into her half-beast form, she nimbly evaded a sweeping attack, sprinting up a column to leap onto the rooftop. Her claws raised high as she aimed for the back of Doflamingo's head. Die, Dark Claw. Her claws turned an inky black, glinting coldly in the sunlight. Just as her claws were about to seize Doflamingo's neck, she caught a glimpse of his front. One of his empty hands formed a gun shape, aiming directly at the back of his head, precisely at Ellie's position. As Ellie wondered what he intended, Doflamingo's voice echoed. Thread bullet. The threads shot forth like bullets from his fingers, and instinctively, her animal instincts kicked in, causing her to tilt her head away. The threads grazed her face and shot into the building behind her. That was close, she thought, only to feel a sudden pain in her abdomen. Looking down, she saw 4 threads piercing through her stomach like bullets. Ellie's face hardened with resolve as she aimed her claws at Doflamingo once more. Yet, he didn't spare her a glance. With a flick of his hand, the threads that had pierced her abdomen yanked her violently down from the rooftop, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Ellie, Caesar's eyes turned bloodshot as he brandished his great sword, ready to avenge her. However, standing in his way was the kingdom's second knight, the former commander of the royal army, now under Doflamingo's control, relentlessly striking with his massive axe. How could he possibly harm a comrade? Despite their brief time together, these veterans had always looked after him. Your Highness, please kill me, the knight pleaded. At the sound of the knight's voice, Caesar hesitated, rooted in place. Only when he heard the whoosh of the axe slicing through the air did he snap back to reality, quickly stepping back. Yet, he still suffered a deep gash across his chest. Caesar, are you all right? The king rushed over, concern etched on his face. Seeing the king's worried expression brought back memories of the bewilderment he felt upon learning last night that he was the king's illegitimate son. He recalled his mother, often the target of scorn, and how he had trained tirelessly to become a rose knight to shield her from ridicule. All these memories flashed before him, culminating in the image of Ellie being pierced by threads and plummeting from the rooftop. Think carefully. What have you truly been striving for all this time? Only by understanding this can you grow stronger. The words of Samit echoed in his heart. His gaze firmed. I fight to ensure that my family and friends are no longer subjected to bullying. Caesar roared as he deftly dodged the knight's next axe swing, vaulting forward. With a fierce swing of his great sword, he severed the knight's limbs in a single motion. Those under Doflamingo's control were bound by the threads. Thus, even if he severed the knight's tendons, he could not stop his movements. Only by cutting off his limbs could he render him immobile. Though this would condemn the knight to a life of helplessness, it was far better than losing his life. As long as he survived this ordeal, the kingdom would surely care for a man who dedicated his life to its service. Chapter 50. The realization of the painted vision Doflamingo as a warlord of the sea. Do you not fear losing your title by openly attacking Morocco, a member of the world government? The king could no longer maintain his composure upon witnessing the devastation. He pushed aside the guards protecting him and glared furiously at Doflamingo. Fu. Doflamingo laughed heartily, his wide grin and maniacal laughter eliciting frowns from those around him. You drew first blood. 5 years ago, the Golden Flash Trading Company sank my subordinate ship and murdered my family, senor. Impossible. How could anyone defeat a member of the Don Quixote family 5 years ago? Do you have evidence? If you can present evidence, I will personally sentence them to death without your involvement, the king retorted, skepticism evident in his expression. However, Doflamingo was unconcerned with the king's belief. He chuckled, Evidence? Have you lost your mind? I am a pirate. You dare speak of evidence to me? The truths I declare are the only truths that matter. The king's visage was pallid, yearning to engage in the political machinations akin to those of Don Quixote, yet the latter simply refused to adhere to his rules of engagement. To the king, might was merely a last resort employed to resolve what political negotiations could not, while for Don Quixote and his ilk, politics was merely a bargaining chip to be wielded when brute force could not seize the day. Both men, crowned as kings, found their ideologies diverging due to disparate childhood experiences. Rendered speechless, His Majesty was shielded by a few knights who hastily positioned themselves behind him. However, Don Quixote's malevolent laughter echoed triumphantly as he gestured imperiously, prompting a rush of wind from behind. Simultaneously, the king's voice rang out, "Halford, Caesar, be cautious." The knights were taken aback, turning to witness the king grasping a scattered dagger from the ground. With swift, decisive slashes, he aimed at the remaining rose knights. The knights had not anticipated that their sovereign would launch an assault against them, leaving them utterly unprepared. Two knights nearby had their heads severed in an instant. Ah! 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 The king's anguished cries filled the air, tears of regret streaming down his face, yet his form continued to charge towards the others, intent on striking. Faced with the king's onslaught, the knights dared not retaliate, instead evading his attacks and frantic movements. "Caesar, Halford, you must end my life," the king bellowed in torment. His cries not merely stemming from the act of slaying his own men, but also from the excruciating agony caused by Don Quixote's manipulation, which left his muscles and bones feeling as though they were being torn apart. The dual torment of physical pain and profound guilt ignited a desire for self-destruction within him. As knights, how could they possibly slay their own sovereign? Moreover, he was their father. Caesar was consumed with rage and despair, yet felt utterly helpless. Don Quixote, observing from the sidelines, erupted in laughter. "Ah, what a splendid script we have here. Since you hold dear the bonds of loyalty, let us resolve your fates last. Now, King Louis XIV, go forth and slay the others." His laughter crescendoed. "Ah ha ha ha. Stop. Please stop. For the love of all that is holy, cease." The inferno blazed, buildings lay in ruin, and the air was filled with the sounds of screams and weeping, transforming the palace into a veritable hellscape. Meanwhile, in haste towards the palace, Samit beheld calamity and catastrophe on his journey. Countless pirate vessels bombarded the capital from the sea, as if the entirety of the East Blue's marauders had converged upon this place. Samit recognized a figure of great familiarity, Click, the tyrant of the East Blue, commanding dozens of pirate ships to dismantle the coastal defenses. The pirates brandished their weapons, storming ashore to pillage the streets. Furthermore, the prison housing the most nefarious criminals had been breached, unleashing a horde of malevolent felons into chaos, coupled with some opportunistic ruffians taking advantage of the turmoil. The once thriving capital had devolved into utter pandemonium. The alarm bells tolled incessantly as terrified citizens fled the streets, their cries, weeping, and wails weaving a tapestry of hellish despair. Indeed, it was the very scene Samit had witnessed 5 years prior in Leonard's studio, now fully manifested. Samit's countenance turned ashen. He was uncertain whether Leonard had foretold the future or if the world was progressing according to his will. Nevertheless, the sensation of being ensnared by fate weighed heavily upon him. Yet, he found himself powerless to effect any change. The echoes of battle and tragedy within the palace incessantly reverberated in his mind, compelling him to rush to the rescue. He glanced at the cursed blade, Miramesa, in his hand, and clarity dawned upon him. Ever since he had assumed the role of the kingdom's foremost knight, he had, out of trepidation towards the imagery depicted in the painting, kept the cursed blade hidden at home, inspired by Ailey. However, due to the necessity of embarking on a maritime escort for the celestial gold, he had taken Miramesa with him. Little did he realize that this time, he might very well end up slaying the king. As his thoughts swirled, Samit arrived at the palace, a place once pristine, now tainted by blood, with countless guards and servants lying lifeless in pools of crimson. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar figure and hastened to the ground. Rushing to the side of the body sprawled in a pit. "Ailey, are you unharmed?" Samit turned her body over, facing the ground, revealing 4 gaping wounds on her lower abdomen, from which blood continuously flowed, drenching her entire upper body. Airy. Upon witnessing this tragic scene, Samit let out a piercing scream, then employed the butterfly transformation technique to heal her. The 4 wounds on her body were not of grave concern. The true peril lay in the secondary injuries inflicted upon her internal organs, strained by the pulling of the wires. Fortunately, the butterfly transformation technique rendered her injuries ephemeral, transforming them into an irregular dreamlike state. Thus the severity of her wounds was of little consequence, as long as she remained alive. After Samit's ministrations, it wasn't long before Aery's injuries were restored to their former state. Aery awakened, albeit still feeling weak in spirit. Upon seeing the joy on Samit's face, she urged, Samit, quickly go save His Majesty and Caesar. The enemy is Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Rest assured, I will certainly defeat Doflamingo. Samit assured Eri with a nod. Then I can rest easy. With that, Eri succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Samit lifted Eli's body and placed it in a secluded spot, then unfurled his wings once more, soaring towards the garden where Doflamingo resided. The royal garden, a once beautiful fountain garden, was now shrouded in corpses and blood. The water from the fountain stained a deep crimson. At that moment, everyone lay prostrate, save for His Majesty. King Louis XIV, who knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. Why? Why must it be this way, Doflamingo? You wretch, in my life. Doflamingo sat cross-legged on the rooftop. And upon witnessing the gruesome scene, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Why the rush to die? Would it not be more exhilarating for you to witness the self-destruction of your own kingdom? Do not worry. Once the last of them is vanquished by your hand, I shall grant you a peaceful demise. You scoundrel. Chapter 51. Regicide. Ahahaha. The lamentations of Louis XIV only served to heighten Doflamingo's delight, his maniacal laughter echoing through the heavens. Doflamingo. At that moment, an angry voice resonated from above, abruptly silencing Doflamingo's mirth. He looked up to see a blue meteor streaking towards him. As it drew closer, he discerned that it was a man enveloped in pale blue, luminescent wings, trailing a long tail of blue light due to his swift flight, resembling a meteor from afar. The protagonist has arrived, haha. Doflamingo grinned widely, as if witnessing a grand theatrical performance. Doflamingo. Samit roared as the enchanted blade, Muramesa, was unsheathed, an invisible aura of dominance enveloping it, rendering it even more alluring and chilling. Samit raised the enchanted blade high above his head, channeling the potent energy accumulated from his aerial descent to strike down upon Doflamingo. The 5-colored threads materialized. Doflamingo, undaunted, wore a defiant grin upon his face, his fingers splayed as he yanked the threads above him, causing 5 vividly colored lines to stretch forth, forming a barrier between the two. With a resounding clash, the enchanted blade met the threads, producing sparks akin to metallic friction. A colossal shockwave radiated outward, uprooting the flora and fauna within the small garden. Despite Doflamingo's successful defense against the strike, the rooftop beneath him could not withstand the immense pressure, fracturing and collapsing. With no solid ground to support him, Doflamingo too plummeted, engulfed by the debris of the crumbling structure. Are you all right, Your Majesty? Samit swiftly approached the king and helped him to his feet. Be careful, Samit, the king uttered, simultaneously plunging a dagger into Samit's heart. Samit's expression froze, and his breath quickened. Samit. The king's face was overtaken by a look of despair. Ha. I never imagined it would be so easy. Minga emerged from the ruins, flames raging behind him. His wild expression and laughter, set against such a backdrop, made him seem like a demon returned from the depths of hell. Samit, I am so sorry, so sorry. The king fell to his knees once more, cradling Samit's body as he wept. In the end, he was merely a 15-year-old child, possessing great power yet unable to wield it. Here, let me send you on your way. Minga approached Samit, threads unfurling as they aimed to slice through Samit's neck. Just then, the previously frozen Samit moved, ducking to evade the strike while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick that sent Minga soaring into the sky. Without pausing, he launched himself upward. The tip of his wicked blade aimed at Minga's heart. Caught in midair and losing his balance, Minga could not evade the attack, yet he remained unfazed. With a flick of his fingers, as the blade neared his chest, he summoned the king's body to shield himself. The sound of metal-piercing flesh echoed through the air, and Samit's eyes widened in horror as he cried out, Your Majesty. Samit, do not concern yourself with me. Kill Doflamingo. Only by eliminating him can this nation be saved. I implore you to rescue our country, the king implored, a look of relief gracing his features despite the blade piercing his heart. Upon witnessing the king's resolute gaze, Samit's heart solidified with determination, and he gripped the hilt of the blade tightly, thrusting it forward. The tip that had penetrated the king's heart pierced backward, similarly impaling Minga's heart. Yet, instead of despair, a maniacal laughter erupted from Minga. Ha. You truly are a fierce character, even killing your own lord. But it matters not, for I shall end you regardless. With that, his form dissolved into spiraling threads, a manifestation of Doflamingo's technique, the string fruit, capable of creating clones that utilized his abilities. Samit, what are you doing? Came Caesar's voice from the side. Samit turned towards the sound to see Caesar, clad in knightly attire, propped against the wall, his face etched with terror as he regarded Samit. This is bad. A shiver ran down Samit's spine as he envisioned the scene reflected in Caesar's eyes. A towering figure, 3 meters tall, donned in a long-sleeved shirt and denim trousers. Draped in a blue velvet cloak interspersed with white flecks, and possessing blood-red eyes, wielded a 2-meter-long crimson demon blade, piercing the heart of the king. It was eerily reminiscent of the third painting in Leonard's studio. Was the course of events still unfolding in alignment with the imagery captured in that artwork? If so, what of the esteemed count? With this thought, despair enveloped Samit. Over the years, he had devoted himself tirelessly to his training, investing far more time and effort than the average individual, both in reality and within the realms of his dreams. Yet, in the end, would he be left unable to protect anything at all? "Release my father," Caesar cried, his eyes wild with anguish as he staggered forward, forcefully kicking Samit aside. "Are you all right? Father, didn't you say last night that you wanted to hear me call you father? Wake up and listen." Caesar wept, cradling the lifeless body of the king. Samit rose from the ground and gazed at the heartbroken Caesar. He recalled how, during Caesar's watch the previous night, Louis XIV had summoned him for a conversation in his chamber. At that moment, Caesar had not been prepared to confront the truth regarding his father. Yet, the opportunity for such acceptance had now slipped away. Caesar Samit extended his hand, yearning to express something profound. However, he was abruptly interrupted as Caesar spoke. "Do not say another word, Samit. I am aware. I comprehend the gravity of the situation. The only path to salvation for this nation lies in the death of my father. Yet, even if I can understand this, I cannot bring myself to forgive. Leave me. I do not wish to see you. I fear that in my turmoil, I may lose my sanity and turn my blade upon you." Samit fell silent, retracting his outstretched hand and speaking softly. "I understand, but regardless, I shall not spare Doflamingo." With that, he unfurled his wings and soared into the distant sky. Caesar gazed at the receding figure of Samit, a look of desolation clouding his eyes. After 5 years of unwavering companionship, to lose such a friend for this reason was unbearable. The recent revelation of his father's passing, whom he had only just learned about and had yet to reconcile with, compounded his sorrow. The weight of suppressed grief became overwhelming, and Caesar could no longer contain it. He cried out to the heavens, a heart-wrenching wail. High above, Samit heard Caesar's mournful cry, and sorrow welled up within him. Having witnessed the loss of family and friends before his very eyes, he understood the depths of Caesar's anguish at this moment. It was precisely this understanding that fueled his self-loathing. For it was his actions, his slaying of Say,